Chapter 1. In the tranquil town of Mihua, a place as serene as Gotham City, the scenery and safety are comparable to the international metropolis of Los Santos. Here resides the high school detective Kudo Shinichi, a modern-day Holmes, amidst this picturesque landscape. Though the sun had risen high in the sky, Kudo Shinichi remained in bed, resting. However, from the furrowed brow and the beads of sweat dampening his pajamas, it was evident that this high school detective was not indulging in pleasant dreams. Suddenly, Kudo Shinichi opened his eyes wide, and with a swift motion, he sat upright, pressing his hands firmly against the sides of his head, murmuring to himself, "This dream again, what could it possibly mean?" For reasons unknown, ever since returning from his trip to New York, Kudo Shinichi had been haunted by the image of the silver-haired assassin walking away from him. As for what transpired afterward, he had no recollection at all, as though that segment of memory had been erased, leaving only the dream to replay incessantly in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and stretched his limbs. As he pulled back the curtains, warm sunlight flooded in, instantly bringing a sense of comfort to Kudo Shinichi. Ding dong. Upon hearing the doorbell, Kudo Shinichi reluctantly paused his sunbathing and slipped into his slippers to head towards the door. Yawn. Who is it? He pressed the intercom button, yawning as he inquired. Shinichi, are you awake? It's you, Ran. Hearing the gentle voice from the receiver, Kudo Shinichi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He recalled his promise to take Ran to the tropical paradise, and it seemed her unexpected visit was related to that. Ran, you didn't have to come so early, did you? I promised to take you to the tropical paradise. I would never go back on my word. As he grumbled playfully, Kudo Shinichi opened the door without a second thought. However, upon seeing the figure standing at the entrance, he instinctively froze. Standing there was not his childhood friend Ran, but a voluptuous woman clad in a black riding outfit and wearing a helmet. Even the composed Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but steal a few glances. Who are you? Zila. Before he could finish his question, the mysterious woman suddenly delivered a punch to Kudo Shinichi's abdomen. Caught off guard, he felt a jolt of pain followed by a wave of numbness coursing through his body. In no time, Kudo Shinichi's body toppled backward. Just as the back of his head was about to make contact with the ground, the mysterious woman swiftly caught him in her arms. I'm sorry, my dear, but this is the only way to protect you. To Kudo Shinichi's surprise, she did not inflict further harm, but instead cradled him gently as she crouched down, retrieving a redanned white capsule from her pocket. Take this and do as I say. As the capsule was brought to his lips, Kudo Shinichi, though uncertain of its contents, instinctively sensed it was something sinister. He resolutely clenched his teeth, refusing to open his mouth, regardless of the woman's attempts. You're such a stubborn child, I'm in quite a hurry. After several futile attempts, the mysterious woman shook her head in exasperation. She slowly lifted her helmet, revealing a pair of alluring, rosy lips. In the next moment, she placed the capsule into her own mouth, right before Kudo Shinichi's eyes. Seeing her actions, Kudo Shinichi felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. Without warning, the mysterious woman pressed her lips against his, merging them together. At that moment, Kudo Shinichi's mind went blank, and he even loosened his grip on his clenched jaw. Seizing the opportunity, the woman forcefully slipped the capsule down Kudo Shinichi's throat, even playfully tapping his tongue as a form of punishment as she withdrew. As the capsule lodged in his throat, Kudo Shinichi was immediately engulfed by an unimaginable pain within his body, curling up like a shrimp. Observing Kudo Shinichi's anguished face, the mysterious woman gently wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered in his ear, I know this is painful, but it is the best way to protect you. If you come to loathe me for this, feel free to pierce my heart at any time, my dear silver bullet. With that, the mysterious woman kissed Kudo Shinichi softly one last time before laying him gently on the ground and walking away. Just as she reached the front gate of the Kudo residence, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly rang out nearby. Who are you? Why are you coming out of the Kudo residence? The mysterious woman turned to see Ran, dressed casually, gazing at her with confusion. Oh, Angel, you've come just in time to save me a trip to find you. Looking for me? What is it? Seeing the woman's apparent delight only added to Rand's bewilderment, as she was certain they had never met. As Rand watched in astonishment, the mysterious woman approached a beautifully designed motorcycle, lifting a suitcase onto the seat. The things in this suitcase are for that young man, and this motorcycle belongs to both of you. Please take good care of it and don't lose it. That young man? Are you referring to Shinichi? Just as Rand was becoming increasingly confused, a heart-wrenching scream from Kudo Shinichi suddenly pierced the air. In that instant, Rand felt her heart skip a beat. Shinichi, it seems the effects of a drug are kicking in. It'll leave the rest to you, Angel. Please take good care of my dear Silver Bullet, and remember not to go to the tropical paradise today. Goodbye. With a playful kiss gesture towards her helmet, the mysterious woman swiftly turned and ran away. After covering about 50 meters, she leaped over a wall, and in the next moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed, gradually fading into the distance. What's happening? What just occurred? Was that Shinichi's voice? At that moment, Dr. Agasa, living across from the Kudo residence, burst out, scanning the surroundings. Spotting Ran at a distance, he hurriedly approached her, asking, Ran, what on earth just happened? Shinichi. Without replying to Dr. Agasa's question, Ran dashed into the Kudo home. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her pupils dilated in shock, and she instinctively let out a piercing scream. Ran, are you okay? Hearing Ran scream, Dr. Agasa rushed into the Kudo residence, only to find Ran trembling on her knees at the entrance. Dr. Agasa hurried to her side, asking, what's wrong, Ran? What happened? Dr. Shinichi. Ran trembled as she pointed forward, and Dr. Agasa instinctively followed her gaze. Upon seeing Kudo Shinichi's current state, the nearly 60-year-old scientist felt darkness envelop him. Shinichi, please wake up. I implore you, don't frighten me. Uncertain how long he had been asleep, Kudo Shinichi was roused by a choked voice. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with the tear-streaked face of Ran. Ran, Shinichi, you're finally awake. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Seeing Kudo Shinichi finally regain consciousness, relief washed over Ran's face, and she quickly inquired about her childhood friend's condition. Kudo Shinichi weakly replied, You fool. How could I possibly be in trouble? You worry too much. Shinichi, you actually call me a fool. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? As she spoke, tears welled up in Ran's eyes, her expression resembling a torrent ready to burst forth. I'm sorry. I was just joking, please don't cry. Realizing his mistake, Kudo Shinichi instinctively reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of Ran's eye. However, to his astonishment, he found his hand was quite a distance from her face, unable to touch her directly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his hand appeared small and delicate, entirely unlike that of a 17-year-old high school student. Gazing vacantly at his own hands, Shinichi Kudo exclaimed, What has happened to my hands? Why does my voice sound so peculiar? Not only were his hands in disarray, but Shinichi also realized that his voice had drastically changed. It now sounded remarkably juvenile, akin to that of a child. Noticing Shinichi's apparent distress, Ran hurried to reassure him. Shinichi, please remain calm. Doctor, Professor Agasa, please come back quickly. Shinichi has awakened. Wonderful. Shinichi, you have finally come to. As the robust Professor Agasa hurried over, Shinichi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Doctor, you're just in time. What's happened to my body? Shinichi, you need to calm down, Professor Agasa said, his expression serious, as he gestured for Shinichi to compose himself. He then produced a small mirror from his pocket and handed it to him. Without hesitation, Shinichi snatched the mirror from Professor Agasa's grasp. Upon seeing his youthful visage reflected back, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why have I turned into a child? Shinichi, please try to calm down, Ran urged. Do not panic, do not become agitated. Impulsiveness is the enemy, Professor Agasa added. After a moment of contemplation, Shinichi reluctantly began to accept the reality of his situation, then assumed a pensive pose and murmured, So, I have reverted to my childhood appearance, correct? Ran nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I have a photograph from when we were in the cherry blossom class. You now resemble your younger self perfectly. Ran retrieved her phone and began searching. Shortly thereafter, She found the photograph from their kindergarten days in the cherry blossom class. The image depicted Shinichi, who looked nearly identical to his current self, save for a more mature gaze. At that moment, Professor Agasa interjected. Shinichi, prior to your awakening, I conducted a thorough examination and discovered that something had forcibly reversed the cellular condition and physiological structure within you, which is why you appear as a child now. It must be related to that capsule, Shinichi thought, closing his eyes to recall the events. However, the memories that surfaced were of delicate, peach-like lips and a nimble tongue, causing his cheeks to flush with heat. Shinichi, are you all right? Why is your face suddenly so red? Rand's keen observation did not miss Shinichi's unusual reaction, prompting her to inquire immediately. Shinichi, flüstert, replied, I'm fine. Perhaps I am simply a bit anxious. After all, when one is anxious, blood rushes to the face, resulting in a flushed appearance. Oh, I see. While Rand sensed something was amiss, she chose not to press further. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she recounted her recent encounter with the mysterious woman. Upon hearing this, Shinichi furrowed his brow. In that case, we must hasten to discover what this uninvited guest has left behind. Wait, Shinichi. At the very least, you should put on some clothes first. Clothes? Shinichi was momentarily taken aback by this sudden reminder, but quickly realized that, as a child, his previous outfit would no longer fit. Looking down, he noticed he was wrapped only in a white bath towel. However, the next moment, the towel slipped from his grasp, leaving him exposed before Rand and Professor Agasa. Shinichi, how could you? You're being so indecent. Though Shinichi was now a child, this situation still profoundly shocked Rand, who immediately covered her eyes, her cheeks flushed. I didn't mean for this to happen. In stark contrast to Rand's embarrassment, Shinichi hurriedly covered himself, then shouted at the snickering Professor Agasa. Doctor, stop laughing. Quickly go find some of my childhood clothes. All right, I'm on it. But Shinichi, you should wrap that towel around yourself again, otherwise you might catch a cold. With a mischievous grin, Professor Agasa dashed off to search for Shinichi's old clothes, while the boy hastily re-wrapped the towel and urged Rand to lower her hand from her eyes. It's all right. Rand, you can put your hand down now. Rand cautiously opened a small gap between her fingers and, confirming that Shinichi had indeed wrapped himself properly, lowered her hands. However, her face remained flushed, clearly still flustered from the earlier incident. Moreover, Shinichi's situation was no better after all. Exposing his most vulnerable self to his childhood friend was an experience that could lead to profound social embarrassment. After what felt like an eternity of silence between the two, Dr. Agasa finally returned, bringing with him a set of clothes from Shinichi's childhood, which effectively brought an end to the awkward situation for the young Shinichi. Fortunately, he had heeded his mother's advice and refrained from discarding these garments. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. Once the last button was fastened, Conan stretched his neck, reflecting on the day's peculiar events. Upon seeing the young Shinichi clad in a blue children's suit, Rand's eyes lit up, and she crouched in front of him with curiosity, exclaiming, Shinichi, why have I never seen you dressed like this before? This outfit complements your demeanor perfectly. With a resigned smile, young Shinichi replied, My mom insisted that wearing this would attract too many girls, so I was strictly forbidden from wearing it outside. But by the way, Dr. Agasa, where did you find this suit? Dr. Agasa scratched his head and chuckled. I just happened to open a wardrobe and stumbled upon it. The fabric looked decent, so I brought it along. Indeed, Ani Yukiko has quite an eye. Shinichi remarked, and Rand nodded in agreement. Setting aside the matter of the clothes, the trio made their way to Dr. Agasa's garage, where in addition to his little Volkswagen Beetle, they found a mysterious woman's motorcycle and a suitcase. Rand picked up the suitcase and placed it on the ground, saying, This is the item left behind by that enigmatic woman. She mentioned that the contents of this suitcase are for you. Shinichi, for me? Confused, Shinichi slowly opened the suitcase, and upon seeing its contents, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Inside lay a uniquely designed flashlight, a camera, a flip phone, and an oddly shaped belt, accompanied by a manual. What on earth are these items? As he flipped to the first page of the manual, he was greeted by the bold letters spelling phase. Upon turning to the second page, Shinichi was taken aback by what he saw, a depiction of armor reminiscent of that worn by medieval knights. However, it was merely a resemblance, as the description below detailed the extraordinary features of this armor. Closing the manual, Shinichi's expression grew grave. Although the reasons behind all this remained unclear, it seemed he had unwittingly become embroiled in something significant. "Shinichi, are you all right?" Noticing her childhood friend deep in thought, Ran sensed his concern and spoke with a hint of worry. Hearing her anxious voice, Shinichi quickly eased his brow, assuring her, "Ran, there's no need to worry. I'm fine, just pondering a few things." Placing the manual back in the suitcase, his gaze shifted to the motorcycle. "So, what's the story with this motorcycle? I've never seen a model like it before." Ran, equally perplexed, replied, "I'm not sure. That mysterious woman mentioned that the motorcycle is meant for the two of us, but I don't know how to ride one. That I did learn to ride a motorcycle in Hawaii. But in this child's body, I can't manage it at all." Glancing down at his diminutive form, Shinichi felt a twinge of helplessness. "Shinichi, Ran, don't you think you're focusing on the wrong issues?" Observing that their attention was fixated on the items left by the mysterious woman, Dr. Agasa cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. "While we do not know who she is, it is clear that Shinichi has caught the attention of certain individuals or an organization. Therefore, we must take precautions." "Yes, let's call the police right now." Without a second thought, the law-abiding Ran reached for her phone, ready to dial. However, just as she pressed one, Shinichi grasped her thigh to stop her. "Don't ask why he didn't just take the phone." His height was a hindrance. "What are you doing, Shinichi?" he asked calmly. "How are we supposed to explain this to the police? Are we going to tell them that high school student Shinichi Kudo was turned into a child by a mysterious person? They would likely dismiss it as a prank." To his words, Ran paused, her actions halted. Just as she was about to respond, Shinichi continued, "While I don't understand why this person turned me into a child, it appears she means no harm. That if we rush to the police and escalate the situation, it might spiral out of control." Upon hearing this, Ran's expression became conflicted. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately decided to put her phone down. Dr. Agasa, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "If we consider it from this angle, the mysterious individual likely wishes for Shinichi to remain out of the public eye, which means he cannot return home. Otherwise, we might attract dangerous individuals. In that case, let Shinichi stay at my house for the time being," Dr. Agasa suggested. Without hesitation, Ran took it upon herself to assume this responsibility, startling the unsuspecting Shinichi in no way. "I disagree," he exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously, openly opposing the idea. After all, in his current state, he feared that things could inadvertently involve Ran's family, which was the last thing he wanted. Protests were futile, and the decision was made. However, Ran paid no heed to Shinichi's objections, adopting an authoritative stance, her fists cracking ominously. "Shinichi, I'm giving you two options. Either you come home with me willingly, or I will knock you out and take you home. You decide." With her final words, Ran took a deep breath and assumed a martial arts stance, as if preparing to engage in combat. "Ran, you," Shinichi stuttered, feeling beads of sweat trickle down his back. He had some understanding of her capabilities, if she truly unleashed her skills. "Fine, I'll go back with you," he conceded, realizing the wisdom in cooperating to avoid an impending beating. After all, even if he resisted, it probably wouldn't change anything. "That's more like it. I knew you would be the obedient one." Ran beamed, her face lighting up with a warm smile as she relaxed her stance. Yet amidst her joy, Ran suddenly pondered, "By the way, how should I introduce you? I can't just say you're Shinichi, or my dad will surely go crazy." Shinichi stroked his chin thoughtfully, his detective mind racing as a plethora of names converged in his mind. After a couple of minutes, he raised his head and suggested, "How about Edogawa Conan?" It combines the names of Arthur Conan Doyle and Edogawa Rampo, two authors whose works I've recently been reading. Ran frowned. "What a peculiar name. Can't you keep the Kudo surname? Why must it be Edogawa?" "I have no choice. If I retain the Kudo surname, your dad would genuinely lose his mind," Shinichi explained with a wry smile. Now identifying himself as Edogawa Conan, Ran pouted in dissatisfaction. "How can that be?" "Whatever, as long as we can get by." Thus, their names and living arrangements were settled. To further ensure secrecy, Dr. Agasa produced a pair of plain glasses for Conan to wear, hoping to help him conceal his true identity. and they hastily gathered some personal items, including the suitcase containing the belt.as for the motorcycle. It will temporarily rest in Dr. Agasa's garage, for it serves no purpose at present. After a while, at Dr. Agasa's doorstep, a prepared Ran and Conan stood together to bid farewell to him. Ran said, "Doctor, I shall take Shinichi home now. Should anything arise, feel free to call." Conan added, "Doctor, please take care. Safety is paramount." In response to their earnest admonitions, Dr. Agasa smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I am destined to become a renowned scientist globally. Safeguarding myself is certainly no issue. Would you like me to demonstrate my latest invention?" The Thunderbolt? "Goodbye, Doctor." Before Dr. Agasa could finish his sentence, Ran and Conan swiftly distanced themselves from him. They were all too aware of Dr. Agasa's inventions, which either turned out to be failures or were perilously powerful weapons. How unfair it is to regard my painstaking inventions with such disdain. Seeing the two vanish in the blink of an eye, Dr. Agasa squatted in a corner, feeling somewhat aggrieved, before eventually rising to enter the house. Upon entering, Dr. Agasa's expression immediately turned serious as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, and he whispered, "Yuzako, something has happened to Shinichi. You and Yukiko should return at your earliest convenience. Additionally, I believe it's time to reveal the truth to Shinichi." "Shinichi? What is it, Ran?" Hearing Ran call out to him, Conan looked up to see her gaze fixed intently upon him. Ran suddenly halted, crouched down to meet Conan's eyes. And, with a mixture of complex emotions, she spoke after a prolonged silence. "Shinichi, do not be afraid. I will find a way to assist you. You will surely return to your former self." Conan, taken aback by Ran's unexpected reassurance, felt a warm current spread through his heart. "Thank you, Ran, but perhaps it is you who should be scared, for you are trembling quite noticeably." Shinichi. Having known each other for over a decade, Ran understood that he was teasing her. Nevertheless, she maintained her stance, suddenly pulling Conan into her embrace and spinning him around in a playful punishment. "You pesky Shinichi, watch how I punish you," although it was not painful in the least. Conan feigned agony, pleading for mercy. "It hurts. Ran, please let me go. To me." Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, a long black sedan sped past them. In that fleeting moment, Conan caught a glimpse of a flash of brown hair. An inexplicable feeling stirring within him, causing him to halt his struggles. He was uncertain whether it was merely his imagination, but it seemed as though the owner of the brown hair had glanced in his direction. "Are you all right, Shinichi? Did I use too much strength?" Noticing Conan's sudden stillness, Ran worriedly thought she might have upset him. "But I'm fine, Ran. Don't worry that I was just a bit lost in thought." After quickly regaining his composure, Conan jumped out of Ran's embrace, stretching and turning to her with a smile. "Thank you, Ran. I feel much better now. Honestly, you scared me." Realizing Conan was genuinely unperturbed, Ran's relieved smile blossomed, and she stood up, taking Conan's small hand in hers. "Let us go home, Shinichi." Their hands clasped tightly, they proceeded toward the Muri Detective Agency. Meanwhile, the departing black sedan had a rear window that slowly opened, revealing a striking young lady with brown hair peering out. The driver, noticing this, coldly instructed, "Close the window. Sherry, if anyone sees your face now, you know the consequences that I understand. I just felt a bit stifled and wanted some fresh air." Upon hearing the driver's warning, Shiho Miyano subtly shuddered, and after explaining, she closed the window. The driver chose not to say anything further, turning the air conditioning to maximum, filling the car with a chill that made one shiver. In the back seat, Shiho endured the cold, attempting to appear nonchalant as she gazed out the window, yet her mind replayed the earlier encounter. How intriguing. That child's gaze is surprisingly mature. "Ran, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? I thought your house was in a different direction." After walking hand in hand for a while, Conan, noticing unfamiliar landmarks, curiously inquired. Ran gently explained, "We're not lost. I just need to buy some groceries before heading home. So this route leads to the market. I see." Reminded of how, ever since her parents separated, Ran had taken on almost all household responsibilities, including grocery shopping and cleaning, Conan couldn't help but admire her diligence. "Ran, you really work hard." Suddenly, as they walked, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed behind them. Instinctively, Conan turned to see a rider on a powerful motorcycle speeding towards them, reaching out his hand. Robbery. The thought flashed through Conan's mind as he swiftly pushed Ran down. Ran, get down. Shinichi, veering. Just as Conan shoved Ran to the ground, the motorcycle zoomed past them, narrowly missing them, thanks to Conan's quick reflexes, and they emerged unscathed. Are you all right, Ran? Are you hurt? Conan urgently asked, concerned. Ran propped herself up and shook her head. I'm fine, Shinichi. You don't need to worry about me. Seeing that Ran was only a little dusty, Conan sighed in relief. But just then, the roar of the motorcycle returned. Veering. Conan looked up to see the rider coming back, evidently unwilling to relent after the previous blunder. How infuriating. Just as Conan was contemplating how to escape, Ran grabbed him by the collar and pulled him aside, then assumed a fighting stance, glaring at the approaching motorcycle rider. When they were about 10 meters apart, she launched a kick. Bang! Her kick landed squarely on the rider's temple, sending him soaring through the air before crashing against a wall, while the motorcycle careened into a utility pole, coming to a halt. Phew. After landing gracefully, Ran exhaled deeply, then turned to Conan with a gentle smile. How about it, Shinichi? Are you all right? I'm fine. Gazing at the motionless rider on the ground and the smoking, wrecked motorcycle, Conan broke into a cold sweat, gaining a deeper understanding of Ran's combat prowess. Oh no. Is he all right? I should call an ambulance. Noticing the rider lying still, Ran felt a pang of worry and quickly took out her phone to call for help. However, just as she was dialing, the rider slowly got to his feet and removed his helmet, revealing a rather unconventional hairstyle. With gritted teeth, the rider glared at Ran. You wretched woman, I merely wished to rob you of a little money. And you almost took my life. My sincerest apologies. I never intended to harm you. However, our family finances are quite strained, and if you were to rob me, we would face difficult times ahead, confronted by the wrath of the alternative young man. Xiaolan first bowed politely in apology, then elaborated on her difficulties, all the while adopting a defensive stance reminiscent of empty-handed martial arts, signaling her unwillingness to yield. Observing Xiaolan's demeanor, the alternative young man's fists clenched tightly. And through gritted teeth, he declared, Fine, then I 1T take your money. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good that I want your life. As soon as the words left his lips, the alternative young man's pupils abruptly transformed into a shade of gray, and an eerie pattern surfaced across his face. With a sudden twist of his body, he instantaneously morphed into a towering humanoid mantis creature over 2 meters tall. Its entire form was a chilling shade of gray, reminiscent of bone, evoking a sense of dread. Mantis Ophion, monster! The moment Xiaolan beheld the transformation of the alternative young man into Mantis Ophion, her innate fear of supernatural beings surged, prompting her to emit a piercing scream. Seizing this opportunity, Mantis Ophion lunged at Xiaolan, brandishing the scythe-like appendages on its arms. Swish! Watch out! Fortunately, in that critical moment, Conan rushed forward and tackled the paralyzed Xiaolan, preventing her from harm. Unfortunately, the nearby utility pole was not so fortunate, as it was cleaved in two by Mantis Ophion's strike. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Conan swiftly grasped Xiaolan's hand, urging her to flee. As they fled in disarray, Mantis Ophion strolled leisurely behind them, gradually raising its left hand, which morphed into a tentacle that darted towards the two, just as the tentacle drew closer to Xiaolan and Conan. A delivery man fortuitously rode his electric scooter into the intersection, inadvertently placing himself between the two and the impending danger. In the next moment, the tentacle surged forward due to its momentum, plunging into the delivery man's mouth and nostrils. Ugh! Ugh! The unfortunate delivery man, merely passing by, had no time to comprehend the situation before being ensnared by the tentacle. The appendage then surged towards the man's heart. Having gained some distance, Xiaolan and Conan heard the commotion behind them. Just as they contemplated aiding the delivery man, the tentacle relinquished its grip, causing him to collapse onto the ground, struggling to extend his hand towards Xiaolan and Conan for help. Help me! Save me! Before he could finish, the delivery man's body transformed into a tattered, deep gray form, and then, in an instant, he disintegrated into ash, leaving only his discarded clothing as evidence of his existence. Useless creature! The shadow of Mantis Ophion morphed into the image of the alternative young man's bare upper body, subsequently locking its gaze onto Xiaolan and Conan. Now, it is your turn. Xiaolan, run. Although Conan did not fully grasp the situation, a singular thought consumed his mind. He must lead Xiaolan to safety, and as swiftly as possible. Fueled by the instinct to survive, Conan and Xiaolan sprinted at an extraordinary pace, swiftly disappearing from sight. You cannot escape. Your efforts are in vain. Yet, such a hunt is far more exhilarating. Mantis Ophion extended its arms and leaped 30 meters to land atop the highest nearby rooftop, its multifaceted eyes commencing their relentless search. Cinny, are you all right? Don't worry, I'm fine. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Conan began to survey their temporary refuge, a factory long abandoned. Gritting his teeth, Conan thought, damn it, I must devise a plan quickly. Otherwise, we are in grave danger. Yet, despite his resolve, the unprecedented nature of their predicament left him at a loss. Not even the legendary homes could assist in this scenario, for even he had never encountered Ophion before. Noticing Conan's troubled expression, Xiaolan felt a surge of guilt. I'm sorry, Cinny, it's my fault. If I had just let that person take the money, none of this would have happened. I'm so sorry. Xiaolan, you have no reason to apologize. That individual is merely a dangerous, ticking time bomb. Even if you had handed over your wallet, it would only lead to more victims. Conan comforted Xiaolan, urging her not to dwell on the matter. His gaze scanned the surroundings like a radar, hoping to find something useful. However, the derelict factory yielded nothing but discarded machinery and worthless scraps of metal. Damn it. Faced with the dire situation, even Conan could not contain his frustration. Delivering a punch to the wall beside him. Just as he felt lost, his peripheral vision caught sight of the suitcase in Xiaolan's embrace, and an overwhelming sense of joy surged through him. He could hardly believe that. Despite their frantic flight, she had not discarded it. Excellent, Xiaolan. We have a chance? Huh. Xiaolan, taken aback by Conan's sudden shift in demeanor, was momentarily stunned. But in the next moment, Conan seized the suitcase from her grasp. Opening it, he retrieved a belt. According to the instructions, donning this belt and following the appropriate steps would grant unimaginable power. Perhaps this was their sole avenue for escape. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with hope. That's fantastic. We are saved. Zee. Just as Conan and Xiaolan reveled in their newfound hope, the ceiling above them was suddenly pierced by a great hole, and Mantis Ophion's head poked through. I have found you. The hunt ends here. As the words fell from its lips, Mantis Ophion descended with ominous grace. I am not afraid of you. Though still daunted by Mantis Ophion's terrifying appearance, Xiaolan, glancing at Conan, clenched her teeth and fastened the belt around her waist. Then grasped the Fui's phone. Recalling the steps from the previous instructions, she rapidly began her actions. 555 enter. Transform. Raising the Fui's phone above her head, Xiaolan swiftly inserted it into the belt slot. Error. Bang. However, the moment the phone was inserted, the belt emitted an English warning and flew off, sending Xiaolan crashing into the steel wall. Xiaolan, are you all right? Cinny, you need to leave. Ignoring her pain, Xiaolan instinctively called out for Conan to escape. Meanwhile, Mantis Ophion advanced. In the shadow of the alternative young man's bare upper body reappeared ominously. Don't waste your efforts. You cannot flee. As the words left its mouth, Mantis Ophion swung its scythe-like arms and charged toward its prey. Resembling a predator of nature, watching the relentless advance of Mantis Ophion, Conan swiftly picked up the fallen belt and Fui's phone, preparing to replicate Xiaolan's earlier actions. 555 enter. Once the command was entered, Conan gazed at the Fui's phone in his hand and solemnly declared, no matter what you truly are, it is time for you to prove your worth. Transform. Raising the Fui's phone above his head, Conan inserted it into the belt slot, clenching his fists as he awaited the next moment. Standby complete. Swish. Unlike Xiaolan's experience, a stream of red photon-like energy erupted from the belt, enveloping Conan entirely, and in the next instant, a dazzling crimson light illuminated the entire factory. Both Xiaolan and Mantis Ophion instinctively shielded their eyes. Fortunately, the brilliance did not linger long. After approximately 2 to 3 seconds, it dimmed, and both Xiaolan and Mantis Ophion lowered their hands, revealing that where Conan had once stood now loomed a tall and imposing knight. like a streamlined helmet reminiscent of a shark, adorned with a mask that glimmers with a yellow hue and a body interwoven with shades of red, silver, and black. One can even perceive the red photon-like blood pulsating with a radiant glow across its form. Kamen Rider Foiz makes his grand entrance, stretching his hands before him and engaging in some movements. Conan could distinctly sense an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his being, accompanied by an exhilarating feeling akin to burning passion. What an extraordinary sensation! Conan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Shinichi, be careful! Just as Conan was engrossed in experiencing the strength within him, the mantis Ophiuchus, now alert, lunged forward with its scythe raised. Having been previously flung away, Ran immediately shouted a warning. Okay, startled by Ran's call. Conan abruptly lifted his head and saw the mantis Ophiuchus charging toward him. To be fair, its movements were not sluggish. Yet, at that moment, in Conan's eyes, though the mantis Ophiuchus's actions were not akin to a tortoise's crawl, they were sufficiently slow for him to react. As the mantis Ophiuchus leaped, Conan swiftly took a step forward, accelerating toward it. With a powerful swing, he landed a heavy punch on the mantis Ophiuchus's cheek. And in the next instant, it soared into a pile of debris at the far end of the factory like an arrow released from a bow-point punch KO. Did I just do that? Looking down at his own right fist, which had just delivered the blow, Conan's expression, hidden beneath the helmet, momentarily froze in disbelief. Yet, in an instant, he regained his determination, shook off the tingling sensation in his right hand, and charged toward the direction where the mantis Ophiuchus had been sent flying. At that moment, the mantis Ophiuchus had just managed to rise from the debris, still dazed from the previous punch, when Conan, transformed as Foiz, suddenly appeared before it. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. Thud! Thud! Each punch Conan threw was infused with considerable strength, evidenced by the rotational force generated by his body as he struck. Thus, one could easily surmise the magnitude of the blows the mantis Ophiuchus was enduring. Bang! With the final punch, the mantis Ophiuchus was sent flying once more. At this point, Conan, feeling exhilarated, picked up 2 steel pipes from the ground and unleashed a series of brutal strikes against the mantis Ophiuchus. Watching Foiz mercilessly trample the mantis Ophiuchus beneath him, Ran, who had been silently observing, swallowed hard in fear. When did Shinichi become so violent? Under the relentless barrage from Conan, the 2 steel pipes in his hand had snapped under the strain, prompting Conan to toss the remnants aside. He then grabbed the mantis Ophiuchus by the head, forcing it to its feet, and in the next moment delivered an uppercut. Oyster sauce root. Bang! The mantis Ophiuchus helplessly soared into the air, while Conan crouched slightly to gather his strength during its suspension. As the mantis Ophiuchus began to descend, Conan charged upward. The ace of the Tiden High School Soccer Club possessed remarkable leg power, and in Conan's eyes, the mantis Ophiuchus was akin to a soccer ball. Bang! The ball is in. The mantis Ophiuchus has been kicked. The new soccer star, albeit embarrassed to digress. In summary, Conan's sidekick kick landed squarely on the mantis Ophiuchus's head, propelling it across the factory to crash into a pile of scrap equipment, a distance of nearly 100 meters. No, it's impossible. I cannot lose. I have fought so hard to survive, after enduring a series of punishing blows. The mantis Ophiuchus struggled to rise once more. However, just as it took a step, its body was suddenly engulfed in azure flames. With a cry filled with despair, the mantis Ophiuchus, its body weakened by the flames, collapsed onto the ground, and in the next instant was completely consumed by the azure fire, leaving behind a pile of ashes, just like the former delivery as Conan gazed at the ashes before him. He slowly lowered his clenched fists. Shinichi, is that really you? At that moment, while Conan stood in stunned silence, staring at the remnants of the mantis Ophiuchus, a voice filled with anxiety suddenly emerged from behind him. It was Ran. Instinctively, Conan turned to see Ran peering at him from a distance. Ran, are you all right? Putting aside the matter of the mantis Ophiuchus, Conan hurriedly approached Ran to examine her closely, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming there were no apparent injuries. With a hint of concern, Conan steadied Ran and asked, Are you feeling all right? Is there anywhere that hurts? Hearing his caring inquiry, Ran felt a profound sense of relief wash over her, although his hand and body were icy cold. The stubborn yet soft-hearted Shinichi Kudo remained unchanged. Ran smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Are you all right, Shinichi? Yes, I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. Clenching his fists tightly, Conan walked straight to a discarded light forklift, grasped its chassis with both hands, and with a powerful exertion, lifted the vehicle, which weighed over a ton, effortlessly. Bang! After a rapid spin, Conan suddenly released the forklift, which crashed through the factory's outer wall, creating a large hole as it flew outside. Incredible! Witnessing Conan's display of strength, Ran approached and gently touched the exterior armor of Foy's, while a perplexing thought stirred within her. But why am I unable to transform? I was even flung away. Conan shook his head slightly. I don't know either. Perhaps it's a programming issue. That could be. Ran pondered thoughtfully, recalling how that mysterious woman had mentioned that the items in the box were intended for Conan. Perhaps that was why she couldn't transform successfully. Setting that question aside for the moment, Conan retrieved the Foy's phone from his belt and pressed the end button. Whoosh! His body radiated a burst of red light once more. And in the next moment, Conan reverted to his original youthful form, with only the belt around his waist silently attesting to his transformation. Extending his hand toward Ran, Conan flashed a charming smile. Shall we set off? Ran, it's getting late. Yes, it's about time to head home, but we need to buy groceries first. As Ran looked at the small hand extended toward her, she smiled and gently clasped it in her palm. Together, they left the abandoned factory hand in hand. By the way, Shinichi, what do you want to eat tonight? Just say the word, and I will prepare the finest meal for you. Anything is fine. I enjoy all the dishes you make. Rand, you're such a tease. At the Muri Detective Agency. Charge. Let's overtake and claim first place. Tokai Emperor, you're the best. Gambat. Watching the horse racing broadcast on television, Muri Kagoro was so excited that he pounded on the table, causing it to creak ominously. Ultimately, the horse he had chosen, Tokai Emperor, surged ahead by half a body length, triumphantly clinching the top spot, which sent Kagoro into a state of euphoric regression. Hooray! We've won! Hooray! I won't have to worry about the household budget for the next half month. I can drink beer to my heart's content. Hooray! Indeed, as a detective, Muri Kagoro's primary source of income was no longer solving cases, but rather betting on horse races, playing mahjong, shooting small steel balls, and relying on Rant's lottery winnings to sustain his livelihood. Fortunately, the detective agency had been transformed from the Kagoro household itself. Otherwise, in a land of exorbitant rents like Tokyo, merely paying for the space would have been an insurmountable burden. In truth, Kagoro's life wasn't always so dismal. With his background as a former police officer and some connections within the police department, he had received numerous commissions. Yet, everything changed on that fateful day. On that day, the Muri Detective Agency was overshadowed by the brilliance of high school detective Shinichi Kudo. With his exceptional reasoning skills, formidable charisma, and unforgettable stunning looks, countless private detectives in Tokyo found themselves rendered obsolete. The number of commissions for many detective agencies plummeted. Kagoro Muri is fortunate, for he remains a distinguished private detective, with his detective agency still operational. Yet he is also unfortunate, having not received any substantial commissions for over 6 months. The few cases he has managed to acquire involve either investigating infidelities or searching for lost pets, completely devoid of the true essence of detective work. Just as Kagoro was joyfully celebrating his good fortune, Ran entered with a large bag of vegetables. Upon seeing his beloved daughter return, Kagoro couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly shared his good mood. Ran, you're just in time. Your father has hit the jackpot today. I've won 3 times in a row. Let's not cook tonight and instead go out for a delightful meal. Honestly, Dad, can't you think a bit more about our family finances? Betting on horses is far too risky. One misstep could lead to ruin. Ran felt an endless sense of helplessness and melancholy regarding her father's flaws. Fortunately, Kagoro was not a true gambler who would risk everything. He merely indulged in a few bets now and then, thus preventing any imminent financial crisis for the agency. In response to his daughter's admonishments, Kagoro donned a charming smile. Oh, come now, Ran, your father exercises great moderation. How about I take you out for a splendid dinner as compensation? Upon hearing this, Ran's expression turned particularly intriguing. If that's the case, Conan. Just then, Conan innocently sprang up from behind Ran, waving cheerfully at Kagoro. Hello, uncle. Seeing Conan unexpectedly appear, Kagoro's expression froze, his smile fading as he slowly sank into his office chair. Rendered speechless, Ran immediately grew anxious. Dad, what's wrong? Kagoro remained unresponsive, and after a prolonged silence, he stiffly picked up the desk phone and dialed a number, placing it to his ear. The next moment, Kagoro erupted into a frenzied scream. Something terrible has happened. Eri, a disaster has struck. Our daughter has been bullied by that detective brat. And now, there's even a child involved. I'm not drunk. The kid is right here at home. You must come quickly, startled by Kagoro's sudden outburst. Ran and Conan stood frozen, wide-eyed. Dad, what are you rambling about? Put the phone down. Ran was the first to react, rushing forward to snatch the phone back. However, Kagoro was unyielding, clutching the phone tightly to his chest, tears streaming down his face as he shouted at Ran. Don't be afraid, Ran. Your father is here. If that detective brat doesn't give me an explanation tonight, I will sell everything I own to sue him. That scoundrel who bullied my daughter must pay the price. Dad, you're misunderstanding. Shinichi and I aren't. Mom, please don't come, as Ran wrestled the phone back. Kagoro continued to shout hysterically. Eri, hurry. I'm going to find the detective brat and tear him apart. Then I'll take him to court. Calm down. Watching the chaotic scene unfold between Kagoro and his daughter, Conan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shifting to a resigned crescent shape. Thank goodness I didn't keep the name Kudo. Otherwise, things would be even more complicated. About 5 minutes later, Eri Kisaki burst through the agency's door, her glasses reflecting an intimidating glare. Where is that child? Hello, Conan greeted nervously, recalling the time in elementary school he had played with Ran and returned late, resulting in quite a scolding. Eri's gaze quickly locked onto Conan, and after adjusting her glasses, she approached, scrutinizing him closely. Faced with the formidable queen of the legal world, Conan found himself paralyzed by childhood memories and a sense of bloodline pressure. Beads of sweat forming at his temples, he certainly resembled that child, albeit with glasses. Before he could react, Eri swiftly removed Conan's glasses. This sudden action sent a jolt of alarm through both Conan and Ran. Look, the spitting image of that detective brat as a child. What a despicable creature to do something so atrocious. Bakayuru, enough with the noise. Quiet down. What if you frighten the child? Eri scolded Kagoro, causing him to fall silent, his head drooping in defeat as he lay weeping on the desk. Oh dear, how could he do such a thing to my precious daughter? You could have at least warned me to prepare for this. Kagoro lamented. Eri, slightly exasperated by Kagoro's reaction, turned to Conan with a kind smile. Don't be afraid, dear. Although that mustachioed uncle has a rather peculiar personality, he's actually a very reliable person. Could you tell your grandmother when your father and mother got together? Grandmother? Conan's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. He never expected Eri, such a serious woman, to have such an imaginative thought. Mom, what are you talking about? Shinichi is just a child, and things aren't what you think. Seeing her astute mother caught in a misunderstanding, Ran hurriedly stepped in to clarify. However, Eri placed her hands on Ran's shoulders and began speaking as if sharing wisdom from experience. Ran, you needn't panic. Your father and I are not old-fashioned. You and Shinichi grew up together, and it's only natural for feelings to deepen. If something were to happen, it would be entirely understandable. In fact, your father and I were quite similar back in the day. Your grandfather nearly had a heart attack when he found out. Just that men can easily lose their senses at certain times. At this, Kagoro sprang to life. Don't say such things in front of the child. I was sound asleep, and then you right after your bath. I was merely going along with you. That was because I was too sleepy to notice. You could have just refused me. Eri retorted, her face flushing as she attempted to shift some blame onto Kagoro. Kagoro countered, why would I refuse? Who would turn down something offered on a silver platter? Watching her parents bicker in front of her childhood friend made Ran feel simultaneously embarrassed and angry. Stop arguing. Can you let me finish my explanation? Using her best impression of the Shaolin lioness roar to regain control. Ran's efforts proved effective, at least temporarily silencing Kagoro and Eri. Seizing the opportunity, Ran quickly explained. This child is named Edogawa Conan. He is Shinichi's relative. However, Shinichi suddenly received a case, so I brought Conan back to stay with us. Is that all right, Dad? Uncle, please, Conan added, putting on a pitiful face to appeal for sympathy, all the while reminding himself that Edogawa Conan was the one seeking pity, not Kudo Shinichi. Tisich, what a troublesome high school kid. Unable to even care for his own relative, Kagoro grumbled. However, upon learning the truth from Ran, he let out a sigh of relief, returning to his seat and picking up a newspaper. Tea doesn't matter. A small child takes up little space. He can stay here for the time being. Just remember to ask the detective brat for some compensation later. He probably isn't short on cash. What do you mean by that? Eri interjected sharply, pointing at the newspaper in front of Kogoro. That moment, Kagoro's fearful and frantic expression filled the vacant space left by Eri's finger. Eri glared at him. You want our daughter to ask her childhood friend for compensation? How could you even think of such a thing? Are you aware that such actions could tarnish Xiaolan's reputation? Are you truly so desperate for money? No, I was merely jesting, just speaking in jest. Eri, please do not take offense. Upon seeing the displeased expression on Eri's face, Kagoro Muri instinctively awoke his muscle memory and began to apologize in a trembling manner. Honestly, how have you not improved at all over these years? Eri shook her head helplessly, then turned to face Conan and Xiaolan, offering them a warm smile. By the way, perhaps Conan could stay with me. It would be nice to have some company, and Conan, would you be willing to come with Annie? I can prepare delicious meat soup for you every day. The moment Eri uttered these words, the other three present broke into a cold sweat. They all had varying degrees of awareness regarding Eri's culinary skills, which could only be described as an indescribable, grotesque distortion of dark matter. Even the 10 most torturous punishments would pale in comparison. It could easily serve as a lethal poison. One could only wonder how Kagoro had endured it all those years. No need. Just let Conan stay with me. I can treat him like my own son. Please, don't subject the child to that. Kagoro leapt forward, tightly wrapping his arms around Eri's slender waist, then shouted with a spirit of self-sacrifice toward Xiaolan. Hurry and take this little rascal upstairs to tidy up the room. I'll handle things here. Okay. Without any hesitation, Xiaolan seized Conan by the scruff of his neck and dashed upstairs, fearing she might be left behind if she delayed, even for a moment. Let go. Eri struggled mightily but could not free herself from Kagoro's grip around her waist. Thus, she feigned an angry expression directed at Kagoro. Kagoro's response was simple. He closed his eyes, choosing not to see and thus not to be troubled. Eri found his reaction amusing and called out loudly, "One, swish!" Kagoro instantly straightened his posture, sitting upright like a soldier on parade. Satisfied with this, Eri nodded approvingly. Very well, since the children do not wish to eat my cooking, you shall consume it all today. Remember, not a single morsel is to be wasted. Eri, Kagoro's attempt to negotiate was cut short as Eri. The lawyer rolled up her sleeves and marched into the kitchen with the groceries she had just bought, followed by the sound of oil sizzling in a pan. Realizing there was no turning back, Kagoro silently took out his phone and dialed the number. Hello, this is Kagoro Muri. I would like to make an advance appointment with a gastroenterologist in a hospital room. Additionally, please send an ambulance to the Muri Detective Agency in about an hour. Thank you. Kagoro awaited his impending fate with the determination of a warrior facing death. Xiaolan had returned to her room out of habit. Upon noticing Conan's bewildered expression, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Shinichi, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you laugh. My parents are always like this. Conan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing besides. I feel like Uncle and Iriani's relationship has improved quite a bit. Perhaps soon they will end their separation. Indeed, Xiaolan thought. Soon our family would be together again. Her hands clasped together with an expression full of longing, as if she could already envision the long-awaited scene. Seeing the hopeful smile on the girl's face, Conan could not help but smile back. After surveying Xiaolan's room, he curiously asked, By the way, Xiaolan, where do you plan to put me? I noticed there are only 2 rooms upstairs. Xiaolan nodded. Yes, one belongs to my dad, and this one is mine. So she hesitated, feeling a bit shy, but finally mustered the courage to say, So, Shinichi, You'll be staying in my room for this period. That way, if anything happens, I can look after you, nanny. Upon hearing Xiaolan's decision, Conan froze in place. Yet Xiaolan paid no mind, quickly arranging Conan's belongings in her room and even meticulously cleaning them. Watching Xiaolan organizing everything with such diligence, Conan understood that any further resistance would be futile. He opened the suitcase in the corner, his gaze landing on the belt and various accessories inside. His detective mind racing with questions. Who gave me this belt? And what is the deal with that monster? Shinichi, come help me with the sheets. I'm a bit overwhelmed doing it alone. Coming, after closing the suitcase and setting it aside, Conan jogged over to help Xiaolan. After nearly an hour of work, Xiaolan's room had taken on many elements of Conan's style, such as children's pajamas and a teddy bear pillow. Conan sighed, why do I have to use these? I'm already a 17-year-old high school student. What are you talking about, Conan? You're clearly an incredibly adorable little kid. Xiaolan crouched down and gently poked Conan's cheek, enjoying the pleasantly soft sensation. Once they finished tidying up, both Conan and Xiaolan felt a pang of hunger. Thus, they descended the stairs in unison toward the office area. Dad, Mom, what would you like to eat? Xiaolan pushed the door open, only to find the office completely empty, with no sign of Irie or Kagoro. She furrowed her brow in confusion. Strange? Where did they go? I think I know what happened. Conan sneaked over to the desk, then tiptoed to grab a note on top. It read, Xiaolan, your father suddenly fell ill. I've taken him to the hospital. You and Conan should order some takeout to make do. After reading the last line, Conan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Uncle is truly hardworking. I hope everything will turn out fine. Let us hope so. After all, Mom's cooking seems to have deteriorated quite significantly. Just then, Xiaolan emerged from the kitchen, holding a pot containing an unknown, purple liquid that was bubbling ominously. Looking at the contaminated pot, Xiaolan and Conan fell into a long silence. Conan suggested, let us just throw that pot away and buy a new one tomorrow. Xiaolan agreed. I certainly don't dare use that pot for cooking anymore. Having reached a consensus, Xiaolan lifted the pot to discard it when suddenly the office phone rang. Ring, ring. At this late hour? Who could be calling? Setting the pot down, Xiaolan hurried to the desk to answer the phone. Hello, this is the Muri Detective Agency. Hello, Muri Detective. Please hurry to my house. My daughter has been kidnapped. The address is... Realizing the caller was a client, Xiaolan quickly attempted to explain. Please hold on a moment. However, before she could finish, the client abruptly ended the call, leaving Xiaolan holding the phone, utterly a loss for what to do. Conan, noticing her predicament, approached and asked, what did the client say? Xiaolan bit her lip and recounted the call. The client said his daughter has been kidnapped and is seeking Muri Detective's help. But my dad is fine. I'm here. Upon hearing of a case, especially a fresh kidnapping case, Conan felt a surge of detective fervor rising within him, his glasses reflecting a gleam of determination. With just that one simple sentence, Xiaolan understood the joy of turning despair into hope. Yes, the renowned high school detective Shinichi Kudo is right here. Surely his deductive skills surpass those of her father. And a mere kidnapping case would be a piece of cake. While they had a capable detective, there remained a pressing issue. Xiaolan said, but Shinichi, the client specifically asked for Muri Detective to handle this case. Yet you're still just a child, and I'm not a detective either. There's no need to worry about that. Facing Xiaolan's concerns, Conan smiled knowingly and waved his finger, based on the content and timing of the call. It seems the client was simply in a panic and sought help wherever they could. Otherwise, upon hearing your voice, Xiaolan, he would immediately realize that you are not a detective from the agency. At this moment, Conan paused for a moment, then gave Xiaolan a thumbs up. So Xiaolan, you're now Detective Mori, and I will discreetly share all the clues I uncover with you in due time. This case can reach a satisfying conclusion. Well, at this point, we have no other choice. Xiaolan nodded in agreement with Conan's plan and swiftly set off to retrieve her wallet to hail a taxi. After all, in a kidnapping case, time is of the essence. The sooner the case is resolved, the greater the assurance of the victim's safety. While Xiaolan was fetching her wallet, Conan, for the sake of precaution, went upstairs to retrieve the belt from his suitcase and placed it into a children's backpack. If they were to encounter a desperate kidnapper, the power of the Fui's belt would serve as a last resort. Just as Conan was placing the Fui's belt into the backpack, he inadvertently noticed that these accessories seemed to be attachable to the belt. Thus, the taxi sped through the night, and before long, it brought Conan and Xiaolan to the address left by the client. After paying, as they stepped out of the taxi, they were greeted by the sight of an opulent courtyard, where more than a dozen men and women stood at the front gate. Among them, a middle-aged man stood out prominently, his expensive suit and commanding presence making him particularly noticeable. Xiaolan inquired, "Is this the residence of Mr. Gu?" "Indeed. I am the client, Gu Dashin. Detective Mori, you have finally arrived." The series does not specify Mr. Gu's full name, so this name is a fictional creation. I hope for your understanding. As Conan had deduced, the client, Gu Dashin, was completely unaware of the workings of the Mori detective agency. He rushed forward and grasped Xiaolan's hands tightly, his emotions running high as he exclaimed, "Please, Detective Mori, you must help. Whatever the fee, it is of no concern as long as you can bring back my beloved daughter." "I will do my utmost," Xiaolan replied, somewhat flustered by Gu Dashin's fervent demeanor, feeling as though she had been thrust into the situation. Yet upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable for him to be so fervent, given that his own flesh and blood had been kidnapped. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Xiaolan recalled Conan's earlier instructions in the taxi and then stated, "Please lead the way. I need to visit the crime scene for an initial analysis." "This way, please." Under Gu Dashin's guidance, the group ventured deeper into the courtyard. Soon, they arrived at a back garden adorned with a rockery and a pond that Gu Dashin explained. "It was right here where my precious daughter, Jingzi, was abducted. Detective Mori, please feel free to investigate. I would not hesitate to dismantle this place if it means finding a clue." "Understood." Xiaolan entered the back garden, feigning a thorough examination that in reality, she aimed to divert the attention of the Gu family members, allowing Conan to search for genuine clues. Under the watchful gaze of the 10 or so servants and family members, Xiaolan, finding little of interest, cleared her throat and adopted a professional demeanor as she inquired, "Were there any eyewitnesses? Who was the first to arrive at the crime scene?" "That would be me. I was present when a young lady was kidnapped." An elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform stepped forward to speak. "My name is Aso, the Master S. Butler. I was watching a young lady play with a ball when suddenly a masked man jumped out and seized her. He warned that if the company did not close for a month, the young lady's life would be at stake." Aso fell silent, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Xiaolan, brimming with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "How despicable! What sort of person would commit such an atrocious act against an innocent girl?" Gu Dashin shook his head gravely. "I do not know, but in our line of work, it is easy to incite conflict, and Y Company has had disagreements with many rivals. Perhaps one of them harbors a grudge." "Was she abducted from this very spot?" Just as Gu Dashin speculated about the identity of the kidnapper, Conan stepped towards the corner of the back garden. As he scrutinized the surroundings, a fierce bark suddenly pierced the air. Woof! Whoosh! A hound, larger than Conan, leaped from the bushes, charging directly at him. "Watch out!" Xiaolan, startled, rushed forward to kick the hound away. However, the ensuing scene took everyone by surprise. At the moment the hound locked eyes with Conan, its previously menacing demeanor instantly wilted. It crouched down, tucking its tail between its legs in a display of submission. "Paw woof!" The hound obediently placed its paw gently on Conan's hand. "Roll over woof!" The hound flipped onto its back, exposing its belly, panting in a manner that suggested it was seeking approval. "Good dog." Conan gently patted the hound's belly, praising Gu Dashin was taken aback. "Young boy, you are remarkable. Our giant never approaches outsiders. How did you manage to tame it?" With a childlike smile, Conan replied, "Perhaps I am simply more appealing to big dogs. By the way, uncle, does this big dog usually stay here?" Without hesitation, Gu Dashin replied, "Indeed, this back garden is where the giant resides. It serves to guard the premises. I see." Conan maintained his innocent smile, yet his glasses began to glint with a hidden intensity. Observing this, Xiaolan feigned calmness and crouched beside Conan, whispering, "Shinichi, have you discovered something?" "Yes, this kidnapping case is unfolding in a specific manner." Conan leaned in close to Xiaolan's ear, quietly sharing his insights, while Xiaolan listened intently, eager not to miss a single word. After committing Conan's deductions to memory, Xiaolan stood and faced the group, specifically addressing Butler Aso. Butler Aso, based on your description, we are currently standing at the very spot where the kidnapping occurred, correct? Aso nodded gently. Yes, the young lady was indeed abducted from here by that mysterious man. With this confirmation, Xiaolan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Turning to the other servants, she inquired, if that is the case. May I ask if anyone else heard any sounds besides Butler Aso's call at the time of the incident? No, I only heard Butler Aso. There was nothing else that I happened to be nearby. But when I arrived, only Butler Aso remained. The servants exchanged glances, ultimately providing a unanimous response. At the time of the incident, only Butler Aso's voice could be heard, sensing the groundwork had been laid. Xiaolan delivered a decisive blow. If that is indeed the case, does it not strike you as odd? Conan was nearly attacked by the giant merely by standing here. If the kidnapper entered from outside, why did the giant not react at all? Not even a bark. The moment her words fell, the Gu family members felt a wave of realization wash over them. Aso, the first witness, broke into a cold sweat, involuntarily taking a step back. Butler, where are you going? Aso turned to find Conan had somehow positioned himself behind him, his eyes filled with an unsettling maturity and sharpness that belied his age. The giant dog, an Alsatian, is known for its loyalty and obedience, and it would not shy away even when faced with a mightier opponent. If the kidnapper indeed entered the premises, the giant would never remain passive. Though Conan's voice remained crisp and youthful at that moment, it was imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing the elderly butler, who had surpassed 60 years of age, to tremble uncontrollably. Conan continued. Indeed, this kidnapping case is fraught with numerous inexplicable elements. However, once all the unreasonable factors are dismissed, the truth remains singular. With a sudden gesture, Conan pointed at the butler, delivering a final verdict akin to that of a judge. This kidnapping is entirely fictitious. From beginning to end, it has merely been a solitary performance on your part. With the last word from Conan, the butler's mental defenses crumbled entirely, and he collapsed to the ground. The truth was now unmistakable. You old scoundrel, Masao, Gut Dashin, filled with fury, surged forward, seizing the butler by the collar and bellowing, "You gray-haired knave! You wretched old thief! You have squandered 62 years of life to commit such inhumane acts. I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you." The butler hastily attempted to explain, "My lord, please quell your anger. Everything I did was at the young lady's behest. I had no choice. Spare me your excuses. Tell me at once where Jingzi is, or I shall not let you off lightly. I have placed the young lady in a private room at the Mihua Grand Hotel." Just as this farcical kidnapping case seemed poised to reach its conclusion, Xiaolan quietly crouched beside Conan, poking the little detective's cheek with a hint of displeasure. "Shinichi, you have gone too far. We agreed that I would solve the case. Yet you divulged everything yourself. Have you forgotten that you are still a child?" Noticing Xiaolan's sulky expression, Conan quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, offering a sheepish smile. "I'm terribly sorry, Xiaolan. I couldn't help myself due to a reflex that I truly apologize." Yet, in the face of Conan's earnestness, Xiaolan continued to murmur her grievances. "Honestly, every time a case arises, you become utterly oblivious. When will you ever amend this habit?" As Xiaolan voiced her frustrations, a maid rushed in, holding a large mobile phone, exclaiming, "Not good, my lord. The kidnappers are calling for ransom." "What?" Upon hearing this news, the people in the rear garden were taken aback. Xiaolan and Conan, responsible for solving the case, grew increasingly tense. What a ridiculous joke. The kidnapper is clearly this old fool. Gu Dashin cursed as he snatched the phone from the maid, taking a deep breath to prepare for a display of his decades of experience in confrontations. "Dad, help me!" Jingzi, hearing the sobs on the other end of the line, Gu Dashin's rage evaporated instantly. That moment, a mature male voice came through. "So, you can confirm that this is your daughter's voice, right? Whatever you demand, I will pay. Just do not harm my daughter. I can offer you double." At that moment, Gu Dashin cared little for the circumstances. He only hoped to secure his daughter's safety through monetary means. As expected of a company president, straightforward in speech, prepare 5 million, cash in hand for her safe return. "Daddy, I'm in the school warehouse where I can see the chimney." "You little brat, be quiet." "Ugh, Jingzi! Jingzi! Hearing the commotion on the other end, Gu Dashin shouted hoarsely. However, the kidnapper callously hung up. How dare you have accomplices? Enraged, Gu Dashin hurled the phone away and seized the butler by the throat. Roaring. Poor Masao, being over 60, was unaccustomed to such treatment and could only hoarsely explain, "No, I have no accomplices. Everything was executed according to the young lady's plan." Conan interjected, "The butler is likely innocent. It seems the true kidnapper has now made their appearance." Xiaolan urged, "Mr. Gu, please release the butler. If this continues, he will not endure." Both Conan and Xiaolan stepped in to prevent Gu Dashin from inflicting further harm on the frail butler, in a state of utter confusion. Gu Dashin complied with their advice and released the butler, turning to Xiaolan with a face full of hope. "Detective Maori, my daughter said she is in the school warehouse where she can see the chimney. What should I do now? Should I call the police?" Well, faced with this barrage of questions, Xiaolan was at a loss for words. At that critical juncture, Conan calmly devised a plan. "Uncle, do not rush to call the police. We must avoid provoking the kidnapper into extreme actions. What you need to do now is re-establish contact with the kidnapper, finding ways to buy time to ensure the hostage's safety. Additionally, prepare a map of the surrounding area. The kidnapper must have abducted her from the Mihua Grand Hotel, and with a child in tow, he cannot have gone far. Therefore, we can use the Mihua Grand Hotel as a center for our search." Meticulously checking nearby schools one by one. After hearing Conan's comprehensive plan, Gu Dashin was astonished, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an ostrich egg inside. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young boy could possess wisdom and composure far beyond that of an adult. In comparison, he felt rather inadequate. "All right, I will prepare immediately." Quickly regaining his composure, Gu Dashin hurried home to execute a series of arrangements as per Conan's instructions. Before long, he had arranged for 5 vehicles to transport all available family members to the Mihua Grand Hotel, with Conan and Xiaolan naturally included among them. "Oh, divine spirits, please grant me a miracle. Ensure Jingzi's safety." Seated in the front passenger seat, Gu Dashin fervently prayed to various deities, hoping for a miracle. Observing his distress from the back seat, Xiaolan attempted to comfort him. "Mr. Gu, relax. Your daughter will surely be safe. Wouldn't you agree, Shinichi?" Turning to look, she noticed Conan resting his chin on his hand, gazing out the window at the swiftly passing scenery. As the vehicle passed a darkened building, a sudden realization struck Conan. "Stop!" The driver obediently slammed on the brakes, the sudden force causing the occupants to jolt forward. Xiaolan, clutching her head, inquired, "What is wrong?" Yet Conan did not respond. Instead, he leaped from the vehicle to examine the darkened building nearby. Gazing at the towering structure, resembling a black pillar against the horizon, Conan's glasses flashed with insight. "I see it now. I understand everything." Shinichi, Xiaolan, having also exited the vehicle, rushed to Conan's side. "I believe I know where the kidnapper and hostage are located. We must act swiftly." "All right, let's move." Grabbing Conan by the back of the collar, Xiaolan took a deep breath to gather her strength and asked, "Which way should we go?" "That way." "Okay." Following Conan's, Xiaolan accelerated and dashed forward, leaving Gu Dashin and the other servants in stunned silence. "Don't just stand there. Hurry and follow," the driver awkwardly remarked. "My lord, the sudden brake was too forceful. Now the car is broken." Gu Dashin exclaimed, "I curse your ancestors." Meanwhile, inside the school warehouse, a middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor toyed with a dagger. Occasionally peering through the door cracks at the outside world, in a corner of the warehouse, a little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, was bound and tossed aside, her bright eyes welling with tears, evoking deep sympathy. "Baka! So annoying! I'm bored." Without warning, the middle-aged man erupted into a fit of rage, flinging the dagger across the room while smashing everything within his line of sight. Ugh! The sight of the kidnapper sent him into a frenzy, causing Gu Jingzi, curled up in the corner, to tremble with fear. After all, she was merely a child who had just begun elementary school, completely unaccustomed to such dark and sinister scenes. Ultimately, after smashing everything within reach, the middle-aged man turned his chilling gaze towards Gu Jingzi in the corner. Soon the money would be in his hands, and she would be of no use. It seemed only fitting to send her on her way first. Ugh! Ugh! Upon hearing the kidnapper's words, Gu Jingzi shook her head in terror, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. Witnessing the girl's sheer terror, the middle-aged man felt an inexplicable rush of exhilaration. Akin to the high of a drug addict, do not be afraid. Little sister, I assure you, you will feel no pain. Soon, you shall witness the most formidable power in history. A.S.'s last words fell. He slowly raised his left hand. Bang! Who goes there? The sudden voice from behind caused the middle-aged man to swiftly turn around, only to find Xiaolon, one hand gripping Conan and the other clenched into a fist, charging towards him. With no opportunity to react, the middle-aged man was sent sprawling, crashing into the wall at the far end of the warehouse. After placing Conan on the ground, Xiaolon indignantly rebuked him. How dare you lay hands on a little girl? I'll contact my mother and have you prosecuted. Prepare to spend your life in prison. Conan jogged over to Gu Jingzi, and after tearing the tape from her mouth, he asked, You must be Gu Jingzi, right? We're the detective your father sent. Are you hurt? Gu Jingzi timidly shook her head. I'm fine. I just want to go home and find my father. Rest assured, we will take you home right away. That moment, Xiaolon stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Gu Jingzi, just as everything seemed to be falling into place for their departure. The previously launched middle-aged man slowly rose to his feet. None of you shall leave. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Conan and his companions, the man's pupils turned a ghastly gray, and terrifying patterns emerged on his face. With a swift motion, his body began to contort visibly, transforming him into a monstrous creature with a pufferfish head. Pufferfish Ophion. A monster. The sight of Ophion sent Gu Jingzi into a panic, causing her to scream and bury her face into Xiaolan's embrace. Trembling uncontrollably, seeing the middle-aged man morph into pufferfish Ophion, Xiaolan's expression darkened considerably. Yet, as this was not her first encounter with Ophion, she quickly regained her composure. Shinichi. Xiaolan turned to Conan, who was already securing his belt and activating the Fui's phone. 555 enter. I entrust the child to you, Xiaolon. Take her to a safe place. After giving her instructions, Conan stepped in front of Xiaolon and raised the Fui's phone high above his head. Transform. As the device clicked into the belt and sealed, crimson photon blood enveloped Conan's body, and in the next instant he transformed into Kamen Rider Fui's.ha. After shaking out his right hand to limber up, Conan launched himself at Pufferfish Ophion, the two engaging in a fierce melee on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaolon, despite her numerous concerns, had no choice but to temporarily leave the warehouse to ensure Gu Jingzi's safety. Bang! Bang! Roar! Conan, from a higher position, landed several successive punches on Pufferfish Ophion's face, delivering heavy blows. Ophion, however, endured the punishment and seized the opportunity to kick Conan in the back, knocking him off. You seek death? Pufferfish Ophion extended his arms, and in an instant, a trident materialized in his hands. Roar! With the weapon in hand, Ophion's confidence surged as he charged at the newly risen Conan. Sensing the impending danger, Conan performed a tactical roll to evade. Precisely what Ophion had anticipated, Ophion's attacks became increasingly ferocious, leaving Conan no chance to regain his footing. This is infuriating. I'm being overwhelmed. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Conan gritted his teeth and made a decision. This time, when Ophion thrust the trident towards him, Conan did not evade as before. Instead, at the last moment, he turned slightly to the side, trapping the front half of the trident under his left arm. Ugh! Seeing this, Ophion instinctively attempted to retract the trident. However, Conan would not let such a hard-won opportunity slip away. Gripping the front half of the trident tightly, Conan and Ophion entered a fierce tug-of-war. As Ophion summoned all his might to reclaim his weapon, Conan suddenly released his grip, and the force of inertia sent Ophion stumbling backward. Opportunity. Conan charged forward, closing in on Ophion, and with a sweeping punch, he struck with all his might. Bang! Ugh! A solid hit to the side of Ophion's head left him seeing stars, loosening his grip on the trident. Disarm your weapon. This was the moment Conan had been waiting for. He seized the trident from Ophion and countered with a flurry of swift strikes. Crack! Zing! Whoosh! Lacking any formal training in trident techniques, Conan resorted to brute force, delivering powerful blows akin to his sweeping punches. Eventually, he thrust the trident into Ophion's abdomen, sending the creature flying. It's time to end this. Tossing the trident aside, Conan flexed his right hand to shake off the strain and quickly dashed towards Ophion. Roar! At that moment, Ophion was just regaining his footing when he saw Kamen Rider Fui's charging at him. In a panic, Ophion crossed his arms in front of him, and in the next moment, his legs transformed into a fishtail, lifting him off the ground. Swimming form. This could be loosely interpreted as a mermaid. Is there anyone captivated by this? Whoosh! With no delay, Ophion shot forward like a meteor, launching a direct assault on Conan, his speed so rapid that he left afterimages in his wake. Bang! Ugh! With no room to evade, Conan was struck by the high-speed Ophion, crashing through the warehouse and landing outside, leaving a large hole in the wall. That hurts! Conan clutched his chest where he had been hit, struggling to sit up. Although he had armor for protection, he still felt a painful dislocation in his organs. Shinichi, are you all right? At that moment, Xiaolan rushed over to support Conan. Worry etched across her face. Are you okay, Shinichi? I just saw you fly out. To alleviate Xiaolan's concerns, Conan feigned nonchalance, stretching his muscles. I am fine. I just wanted to experience the joy of free fly and need to worry about me. Duppy, by the way. Where's that child now? I'm right here. Suddenly, Conan felt a gentle touch against his back. Turning around, he saw Gu Jingzi hiding behind him, her gaze filled with concern. Seeing this, Conan reached out to gently pat Gu Jingzi's head, his tone soothing as he reassured her, do not fear. I will ensure you return safely to your father. Jingzi nodded obediently. Whoosh! Just as the atmosphere turned warm and cheerful, the reckless pufferfish Ophion charged once more to be careful. Fortunately, Conan remained vigilant. The moment he heard an unusual noise, he promptly tackled both Ran and the little girl, Kaguro, to the ground, using his own body as a shield to protect them. Duong, Ran and little Kaguro merely sensed a shadow flash before their eyes. In the next moment, a deafening crash echoed through the air. The trio looked up to see a classroom, now reduced to rubble by the impact of the piranha fish, Ophaner. It was conservatively estimated that it would take at least a month to repair. It appeared that several students would have to either start their vacation early or delay their return to school. How infuriating! I shall show you a thing or two. Conan swiftly regained his footing. Detaching the Fui's driver from his belt, simultaneously extracting the command memory from the Fui's phone and inserting it into the driver. Ready. Upon hearing the prompt, Conan followed the steps recorded in his memory. Affixing the Fui's driver to his right leg, then activating the Fui's phone at his waist and pressing the enter key. Exceed charge. As photonic energy surged into his right leg, Conan felt an immense power coursing through him. At that moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to unleash this newfound strength. Slightly bending his knees to gather energy, Conan fixed his gaze on the nearby pile of debris, waiting for the piranha fish, Ophaner, to make its appearance so he could deliver a decisive blow. Whoosh! Just as the tension in the atmosphere reached its peak, the buried piranha fish, Ophaner, could no longer contain itself and initiated its attack. Sealing its own fate. Following Ophaner's charge, Conan leapt into the air, spinning gracefully, while the Fui's driver on his right leg emitted a red conical beam. Locking onto Ophaner, he swiftly adjusted his posture into a flying kick stance, the sole of his right foot glowing with a brilliant red light. Boom! In a fleeting clash, Conan pierced through the body of Ophaner. Its form ignited in azure flames, revealing a red-shaped emblem. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail, Ophaner's body disintegrated into dust at a visible speed. Shortly thereafter, a gust of wind swept through, carrying away the scattered dust without leaving a trace. Wonderful! We have finally triumphed. Upon witnessing their hard-won victory, Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when she inadvertently caught sight of Kaguro beside her, her expression grew somewhat complicated, and her gaze turned pleadingly towards Conan, who had transformed into Fui's not too far away. At that moment, Conan happened to turn around, and upon locking eyes with Ran, he instantly understood her concerns. He promptly stepped forward to stand before Kaguro. Hello, gazing up at the towering figure of Fui's. In recalling how he had effortlessly reduced Ophaner to ash, the 8-year-old Kaguro was understandably taken aback, observing Kaguro's eyes, which resembled those of a frightened little creature. Conan wordlessly retrieved the Fui's phone from his belt and pressed the button to deactivate his transformation. As his form flickered with a crimson light, Conan revealed his true identity. Oh. Kagoro's astonishment was palpable upon discovering that the imposing knight was, in fact, a boy who seemed similar in age to her. Just as she was about to ask something, Conan smiled and gestured for silence. Shoo, I know you have many questions right now, but for your safety and that of your family, please refrain from asking anything and pretend that nothing happened. All right, after all, if too many people find out, it could lead to even more terrifying events than today. It must be said that Conan's tactic proved quite effective. Upon hearing his words, Kagoro's imminent questions were abruptly silenced. And after a moment, she gently nodded that I understand that I will keep what happened a secret. Excellent. Thank you very much. Having effortlessly resolved the situation, Conan flashed a self-satisfied smile at Ran, who returned the gesture with a gentle, approving gaze. At that moment, Kagoro cautiously asked Conan, "May I know your name? I promise I won't tell anyone." Well, Conan appeared somewhat hesitant. Just as he debated whether to acquiesce, Ran subtly nodded her head in that instant. Conan made a decision. I am Edogawa Conan, a detective. With his hands in his pockets, Conan struck a pose, exuding charm as he introduced himself to little Kagoro, observing the newfound confidence and maturity radiating from Conan. Kagoro's lingering fear vanished entirely, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You're so handsome. I really like you." In the next moment, little Kagoro threw her arms around Conan, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his. "Are children today this enthusiastic?" Conan silently lamented Kagoro's fervor as he discreetly extricated himself from her embrace. "All right, it's getting late. We should escort you home. Well, Kagoro suddenly blushed, lowering her head. After a moment of hesitation, she uttered a shocking proposal. "Conan, would you like to be Kagoro's groom in the future? I can ask my daddy to give you all his money." Clang. As Conan took a step forward, he nearly stumbled upon hearing her words. Cold sweat pouring down his brow. Are kids really that precocious these days? I can't fathom their thought processes at all. Kagoro, such topics are still too advanced for you, Conan thought, realizing that he too was just a child. At that critical moment, Ran intervened, swiftly scooping up Kagoro and smiling at Conan. Tea is getting late. We should head back, right, Conan? When she said his name, it was evident that Ran was gritting her teeth. Clearly feeling a pang of jealousy, Conan quickly assumed a childlike demeanor, playing along with Ran's words that, I'm suddenly so sleepy. Sister Ran, let's hurry home, that if we stay up too late, we might miss the morning's Kamen Rider special. Subsequently, Conan and Ran safely returned little Kagoro to her father, Goemon. When asked why she had orchestrated the kidnapping with the butler, Kagoro's explanation was nothing short of comical. Because my daddy has been busy with work. I haven't spent time with him in ages, so I asked Grandpa Masao to pretend it was a kidnapping. That I'm sorry, Kagoro, that I realize my mistakes now. Without hesitation, Goemon ordered his company to shut down for 3 months, granting all employees a paid leave for the same duration, allowing them to do as they pleased. Goemon, not content with this, promptly purchased first-class tickets for his family and their staff to vacation in Europe, covering all expenses himself. Given how considerate he was to his employees, it was needless to say how generously he would reward those who had saved his daughter's life. Ran and Conan received an irresistible sum as compensation. While counting their reward in the taxi home, Ran's worldview was profoundly shaken. My goodness. Mr. Goemon is exceedingly generous. This compensation will cover the office's 6 months of losses and even leave us with a surplus. It's all thanks to you, Shinichi. Overjoyed, Ran shared the good news with Conan, only to find that the young boy had fallen asleep, clutching the bag containing the Fui's driver tightly. Seeing this, Ran couldn't help but smile helplessly. Oh dear, it seems you've exhausted yourself today. Rest well. Draping her coat over Conan, she gazed tenderly at his slightly fatigued visage, feeling a surge of emotions. Just yesterday, this young boy had been the renowned high school detective, Shinichi Kudo. Now, he appeared as an unassuming, yet handsome, elementary school student. Moreover, he received a belt capable of transformation and engaged in combat with Ofi Inua, even fighting twice in a single day. Xiaolan pondered introspectively, questioning whether she could maintain her composure like Conan if such extraordinary events were to transpire in her own life. Well done, Shinichi. Take this opportunity to rest properly. Gently embracing Conan, she provided the young boy with a soft pillow. Silently watching him drift into a deep slumber, a tender smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Just as tranquility enveloped the scene, a black Porsche slowly rolled into the elementary school. The moment the Porsche came to a halt, two tall men clad in black attire and hats emerged from the vehicle. Their battle-worn appearance was striking. Such taste in a modern elementary school, with a decisive slam of the car door. Vodka strolled around, surveying the surroundings, ultimately halting at the spot where Ofi Inua had turned to ash. Crouching down, Vodka scrutinized the remnants of white ash on the ground, then reached down to taste it, savoring the flavor. It's unmistakably Ofi Inua, a rare original specimen. What a pity. After a moment of shaking his head in disappointment, Vodka approached Jin to report. Brother, how shall we handle this? Clearly, it is the unnatural death of an original Ofi Inua. Jin, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed downward as he continued to smoke. Once he finished the entire cigarette, he casually slipped his hands into his coat pockets and, without a backward glance, took his seat in the passenger side. There's no need to concern ourselves. If he could be killed, it merely indicates his evolution was insufficient, that I lack the inclination to expend energy on this matter. Vodka nodded foolishly. Brother makes a valid point. There is indeed no necessity to care about the life or death of such trash drive. Brother, what is it? Jin cast a sidelong glance at Vodka, who wore a silly grin. Brother, I finally have the chance to return to elementary school. I wish to accomplish something to make up for my childhood regrets. So could you grant me a little time? Facing the earnest request of his loyal subordinate, Jin did not respond immediately, instead extracting another cigarette and lighting it. Make haste while I finish this cigarette. Thank you, brother. Vodka exclaimed excitedly, removing his sunglasses, revealing the unique patterns of Ofi Inua on his face, allowing Vodka some freedom. Jin retrieved a black mobile phone from the glove compartment of the passenger seat, input a series of numbers, and held it to his ear. Tequila, you may take action these next few days. Go to Paradise and retrieve the items we arranged for tomorrow morning's report. Due to unknown reasons, Shuangqiao Elementary School has experienced a significant collapse, and all students will have their school year postponed by 3 months. Please utilize this time to catch up on your assignments. Everyone, please write Vodka is a great person on the public screen. Meanwhile, at Titan Elementary School, my name is Edogawa Conan. I look forward to your kind attention. Conan stood at the podium, smiling as he introduced himself, though internally he couldn't help but grumble. Damn Xiaolan, she didn't even give me a heads up before sending me back to elementary school. All under the pretense of helping me conceal my identity. How outrageous. Teacher Kobayashi wrote Conan's full name on the blackboard and addressed the class. All right, everyone, starting today, Edogawa-kun will be one of us. Please give him a warm welcome. Clap, clap, clap. The first grader sentiments toward a transfer student were quite simple. They merely perceived it as gaining another playmate, especially since Conan was both adorable and charming. Thus, the applause from the girls was particularly resounding. All right, Edogawa-kun, please choose a seat you like. Class will begin shortly. Okay. Conan, shouldering his small backpack, walked towards the seats below, deliberately ignoring the vacant front row spot, opting instead to head towards the back. After all, he was not truly a primary school student. Rather than enduring the tedium of the lessons, he preferred to find a spot to slack off. Conan-kun, may I sit next to you? A cheerful voice rang in his ears, and turning to follow the sound, he saw a little girl in a pink princess dress gazing at him expectantly. Observing the situation around her, Conan noticed that 2 tall boys, one fat and one thin, sat directly in front of her, forming a perfect firewall that met his requirements. Sure, Conan readily agreed, sitting next to the girl, placing his backpack down, and retrieving the special children's stationery that Xiaolan had prepared for him. The moment the girl realized Conan had truly taken a seat beside her, her cheeks flushed and she softly introduced herself. My name is Yoshida Yumi. I hope we can get along well, Conan-kun. Conan gently nodded likewise. All right, everyone, it's time for class. Stand. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, class. Please be seated. With teacher Kobayashi's announcement, all the students rose in unison to greet her. And then she picked up a piece of chalk to begin the lesson. Naturally, Conan had no intention of paying attention to such elementary school subjects, resting his chin on his hand as he absently opened the textbook. He then discreetly retrieved the Fui's manual from beneath the desk and began to flip through it. Conan, you need to focus during class. Noticing Conan's inattentiveness, Ayumi gently poked his arm as a reminder, leaning closer to see what her desk mate was reading, only to find the contents of the Fui's manual were utterly incomprehensible to a first grader, so much so that after merely glancing at it, Ayumi began to doubt her own intellectual capabilities. I could see that moment. The two boys in front turned their heads in unison upon hearing the commotion and began to admonish Conan softly. Conan, you should pay attention in class. How can you daydream? Exactly. If my mom found out I wasn't paying attention, I'd be banned from eating eel rice for a month. Why are kids nowadays so enthusiastic? When I was in elementary school, we all kept to ourselves. Conan mused internally. Reflecting on the fervent nature of today's students, he quickly returned the Fui's manual to his backpack and clasped his hands, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry. I'll pay attention from now on. That's more like it. We will be keeping an eye on you. You must keep your word. That's what it means to be a man. Satisfied with Conan's apologetic demeanor, the two boys turned back to focus on the lesson. To avoid further unnecessary trouble, Conan resigned himself to endure the elementary school curriculum, nearly dozing off 5 times within a short span of 40 minutes, each time startling awake due to Ayumi's nudges. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, class concluded, ushering in a precious 10-minute break. Conan rested his head on the desk, his eyes half closed. Goodness, why do I feel so exhausted? I distinctly remember elementary school being so carefree. Struggling to lift his head, he glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 9:15, with dismissal scheduled for 3:30 in the afternoon. Conan, lighten the load. Reduce class time. He internally screamed in agony. Of course, the day was not entirely fruitless. At least Conan had made a few friends. His desk mate Ayumi and the boys in front, Jinta and Hayoma, were all able to converse quite comfortably. The reason Conan connected with the three was that he discovered they all shared a profound interest in deduction. Thus, at Jinta's suggestion, just 3 minutes before class commenced, the Young Detective Corps was officially formed, with Conan being forcibly included by the trio. Once again, Conan found himself speechless. Although it was not by choice, having 3 friends with whom he could converse was not a bad outcome. Yet this so-called Young Detective Corps was destined to consist of only 3 members. After enduring several hours of torment, Conan finally experienced the sweet relief of dismissal. The ringing of the school bell sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Goodbye. I'm leaving first, without the slightest hesitation. Conan sprinted out of the classroom, the first to break free. Finally escaping, he leaned against the entrance of the elementary school, panting heavily, his mouth murmuring in a tone reminiscent of complaint. So, how does it feel to be back at elementary school on your first day? Shinichi, Ran. Conan turned to see Ran had unexpectedly appeared beside him, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she regarded his disheveled state. Unable to suppress his grievances, Conan lamented, Ran, you have truly put me in a dreadful predicament. Why must you insist on my return to elementary school? Do you have any idea how torturous my day has been? How can this be considered torment? At your age, Conan, attending elementary school is the norm. Hey. Gazing at Ran's teasing expression, Conan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he sensed he might have been taken advantage of by Ran. Without granting Conan a moment to retaliate, Ran suddenly produced a bag of raw pork from her backpack. Tonight, we are having hamburger patties. Consider it a reward for you, Shinichi. How does that sound? At the prospect of Ran's arrangement, a slight smile crept onto Conan's face as he replied, I want 2 bowls to deal. In swift agreement, Conan and Ran clasped hands and set off toward the Muri Detective Agency. At a glance, they appeared no different from other parents retrieving their children. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the hidden meaning in the furtive glances exchanged between the tall and the small. Yawn? Ran, is dinner not ready yet? I'm nearly starving. Kagoro, weak and slumped over his desk, had just emerged from the hospital and was desperately in need of proper sustenance to regain his strength. What? Is a remarkably handsome lawyer Hayu, Kagoro, missing? The reason is quite simple. Kagoro had succumbed to his old habits, flirting with the pretty nurse while processing his discharge. His playful remarks had left Hayu furious, turning her face green with anger. Consequently, on their way home, Hayu had abruptly kicked Kagoro out of the car halfway, through the journey, driving off without a backward glance. Poor Kagoro, who had forgotten his wallet, had to endure a 5-kilometer walk back, resulting in his current pitiful state. Here it comes, fresh and fragrant hamburger patties, exuding the charm of a devoted wife. Ran emerged from the kitchen carrying a large pot of steaming hamburger patties. Meanwhile, Conan, juggling a plate, a rice bowl, and chopsticks, made his entrance, upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma wafting from the pot. Kagoro instantly felt rejuvenated and hastily settled onto the sofa, rubbing his hands together in anticipation that it smells divine. Finally, I can eat something normal. The Hayu's cooking is nothing short of poison. Here you go, Dad. Eat slowly. Thank you, Ran. Kagoro took the bowl filled with rice from Ran's hands and began to devour it ravenously, mumbling as he ate, "Delicious. Truly, it is too delicious," seeing her father display such gluttony in front of her childhood friend. Ran couldn't help but scold him. "Dad, must you eat like a savage? Surely, our family has not fallen to such depths." Kagoro swallowed his mouthful and replied, "Ran, you are still a child and do not comprehend many things. Elegance cannot fill one's stomach. In this society, people have become nearly indistinguishable from animals. Have you ever seen a tiger or a wolf savoring their food delicately? If one eats too slowly, they will remain perpetually hungry." Having spoken, Kagoro resumed his meal. Yet, it was hardly 3 seconds before he presented his empty bowl to Ran with a foolish grin. "Heh, thank you for your hard work," Ran sighed. Ran shook her head helplessly. Taking the empty bowl to serve more rice, Ran filled the bowl. Kagoro suddenly mused, "Oh my, I never expected my precious daughter to possess a talent for detective work, solving a kidnapping case in the blink of an eye. Truly, one generation surpasses the last. By the way," Kagoro clapped his hands excitedly and turned to Ran, "why not inherit my detective agency? That way, I, the illustrious Kaguro Muri, can die a happy man. Everyone will regard me with admiration, saying I'm the father of the famous detective Muri." Ran. Crash. "I refuse." Ran slammed her bowl on the table, the sound startling both Conan and Kagoro. "I detest being a detective. Whenever a case arises, you rush off without a thought for anyone else, fixated solely on becoming some sort of Sherlock Holmes. Such individuals are the worst." Complaining as if to vent her frustrations, Ran handed her bowl to Kagoro. "Thank you." Kagoro, trembling, accepted the bowl and returned to his meal. But this time, he chewed slowly. If Kagoro was startled by Ran's sudden shift in mood, Conan was too afraid to lift his gaze, for he knew that when Ran uttered those words, her eyes were fixed on him. The atmosphere in the agency felt palpably tense as Conan and Kagoro exchanged discreet glances, both at a loss for how to placate Ran's fury, just as they were beginning to sweat in silence. The savior appeared. "Yay, Ran, why didn't you wait for me after school? What's the rush?" The agency's door swung open, revealing a spirited high school girl clad in the uniform of Tiden High. It was none other than the renowned daughter of the Suzuki family, the second daughter, Suzuki Sonoko. "Sonoko, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Sonoko's unexpected arrival, Ran jumped up in surprise, while Sonoko, ever familiar, approached Ran with a teasing smile. Gently nudging her with her elbow. "Of course. I had to come. You seemed so distracted during class today. Could it be that Shinichi confessed to you?" At her words, a blush crept onto Ran's cheeks. "No way. Sonoko, please don't say such things." "Ah, but you're blushing. You're clearly giving yourself away." As Sonoko teased Ran, she casually surveyed the agency, and when her gaze inadvertently landed on Conan, her smile froze. She crouched down beside him. "Oh no. I hope this nosy girl doesn't uncover anything." That Conan's heart raced as he buried his face in his bowl, pretending to be engrossed in his meal. However, for Sonoko, that was hardly a challenge. "Tickle, tickle." Sonoko suddenly reached out and tickled Conan under his arms, catching him off guard and prompting a laugh to escape his lips, which caused him to lift his face from the bowl. Seizing the moment, Sonoko gently grasped Conan's chin and turned his face toward her. After scrutinizing Conan's features, Sonoko suddenly snatched off his glasses, revealing his true identity. "Oh my. Ran, when did you and Shinichi have a child?" Such significant news, and I was completely unaware. Spit. Kagoro, engrossed in his meal, spewed his food onto the ceiling, then glared furiously at Sonoko. "What nonsense are you spouting? This child is merely a relative of that detective Shinichi Kudo. He has no connection to my Ran whatsoever. Sonoko raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Relative? But he looks just like him. Without delay, Sonoko pulled out her phone, quickly locating a photo from their kindergarten class, where young Shinichi stood prominently in the center. Young man, you had better tell the truth. I asked your father really Shinichi Kudo. Sister Xiaolan. Save me. After all, UNZ can be considered as a childhood friend, so Conan possesses a certain understanding of her character. At this moment, he knows that further explanations would only complicate matters, thus, he swiftly took advantage of his childlike status and dashed behind Xiaolan. Peeking out pitifully, Conan, in a babyish tone, asked Sister Xiaolan, who exactly is this strange aunt? Can we call the police and tell them about her? I'm 17 this year. You little brat are simply blind. UNZ immediately flared up upon hearing this, and ethereal flames seemed to flicker behind her. Wah! How terrifying. Seeing this, Xiaolan hurriedly intervened, skillfully mediating the dispute. All right, you two stop arguing. UNZ, don't be angry with Conan. He's just a child who knows nothing. While mediating, Xiaolan couldn't help but reminisce about the past when Shinichi and UNZ used to bicker. From kindergarten all the way to high school. Unexpectedly, even now that Shinichi has transformed into Conan, the two can still quarrel. They truly are a pair of feuding yet affectionate adversaries, under Xiaolan's continuous soothing. UNZ's emotions gradually calmed, though she scratched her head in confusion. How strange. Why am I getting worked up over a little brat? Putting the matter aside for the moment, UNZ, like a magician, pulled several invitation tickets from her pocket. Ding ding, Xiaolan, have you heard of the Manton Paradise Gaming Software Company? I heard they are about to launch international operations. Therefore, tomorrow they will hold a special reception, with the Suzuki Group as the largest shareholder. I've managed to get quite a few invitation tickets, so how about we go and take a look together? Upon hearing this, Xiaolan was immediately thrilled and expressed her gratitude. Really? Thank you so much. UNZ, no need to thank me. We're like family. There's no need for unnecessary politeness. With a beaming smile, UNZ turned to the slightly tipsy Kagoro and invited, Uncle, would you like to join us? I hear there will be many unreleased gaming software on display. Perfect for broadening our horizons that I won't go. Software games are utterly boring. Only children like you would be interested. I'd rather stay home and enjoy a few more drinks. Kagoro flatly declined UNZ's proposal, then downed his beer in one go before leisurely pouring himself another glass. However, a single rejection did not dampen UNZ's determination. She had at least 9 strategies to deal with Kagoro. Nonchalantly, she remarked, By the way, I heard that many celebrities will also attend this special reception. Perhaps the famous star Yoshiko Kashino will be there. Not to mention renowned singer Mai Kuraki and Izumi Itai might also make an appearance. Since you don't want to go, I must insist. I'm truly passionate about gaming software, and this is a rare opportunity. So please, let me have Maiko Kagoro accompany us. Her forwardness and humility were perfectly suited for Kagoro at that moment. Now, he had completely shed his earlier disdain, replaced by genuine sincerity and respect, embodying the spirit of someone who would die for a friend. UNZ clapped her hands in delight. All right, it's settled then. By the way, can I bring Conan along? After all, if both my dad and I go, there will be no one left at home but Conan. About that, Xiaolan said, pulling Conan from behind and making her request. UNZ leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, and scrutinized Conan closely. Little brat, by the way, I don't think I've asked your name yet. Conan, feeling a bit pressured, replied, I am Edogawa Conan, and I am 7 years old. UNZ nodded lightly, then suddenly grinned mischievously. If you call me UNZ's sister, I will take you to Manton Paradise to play games tomorrow. How about that? Conan initially wanted to refuse, but Xiaolan kept giving him pleading looks, leaving him no choice but to lower his head. UNZ's sister, he shouted with all his might, and UNZ's face instantly lit up with joy. Great. You're full of spirit. Sister will take you to Manton Paradise tomorrow for an unforgettable gaming experience. Just tell me what you want, I'll cover it. Galugulu. Just as UNZ was ecstatic, her stomach unexpectedly growled, producing a symphony of hunger. Oh no, I'm hungry. She sat down, holding her stomach, then glanced at the clock on the wall showing 5 o'clock. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and made a call. Housekeeper, please cancel tonight's French dinner. I will be dining at a friend's house. After giving her instructions, she hung up the phone and sincerely clasped her hands together. Pleading, Xiaolan, could you treat me to a meal? I didn't eat enough at lunch, and I'm starving. Wait a moment, I'll get you some rice right away. Xiaolan dashed into the kitchen to fetch a bowl, ready to treat Yuanzi well, while Conan silently rolled his eyes, internally critiquing, Hey Yuanzi, what on earth is going through your mind? Why forego a splendid French meal to come over to a classmate's house for a simple meal? Despite his internal grumbling, Conan actually held a fondness for this aspect of Yuanzi. After all, she had the entire Suzuki group backing her, and even government leaders had to show some respect to this young lady. However, Yuanzi had none of the haughty traits typical of wealthy heirs. She always treated everyone around her with utmost sincerity and had never used her family's influence to oppress anyone. It is precisely for this reason that Xiaolan and Yuanzi have remained close friends since their kindergarten days in the Cherry Blossom class, all the way to high school, sharing everything without reservation, though there may be occasional bumps along the way. They are hardly worth mentioning. Outside the Manton Paradise Company building, an organization member named Tequila was on the phone, finalizing communications. Prepare everything tomorrow and place it in the briefcase, then find an opportunity to hand over the number plate to me. As for the payment, it will all be delivered in full, provided you can get the job done. After coldly delivering a warning, Tequila shoved the phone into his pocket, letting out a dissatisfied snort. Oomph, that despicable Jin, making me handle such trivial matters. Point one day, I will pull you down from that position. Staring at the ceiling, Conan realized a fact. He was suffering from insomnia, and the reason was quite simple. He was not alone. His gaze slowly shifted to Xiaolan's silhouette beside him, and he felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Yesterday, he had fallen asleep in the car due to exhaustion, completely unaware of what transpired afterward. But now it was different. His mind was in a state of heightened awareness. Will make matters worse. Xiaolan carried a faint fragrance reminiscent of a fresh shower. It was not the scent of body wash, but rather a refreshing aroma of nature. I'm sorry, Shinichi. I shouldn't have said that. Taken aback by Xiaolan's sudden apology, Conan took a moment to remember what she had said during dinner. Without giving it much thought, he immediately replied, It's all right, Xiaolan. Everyone has their own preferences. That's perfectly normal, so there's no need for you to apologize. Upon hearing Conan's comforting words, Xiaolan curled up slightly within her blanket and said softly, Shinichi, you still don't understand my point. I don't have a prejudice against the detective profession. I just don't want you to become a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Conan asked in confusion. Why not? After a moment's hesitation, Xiaolan sat up and explained with a complex expression. I don't understand how detectives solve cases, but I once read in literature class that the author originally intended for the story's conclusion to end with Holmes and Professor Moriarty falling off a cliff together, both meeting their demise. It was only due to external pressures that the author continued to write about the returning Holmes. I am aware of that, but what does that prove? Seeing that Conan still did not grasp her meaning, Xiaolan's expression grew weary, and she resolutely said, Shinichi, have you ever considered that Holmes is a fictional character? If he encounters danger, his readers can find the author to seek a solution. However, Shinichi, you are a living being, and if you were to face life-threatening danger, I truly would not know how to assist you to this juncture. Xiaolan's head could barely be lifted, her expression fraught with inner turmoil. To Xiaolan's utter astonishment, Conan erupted into hearty laughter, even shedding tears of mirth, entirely devoid of gloom or displeasure. Xiaolan, you are simply adorable. I never imagined that this is what you were worried about, gently wiping away the tears of laughter from his eyes. Conan smiled and explained, Xiaolan, a detective is akin to a shark. Once it senses the scent of blood from its prey, it will pounce and not relent until the truth is unveiled. Furthermore, I possess a treasure that even Sherlock Holmes lacked. No sooner had he spoken than Conan sprang from the bed, opened his backpack beside him, revealing the fouet's belt contained within. Yet despite this, Xiaolan's countenance remained troubled. But even so, Conan interrupted her. There's still you. Xiaolan, you possess combat prowess far surpassing that of Dr. Watson, so you will certainly be able to protect me, right? Surprised by Conan's words, Xiaolan's fair face flushed a vibrant red as she stepped down from the bed and gently embraced him. Thank you, Conan, but... Noticing Xiaolan's sudden hesitation, Conan curiously lifted his head, only to feel her arms suddenly apply force. With a mischievous smile, Xiaolan quipped, "But Shinichi, what do you mean when you say I have combat capabilities that far exceed Dr. Watson? Are you implying that I am a tomboy?" Conan's eyes widened in alarm, and no, I absolutely did not mean that. No more talk. Here comes my attack. Yame Tian, someone is abusing children. Save the children. That night, the anguished cries of little Conan reverberated through the skies. The following noon, outside the Mingtian Company building, guests who received invitations queued to enter, with Conan and his companions naturally among them. I can hardly believe so many people would attend. I'm feeling a bit anxious, Xiaolan remarked, gazing at the glittering dignitaries, her heart fluttering with trepidation, especially since the dress she wore was one that Kaguro Murie's wife had donned in her youth. As Xiaolan's heart raced. Sonoko placed her hand on Xiaolan's shoulder and, with an unconcerned wave, reassured her, "There's no need to be nervous, Xiaolan. Those superficial things are merely for show and lacking substance. It's the inner qualities that truly matter." As she spoke, Sonoko deliberately patted her casually purchased, discounted outfit, aiming to alleviate Xiaolan's psychological burden. If Sonoko was so relaxed, Conan and Kaguro were even less concerned, both clad in their usual blue suits, resembling a father-son duo at first glance. After a period of waiting, Conan and his group finally successfully entered the reception venue. "Wow, Xiaolan, look, this is the latest large-scale gaming machine developed by Mingtian Games. I hear it hasn't even been released to the market yet," Sonoko exclaimed, dragging Xiaolan to a shooting game setup, eagerly handing her a laser gun. "Come on, Xiaolan, let us set a record." "All right," with the game prompts initiated. Xiaolan and Sonoko embarked on a ferocious gaming spree, but ultimately, they failed to clear even the first level, suffering a dismal defeat as a duo of high school girls. "This difficulty is utterly unreasonable," Sonoko exclaimed, jumping in frustration that it's impossible to get past. Xiaolan quickly soothed her. "Sonoko, please calm down. Don't be upset, all right? Let me try," Kaguro suddenly interjected, stepping forward to take the laser gun from Xiaolan and Sonoko. Pressing the start button. When the first enemy appeared on the game screen, Kaguro's gaze sharpened instantly. With a flurry of skillful maneuvers, the enemies displayed on the screen were swiftly eliminated without a moment's reprieve. And Kaguro did not merely suppress them with firepower. He ensured that each shot was a precise takedown. My goodness, I never imagined the uncle would be this formidable. He certainly doesn't look it. Xiaolan and Sonoko gasped in astonishment, while even the seasoned Conan was left speechless, unable to fathom that this seemingly unkempt, middle-aged man possessed such prowess. Under the watchful eyes of Conan and the others, Kaguro effortlessly reached the final stage, where the screen displayed a bandit holding a female hostage, using her as a human shield. Upon witnessing this, Kaguro's pupils narrowed sharply, and even his hands trembled slightly around the guns. However, he quickly regained his composure, steadying one gun to aim. Bang! Kaguro shot the hostage in the shoulder, and the game screen promptly displayed a prominent English phrase. "Humph, a game is merely a game." Casually tossing aside the laser gun, Kaguro feigned nonchalance as he walked away. Seeing this, Xiaolan hurriedly called out, "Dad, where are you going?" "What else can I say? I'm just going to check if Miss Yoko has arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time here," Kaguro replied without looking back, striding toward the bustling hall. Watching her father's retreating figure, Xiaolan felt a vague sense of unease, though she could not pinpoint what was amiss in contrast to the perceptive Xiaolan. The boisterous Sonoko noticed nothing unusual. "Wow, I didn't expect the uncle to be so concealed in talent. He has such skill. But speaking of which, Xiaolan, don't you feel a bit thirsty?" Xiaolan gently nodded. "Indeed, I'm a bit thirsty." Conan immediately volunteered. "Then I'll go buy some drinks, Xiaolan." "What would you like?" Sonoko, hands on her hips, replied nonchalantly. "Anything will do. Just handle it as you see fit, and I'll reimburse you afterward." "All right." After receiving his orders, Conan hurriedly left the gaming area in search of a vending machine. However, the adults around him were so tall that he could hardly spot one, just as Conan was about to be swallowed by the crowd. A hand suddenly pulled him out from the throngs. Before he could comprehend what had occurred, he found himself looking at a young male attendant who smiled down at him. "I'm sorry, little brother. I noticed you seemed to be in trouble, so I pulled you out. No problem." "Thank you, big brother," Conan replied politely, Then with an innocent smile inquired, "Could you tell me where the vending machine is? I can't seem to find it anywhere. Oh, just walk straight ahead for about 30 meters, then take a left, and you'll see it. By the way, little brother, would you care to try this special tequila?" After enthusiastically answering Conan's question, the attendant picked up a tall glass filled with a rich yellow tequila from a nearby tray. Conan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, no thank you, big brother. I'm just a little kid that if my mom found out, she would surely spank me. Goodbye." After waving goodbye, Conan turned to leave. "What a pity. This drink was specially prepared for you, my dear Silver Bullet." Upon hearing this, Conan froze, a deep wariness flashing in his eyes. The voice of the attendant was eerily reminiscent of the mysterious woman who had fed him drugs just days prior. "Who are you?" Conan took a deep breath to calm himself, gradually turning to face the attendant. There he found the man still smiling and gazing at him. The two, one large and one small, stared at each other, the bustling crowd around them failing to disturb their intense focus. After a tense moment, the attendant lifted the tray with the tequila and took a delicate sip, closing his eyes to savor the flavor. This 2.5-year-old tequila tastes quite good, but if it were over 4 years old, the flavor would diminish significantly. Answer me. Who are you? Seeing that the other party completely disregarded him, Conan's voice suddenly rose several decibels. The waiter then gently shook his index finger. "Tsk, my dear. Do not be too hasty. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I will not harm you. That it is not yet time for you to know my identity." A cold smile curled at the corners of Conan's mouth. "Humph. Turning me into a child, does that mean you haven't harmed me?" Noticing Conan's irritation, the waiter's lips curled into a slight smirk. "What does it matter? Are you dissatisfied with my method of administering medicine?" Like a slideshow, Conan's mind instantly recalled that mesmerizing kiss from before, causing his youthful face to flush a deep crimson. The waiter, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle. You actually blushed. How adorable. Could that have been your first kiss? I must say, I am truly honored." Conan threatened with a mock ferocity. "Don't change the subject. Quickly answer me. What is your true intention? Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." While issuing his threat, Conan shifted his backpack to his front and unzipped it to reveal the Fui's belt inside. The waiter, upon seeing this, cautioned, "No, my dear Silver Bullet, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not display power in crowded places. Otherwise, it won't just be you. Everyone associated with you will be drawn into this turmoil. What do you actually want?" Conan could not help but feel exasperated, feeling like a monkey trapped in a zoo, at the mercy of the enigmatic woman masquerading as a waiter. "Why, little darling, do not be angry. Look behind you." Although puzzled, Conan turned to follow the direction of the mysterious woman's finger and saw a tall man in a black suit standing at the counter. "Guest number 98. Here is your briefcase." The man coldly accepted the briefcase from the staff and turned to leave without a backward glance. Yet for some reason, Conan felt an unsettling aura emanating from this tall man, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Just as Conan pondered this, he suddenly felt a warm breath near his ear, followed by 2 hands resting on his shoulders. "My dear Silver Bullet, be cautious of individuals like him. That kind of alcohol is exceedingly dangerous, and one slip could lead you into a bottomless abyss." After hearing the mysterious woman's warning, Conan's fists clenched tightly, and he solemnly inquired, "One last question. Why do you call me Silver Bullet? What does it mean?" "That too shall remain a secret for now. But as compensation, I can reveal another secret to you." Conan frowned. "What secret?" "That day, it was also my first kiss." Conan was momentarily stunned. But by the time he regained his composure, he realized that the mysterious woman disguised as a waiter had vanished without a trace. "What a peculiar person," he muttered softly before quickly sprinting in the direction the tall man had taken. Finally witnessing the man enter the restroom. "Let me see what you truly are." After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Conan stepped forward to enter the restroom. Boom! Just as Conan's foot crossed the threshold, a violent explosion erupted within the restroom, the shockwave flinging the unsuspecting Conan backwards until he crashed against the wall. "There's been an explosion. It's a terrorist attack. Quick, flee!" The sudden blast sent the guests into a panic, hastily scrambling toward the emergency exit, completely oblivious to the small figure moving against the tide. After a harrowing scramble, Conan successfully entered the now almost entirely destroyed restroom. Damn it! How could there be an explosion? His gaze darted around, landing on a toilet stall that had a large hole in the wall, evidently created by a forceful impact. Oh no! Could that tall man be? Conan's mind raced with a potential realization, and he quickly retrieved the belt from his backpack. .555 enter. Transform. Standby complete. Swish! After transforming into foes, Conan instinctively flicked his right hand and swiftly entered through the gaping hole. Meanwhile, in another area, UNZ, where are we headed? I have no idea either. It's my first time here. I could see this moment. UNZ and Xiaolan were aimlessly wandering about. During the explosion, the two high school girls had initially sprinted toward the emergency exit, but the sheer volume of people had inadvertently swept them off course. Fortunately, UNZ and Xiaolan had tightly held each other's hands, preventing them from being separated by the throng. As they searched for an exit, UNZ apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Xiaolan. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Had I known, I would never have brought you to this dreadful place." Xiaolan smiled and shook her head. "It's fine. UNZ, you needn't worry. However, I'm a bit concerned about Conan. I wonder how he is doing." To reassure Xiaolan, UNZ replied, "Don't worry. That little brat is clearly quite clever. He might have already escaped by now." Thus, while they exchanged words, UNZ and Xiaolan continued their search for an exit. Nowhere to run. Crash. Just as the two high school girls sought a way to escape, a furious shout rang out, followed by a heavy thud as something collided with the wall. UNZ and Xiaolan exchanged curious glances, and intrigued, they stealthily approached the source of the noise. Before long, they arrived at a corner, peering around to see a tall man, Tequila, furiously gripping a well-dressed young man. "You have some audacity. Trying to kill me with a bomb. I'm innocent. Please, let me explain. I truly placed the items in the briefcase as agreed, but how it turned into a bomb, I do not know. I am innocent. Please believe me." Words were futile. "You must pay the price." No sooner had he spoken than a pattern appeared on Tequila's face, and the next moment, he transformed into the burly figure of the powerful Ophiuchus. Seeing this, the young man panicked and began to plead. "Please don't. I'll return the money. I'll give it all back." However, regardless of the young man's pleas, it was of no avail. Tequila's sharp fangs elongated like tendrils, penetrating the young man's mouth and nose, extending toward his heart. In mere moments, Tequila retracted his fangs and released his grip on the man. And no, the man struggled to escape, but in the next second, his body turned a ghastly gray, and within an instant he crumbled into a pile of ash. Ugh! UNZ and Xiaolan, hidden in the corner, trembled in fear, hastily covering their mouths to stifle any sound. Xiaolan was somewhat accustomed to such sights, having witnessed them before, but for UNZ, a sheltered young lady, it was a different matter entirely. Without Xiaolan's support, she would have likely collapsed. Xiaolan leaned close to UNZ, whispering, "UNZ, don't be afraid. Let us quietly leave without making any noise." At that moment, UNZ, utterly flustered, could barely respond, only nodding vigorously as she prepared to stealthily retreat with Xiaolan's help. Bang! Who? As misfortune would have it, just as UNZ and Xiaolan were bracing themselves to depart, a can rolled onto the ground from an unknown origin. Xiaolan, who was focused solely on what lay ahead, failed to notice the can beneath her feet, and her high-heeled shoe landed squarely on it. The clattering sound startled Xiang Alfei Inaw, who was preparing to leave, causing him to turn back. Run! Upon realizing they had been discovered, Xiaolan swiftly removed her high heels, hoisted UNZ over her shoulder, and began to sprint barefoot. At that precise moment, Xiang Alfei Inc. dashed towards them, catching a fleeting glimpse of UNZ's hair as she turned a corner. "Don't even think about escaping," with a powerful sweep of his arms. Xiang Alfei Inua transformed his lower body into 4 robust elephant legs, towering approximately 7 meters tall. Crash! Rather than foolishly pursuing them from behind, Xiang Alfei Inua carved a direct path forward, quickly blocking Xiaolan and UNZ's escape. Moo! The earth-shattering roar of the elephant echoed, causing UNZ and Xiaolan to instinctively retreat in fear, while Xiang Alfei Inua advanced relentlessly. Whoosh, 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 bang! Just as Xiang Alfei Inua closed in on Xiaolan and UNZ, 3 laser beams suddenly struck his back, The next moment, a red figure descended from the sky, landing before Xiaolan and Yuanzi. New. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Foi's, Xiaolan almost exclaimed his name, but noticing Yuanzi beside her, she quickly swallowed her words that be careful, stay safe. Foi's transformed from Conan, nodded gently, then raised his Foi's phone, now switched to explosive gun mode, and began to fire concentrated shots at Xiang Alfei while attempting to lure him away from Xiaolan and Yuanzi. Foi's, don't run. Upon sighting Conan, now in Fui's form, Xiang Alfei Inua appeared particularly astonished, casting aside Yuanzi and Xiaolan to hasten his charge towards Conan. Gazing at the now tranquil surroundings, Yuanzi felt a profound sense of having survived a calamity. She then turned to Xiaolan and inquired, Xiaolan, do you know that armored figure? No, I'm not familiar with him. It's merely concern. Xiaolan, feeling somewhat guilty, shook her head and hurriedly pulled Yuanzi towards the exit, frequently glancing back towards the direction from which Conan and Xiang Alfei Inua had departed. Come back safely, Shinichi. As Xiaolan silently prayed at the same time, in the garage of Dr. Agasa's home, he exclaimed, all right, now the engine should be able to operate again. After closing the hood, Dr. Agasa wiped the sweat from his forehead with satisfaction. Just as he was about to pick up his toolbox and leave, he suddenly heard the roar of the engine. Strange, I didn't insert the key. Confused, Dr. Agasa took the car key from his pocket and noticed out of the corner of his eye that the motorcycle he had temporarily parked was inexplicably illuminated. What? Veering! Before Dr. Agasa could comprehend the situation, the motorcycle shot out of the garage like an arrow, making a sharp turn before speeding away. Unmanned driving. Dr. Agasa was so startled that his glasses nearly fell off. And he quickly took out his cell phone to call. I must inform Shinichi about this immediately. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Man 10 Heaven Gaming Company, the police had arrived, cordoning off the area and beginning to question the escaping guests. Let me in. My daughter Xiaolan is still inside. Please let me in. Calm down, Mori. It's too dangerous inside. You cannot go in. The officer leading the team was none other than Inspector Megure, an acquaintance from Kagoro Mori's days as a detective. Kagoro grabbed Inspector Megure's collar and shouted, It's precisely because it's dangerous that I need to go in. My daughter Xiaolan is still trapped inside. If anything were to happen to her, how would I explain it to her mother? Facing the nearly feral Kagoro, Inspector Megure felt a twinge of fear. As his former superior, he knew Kagoro's temperament all too well. If anyone dared to harm his family, even the mightiest would face dire consequences. He quickly turned to the tall officer nearby, who was taking notes, and called out, Takagi, come here. What's the situation inside the building? Officer Takagi jogged over, saluted, and reported, according to the observations of the bomb disposal team on the first floor, explosive sounds are still emanating from the upper levels, and the building is experiencing slight tremors. There are likely multiple bombs. Then how many bombs are there? Approximately several. Releasing Inspector Megure, Kagoro seized Takagi, demanding answers. Seeing Kagoro's increasingly menacing visage, Takagi began to sweat profusely, stuttering, We don't know for certain, as this building is just too large. You better hope I find out who planted those bombs. Otherwise, I swear I'll make them pay. Just as Kagoro roared like a wild beast, he inadvertently caught sight of a suspicious, bespectacled man in the crowd. The man was fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, and visibly sweating, presenting a picture of guilt. Kagoro's instincts heightened, and he pointed at the bespectacled man, bellowing, You in glasses, come here. The officer has questions for you. There were several men in glasses in the crowd, but only this one, looking suspicious, hesitated before bolting away. Where do you think you're going? Like a leopard pouncing on its prey, Kagoro sprinted through the crowd and tackled the bespectacled man to the ground, securing him with one hand around his neck while the other held him steady. Naked choke. This move is a banned technique in judo, as it can lead to death by asphyxiation if not executed carefully. Speak. Why have you planted so many bombs? What's your objective? The bespectacled man struggled, shouting, I only planted one. I just wanted to blow up Nakajima, that's all. I don't know how it turned out like this. Still trying to be obstinate, Kagoro tightened his grip, causing the man to roll his eyes back. Mori, calm down. Don't do anything reckless. Mori, please release him. We will interrogate him. Inspector Megure and Takagi rushed forward, attempting to pull Kagoro away, but he was as unyielding as a steadfast fortress, refusing to budge. Not a chance. If anything happens to my daughter, I'll make sure this scoundrel pays dearly, Dad. Hearing that familiar voice, Kagoro's fierce expression softened instantly. He turned to see Xiaolan and Yuanzi approaching, escorted by a group of officers. Xiaolan, you're all right. Without hesitation, he released the bespectacled man and rushed to Xiaolan's side. While Inspector Magyar swiftly moved to protect the man, Kagoro dashed to Xiaolan, but upon noticing that she was barefoot, his face turned pale. Xiaolan, where are your shoes? Why are you barefoot? Xiaolan lowered her head, explaining, I was in such a hurry to run away that I took them off. That I'm sorry, Dad. Kagoro comforted her. It's all right, I'll buy you 10 pairs later, as long as you're safe. That's all that matters. Tea that moment. Yuanzi suddenly interjected. By the way, Uncle, have you seen Conan? He separated from us earlier, and Xiaolan and I haven't spotted him since. What? That little brat is missing. Kagoro's heart sank at her words that he then glared at the bespectacled man being loaded onto the ambulance. Bastard! You made my daughter go barefoot, and now Conan is missing. You scoundrel, you're done for today. Calm down, Maoli. Yes, at the beckoning of Officer Mumu, 7 or 8 police officers armed with riot shields surged forward, tackling Kagoro to the ground, swiftly ensuring the ambulance's departure, thus preserving the life of the bespectacled man. While all eyes were fixated on the struggling Kagoro, an unmanned motorcycle raced in from afar, swiftly ascending the building's wall like a gecko. Ugh! A tactical roll evaded the trampling of Xiang Alfei Nua. As Conan crouched, gasping for breath, while Xiang Alfei Nua halted his charge, towering over Conan. Moments later, the shadow of Xiang Alfei Nua transformed into the ethereal upper body of Tequila. Who are you? Why do you possess the Fui's belt? What is your connection to those assailants? Faced with Tequila's inquiries, Conan wasted no time, raising his hand to pull the trigger, the laser beams striking accurately at the visage of Xiang Alfei Nua. Conan coldly declared, I cannot comprehend your words, but you had better disclose your true identity or face the consequences. You foolish creature. In that case, I shall deal with you first, as long as I reclaim the Fui's belt. My position will undoubtedly surpass that of Jin. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xiang Alfei Nua's massive foot came crashing down once more, prompting Conan to execute his habitual tactical roll to evade. Observing the countless craters marring the floor, Conan affixed the Fui's marker onto his right leg, taunting, I advise you to prepare your bank card in advance. The flooring here is quite expensive, and you must brace yourself for potential bankruptcy. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Conan prepared to press the net-up button, Xiang Alfei Nua charged at him anew, this time at an even greater velocity. With no other option, Conan continued to evade through tactical rolls. However, barely catching his breath, Xiang Alfei Nua lunged again, ensnaring Conan in a vicious cycle. Damn it! I must devise a strategy. I am bound to lose in a battle of endurance. While dodging, Conan pondered when suddenly the floor-to-ceiling window shattered, revealing the motorcycle that had previously been parked at Dr. Agasa's residence, speeding towards him. Nanny, before Conan could fathom the unfolding events, the motorcycle leaped into the air, transforming in a dazzling display. Kacha! Kacha! In an instant, the motorcycle morphed into a towering robot, soaring through the air. Mecha Pegasus. Battle mode. Da-da-da-da. Upon completing the transformation, Mecha Pegasus grasped the front wheel in its right hand, commencing a barrage of fire like an armed helicopter from above. Facing the torrential assault, Xiang Alfei Nua instinctively took a couple of steps back, prompting a surge of elation in Conan. Yet the next moment, several bullets from a machine gun veered towards him. Conan dropped to the ground, shielding his head with his arms, exclaiming, You idiot! Where are you aiming? Are you blind? As if comprehending Conan's outcry, Mecha Pegasus ceased firing and gently descended beside Conan. Damn it, you nearly hit me as well. Did you know that? Frustration boiling over, Conan delivered a punch to Mecha Pegasus's armor, following with a kick to its chest, causing the robot to stagger back, emitting a series of digital sounds as it regarded Conan. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, Xiang Alfei Nua charged forward once more. Without hesitation, Mecha Pegasus scooped up Conan and soared upwards, hovering mid-air while pointing to the handlebar located at its left side, seemingly signaling Conan to pull it out. Though somewhat perplexed, Conan complied, extracting the left handlebar from Mecha Pegasus. In that instant, a sword forged from red photon blood materialized. Fui's blade. Impressive, just as Conan examined the Fui's blade in his hand. Mecha Pegasus unexpectedly released its grip. Consequently, Conan plummeted towards the ground, aimed directly at Xiang Alfei Nua. Damn it, could you not have given me a heads up? Gritting his teeth in frustration over Mecha Pegasus's actions. Conan swiftly retrieved the activation command previously inserted into the Fui's marker, quickly inserting it into the Fui's blade, and ultimately pressing the enter button on the Fui's phone at his waist. Ready, exceed charge. Once the charging was complete, Conan tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, his body adopting a streamlined form as he accelerated downward. Moo! As Conan descended from above, Xiang Alfei raised its forelimbs significantly, seemingly aiming to crush Conan beneath its foot. At this moment, it was a contest of speed. Swish! Moo! Boom! Xiang Alfei Nua's forelimbs crashed onto the floor with tremendous force, causing the entire building to tremble. While Conan crouched, appearing behind Xiang Alfei Nua. Whoosh! Ugh! The robust figure of Xiang Alfei Nua revealed a red-shaped emblem, as azure flames enveloped its body, clearly indicating that Conan had triumphed in this confrontation. No, I have not lost. Just you wait. Whoever you are, the organization will ultimately deal with you. With Tequila's anguish screams echoing, Xiang Alfei Nua visibly disintegrated into a pile of ashes, merging indistinguishably with the surrounding dust. Your arrival was indeed timely. Witnessing Xiang Alfei Nua's defeat, Conan shook his right hand to loosen up, then approached Mecha Pegasus, returning the left handlebar. Beep, beep, beep. Mecha Pegasus emitted a series of digital sounds before transforming back into a motorcycle. Drawing close to Conan and signaling with its hazard lights, Conan inquired curiously, "Are you inviting me to ride?" Mecha Pegasus flashed its hazard lights again, its engine roaring in response, and no man could resist the allure of a motorcycle. And Conan was no exception. Accepting the invitation, he swung his leg over the bike, gripping the handlebars tightly, feeling a rush of adrenaline. This sensation was exhilarating, far more so than the vehicle he had experienced in Hawaii. Just as Conan reminisced about the driving techniques he had learned in Hawaii, Mecha Pegasus suddenly revved its engine, crashing through the glass and leaping out into the open air. Conan found himself on the 26th floor. Are you insane? The abrupt maneuver startled Conan, and as he contemplated his next move, Mecha Pegasus's tires adhered to the facade of the building, gliding down the wall to the ground and swiftly darting into the nearby grove. At that moment, Kagoro was still engaged in a struggle against the riot police, their numbers having significantly increased since before, leaving no one to notice the earlier commotion. In the grove, Conan remained on Mecha Pegasus, still recovering from the adrenaline rush. Leaping from 26 stories was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether his heart had stopped. Bakayuru, you nearly scared me to death. Conan, venting his frustrations, slammed his fist onto the dashboard, then dismounted, delivering a kick that toppled Mecha Pegasus. Could you not give me a warning next time? You nearly gave me a heart attack after a nearly cathartic outburst. Conan's mood settled considerably, and he helped Mecha Pegasus back onto its feet. I sincerely apologize. I should not have treated you that way. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I might have lost. I am truly grateful. Following a deep bow of thanks, Conan removed the Fui's phone, deactivating his transformation and reverting to his childlike form, placing the belt back into his backpack before issuing a command to Mecha Pegasus. Return to Dr. Agasa's garage for now. I will seek you out later. I must hurry to find Ran and the others. After giving his instructions, Conan shouldered his small backpack and jogged towards the crowd outside the Mantion Heaven Company building, while the mechanical Pegasus revved its engine and sped away in the opposite direction. Following a police interrogation, the bespectacled man who was apprehended was identified as Takeshita Hironobu. His motive for creating and installing bombs was to kill Nakajima Hideaki, the individual who had been turned to ash by Tequila. The reason for his vengeful actions stemmed from a time in university when Nakajima had stolen Takeshita's girlfriend, which subsequently led to her accidental demise, leaving Takeshita harboring deep resentment and orchestrating this bombing case. However, Takeshita insisted that he had only prepared a single bomb, claiming ignorance about the strange noises emanating from the building afterwards. The police's explosives team corroborated this, revealing that apart from certain areas blown apart by explosives, the vast majority appeared to have been smashed by some heavy object. Despite numerous suspicious elements, the police ultimately closed the case against Takeshita Hironobu for the use of a bomb to commit murder. After all, regardless of how many bombs were installed, the extensive injuries and property damage, along with Nakajima Hideaki's death, were sufficient to ensure he faced severe consequences, as for Conan and his companions, Shaolon. "You've worked hard today. Open your mouth. Daddy will feed you some fruit," said Kagoro. "Shaolon, relax a bit. Let me give your feet a good massage. Running barefoot for so long must have tired you out," Conan added. Inside the Muri Detective Agency, Conan and Kagoro wore nearly identical smiles as they tended to Shaolon. Conan filled a basin with warm water for a foot soak, accompanied by a massage, while Kagoro held a platter of fruit ready to feed her. Faced with the enthusiastic hospitality of the older and younger gentlemen, Shaolon appeared somewhat uncomfortable and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Dad, Conan, you really don't need to go this far. I just ran a short distance barefoot. You don't have to pamper me like this." Conan smiled and replied, "But Shaolon, one must not underestimate the importance of the feet. As stated on television, neglecting them could lead to illness." Kagoro nodded vigorously in agreement. "Absolutely. Conan is spot on. The elders always said that when I was young." Overwhelmed by the duo's fervent care, Shaolon could only shake her head in resignation, leaning back on the sofa to enjoy her treatment like a princess. After a while, a sudden hissing sound from the pressure cooker erupted from the kitchen. "Shaolon, wait a moment. Daddy has prepared a delicious pig trotter rice dish to replenish your energy," Kagoro exclaimed, shoving the fruit platter into Shaolan's arms before dashing into the kitchen. "Ouch, that's hot." "Oh no." Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Shaolon and Conan exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in exasperation. Shaolon expressed her concern. "Shinichi, are you really all right? That monster was terrifying. I was worried if you would." Conan waved his hand with a smile. "Don't fret. Size doesn't equate to an advantage. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine now." "That's true," Shaolon sighed in relief, but her expression quickly turned anxious. "By the way, Shinichi, Yui also witnessed everything. What should we do now?" "Don't worry. That's an easy problem to solve," Conan reassured her, his demeanor calm and composed. "Although Yui can be a bit carefree, she knows how to prioritize. If we explain the situation clearly, there will be no issue. Keeping it a secret could only lead to more trouble, especially considering your awareness of her curiosity." Shaolon nodded lightly, then suddenly whispered, "Shinichi, do you really trust that Yui will handle it as you hope?" Conan shrugged. "We've been sparring verbally for over a decade, from kindergarten to high school. Thus, I have a good grasp of Yui's character." Upon hearing this, Shaolon fell silent, her gaze lowered in contemplation. "Shaolon, look at this." "Huh?" Shaolon instinctively looked up to see the high heels she had discarded in her escape, now held in Conan's hands. "Shinichi, where did you find these?" she exclaimed in surprise. "I noticed how much you seemed to cherish these shoes during our return, so I sneaked back to retrieve them, and much to my surprise, they were easily found," he explained succinctly, returning the heels to her. As she gazed at the heels in her hands, a genuine smile blossomed on Shaolan's face. She then lifted her gaze to meet Conan's cheerful expression. "Thank you, Shinichi, but you didn't need to go out of your way for this. No matter how precious these shoes are, they can't compare to." As she trailed off, her cheeks flushed, she murmured, "Shinichi, could you please close your eyes for a moment?" "Sure," Conan replied without hesitation, obediently shutting his eyes. Just as he was curious about what Shaolon intended to do, he suddenly felt a gentle touch on his cheek. Conan instinctively opened his eyes, only to be met with Shaolan's crimson face, and the sensation on his cheek became crystal clear. Realizing that Conan's eyes were now open, Shaolan's cheeks deepened in hue, and she quickly distanced herself from him. "Shinichi, you promised to keep your eyes closed. Why did you open them?" In contrast to Shaolan's embarrassment, Conan fumbled for words, flustered as he attempted to explain. "I didn't expect you to be so bold, Shaolon." As the two were caught in a flurry of confusion, Kagoro emerged from the kitchen, his face darkened, and after exhaling a cloud of smoke, he slowly spoke. "I'm sorry, Shaolon. The fire was too high, and this pot of pig trotter rice. I'll go buy a new one." "I'll go with you." In the blink of an eye, Both Conan and Xiaolon vanished from the living room at a speed that seemed to defy human limits, leaving Kogoro standing alone. Momentarily dazed, TS just a bit burnt. It shouldn't affect the taste. Does this child really need to be in such a rush? Turning to glance at the pot of pig trotter rice. Kogoro couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration on the tranquil streets at night. Conan and Xiaolon walked side by side, yet both deliberately averted their gazes from one another. Given the awkwardness of what had just transpired, Shinichi, Xiaolon spoke up. "What is it?" Blushing, Xiaolon whispered, "Can we keep what happened earlier between us?" Conan, equally embarrassed, nodded affirmatively. "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret." "Thank you." After their brief exchange, the pair continued walking with heads down, and only when they realized they were in an unfamiliar area did they joyfully discover they were lost. "What do we do? Where are we?" Xiaolon asked in a panic. Conan comforted her. "Don't worry. We were walking in a straight line that if we turn around and walk back, we should be able to return." Feeling reassured, Xiaolon replied, "All right, let us go da-da." Just as they turned to retrace their steps, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from a nearby alley. "Something's wrong." Conan's expression shifted to one of alertness as he swiftly pinpointed the source of the scream. "Xiaolon, call the police. I'll check what's happening." Shinichi. Before Xiaolon could fully process the situation, Conan dashed into the alley with remarkable speed. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and hurriedly pulled out her phone. "How foolish. I could called while running." Hitting her head lightly, she rushed into the alley as well. Meanwhile, deep within the alley, a scruffy-looking young man with beady eyes was backed against the wall. Frantically scooting away, in front of him loomed a creature with a squid-like head, the Ophian pressing closer, while the ground around them was strewn with white powder, clearly remnants of what had once been living beings. As the cephalopod Ophi-Ino gradually raised her left hand, her fingers transformed into tentacles that extended into the man's mouth and nostrils. After a brief moment, the tentacles retracted, reverting back into fingers. The man trembled as he touched his chest, swiftly standing up and scrambling out of the alley. "Help! Help!" Just as the man was preoccupied with his escape, he suddenly stumbled, falling to the ground, and within moments, his body began to turn a ghastly ash gray at a visible rate. In the next instant, before he could even let out a scream, he disintegrated into ashes, and at that moment, Conan rushed in. Witnessing the horrifying scene, not again, upon seeing the man turn to ash, Conan's pupils instantly constricted like pinpricks, and his gaze shifted to the cephalopod Ophi-Ino, who, due to her turn back, was unaware of the young boy's presence. Instead, she gently lifted a large black snakeskin bag from the ground. "Shinichi, are you all right?" Just then, Ran arrived by Conan's side. Upon noticing the cephalopod Ophi-Ino in the alley, she quickly covered her mouth. Though a faint sound still escaped her lips, Ophi-Ino, preparing to leave, halted in her tracks and swiftly turned to look back. "Damn it! I forgot my belt," realizing that Ophi-Ino had spotted them. Conan instinctively attempted to don the foe's belt, only to realize in his haste he had forgotten his backpack. "Ran, you need to get out of here." At that moment, Ophi-Ino had fully turned around. And without a second thought, Conan positioned himself in front of Ran, shielding his childhood friend with his small stature. Fixating his gaze on Ophi-Ino, Conan's expression grew increasingly fierce, his muscles taut, as if ready to unleash a fury at any moment. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Conan felt an indescribable sensation surging within him. Noticing Conan's demeanor, Ophi-Ino slowly took a step back, then suddenly swung her cloak, making it vanish without a trace as Ophi-Ino disappeared. Conan's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he plopped down on the ground like a deflated balloon. "Shinichi, are you okay?" Ran enveloped Conan in her arms, her tone laced with concern for the small boy in her embrace. Conan forced a response. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Thankfully, he had no intention of attacking us, or it would have been troublesome. "Shinichi, what is it?" "As long as you're all right." Ran gently shook her head, swallowing her words. In truth, she wanted to express that Conan had given her an oddly unfamiliar feeling, as if he had transformed into someone else, radiating an aura that seemed beyond human. "Ran, we need to visit Dr. Agasa's house first. I need to retrieve something." "All right, let's set off." "Shinichi, is that the motorcycle?" Looking at the mechanized Pegasus before her, Rand questioned her own waking state, as such a creation seemed only plausible in a science fiction film. Conan, reclining on the sofa, replied, "Indeed, the manual states it's called the mechanized Pegasus, equipped with an advanced intelligence system that IT was instrumental in my previous encounter at the Mantinkin Company building." Incredible. Rand circled the mechanized Pegasus, which mirrored her movements, tilting its head in curiosity. "Here, Shinichi, this is what you asked me to create." Dr. Agasa jogged out of the laboratory, his face alight with excitement as he showcased his inventions: a tracking glasses, a voice-modulating tie, a watch-style anesthetic launcher, and a pair of powerful soccer shoes. "Thank you, Doctor. These will be immensely helpful." Equipping the gadgets one by one, Conan leaped off the sofa to commence his adjustments. "Shinichi, what are all these things?" I encountered that mysterious woman again at the Mantinkin building. Analyzing her words, it's likely she is affiliated with a secret organization. The drug that transformed me into a child must have been developed by them. Currently, I only know that the organization's members use wine names as code names. Therefore, it is imperative to gather as many clues as possible. After adjusting the voice-modulating tie, Conan spoke into it, producing Rand's voice. Utilizing Dr. Agasa's inventions will aid Uncle in solving the case. Surely, it will lead to more clues, ultimately allowing me to revert to my original form. Rand expressed her admiration. "That's amazing. It sounds exactly like me." "Dr. Agasa, you are truly a remarkable genius inventor." Dr. Agasa scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Oh, it's just a simple toy, nothing particularly extraordinary. That be why the way, Shinichi, I have a favor to ask." Conan inquired curiously, "What is it, Doctor?" Dr. Agasa hesitantly fidgeted with his hands. "Could you lend me this motorcycle for research? If I can understand its structure, the next Nobel Prize will surely be mine." Veering, the mechanized Pegasus, hearing this, stomped its foot firmly and brandished its front-mounted machine gun in its left hand. "Whoa! Mechanized Pegasus, calm down. Put the gun down. Do not fire. I was joking. I was wrong." Eventually, after considerable effort from Conan and the others, the mechanized Pegasus finally relinquished its machine gun. However, the advanced intelligent robot seemed to be in a quarrel with Dr. Agasa, refusing to remain in the garage no matter what. Thus, Conan and Rand had no choice but to take the mechanized Pegasus back to the parking lot beneath the detective agency, even securing a parking spot for it. In the dead of night, two shadowy figures cautiously approached the parking lot, and after rummaging around, they zeroed in on the mechanized Pegasus. "Boss, let's steal this bike. It looks expensive." "All right, this motorcycle is fantastic. I really like it." The two bumbling thieves grabbed their tools, eager to unlock and abscond with the mechanized Pegasus. To their surprise, the luxurious motorcycle was completely unlocked. "All right, time to move the vehicle." "Hey, click-clack," just as the two thieves were about to make their move. The mechanized Pegasus transformed back into robot mode with a swift, thunderous sound. The leader of the bumbling thieves was taken aback and exclaimed, "What the heck is happening?" The next day, the Daily News reported, 2 thieves, responsible for multiple car thefts, were captured this morning. However, both thieves appear to have suffered significant external trauma and have been sent to the Mihua First People's Hospital for evaluation. Yawning as dawn broke, the orderly Rand slowly awoke from her slumber. As she rubbed her eyes to regain her consciousness, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Conan's small figure perched on the windowsill, his backpack containing the Fui's belt beside him. "Rand, you're awake." Rand nodded gently. "Yes, Shinichi. How did you sleep?" Conan turned his head in silence, revealing bloodshot eyes that conveyed his exhaustion. "Shinichi, what happened to you?" "It's nothing serious, just a night without sleep," he explained with a nonchalant tone. Continuing to observe the activities outside the window, that I couldn't sleep, worried that the guy we encountered last night might come back. "But Shinichi, this is too harmful to your health. How can you fight without energy?" Rand quickly moved closer to Conan, peering out the window. Aside from street vendors and passing pedestrians, there was nothing suspicious in sight. "Shinichi, did you discover anything last night?" Conan rested his chin on his hand and shook his head. "No, but I can't shake off the unease, feeling as though he might be lurking somewhere, observing us. Therefore, it is imperative that we locate him." Observing Conan's serious demeanor and understanding his character well, Rand realized that no amount of words would be of any avail. Thus, she silently picked up the anesthetic watch from the bedside. By the way, Shinichi, how do you use this watch? Conan casually replied, press the switch in the upper left corner to activate the scope. Then press the switch in the upper right corner to launch the anesthetic dart. By the way, Ran, why are you asking this? Whoosh! Ugh! A sudden sharp pain surged through his neck, and in an instant, Conan found himself enveloped in darkness, swiftly succumbing to sleep. I'm sorry, Shinichi, but you truly need to rest. Setting the anesthetic watch aside, Ran gently laid Conan on the bed and tucked him in. Sleep well. Great detective, and have sweet dreams. Yes, she smiled softly at the slumbering Conan. A tender expression graced Ran's face before she exited the room to prepare a meal. Time passed, and eventually, Conan slowly opened his eyes, sitting up and rubbing his neck while mumbling that I never expected the anesthetic dart meant for Uncle to be used on me first. However, its potency is indeed remarkable. The moment he attempted to rise from the bed, Conan felt his legs wobble slightly, and his head spun dizzily, a testament to the dart's formidable effects. Stumbling as he pushed open the door, Conan's eyes fell upon Ran, who was setting the dining table. Shinichi, you're awake. Upon seeing Conan emerge, Ran's expression lit up with surprise, and she hurriedly approached, kneeling before him to gently stroke his hair. How do you feel, Shinichi? Did you sleep well? Conan tapped his head lightly. I suppose it was all right. By the way, how long did I sleep? Ran glanced at the clock and replied, not long, just about 5 hours. You must be famished now, so hurry and eat something. All right, guided by Ran to the dining table, Conan eagerly began to indulge in the delicious spread. Welcome back. Kagoro flung open the door to the office, collapsing into his chair in exhaustion. What's wrong, Dad? Ran asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Don't even get me started. Officer Magyar and the others said they arrested the former mafia leader of the Italian mafia, Kamen, early this morning. I tagged along for the interrogation, but that old coot refuses to utter a word. It's infuriating. As Kagoro spoke, a surge of frustration welled up within him, culminating in a fist slamming onto the desk. Conan, with wide eyes, innocently inquired, Uncle, what exactly did that foreign criminal do? Kagoro replied nonchalantly. What else could it be? That guy and his accomplices stole over 10,000 maple coins from the Maple Leaf Bank, with the case reportedly involving at least 100 million yen. That's why Officer Magyar and the others are taking this case so seriously, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of those coins. Hearing this, Conan lowered his head slowly, and his glasses reflected a glimmer of light. Uncle, if the suspect is indeed an Italian, I might know how to make him talk. A short while later, in the interrogation room, Say, Mori, is your method reliable? Desperate times call for desperate measures. We have no other options right now. Perhaps this kid's approach will actually work. Through the specially designed glass of the interrogation room, Kagoro and Officer Magyar observed the imposing figure of Kamen, the former mafia leader, while Officers Takagi and Chiba earnestly attempted to persuade him that Mr. Kamen, I know you can understand us. Therefore, we hope you will cooperate and provide information for leniency. If you continue to be obstinate, we will have to take necessary measures. So be prepared. Facing the officer's entreaties, Kamen exhibited blatant disdain, turning his head away. Takagi and Chiba exchanged knowing glances, realizing that further discussion would be futile. Takagi rose and opened the door to the interrogation room. And in the next moment, Conan and Ran entered, carrying various bags. Thank you for your hard work, Officer Takagi. Now, allow me and my sister Ran to handle this. With a grave expression, Takagi nodded. All right, Chiba, and I'll be right here, ready to intervene if necessary. Hi. Ran and Conan settled into the seats previously occupied by Takagi and Chiba, and Conan flashed an adorably radiant smile at Kamen, seeing a child in the interrogator's seat. Kamen's expression shifted to one of confusion, yet he remained haughty, turning his head dismissively. Conan, undeterred, beamed even brighter, retrieving a pack of instant spaghetti from a shopping bag, and promptly broke it in half before Kamen's eyes. Ah, Mamma Mia! What are you doing? Witnessing this, Kamen erupted into a fit of rage, though the handcuffs and leg shackles left him powerless. Amidst Kamen's fury, Conan maintained his charming smile, once again breaking another piece of spaghetti. Ah, Italian expletives? I will kill you! Hold him down! Seeing this, Takagi and Chiba rushed to restrain Kamen, forcefully prying his eyes open so he could witness the unfolding events. After breaking all the spaghetti, Conan produced a colossal seafood pizza and a box of sliced pineapple. Upon seeing this, Cabana let out a desperate scream. No, no way. Mamma mia, absolutely not. However, Conan paid no heed, elegantly placing pineapple slices atop the pizza. With each slice he placed, Cabana's cries grew increasingly tragic. Those unaware might assume he was being subjected to a grim fate. Approximately 2 minutes later, the entire pizza was adorned with pineapple slices, which Conan then gently slid toward Cabana. Gazing at the pineapple-laden pizza, the former mafia leader's face transformed, tears streaming down. You will go to hell. You are a devil, a harbinger of death. Yet Conan continued to sport a friendly smile, taking a box of authentic Italian pasta from Rand and pulling out a bucket filled with concrete, mix number 42. Cabana's pupils dilated in terror, his voice trembling. W, what are you going to do? Hee, this is what the police told me. It's supposed to be particularly delicious. You should try some too, uncle out as soon as the words left his mouth. Conan pretended to pour the concrete all over the pasta. Don't, please. I'll tell you everything. Just spare the pasta. The pasta is innocent. Whatever you want, just take it out on me. Please. After a heart-wrenching outburst, Cabana fell to his knees, pleading for Conan to spare the innocent pasta. Outside the interrogation room, Kagoro and Officer Meguer exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Kagoro remarked, "Is that all it takes? This is surreal." Officer Meguer responded, "I think tomato pasta is quite tasty. There's no need for such a dramatic reaction, right?" Ultimately, under Conan's relentless interrogation, Cabana revealed the entire backstory. It turned out that his former accomplices had come looking for him, and the reason he was apprehended was due to one of them reporting his whereabouts to the police for the over 15,000 maple coins they had stolen. Cabana swore, using his family's pasta and pizza recipe, that he had a mild case of forgetfulness. He left a small note as a code to remind himself where the coins were hidden. When asked about the note containing the code, Cabana claimed that his former accomplices had taken it, and he no longer possessed it. Initially, the police were skeptical, so they prepared 10 large pizzas with pineapple and tomato pasta. Even when Cabana fainted, he did not change his story. Hence, Officer Meguer had no choice but to accept this as the truth. All units, mobilize, contact the 2nd and 3rd Divisions while conducting a thorough search of the entire Mihua town. We must find a note containing the code, no matter what. Yes, the remaining search efforts were entrusted to the police, while Conan received a certificate of commendation, a splendid red flower, and a delightful lunch. Before he and Rand strolled hand in hand back to the detective agency, they made their way home, reminiscing about Conan's earlier performance. Rand couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. "I never expected you to be so mischievous. Shinichi, that foreman was once a gang leader, yet you managed to reduce him to tears." Conan shrugged helplessly. "I was merely experimenting. You see that my mother once participated in a film in Italy, where a crew member was publicly seen eating a pineapple pizza and was subsequently blacklisted by the local mafia. Ever since, my mother has refrained from filming in Italy." The world is indeed perilous," Rand remarked with a deep sigh. Just as they neared the detective agency, they noticed 3 small figures standing below. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ayumi, Jinta, and Mitsuhiko. Conan inquired curiously, "What brings you here?" "So it's you, Conan! We finally found you!" Ayumi exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Conan's side and presenting him with a note. Conan and Rand were momentarily taken aback by Ayumi's sudden gesture. Rand thought to herself, have children today become so audacious as to deliver love letters? For a moment, she felt as if a cloud of bewilderment had settled over her. Ayumi then beamed and said, "Conan, take a look. I discovered this treasure map. Jinta and Mitsuhiko aren't clever enough, so I had to rely on you." Hearing this, Conan sighed with relief, and Rand felt as though a weight had lifted from her mind. "Let me see." Taking the note from Ayumi's hand, Conan scrutinized its contents, only to find that it bore no words, but rather illustrations of small fish and white clouds. At first glance, there was nothing suspicious about it. Observing Conan's intense concentration, Ayumi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "So, Conan, where exactly is the treasure on this map?" Conan's lips twitched in disbelief. "Ayumi, could you enlighten me as to why you believe this is a treasure map? What led you to that conclusion?" "Of course it's a treasure map. My instincts cannot be wrong." she insisted. Indeed, if we uncover this treasure, our junior detective league will surely achieve fame. Jinta and Mitsuhiko eagerly chimed in, affirming that this was indeed the legendary treasure map. Ayumi, you must not be so rude to Conan. If you continue, I shall ignore you from now on, she admonished, hands on her hips, resembling a little princess. Before shifting to a pitiful expression as she looked at Conan. Conan, is this really not a treasure map? Please, take another careful look. Faced with Ayumi's pleading expression, Conan found himself at a loss for how to convey the truth to her. As he engaged in a fierce internal debate, he inadvertently caught sight of 3 foreign men lurking not far away, seemingly monitoring the scene. Wait, the coded note. Could it be that foreign gang members have arrived so fortuitously? A bold idea flashed through Conan's mind, and he quickly closed his eyes to compose himself, then donned his signature innocent smile. Ayumi, you are correct. This indeed is a treasure map. However, the treasure depicted is not the gold and silver typically found in films. What kind of treasure is it then? Ayumi and her companions inquired curiously. Conan cleared his throat and began to speak earnestly. The key information here involves clouds, fish, and a tower, through various combinations. The ultimate answer suggests that near a tower enveloped in clouds, one can catch plenty of large fish. In other words, this is merely a coded message from a fishing enthusiast. Upon hearing this, Mitsuhiko's enthusiasm waned. Is that really a treasure? It holds no significance whatsoever. Jinna scratched his head and mumbled, fishing? Can we catch eel? If we can catch eel, that would indeed be a remarkable treasure. Ayumi tilted her head and mused, so whenever my father catches a big fish, he always makes a point to circle around Mitsai, so this should also be considered a treasure map, right? Seeing that the 3 had completely shifted their focus. Conan secretly exhaled in relief and discreetly tucked the note into his pocket. By the way, the weather will soon cool down. How about we all go fishing with Dr. Agasa? Agreed. They exclaimed, let's go consult the doctor. I want to catch a lot of fish. The children's attention was easily diverted, and they hurriedly dashed toward Dr. Agasa's house, leaving behind any thoughts of the treasure map. Watching Ayumi and her friends depart, Conan felt a sense of relief wash over him like a tea that moment. Ran crouched down, a teasing smile on her face, and remarked, Shinichi, you truly are remarkable. Even a first-grade girl cannot resist your charm. Her eyes are filled with you. Conan, taken aback by Rand's intense expression, broke into a cold sweat and quickly raised his hands in defense. It's all a misunderstanding, Rand. Children of that age know nothing. We are high schoolers. There's no need to get upset. I'm certainly not angry. Not even a little. As she spoke, Rand squeezed Conan's cheeks playfully, much like kneading dough. Faced with Rand's playful antics, Conan could only surrender with a wry smile. Stop it, Rand. We must focus on the important matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Rand immediately ceased her playful behavior and asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, important matter? What important matter? Well, Conan glanced around, confirming that the 3 foreign men were still monitoring from a distance. Before leaning in to whisper in Rand's ear, in an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. About an hour later, the 3 foreign men gathered outside a construction site, discussing their plan. Are we sure the target is here? One asked, absolutely. I saw the little brat walk in there. The coded note must still be on him. All right, let's retrieve the note from that little brat. And then, at this point, the apparent leader of the foreign men made a gesture across his throat, prompting the other 2 to nod in agreement. With their plan set, the 3 foreign men swaggered into the building, searching for Conan. Are you looking for me? What? Startled by the sudden voice, the trio turned to see Conan standing a short distance away. A confident smile gracing his lips. Or perhaps, you are looking for this? As he spoke, Conan produced the coded note from his pocket, waving it lightly. Damn brat, hand over the coded note. One of the foreign men lunged toward Conan, intent on seizing the note. However, Conan showed no intention of dodging, maintaining his smile, exuding an air of confidence. Just as the foreign man was nearly upon him, Kagoro Muri leaped out of the shadows behind Conan, executing a shoulder throw that sent the unsuspecting foreign man crashing to the ground. Intimidating a little brat is hardly impressive. If you have the guts, challenge me, the great detective Kagoro Muri. Uncle, be careful. He might have a gun. Conan warned urgently. You 2 reckless fools. The remaining two foreign men pulled out guns from their inner coat pockets. Little Goro, with remarkable speed, swiftly retrieved a handgun from the subdued foreign man, pressing the muzzle against the latter's left temple, while simultaneously using his own body as a shield. In that instant, an intense standoff ensued. With a grave expression, Little Goro urged, "Quickly lower your weapon and surrender. This way, you may still receive leniency. Otherwise, you must be wary of your companions." And no sooner had he spoken than he disengaged the safety on the handgun. The foreign man, now held hostage, was immediately drenched in cold sweat, and frantically called out to his two companions, Tom, Jerry, Hi Opami. Upon hearing his plea, the other two foreign men exchanged glances before responding in unison. "You have captured him. What does that concern us? Indeed, if you're going to blow his head off, do it quickly. If he dies, we can divide the spoils between us." Bloody hell! How ruthless! The chilling words uttered by the two foreign men left not just Conan and Little Goro stunned, but even the hostage was taken aback. Just yesterday, they had pledged to share life and death, indulging in feasts together. Yet here they were, so readily betraying him. Could they not even pretend? "Tom, you're such a coward." "Jerry, damn you." The vulgarities uttered in the original language cannot be directly translated. Readers may infer the sentiments. Unperturbed by their companion's frantic outburst, the two foreign men stepped forward, encouraging, "Hurry and shoot. At least you will have someone to accompany you in death. When the Grim Reaper comes for you, you won't be alone. Come on, shoot him in the head like a man." In response to their provocation, a slight smirk of derision crept onto Little Goro's lips. "I, Detective Maori Little Goro, have not fallen to the level of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, even if my opponent is a notorious member of the underworld." Without hesitation, he promptly ejected the safety and tossed the handgun to the ground. As the weapon clattered against the floor, a barrage of blinding searchlights suddenly illuminated the two armed foreign men. "What is happening? So bright?" Before the two armed men could comprehend the situation, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, and as the lights dimmed slightly, they realized they were surrounded by a multitude of riot police, while armed special forces on the second floor aimed their weapons at them. Officer Magyar raised a loudspeaker and declared, "This is the 1st Investigation Division of the Metropolitan Police. Immediately lower your weapons and surrender. We assure you of leniency. However, if you continue to resist, you will bear the consequences." Damn it, faced with the futility of their situation, the two foreign men, despite their resentment, had no choice but to comply and relinquish their weapons. In the next moment, the fully armed riot police surged forward, swiftly subduing them to the ground. "Thank you for your hard work, Officer Magyar. You will surely be commended for this." Handing over the previously captured foreign man to the riot police, Little Goro approached Officer Magyar with a beaming smile to offer his congratulations, while Conan followed suit, presenting a coded message to Officer Magyar. With an innocent smile, Conan remarked, "As long as you show this coded message to that tall foreign uncle, it should be easy to discover where those gold coins are hidden." I cannot thank you enough, Conan and Little Goro. The 1st Investigation Division has made a significant breakthrough." Officer Magyar, taking the coded message from Conan, could hardly contain his joy. This case was of international significance. And now, under his leadership, it had been solved. Accolades were assured. By the way, Little Goro, your contributions have also been vital in resolving this case. Let us take this opportunity to report to the higher-ups. You might just find yourself back in the Investigation Division. Upon hearing Officer Magyar's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Little Goro's eyes, but he quickly waved his hands in a flustered manner. "Haha, Officer Magyar, you overestimate me. Being a detective no longer suits me. I am more accustomed to being a private investigator, though. I just remembered something at home, so I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Before Officer Magyar could react, Little Goro swiftly grabbed Conan and dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Well, Officer Magyar shook his head in a state of dismay, watching Little Goro's retreating figure. "Little Goro, you have not changed at all. No one blamed you for that incident. Why cling to the past and resign? Brother, it has been nearly a day, and we still cannot contact Aquila. I fear the worst has come past." Inside a black Porsche on the street, Vodka reported anxiously to Jin. After hearing Vodka's report, Jin calmly lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. "His disappearance means little to us. Moreover, it seems we have adversaries emerging against us. Vodka was taken aback. Adversaries? Are you referring to the FBI? Humph. Merely a group of flashy rats, unworthy to challenge the organization. However, that one individual is an exception. That a serious expression crossed Jin's face as he retrieved a burner phone from the glove compartment. After dialing a number, he held the phone to his ear. I have a task for you. Find a way to acquire 1 billion yen. If you succeed, I can grant you and Sherry some freedom. But should you fail, you know the organization's methods. Not forget that man was introduced to you and Sherry by us. You both must bear the consequences. Once Jin finished the call, Vodka cautiously ventured. Brother, why complicate matters so? Why not just take action directly? If it were an ordinary pest, it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, the organization requires Sherry's research results, so we must proceed with caution. Jin removed the cigarette from his mouth, flicking the ash away, revealing a gleaming grin. Besides, don't you find it delightful to offer the prey a glimmer of hope before sinking your teeth into them? Brother, you truly are remarkable. I admire you. Although Vodka did not entirely comprehend Jin's words, his admiration flowed forth like a relentless river. Just as he was enthusiastically extolling Jin, a thought struck him. He quickly reported, by the way, brother, I've heard that Vermouth returned recently. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion crossed Jin's otherwise impassive face. Why would she return suddenly from filming in Malevolence? And why did she not report back to the organization immediately? Vodka replied, I don't know. Vermouth left a message saying she hadn't been back in a while, so she wanted to explore a bit. She'll likely return to report tonight. Humph, that woman is growing increasingly audacious. A glint of cold light flashed in Jin's eyes, and a cruel smile crept onto his lips. In that case, let us prepare a special welcome for Vermouth. Understood, brother. Nodding vigorously, Vodka promptly drove off into the distance. Another bottle. Ran. Quickly, fetch me another bottle. I still want more. Little Goro slumped over his desk, guzzling down a large mouthful of beer before carelessly tossing the empty can into the corner, where it joined a growing pile of discarded cans. With a worried expression, Ran implored, Enough, Dad. You've already had plenty. It's time to stop. With a forceful slap on the table, little Goro staggered to his feet. Who's drunk? I'm not drunk. I can still drink more. I'm not satisfied at home. I need to go out and drink to my heart's content. Whoosh! As the moment approached for Kagoro to set forth, an imperceptible sensation suddenly flickered at his brow, swiftly followed by a disorienting whirl of the surroundings. Alas, the effects of the alcohol were taking hold. After showcasing a dazzling display of dance, Kagoro collapsed into his office chair, succumbing to a deep slumber. At last, tranquility reigned. Setting down the anesthetic watch, Conan removed the cotton from his ears, at last able to perceive the sounds of the outside world. With a hint of embarrassment, Ran remarked, I apologize, Shinichi. My father isn't usually like this. I can't quite fathom what has come over him today. By the way, Ran, do you know why Uncle chose to resign from his position as a detective? Huh. Upon hearing this question, Ran appeared momentarily taken aback. Slowly shaking her head after a brief pause, I can't recall the specifics, but I do remember that my parents had quite a fierce argument, and shortly thereafter they separated. It seems there must be a story behind it. Conan crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand, beginning to ponder. Knock. My apologies for the interruption, just as Conan was deep in thought about what might have transpired with Kagoro back then. The door to the office was gently tapped, and in walked an elderly gentleman with hair and beard as white as snow. Good day, I presume this is the Muri Detective Agency. Ran quickly rose to greet him. Yes, indeed. This is the Muri Detective Agency. May I inquire what brings you here? The old man nodded slightly, precisely, which is why I have come a visit. Conan interjected, Please have a seat and enjoy some tea while we converse. Very well, but what is the situation with this young man? The elderly gentleman pointed toward the inebriated Kagoro, his eyes filled with confusion. Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that critical moment, Conan stepped in to explain. Uncle has just stayed up late to conclude a case, and is currently resting. Yes, indeed. Just resting to recuperate his energy. Ran hurriedly echoed Conan's words, then swiftly pushed Kagoro, chair and all, into the restroom, locking the door behind them with fluidity. Now, as for the matter at hand, the old man began. My surname is Okii, and I am currently the director of the Mihua Art Museum. Recently, one of our employees, Watanabe, has gone missing. As he spoke, Director Okii pulled a photograph from his pocket and placed it on the table. Ran and Conan leaned in to examine it, revealing a young man with shifty eyes and a dubious expression. As Conan scrutinized the photo of Watanabe, a frown creased his brow. He felt a strange sense of familiarity with the individual depicted. After a moment, Ran lifted her gaze toward Director Okii and inquired, "So, you wish for U.S. to help locate Mr. Watanabe?" "Not quite. Watanabe is known for his unpredictable comings and goings. He often reappears after a while. What I truly wish to commission you for concerns this matter." In the next moment, Director Okii produced a sheet of white paper, which he unfolded to reveal a message cut from a newspaper. It read, "Those who tarnish art shall face divine retribution and be denied rebirth. I shall enact heaven's will and, on the morrow, confront all malevolent spirits." The note was dated yesterday. "Tob Frank, our museum is on the brink of being acquired by an international hotel due to financial woes. I suspect this may be the work of a patron with a genuine passion for art, who has grown discontented, leading to potentially extreme actions that Rant's expression turned grave. This is a clear case of intimidation. Have you reported this to the police?" Director Okii appeared troubled. "I intended to report it yesterday, but the owner of the hotel acquisition, Mr. Naka, dismissed it as mere childish pranks. He insisted that filing a report would only invite ridicule and detract from the hotel's future value. Thus, I was left with no choice but to seek the assistance of the Muri Detective Agency." Upon hearing this, Ran and Conan exchanged knowing glances before turning their attention toward the restroom, where the sounds of snoring emanated. "Well, it seems we cannot rely on Kagoro for the time being. The date on the threatening letter is today, so we must act swiftly. What a magnificent art museum. It must house numerous invaluable treasures. It would indeed be a shame if it were transformed into a hotel." Standing before the imposing facade of the Mihua Art Museum, Ran and Conan couldn't help but express their awe. However, they were not alone in their visit. "This place is rather mediocre. My family storage room is larger than this." In stark contrast to Conan and Ran's admiration, Sonoko stood with her arms crossed, utterly unimpressed by the museum's offerings. Conan and Ran exchanged weary looks, having unexpectedly encountered Sonoko, who had insisted on tagging along. "Sonoko, you really didn't need to come with us," Ran said with a hint of exasperation. "Shinichi and I are here on a case. What about you?" Ran, you're asking a question you already know the answer to," Sonoko replied, a smirk playing on her lips, after ensuring no one was within earshot. She placed her hands on her hips and leaned closer to Ran. "When do you plan to give me an answer? I've kept silent about it, but I can't contain my curiosity any longer. If you could, please tell me right now." Faced with Sonoko's commanding presence, Ran felt beads of sweat trickle down her temple. "Ran-san, Sonoko-san, let us hurry inside. The director is already waiting for us at the door." Just as Ran pondered how to delicately communicate with Sonoko, Conan piped up in his innocent tone, pointing toward the entrance where Director Okii stood. "My apologies, Sonoko, but we must be on our way." Without a moment's hesitation, Ran seized Conan and sprinted toward the museum's entrance, leaving Sonoko no chance to respond. She watched Ran and Conan retreating into the distance. A fire ignited within Sonoko's eyes. "Well done, Ran. You've piqued my curiosity. No matter what, I will uncover the truth today." In the next instant, Sonoko took off in a sprint to catch up with them. "My apologies, Director Okii, but my dear friend was simply eager to join us," she explained. "Not at all. The museum welcomes all art enthusiasts, and having an additional guest is no trouble at all." Director Okii maintained a warm smile, readily assuming the role of host as he began to introduce each piece of art with fondness. "This piece is said to originate from Shenzhou. It was discovered in the tomb of a European noble, suggesting a result of cultural exchange. That I've read about this. It must be what they refer to as the Silk Road. Many artworks from Shenzhou were exported to the world through this route." "Indeed, young lady, you are quite well informed." As Director Okii spoke, Ran's scholarly tendencies emerged, not only absorbing his explanations but also drawing connections to her self-taught knowledge. This elicited an even broader smile from the director. Listening to the barrage of technical terms exchanged between Director Okiai and Ran, Sonoko felt her head begin to spin, internally lamenting, "Honestly, they don't give me a moment to interject. This is even more torturous than being in class." As she grumbled inwardly, her gaze drifted to Conan, who appeared relaxed and smiling, nodding in acknowledgement. This little boy is quite remarkable. He can actually absorb such mundane details. "Director Okiai? Ah, there you are." Just as the trio was engrossed in the director's explanations, a powerful voice reverberated through the quiet museum. They turned to see a robust, middle-aged man adorned in luxury brands striding confidently toward them. "Mr. Naka, what brings you here today?" Upon spotting the ostentatious Mr. Naka, Director Okiai's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. However, he still politely approached and greeted them. "Naturally, I had to come over and take a good look. As construction will commence soon at that time, these shabby items will be sent to who knows where. Ha!" As Jinzhong laughed heartily, he completely failed to notice that Director Ochai's withered hands were tightly clenched. After exchanging a few brief words, Jinzhong left the exhibition hall. Without a backward glance, it was only after the figure of Jinzhong disappeared that Director Ochai slowly turned to face Xiaolan and her companions. "I apologize, everyone, but I have some matters to attend to and must excuse myself," Xiaolan replied. "It's all right. We'll take a stroll around, and if anything comes up, we will contact you." Director Ochai nodded slightly. "All right, my office is just at the end of the corridor on the right. Unless there is an urgent matter, I'll be inside." After giving his instructions, Director Ochai hunched over and left the exhibition hall. Conan remarked, "It seems that Jinzhong is indeed the big boss behind the acquisition of this art museum." Yuanzi scoffed. "Big boss? He's nothing but a real estate tycoon with a bit of cash. If he dares to act recklessly, I could easily use my pocket money to buy out his company." "Ha! And no wonder she's the daughter of the Suzuki Corporation. Her words carry such weight." Grumble, grumble. Ouch! Suddenly, a tumultuous rumble erupted from Yuanzi's stomach, leaving her pale as she clutched her abdomen. "Oh no, my stomach hurts suddenly." Even a wealthy young lady cannot escape the urgent call of nature. Gritting her teeth, Yuanzi hurriedly followed the directional signs within the museum towards the restroom. Xiaolan, feeling concerned, said, "Shinichi, I'm a bit worried about Yuanzi. Could you please go buy some antidiarrheal medicine? Leave it to me." Conan made an okay gesture and headed towards the exit, while Xiaolan went to check on Yuanzi. On his way out, Conan inadvertently overheard a conversation among several museum employees. "Where has that Takata fellow gone again? What a lazy bum." One remarked, "By the way, many artworks have been missing from the museum lately, and during inventory last night, one of the snake skin bags in the storage was gone. Have you heard the rumors? They say Takata has been secretly selling off the museum's artworks. Could it be he got into trouble and ended up submerged in Tokyo Bay?" Buzz, upon hearing the conversation among the museum staff. A flash of insight struck Conan's mind. He quickly stopped in his tracks and took out a photo he had carelessly stowed in his pocket, scrutinizing it closely, fixating on the photo of Takata's shifty-eyed face. He finally recalled why it seemed familiar. It was the same person who had disintegrated before his eyes in the alley. Wait, selling off artworks. Suddenly, a connection formed in Conan's mind, and he remembered the scene in the alley where the octopus-like ovener carefully cradled a snakeskin bag, which emitted a crisp sound from within. Could it be him? An idea surged within Conan, and he sprinted towards the curator's office. "Ouch! It hurts! Yuanzi, are you all right? Is it serious?" The restroom stall door swung open, and Yuanzi staggered out, with Xiaolan hastily rushing to support her to prevent her from falling. Yuanzi weakly said, "Thank you, Xiaolan. I don't know what's wrong. My stomach just started hurting all of a sudden." Xiaolan expressed her concern. "Yuanzi, just hold on a little longer. I've sent Conan to buy some antidiarrheal medicine. You'll be fine soon. Oh no. Here it comes again." Yuanzi dashed back into the restroom stall, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "I can't take it anymore." "Xiaolan, hurry and take my phone to contact the Suzuki family's medical team. They need to come quickly to save me." Xiaolan, upon hearing this, revealed a bewildered expression. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Though she pondered this, she couldn't bear to see Yuanzi suffer any longer. She reached under the stall to grab the phone and began searching for the medical team's contact information. But the result was out of battery. Just as Xiaolan finally located the medical team's contact, the phone screen went completely black, revealing a flashing red battery icon. What now? Just when things couldn't get any worse. Yuanzi never expected to find herself in such a predicament. If anyone she knew found out, they would surely laugh themselves to death. Yuanzi, don't worry. I'll find a charging station and be back soon. Xiaolan, I'm counting on you. As she listened to Xiaolan's receding footsteps, Yuanzi's eyes welled with tears. After about 5 minutes, Xiaolan still hadn't returned, but Yuanzi felt her stomach discomfort easing. Hiss, what's going on today? Am I cursed? I should probably visit a shrine or temple soon. Clutching her stomach and leaning against the wall for support, Yuanzi took small steps forward. Director Ochai, what are you bringing me here for? Of course. There are some matters I wish to confirm with you, Mr. Xinzhong. Hearing a sudden conversation nearby, Yuanzi's curiosity piqued, and she focused on a slightly ajar exhibition hall door. Driven by her inquisitiveness, she leaned in to peek through the crack, only to see Director Ochai and Mr. Xinzhong inside. Xinzhong wore an impatient expression as he said, Can't this wait? My time is worth hundreds of thousands a minute. Mr. Xinzhong, the person secretly selling the museum's collection through Takata must be you, right? Upon hearing this, Xinzhong's expression froze momentarily, before he quickly forced a smile. Director Ochai, what are you insinuating? How could someone in my position do such a thing? You must be mistaken. Is that so? But nearly all the people who traded with Takata on site were your employees. And one of them is even your bodyguard. Oh, you really dare to claim ignorance. At this moment, Director Ochai's previous amiable demeanor vanished, his narrowed eyes now wide open with fury, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xinzhong, feeling unnerved under Ochai's gaze, clenched his teeth and retorted fiercely, So what if I did buy some artwork secretly? If you don't want to end up on the street starving, it's best to pretend nothing happened. Do you understand? But in the face of Xinzhong's threat, Director Ochai's gaze turned icy, and a pattern began to manifest on his face. Swish! As his body twisted, Director Ochai transformed into the octopus-like Ovener. Another one of those creatures. Xiaolan, who had been eavesdropping at the door, was nearly scared out of her wits, but at the last moment, she managed to stifle her scream. A monster! Having encountered Ovener once before, Yuanzi was terrified, but Xinzhong, seeing the creature for the first time up close, was utterly petrified, collapsing onto the ground, a puddle of sweat forming beneath him. In the shadow of Ovener, the bare upper body of Director Ochai appeared. Defiling artworks, lacking compassion for the wealthy, I see you are destined for death. I shall now send you to meet Takata. As the words fell, Ovener swiftly raised its hands, and its fingers transformed into tentacles that invaded Xinzhong's mouth and nose, spreading toward his heart. After 2 or 3 fleeting seconds, the tentacles withdrew from Xinzhong's mouth and nose. Don't come any closer, you monster! Xinzhong, still in shock, scrambled to his feet and ran towards the exhibition hall's entrance. But Ovener did not obstruct him, merely standing still and watching as Xinzhong saw the door drawing nearer. A surge of hope flooded his heart. He vowed that if he escaped safely, he would blow this museum to smithereens. With nothing left behind, with these thoughts racing through his mind, Xinzhong's hand was mere inches from the door. Yet in the next moment, the proprietor Xinzhong suddenly discovered that his hands had transformed into a pale gray hue. Crash! In an instant, Xinzhong's body turned to ashes right where he stood, and it was likely that even in his final moments, he could never have fathomed such a demise. Yuanzi, stationed at the entrance, witnessed the horrifying spectacle of a living man disintegrating into ash before her eyes. She was utterly shaken, her heart pounding in terror, as she clamped her mouth shut, fearing discovery by the cephalopodic creature. Ofi Ino, lurking within do not notice me. Do not notice me, she fervently prayed in her mind, attempting to move as silently as possible. However, her trembling legs betrayed her, frozen in place as if burdened by lead. Snap! Just as Yuanzi endeavored to flee, a sudden gust of wind erupted. In the next instant, the grand doors of the exhibition hall split apart, and Ofi Ino appeared mere steps away from Yuanzi. Yuanzi could no longer restrain herself, letting out a piercing scream that echoed through the air, and then she attempted to flee for her life. Yet, having previously suffered from a bout of diarrhea that sapped her strength. Compounded by overwhelming fear, she barely took 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. How painful! Struggling to rise, she turned her head only to find that Ofi Ino had somehow positioned himself behind her. Looking down from above, the thought of becoming Ash herself plunged Unz into despair, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. No, I do not wish to die yet. I have never even experienced love. Unz, get down. Just as Unz was engulfed in hopelessness, a powerful shout resonated in her ear. Without a moment's thought, she instinctively dropped to the ground, covering her head. Bang! Thud, thud, thud! A dull metallic crash sounded nearby, followed by hurried footsteps. Unz, are you all right? Ah! Unz raised her head to see Conan standing between her and Ofi Ino, holding an exquisitely crafted vase. Unz, you're not hurt, are you? Are you all right? Unz snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, And no, I'm fine. That's good. Once assured of Unz's safety, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then raised the vase high and shouted, This is a Yuan dynasty vase. If you do not come over, I shall shatter it. No sooner had he spoken than Conan executed a sliding maneuver to appear behind Ofi Ino, and with the power of his enhanced shoes, he sprinted away. Stop, without a moment's hesitation. Ofi Ino disregarded Unz and launched a full-speed pursuit of Conan. In the blink of an eye, Unz found herself alone, her mind still struggling to comprehend the chaos. Unz, how are you, Xiaolan? Just then, Xiaolan arrived. Rushing to help Unz to her feet, I just finished charging your phone. The medical team is on their way. Give me my phone. Here. Taking the phone from Xiaolan, Unz rapidly dialed a number and shouted into the receiver. This is Unz, all members of the Suzuki family bodyguard team. Mobilize. Location, Mihua Art Museum. As fast as possible. At this moment, Conan's thoughts were straightforward. He needed to draw Ofi Ino away from Unz and the others, both to prevent innocent bystanders from being harmed and to ensure that his transformation remained undiscovered. However, Doctor, can your invention not be more reliable? Glancing back at Ofi Ino, who was closing in, Conan inwardly cursed Agasa's inventions for their perpetual flaws. Realizing they were rapidly losing power, now having lured Ofi Ino into the natural exhibition hall, a spot devoid of visitors, he found the conditions to be perfect. Here, as Ofi Ino was about to seize him, Conan hurled the Yuan dynasty vase into the air. Seeing this, Ofi Ino leaped up to catch it. Seizing the opportunity, Conan swiftly strapped on the Fui's belt and activated the Fui's phone. 555 enter. Transform. Standby complete. Wow. Red photon blood enveloped him, and in an instant, Conan transformed into Kamen Rider Fui's. Upon completing his transformation, Conan instinctively shook his right hand and then sprinted towards the just-landed Ofi Ino. Ha! Facing Conan's powerful punch, Ofi Ino spun around. Using his back for defense, that Conan's fist landed on Ofi Ino's back with no resistance, as if striking a cloud. Wow! Ugh! While Conan was still marveling at Ofi Ino's soft body structure, Ofi Ino suddenly turned around and unleashed a cloud of black mist that enveloped Conan's head, rendering him not only blind but also struggling to breathe. Crash! While Conan was ensnared by the black mist, Ofi Ino delivered a spinning kick that struck Conan's chest, sending him crashing against a shark specimen. Though painful, it liberated Conan from the suffocating mist. After incapacitating Conan momentarily, Ofi Ino chose not to pursue further, but instead placed the vase on an empty display pedestal, gently wiping its surface with his cloak. Having dealt with Director Okii, there is no need to continue. I understand you are not inherently evil. Conan stood up from the shark's head, drawing out the Fui's phone and switching to explosive gun mode, aiming it at Ofi Ino. Upon hearing Conan's words, Ofi Ino ceased his polishing of the vase and slowly turned to face him. Wow! In a flash of white light, Ofi Ino transformed back into the benevolent Director Okii. I'm truly sorry. I did not intend to frighten that young girl. It's just that once I become Ofi Ino, I find it exceedingly difficult to control myself that I can understand you. Otherwise, you would not have spared me and Xiaolan back in the alley. Jumping down from the shark specimen, Conan reverted to his original elementary school form with a shrug. Reciprocity. Thank you. After responding politely, Director Okiai's gaze fell upon Conan's Foe's belt, his expression growing grave that I never anticipated that they would actually succeed, even bringing the Fui's system into existence. This likely means the earlier plans were also successful. Conan's brow furrowed at Director Okiai's murmurs. What are you saying? What do you know, Director Okiai? In truth, Okiai is not my real name. My codename is Grappa. Nanny, upon hearing this name associated with wine, Conan felt a rush of anxiety. He recalled the mysterious woman's warning to be wary of individuals who used drink names as codenames. Concealing the Foe's phone behind his back, Conan hesitated, contemplating whether to transform and take action. Child, do not worry. I have effectively distanced myself from the organization, or rather, they believe I am dead and have ceased their search for me. Seemingly sensing Conan's apprehension, Grappa spoke soothingly, then inquired, Child, could you tell me how you obtained the Fui's belt? I won it in a lottery. Not entirely trusting Director Okiai or Grappa, Conan refrained from divulging the full truth. Director Okiai, however, did not appear surprised and slowly found a seat. Conan spoke solemnly. What exactly is your organization about? What are your true intentions? Is it true that the Orpheon you mentioned refers to these monsters? For the vast majority of ordinary people, they are indeed monstrous. Yet, in the eyes of the organization, this is a glorious evolution, the very direction of humanity's future. Humanity's destiny should be the Orpheon at this juncture. Grappa sighed deeply, his gaze seemingly lost in reminiscence, that I am among the few fortunate ones. Nearly all of my former companions have turned to ashes. However, despite having committed numerous unsavory deeds for the organization, my most profound impression of it remains the color black. As Grappa concluded his thoughts, his tone grew exceptionally grave, and he fixed his gaze intently upon Conan. Child, if you harbor regrets, it may not yet be too late. Removing the belt allows you to continue enjoying life for the time that remains. But should you choose to press onward, what awaits you is an unfathomable abyss of terror and darkness. Even now, what you see is merely the tip of the iceberg, in response to Grappa's counsel. Conan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and the lenses of his glasses reflected a glimmer of light. A shark, the predator of the deep sea, can effortlessly sense even the faintest trace of blood in the ocean and swiftly converge upon the source. The same principle applies to detectives. As long as the hidden truth remains shrouded, a detective will never cease their pursuit, akin to a shark on the hunt. Conan remarked, and Grappa's expression shifted to one of astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Child, who exactly are you? Edogawa Conan, a detective. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Conan struck a confident pose, a radiant smile gracing his face, his eyes brimming with boundless passion and vitality. Grappa nodded gently, a look of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. Excellent, detective. I trust that the Fui's belt in your possession will undoubtedly prove to be of greater utility. Thank you for your kind words. But before we proceed further, I kindly request that you accompany me, Director Oki. I hope you can truthfully disclose the organization's information to the authorities, as this may, in some measure, alleviate your transgressions. No, it is too late. My time has come, the moment of death belonging to the Orpheon. As soon as he spoke those words, Grappa's body was suddenly enveloped in a blue flame, engulfing him from within. Much like those Orpheon who are on the verge of turning to ash. It has finally come to an end. A searing sensation coursed through every part of his body. Yet, Grappa wore a smile of liberation, mustering his last ounce of strength to call out to Conan. Child, you may not fully comprehend, but in truth, we are kindred spirits. Upon hearing this, Conan hastily asked, What do you mean by that? Thud. However, Grappa had already lost the strength to respond, his body, ablaze with blue flames, collapsed to the ground, and in a short while, transformed into a heap of white ash. Thus, the director of the Miho Art Museum and former member of the organization, Grappa, met the end of his life. Gazing at the mound of white ash before him, Conan could not shake Grappa's final words from his mind. We are kindred spirits. Perhaps I should take some action. Conan felt a pang of sympathy as he watched Grappa's ashes scatter upon the ground, resolving to gather some for a proper burial. Just as he was about to act, a cacophony of footsteps and machinery roared from all directions. This is the last location. Commence the airdrop. Break the door! Break the door! Bang! Before Conan could comprehend the unfolding situation, dozens of heavily armed soldiers descended, shattering windows and blasting through doors, employing an array of methods to storm into the natural exhibition hall. As Conan focused his gaze, he noticed that every soldier bore the name Suzuki emblazoned on their insignias, making the truth unmistakably clear. The corridor is deserted. There is no one within the specimens. No one in the restroom. Nearly 100 soldiers from the Suzuki family initiated a thorough search of the natural exhibition hall, while Grappa's ashes were trampled and scattered everywhere, risking being crushed. Conan managed to snatch a small handful of the white ash. This will suffice. At least I can provide an explanation. Looking down at the ash in his hand, Conan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Conan, are you all right? Sister Ran. I'm here. Seeing Ran rush towards him in a flurry, Conan waved his hand enthusiastically in response. However, before he could fully react, Ayumi, darting around a drainage bend, appeared in front of Conan. Her expression fraught with urgency. Little rascal, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? As she spoke, Ayumi began frantically searching Conan for injuries. Take off your clothes. Let me examine you. After a thorough inspection, Ayumi confirmed that Conan bore no external injuries. She then insisted on checking for internal damage, prompting Conan to awkwardly hug himself. Sister Ayumi, please, I'm really fine, and besides, I'm rather SHYB good. Let me take a look. Seeing Conan resist, the determined Ayumi wasted no time, quickly attempting to forcibly remove his outer clothing. In an instant, Conan's shirt was whisked away. Help! Sister Ran, Ayumi quickly put Conan down. Even children deserve their dignity. The soldiers from the Suzuki family stood in stunned silence at the scene, unsure of how to respond, and eventually they quietly began to retreat, fearing they might draw Ayumi's attention. After all, the benefits of working for the Suzuki family were quite generous, and they had no desire to jeopardize their lucrative positions. Under the combined resistance of Ran and Conan, Ayumi had no choice but to abandon her plan to check for internal injuries. Speaking of which, what happened to that creature with the squid-like head? How dare it frighten me? This time, I've brought my bodyguards with me. If it dares to show itself, I'll blast it to smithereens. Reflecting on her earlier predicament, Ayumi began to stomp her feet in frustration. Completely oblivious to the faint white ash beneath her feet, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Conan's temple as he quickly donned an innocent smile and explained, Sister Ayumi, please calm down. That monster has already been driven away and is no longer here. Driven away? Was it done by someone clad in armor? Ayumi grasped Conan's shoulders, her tone filled with excitement as she inquired, to which Conan nodded in affirmation. Ayumi was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth is going on? Is there anyone who can explain this to me? Sister Ayumi, that knight asked me to convey a message to you. With his hands in his pockets, Conan spoke in a tone far beyond his years. I sincerely apologize for the fright you experienced, but this matter involves too much. Even as a daughter of the Suzuki family, your safety, as well as that of your family, is at stake. I hope you can keep this secret, as it is my earnest request. At this point, Conan quickly reverted to his youthful exuberance, smiling brightly. Oh dear, it seems I almost forgot. What a strange person, making such an absurd request. My mom is going to give me an earful for unilaterally mobilizing the bodyguards in a couple of days. Muttering a few disgruntled words, Ayumi inadvertently kicked the last remnants of white ash into the air, ensuring that Grappa had truly been reduced to nothing. Although Ayumi appeared quite displeased, both Ran and Conan, having grown up alongside her, understood that she had taken the advice to heart. It was merely her lively personality that prompted her to speak so freely. After venting her frustrations with a flurry of punches, Ayumi placed her hands on her hips and sighed. These past few days have been nothing but trouble. I should seek the help of a master in a couple of days. By the way, Ran, if you have no other plans, why don't you and Conan come over to my house today? My parents are abroad, and I'm dreadfully bored all by myself. Sure, no problem. Yay, we're going to Sister Ayumi's house. Considering that Ayumi had indeed suffered quite the scare today, both Conan and Ran felt it was only right to keep her company. All right, please hold on a moment. Yuenzi retrieved a walkie-talkie from her pocket and, with an air of authority, issued her command. This is Yuenzi. Immediately withdraw all armored vehicles and tanks, and instruct the helicopters to descend horizontally to transport us back. Understood, Miss Uenzi. The armed helicopters are currently searching for a suitable landing spot. Heh, truly befitting of the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate, to have even summoned armed helicopters. Conan and Ran mused to themselves, their lips twitching in bemusement. Yet amidst their thoughts, a vague sense of forgetfulness lingered. What exactly had slipped their minds? Conan, Ran, it's time to depart. The helicopter is ready for us. Coming, they decided to dismiss the feeling, assuming it was of no significant concern, and promptly followed Uenzi aboard the helicopter. Meanwhile, at the Muri Detective Agency. Bang! Bang! Help! Is anyone there? How did I end up locked in the restroom? Ran, Conan, whoever it is, please let me out. I'm afraid of the dark. Eri, are you there? In the suburban outskirts of Kyoto, the scene starkly contrasted with the vibrant neon-lit districts. Appearing desolate and dilapidated, that a glance revealed no sign of youth. Only a handful of elderly residents clinging to life, barely confirming the existence of any populace. Veering, just as the old folks retired for the night. A powerful Harley motorcycle zoomed past, its engine's roar shattering the stillness of the night. I'm almost there. Open the door. Received. After a swift ride, a mysterious woman on the Harley arrived at an inconspicuous mound of earth. In the next moment, the ground suddenly opened, revealing a meticulously carved tunnel. Veering, the enigmatic woman, gently twisted the throttle and swiftly entered the passage. Once she was inside, the tunnel automatically sealed itself, returning to its unremarkable appearance. Veering, approximately half a minute later, the mysterious woman emerged from the tunnel, revealing an astonishing sight at its exit. The area was expansive, comparable to a football field, and the structure was entirely made of steel. A testament to the wealth of those behind it. Welcome back, absent, that as soon as the woman parked her motorcycle, Vodka appeared, greeting her warmly. Ah, it's you, Vodka. It's been so long. Responding, the mysterious woman removed her helmet, revealing a cascade of golden hair reminiscent of waving wheat, followed by a beauty that was both enchanting and imbued with an air of aloofness. Faced with such a captivating beauty, it seemed no man could maintain his composure. However, it was her power and cunning that truly instilled fear in others. Even among a ruthless organization known for its mercilessness, many harbored trepidation towards her. A significant and enigmatic member of the organization, she was known as the chameleon. To date, she had accomplished numerous incredible missions. Her name was Absinthe, also known as Vermouth. Noticing Vodka was alone, Vermouth teased, "How curious that you alone came to greet me, aren't you, and Jin inseparable? Have you two had a falling out recently?" Vodka, flustered, quickly waved his hands. "No, no. How could I dare to argue with the boss? Absinthe, please don't joke like that." Observing Vodka's flustered demeanor, a sly smile crept across Vermouth's lips as she delicately supported her chin with her hand. Hee, thinking about it, that does seem plausible. Let me guess, Jim must be nearby, right? Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed through the air, and Vermouth felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of her head. "Long time no see. Absinthe, just as I suspected, Jin, you are indeed here." Despite the gun barrel pressed against her skull, Vermouth remained unfazed, even smiling alluringly as she turned to face him, meeting the icy gaze of Jin, along with the firearm in his grip. Not bad. Jin got an M29 revolver, capable of easily taking down a buffalo. However, Vermouth lightly tapped the gun barrel resting against her smooth forehead with her index finger, then smiled seductively. "But, Jin, pointing such a toy at one of your own is rather inappropriate, don't you think? If this is meant to be a welcoming ceremony for me, I must say, I find it rather displeasing." Seeing Vermouth's nonchalant attitude, Jin's expression hardened. "Well, I sincerely apologize, Absinthe, but this welcoming ceremony is predicated on the assumption that you are one of us. Do you believe yourself to be so?" "Oh, how intriguing!" Vermouth's smile deepened, her tone playful. "From your words, it seems you are doubting me. Let this be an act of compassion for the dying. Enlighten me on the basis of your suspicions." Without further ado, Jin cut to the chase. "First off, why did you fail to report upon your return? Where have you been during your absence? And what have you been up to? Provide a full account." A faint smirk appeared on Vermouth's lips as she began. "Tell me, Jin, have you heard of the high school detective, Kudo Shinichi, known as the savior of the police?" Jin remained icy. "Never heard of him. Just a mere high school brat. Hardly worth my concern. You would do well not to underestimate this high school detective. To my knowledge, he has assisted the police in solving numerous challenging cases that he may pose a significant threat to our organization's forthcoming operations. Jin's interest peaked at this, and he inquired with a hint of skepticism. Are you suggesting that during your absence, you dealt with that high school brat? Indeed, using the organization's latest developed drug. Moreover, to avoid detection by the police's eyes, it required considerable effort on my part. Seeing Vermouth's confident smile, Jin hesitated for a moment before lowering his handgun slightly. If that were the case, it was indeed a plausible explanation. However, Jin abruptly shifted his stance, the gun once again pressing against Vermouth's forehead. His voice laced with frost. Regarding the recent intruder incident, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation for your absence at the scene and why the intruder knew where to find the belt. Who divulged that information? Vermouth's smile turned slightly mocking. So, Jin, you are indeed doubting me, suspecting that I revealed the organization's most crucial secrets to outsiders, correct? Isn't that so? Jin's voice brimmed with certainty, as if he possessed irrefutable evidence linking Vermouth to the assailant. In that moment, anyone would feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet Vermouth was no ordinary individual. Instead of fear, Vermouth erupted into a rhythmic laughter. Jin frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your lack of insight. Jin and Vodka's lack of wit. For even considering me a suspect, Vermouth turned to Vodka, smiling. Vodka, how have your studies been of late? Vodka lowered his head sheepishly, murmuring, I really am trying hard, but math problems are just too difficult. I don't know if I can pass the next exam. Do your best, or else you might end up being Jin's driver for life. Vodka chuckled, I actually think being Jin's driver for life wouldn't be too bad. After all, it's the only thing I'm really good at. Ignoring Vodka's lack of ambition, Vermouth turned back to Jin, her gaze laced with mockery. Jin, you must understand, it was the higher-ups who ordered me to be dispatched overseas temporarily. Not me acting independently as for why the assailant was aware of the belt. Even the FBI's informant nearly became our comrade. It is not entirely impossible that the matter of the belt was leaked. Upon hearing this, Jin's countenance darkened considerably. Whether it was merely his imagination, he felt that Vermouth was mocking him. Yet infuriatingly, he possessed no evidence. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, to the point where his hand gripping the gun began to tremble involuntarily. Observing this, Vodka hurried over to subdue Jin's firearm. Brother, Absinthe makes a valid point. Perhaps it was indeed that FBI informant who caught wind of the news. At this juncture, we ought to be more united. Any words or actions that undermine our unity must be considered with caution. Faced with Vodka's counsel, Jin made no response, allowing Vodka to press down his gun. Noticing this, Vodka quickly nodded at Vermouth. You've had a long journey. Absinthe, your room has been prepared. Please take some time to rest. Thank you, she replied gracefully, waving her hand before proceeding deeper into the base. It was only after Vermouth's figure disappeared from view that Vodka dared to release Jin's hand. Brother. With a cold huff, Jin wrested his hand from Vodka's grasp and raised the gun, pulling the trigger against the wall. Bang! Bang! Oh, master, please resolve my confusion. Why have I been plagued by misfortunes of late? Even beset by calamity, pray allow me a moment to compose myself. That moment. Within the Suzuki family's living room, Sonoko sat earnestly in her chair, gazing at the monk before her. The monk, however, seemed still lost in thought. Perhaps envisioning himself in a meditation room, enjoying hot pot and humming merrily. Suddenly, a group of burly men barged in, silencing him by swiftly enveloping him in a sack. After a tumultuous journey, he found himself in this place. Initially reluctant to be brought here for fortune-telling, his demeanor transformed upon receiving a generous box of cash from Sonoko, leading him to exclaim that fate had brought them together, producing his divination tools. The monk began to roast a tortoise shell over flames, chanting softly, "Point 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The winding river flows from the heavens, cascading into a sea of myriad colors, as the last word fell from his lips. Cracks appeared on the tortoise shell under the intense heat. Eagerly, the monk brought it closer, beginning his interpretation. Sonoko, visibly anxious, inquired, "Master, what does it say?" "Oh dear, This is grave. This is very grave indeed. After interpreting the tortoise shell, the monk gazed seriously at Sonoko. It is dire news. Miss Sonoko, the omens indicate you are currently in nadir of fortune, with a high probability of encountering danger. Hearing this, Sonoko's face drained of color. What should I do? Can you help me avert this? The monk shook his head. No. This is a matter of destiny, beyond the reach of a humble monk. However what? Please, master, do tell, sensing a glimmer of hope. Sonoko urged him on. Clearing his throat, the monk continued. According to the interpretation of the omens, although you may face peril, most instances will be mere false alarms. This is due to the presence of a fated protector by your side. Should you form a bond with him, fortune shall surely turn in your favor, and danger will cease to plague you. Is it true? Does this mean I am soon to encounter my Prince Charming? Sonoko exclaimed, elated. But then, she queried, pray tell, master, what characteristics does my prince possess? When might he appear? According to the omens, when you next find yourself in danger, your destined prince will traverse great obstacles to reach you. At that moment, the wheels of fate will align for your union. However, what else? Sonoko pressed, noticing the monk's hesitation. From the omens, it seems your prince is someone you are already acquainted with, possessing extraordinary qualities and an abundance of romantic opportunities. The following day, due to Conan's earlier assistance in solving a case for the police, Officer Takagi formally presented him with a banner and certificate of commendation on behalf of the police department. The school administration took this matter seriously, convening all students and faculty for a commendation ceremony, where Conan undoubtedly stood as the focal point. I express my gratitude to all the teachers for their guidance, and to my fellow students for their companionship. I shall strive to study diligently and contribute to the future development of the Mahama community. Applause erupted from the audience following his speech, with the school's photographer eagerly capturing the moment, as this was a living advertisement for recruitment. With effective promotion, next year's enrollment would surely soar. Everyone was in high spirits, except for Conan. Honestly, why must I endure this torture? Though he maintained a brave smile, he inwardly lamented his predicament. After 2 more hours, the ceremony finally concluded. Yet Conan's tribulations were far from over. Conan-kun, you are amazing. You helped the police solve the case. I admire you so much. Conan-kun, can you be my older brother? I would give you all my pocket money. Conan-kun, here is a letter I wrote for you. Please accept. It be why the time school dismissed at 3 o'clock. Conan had accumulated 2 large bags of snacks, a basket of fruit, over 20 students volunteering to be his underlings, and a cabinet full of love letters. Had it not been for Ayumi and her friend's assistance, he might not have managed to leave the school at all. Honestly, why are these elementary students so precocious? They can barely articulate their thoughts, yet are already writing love letters, grateful that Ran had not shown up today. He mused that she would have undoubtedly teased him on his way back to the detective agency. Conan couldn't help but grumble about his experiences. Just then, his phone began ringing. Do not find this unreasonable. It was designed with this function, and Uncle Agasa has used the phone to make calls before, though it is uncertain if he pays for the service. Answering the call, Conan promptly inquired, "Who is this?" The voice on the other end belonged to Professor Agasa. "Shinichi, if it is convenient, could you come to my place? I have a new invention I'd like you to help me with." Without waiting for Conan to respond, Agasa abruptly hung up. "Hey, Professor Agasa, what are you up to now? I've had a long day." With a weary sigh, Conan placed the phone back into his bag and changed direction toward Agasa's house. Fortunately, Agasa's residence was not far, and within 2 or 3 minutes, Conan arrived at his door. Ding dong. "Professor, please open the door." As usual, Conan pressed the doorbell to alert Agasa. However, after a moment, there was still no response. Puzzled, Conan called out, "What's going on?" "Professor." Ding dong, ding dong. Conan tiptoed to ring the bell again, but still there was no sound. "Hello?" Hearing a sudden voice from behind, Conan instinctively turned around, only to find a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman standing there. "Excuse me, ma'am. Do you need something?" The woman smiled and replied, "Indeed, I have matters to discuss with you. Mr. Shinichi Kudo, the high school detective." "What?" Conan exclaimed in shock. Just then, the door to Agasa's house swung open, and Conan felt a force lift him off the ground. In the next moment, his bag was forcibly separated from him. Oh no. The belt is still in a bag. Realizing that the intruder sought the Fui's belt within his bag, Conan quickly reacted, attempting to reclaim it. However, the strength of a child was insufficient, and before he could even reach out, he was thrown heavily to the ground. Damn it. After being thrown to the ground, Conan suddenly discovered that behind him stood a mysterious figure clad in a formal suit and wearing a mask. Accompanied by a contraption resembling a futuristic mechanical warrior, the masked man then spoke. "Kudo Shinichi, your end has come. Submit to your fate." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had the masked man finished speaking than the mechanical warrior swiftly drew a gun from its waist and fired. Fortunately, Conan reacted swiftly, executing a sliding maneuver to evade the attack. How infuriating! When was I exposed? While internally grinding his teeth in frustration, Conan intended to make a hasty retreat. However, the only exit was obstructed by a middle-aged woman, leaving Conan utterly trapped. "Yield and surrender. You have no escape." The middle-aged woman produced a handgun from her coat pocket, the dark muzzle pointed directly at Conan. How detestable! Faced with this dead end, Conan resolutely opted to take a detour and scale the wall to flee. Yet, just as he reached the corner and attempted to climb a tree, the mechanical warrior fired again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Conan heard the sound of wind slicing past his ears, and when he finally looked up, he saw a large tree crashing down at the corner. Crash, cough, cough. The air was thick with dust, and in a moment of desperation, Conan threw himself into the corner to dodge the falling tree. Though he was fortunate to escape injury, he found himself trapped in the corner beneath the fallen tree. The masked man declared, "Kudo Shinichi, your resistance is futile. Come out and accept your destiny. The old fat man inside has already set off ahead of you, and it is time for you to join him. What have you done to Dr. Agasa?" Conan's heart sank at these words, and he immediately inquired with great urgency. "Humph, anyone who might uncover the secrets of our organization must be eliminated. You and that fat doctor are merely the beginning. Soon, everyone around you will follow suit. So you will not be alone, especially your childhood friend. We will take good care of her. Scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Conan's fists clenched tightly, his blood boiling within him. That moment, the mechanical warrior advanced towards him, gun drawn. In the next instant, a pattern emerged on Conan's angry face. Howl! Thud! A wolf's howl echoed through the air. In the next moment, the mechanical warrior's abdomen was pierced by a sharp claw, followed by a figure leaping from the bushes to pin the mechanical warrior to the ground. Snap! Crack! After a frenzied bout of biting and clawing. The mechanical warrior's condition was nothing short of horrific. It was utterly disfigured, its internal circuitry completely exposed. This moment, the figure atop the mechanical warrior slowly lifted its head. A wolf. A snow-white silver wolf. With sharp claws, powerful legs, and a short, fluffy white tail. Very well, aside from the tail, the creature exuded an imposing presence. Wolf Affinio. After thoroughly dispatching the mechanical warrior, Wolf Affinio crouched slightly, its gaze filled with murderous intent as it stared at the two individuals before it, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart. "Stop, Shinichi. Calm down." Hearing this familiar voice, Wolf Affinio quickly turned towards the sound, spotting Dr. Agasa rushing out from the garage in a panic. "Shinichi, don't be impulsive. This is all a misunderstanding. Yusako, Yukiko, you two stop acting." "What?" Wolf Affinio could hardly believe its eyes as the mysterious man and woman who had been pursuing it removed their disguises. "I'm sorry, little Shin. But Mom didn't mean to frighten you. It's all your father's fault for insisting you confront the truth early. Yukiko, don't place all the blame on me. You were clearly enjoying yourself when you were putting on makeup for me." Mom and Dad, gazing at the striking couple before it, Wolf Affinio fell into a deep state of self-doubt, and in the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped it, transforming back into Conan. In Dr. Agasa's home. Oh, my poor first-generation mech guard, utterly destroyed. With tears streaming down his face, Dr. Agasa collected the shattered remnants of the mechanical warrior, his demeanor resembling that of a defeated rooster. Yusaka Kudo gently placed a hand on Dr. Agasa's left shoulder, attempting to console him. "There's no need to be so downcast, Dr. Agasa. This was expected. I'll transfer some money into your account later, so you can develop a better performing robot. I don't mind that. What we should be concerned about now is Shinichi, Dr. Agasa, cautiously turned to the living room, where Conan sat on the sofa, his expression dazed, gripping his thighs tightly, so forcefully that veins were visibly protruding from his small hands. We are, in fact, of the same kind as that was the meaning behind it. Recalling the last words of Grappa before his demise, Conan felt an overwhelming sense of self-mockery. He had never imagined he was also a part of a Finio. Although he could not recall the specifics, Conan vividly remembered the exhilaration of dismantling the mechanical guard. It felt like a primal instinct to destroy life. He even questioned whether he might have devolved into an uncontrollable monster had Dr. Agasa not intervened in time to why poor little Shin. Seeing her beloved son in such a gloomy state, Yukiko wiped her tears and embraced Conan. Why poor child. You are so unfortunate. It's all your father's fault for insisting you accept the truth early. Boo-hoo. Faced with his tearful mother, Conan couldn't help but respond with a hint of exasperation. Mom, your academic style is far too pronounced. That's not how you impress the judges. Oh dear, you saw right through me. Yukiko playfully stuck out her tongue, her demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous young girl, entirely unbefitting of a high school student's mother. Of course, only Conan understood just how fearsome his seemingly immature mother could be, especially when he mentioned her age. I'm sorry, my son. I didn't mean to frighten you, but that gun was modified in such a way that it couldn't harm a human, so you needn't worry about being injured. At that moment, Shinichi Kudo approached, gently stroking his son's head. Shinichi, I imagine you have many questions swirling in your mind, and you probably know a few things by now, right? Upon hearing this, Conan's expression turned serious. Yes. The organization that created Affinio is a mysterious one, and the codenames of its members must all be derived from alcoholic beverages. Shinichi Kudo nodded approvingly. Indeed, Shinichi, your ability to grasp such information in such a short time signifies a marked improvement in your deductive skills. But do not let it go to your head. After this admonition, Shinichi Kudo sat down on the sofa, and thus the Kudo family of three was finally gathered together. Shinichi Kudo continued. In fact, my initial encounter with this organization stemmed from the sudden disappearance of several of my international police friends. After some investigation, I uncovered the shadow of a mysterious organization behind it, which is responsible for both the drug that shrank you and Affinio. Conan's expression grew grave. Then what is this organization's origin? Unclear. All we know is that this mysterious organization has extensive connections with operatives in the political and business realms of nearly every country, and they seem to be involved in every significant incident. As Shinichi Kudo spoke, his expression became unusually serious. The fact that this nearly infallible deductive genius was troubled by such a matter spoke volumes about the formidable nature of this organization. Seeing the identical expressions on both father and son, Yukiko helplessly pinched Shinichi Kudo's ear. I say, dear husband, shouldn't we prioritize resolving our son's situation first? We can set the matter of the mysterious organization aside for now. After all, they won't be going anywhere anytime soon. Kudo Yusaku immediately inhaled sharply in pain. Hiss, my dear wife, please let go, I understand now. With a haughty little snort, Yukiko finally released Yusaku's ear as he rubbed his reddened ear. Yusaku fixed a grave gaze upon Conan and remarked, Shinichi, now that you are aware of your identity as Ophaner, what are your thoughts? Will you choose to live abroad with your parents to avoid the turmoil? Or, no need to say more. I must stay. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan resolutely provided his response. With utmost seriousness, he declared, if I were to simply run away, what would become of the people here, at least while I remain? I can save some lives that if I leave, it would only result in more innocent sacrifices. Yusaku's expression grew stern upon hearing Conan's answer. Have you truly considered your choice? If you opt for this path, it means you will have to engage in an endless battle. Furthermore, I must inform you that Ophaner's lifespan may only extend a little beyond 20 years, and with each transformation, that lifespan diminishes. Are you still willing to proceed? Conan paused at this revelation, but soon a smile crept upon his lips. Since the length of my life is already determined, I will strive to expand its breadth. If fighting is a sin, I am willing to bear it all until the very last moment. Indeed, you are truly my son. Yusaku fell silent for a moment, then placed both hands on Conan's shoulders, revealing a look of approval. Observing the father-son consensus, Yukiko's expression turned slightly pained. After all, no mother can bear to witness the shortening of her child's life. "My dear," Yukiko said, "the child has grown. It is time to respect his decision. Moreover, even if we forcibly take Shinichi away, he will likely find a way to return to it. Would be wiser to support him from the beginning." Ding dong. "Dear, this is Zheng Express. Please kindly sign for your package." Though slightly delayed, it had arrived safely, proving that Zheng Express lived up to its reputation. Upon hearing the sudden arrival of the courier, Yusaku expressed heartfelt admiration and stood to receive the delivery. "By the way, Shinichi, I have prepared a gift for you. Should you encounter allies to fight alongside you, be sure to pass this on to them." After saying this, Yusaku stepped outside to sign for the package. Seeing that the Kudo family meeting had finally come to a pause, Professor Agasa hurriedly approached Conan. "Shinichi, I need to draw a bit of your blood for research. Perhaps we can find a way to extend your lifespan. Would that be all right?" "No trouble at all, Professor." Without a moment's hesitation, Conan rolled up his sleeve, indicating to Professor Agasa to proceed with the blood draw. Agasa, too, was prompt, producing a syringe from his lab coat pocket and gently inserting it into Conan's vein. During this rare moment of tranquility, Yukiko silently stroked Conan's head, her gaze filled with love and concern. Conan, noticing his mother's expression, intentionally adopted a cool and aloof demeanor in response, reminiscent of his childhood. Not long after, Yusaku returned, carrying a suitcase that bore a striking resemblance to the one containing the Fui's belt, albeit marked with a yellow circle and an X. "What is this?" Conan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Like your Fui's belt, this is another belt with similar powers, named Caesar. May I assist you?" asked Ran, who had just returned from school and spotted a middle-aged woman standing at the door of their office. "Ah, it's been a long time, Ran." "Huh." That voice. Just as Ran felt a sense of déjà vu, the middle-aged woman suddenly transformed her expression to reveal a mature yet playful beauty. Hi. Yukiko smiled and waved, causing Ran to cover her mouth in astonishment. "You're Shinichi's mother. Aren't you supposed to be abroad?" Considering the gravity of the situation with my son, I had to return no matter how busy I was. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself for neglecting their being this moment. Conan stepped out beside Yukiko, teasing her parenting style with a half-moon-eyed expression. "Shin, your words are quite amusing." She stifled a laugh. Yukiko subtly pinched the soft flesh at Conan's side, causing him to pale momentarily. "Ouch. Ran, you arrived just in time. You've taken care of Shinichi during this difficult time, so Annie has a little gift for you." Yukiko approached Ran and handed her a bank book she had pulled from her bag. "Shinichi has decided to stay and continue fighting, so I'm entrusting you with this for the time being. Consider the 10 million yen within as a token of gratitude for your efforts." "10 million, Ran exclaimed, her eyes widening as she opened the bank book to see the number 1 followed by several zeros. Overwhelmed by the substantial amount, she felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. No. Shinichi's mother, you are far too generous. I cannot accept this. Please, take it back." Ran hurriedly attempted to return the bank book, but Yukiko moved with surprising agility, evading her grasp. "Oh, Ran, please don't be polite with Annie. 10 million is just a small gesture. Regardless, whether I give it now or later, it will be given to you. So why not accept it now?" "Wait." Ran froze at Yukiko's words, her movements instinctively halting, allowing Yukiko to swiftly step into the waiting car parked by the roadside. With a bright smile, Yukiko waved at Conan. "Shin, I'm leaving now. Feel free to contact us anytime. Your father and I will always rush back, no matter how busy we are." "Thank you. Please take care of yourselves abroad." Also, Conan paused for a moment before suddenly asking, "Mom, how did I become Ophaner? I seem to have no memory of that." About that, Yukiko tilted her head in a contemplative manner, then flashed her signature playful grin. "I'm not entirely sure, either. So you'll need to seek the answer yourself, Shin." Sigh, I understand. Although it was somewhat expected, Conan couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The absence of memories regarding his transformation into Ophaner weighed on him like a burden. "Shin," Yukiko called, and he turned to face her. She glanced at Ran before leaning in to whisper teasingly in Conan's ear, "Hurry up, Shin. If things come to the worst, I hope to raise your son or daughter just like you." "Mom, what on earth are you saying?" Conan's face flushed crimson at Yukiko's unexpected declaration, prompting him to shout in embarrassment and anger. "Shin, you are just too adorable. No wonder Sharon likes you so much." "Goodbye." With a carefree wave, Yukiko pressed the accelerator and drove away. "How disrespectful." Conan fumed, watching the car recede into the distance. Meanwhile, Ran approached, clutching the bank book nervously. "Shinichi, perhaps it's better if you keep the money. It feels a bit too much for me to hold." Noticing the anxious look on her face, Conan smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to worry, Ran. Since my mom entrusted the bank book to you, just accept it. Now you won't have to worry about finances. But it's far too valuable," Ran muttered, looking down. Just then, Conan began fiddling with his phone. "What are you doing, Shinichi?" This time they've gone too far. I must teach my old man a lesson." As he sent an email from his phone, a mischievous grin spread across Conan's face, and the reflection from his glasses gleamed ominously, casting a shadowy aura around him. Ran instinctively swallowed hard. Shinichi's expression is quite terrifying. Half an hour later, "Mr. Yusaku, the submission deadline is approaching. Please submit your manuscript soon." Alas, I was clearly the first to arrive. It should be my turn to check in first. If you have the ability, stop complaining. Let us engage in a friendly competition. At this moment in the airport lounge, Kudo Yusaku was typing furiously, his hands moving with exasperation. Behind him, a diverse group of foreign editors anxiously awaited their turn, their restlessness hinting at an imminent uproar. The only recourse for Kudo Yusaku was to hasten his typing. That insufferable brat. How dare he put his father in such a predicament? Just wait until I deal with you. Sigh. Not far away in the CAF, Yuki watched the frantic Kudo Yusaku while sipping her coffee, shaking her head in resignation. Do not offend the old, nor the young. Yusaku, you ought to learn from this experience. After all, you've made quite a mess of things for your son this time. The following period was considerably less complicated. For the sum of 10 million yen, Kaguro had no hesitation in allowing Conan to stay long-term. Were it not for Ran's intervention, Kaguro would have certainly lifted Conan high in joy. After all, since Conan's arrival, the agency's business had noticeably multiplied, and the commission fees were flowing in abundantly. Thus, this was no mere temporary guest. He was indeed a little fortune-bringer. Naturally, Kaguro could not be entrusted with the entirety of that 10 million. Undoubtedly, it was entrusted to Ran for safekeeping, leaving Kaguro to receive only a modest allowance each month. With a hint of pitiful reluctance, Kaguro lamented, "Surely, this is excessive. After all, I'm the head of the household. Can't you spare your father a little more pocket money?" Ran, with a playful smile, replied, "Certainly. I could just call Mother to see if she agrees. No, please don't. If she finds out, I'll be left with nothing." Thus, Kaguro's campaign for an increased allowance was declared a failure, leaving him to devise ways to take on more cases. For instance, the infamous Night Festival murder case, TV9, the Antique Collector murder case, TV17, the Elevator murder case, TV20, among a series of others. Yet, in the crucial moments, it was invariably Conan who, after administering a tranquilizer, would solve the case from the shadows with his voice changing tied out of course. There were times when the tranquilizer went awry, leading to the unfortunate necessity of enduring a few of Ran's punches. After all, aside from his swollen forehead, Kaguro was not much different from the tranquilizer itself. In the end, he would merely need to schedule a surgical appointment. Nevertheless, due to his unique detective style, Kaguro earned the nickname Sleeping Kaguro, a rather innovative approach to market himself. However, tranquility is destined to be fleeting. On that Friday afternoon, Sonoko burst into the detective agency with great enthusiasm. "Ran, we're flying first class to Isa Beach tonight." "Sonoko, why on earth are we going to Isa Beach, and why drag us along?" On the first-class flight to Isa Beach, Ran was perplexed by her childhood friend's sudden whim, which had led her to whisk the entire family aboard the plane without a moment's notice. "Ha! Ran, you are unaware. This plan is the result of deep contemplation." With her arms crossed, Sonoko chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with determination. Sonoko, I've consulted the stars and renowned masters, and it appears I'm currently at a low point in my destiny. potentially facing calamity. Hence, I must seek my destined Prince Charming for protection. Calamity, Prince Charming, Ran, bewildered by Sanoko's inexplicable declarations, displayed a comically awkward expression. Observing Ran's reaction, Sanoko proceeded to divulge the results of her recent fortune-telling, leading Ran to a moment of clarity. What nonsense! It is truly unfortunate that I, the great detective Kaguro Muri, have finally found some time to rest, only to be dragged here for such trivial matters. I simply cannot fathom the thought processes of today's youth. While mumbling softly, Kaguro savored the benefits of first-class treatment, and truth be told, the flavor of the red wine was utterly irresistible to him. "Uncle, you look quite ridiculous." Sitting nearby, Conan, sipping on a children's drink, couldn't he help but comment internally. Witnessing Kaguro's muttering, Sanoko seized the opportunity to deploy her trump card. "Oh, by the way, Uncle, Aiza Beach is a renowned tourist destination. There will be many fashionable young ladies frolicking by the shore, even in bikinis." Hiss! Kaguro perked up at this revelation. He abandoned his red wine and stood up with a righteous demeanor. "Let be known, I have no interest in bikinis. It is simply that you youngsters are not mature enough. What if we encounter unsavory characters? It is far safer to have me, the great detective Kaguro Muri, provide protection. Well then, it seems I must trouble you, Uncle." As Kaguro found himself once again at the mercy of Sanoko's whims, a triumphant smile spread across her face, while Ran and Conan lowered their heads in unison, as if to feign complete ignorance of Kaguro's existence. How embarrassing! Thus, after a considerable duration of airborne travel, the plane finally descended gently at Aizu Airport, where Conan and the others awaited their luggage. Sanoko glanced at her watch, nodding in satisfaction. "Perfect timing. After dropping off our bags at the hotel, we can still catch tonight's fireworks display. I shall not hold back when it comes to the beach beauties." At this moment, Kaguro remained lost in a daydream of various swimwear-clad ladies, saliva almost uncontrollably pooling at the corners of his mouth. Conan and the others quickly distanced themselves. "Excuse me, are you Kaguro Muri?" "Huh?" Just as Kaguro was lost in his fantasies, a deep voice interrupted his reverie. He instinctively turned to see a middle-aged man with a rather imposing physique standing beside him. "Are you Mr. Kaguro Muri?" Not receiving a response, the man inquired again in a serious tone that I am Kaguro Muri. How may I assist you?" Though startled by the man's intimidating appearance, Kaguro managed to maintain his composure and respond. Meanwhile, Conan and the others had also taken notice of the sudden appearance of this man, their expressions turning tense. Ran, in particular, took a deep breath, preparing for confrontation, while Conan discreetly activated his tranquilizer watch. "Ready to assist. It is an immense honor to meet you here." "Huh." The sudden excitement on the man's face left Kaguro and his companions utterly bewildered. "My apologies. I am Terabayashi Koji, the detective from Chiba Prefecture. Your reputation as the greatest marksman in the police force precedes you. I never imagined I would encounter you here." As he explained, the middle-aged man hastily produced his badge to affirm his identity. Being a former detective, Kaguro could easily discern that the badge was genuine, which put him at ease. "However, may I ask your age, Detective Terabayashi?" With a smile, Terabayashi replied, "I am still quite young. I just turned 28. 28. Upon hearing this, Kaguro nearly choked on his drink, astonished at how someone could appear so mature yet be so young. Were it not for the birth date on the badge, one might never believe he was just 28. After stowing his badge, Terabayashi excitedly shook Kaguro's hand. "Kaguro-senpai, I am your most devoted fan. I recall your first live-fire shooting, achieving the highest score in history. You inspire us rookie officers greatly. Every time I take a shooting exam, I pray for your guidance. Well, I am truly honored." "Ah!" Kaguro laughed heartily, surprised to encounter such a devoted admirer in such an unexpected place. "By the way, Kaguro-senpai, what brings you to Aizu? If there is anything I can assist with, please let me know." Kaguro smiled and waved his hand dismissively to No, Detective Terabayashi, I appreciate your kindness. I am merely here to accompany these young ones for a seaside vacation. There is nothing of great importance." Indeed, Detective Terabayashi followed the direction indicated by Kaguro's finger. Upon spotting Sanoko among the group, Terabayashi's expression soured, as if he had just consumed a fly. He quickly leaned closer to Kagoro and whispered, "Mori-senpai, may I inquire if that girl with the short brown hair is also one of your companions?" Noticing the tension on Terabayashi's face, Kagoro, though somewhat perplexed, nodded and responded, "Indeed, this vacation plan was actually organized by that young lady. I merely benefited from my daughter's arrangements. Is there a problem?" This. Terabayashi appeared somewhat troubled, but ultimately resolved to take action. He then led Kagoro and his companions to a secluded corner away from the crowd. The situation is as follows. 5 minutes later. "What did you say? At least 6 girls with short brown hair have gone missing from Aiza Beach," upon hearing the insider information disclosed by Terabayashi. Conan and the others erupted in alarm, causing Terabayashi to urgently gesture for them to calm down. "Please, keep your voices down." Ignoring the admonition, Kagoro, brimming with agitation, grasped Terabayashi by the collar and demanded, "Why was such a critical matter not reported? Are there any leads at all?" Terabayashi, feeling a twinge of shame, replied, "The lack of an announcement is due to the fact that Aiza Beach is the most significant source of tourism revenue for the area. If this information gets out, it will undoubtedly deter visitors. Consequently, the local authorities have suppressed the news. All we can do is increase patrols, but we currently have no leads that a bunch of scoundrels who only care about money." "What do they value human lives at?" Kagoro exclaimed, striking the wall in a fit of rage, unabashedly displaying his fury. "I could see that moment." Conan stepped forward, feigning casualness as he asked, "By the way, Uncle Terabayashi, there must have been last witnesses before those individuals went missing. Did they provide any clues?" Terabayashi shook his head and responded, "No. Due to the sheer volume of people at Aiza Beach, it is impossible to ascertain when exactly those 6 girls vanished. Even the companions who reported the incident cannot provide a specific answer. Which is why our investigation has yet to yield progress." As he spoke, Terabayashi turned to Sonoko with a serious expression. "Young lady, I strongly advise you to return home as soon as possible. It would be wise to wait until we uncover the truth before returning. After all, life is precious and should be cherished." Hearing this, Ran was visibly shaken and quickly urged Sonoko, "Sonoko, let us heed Detective Terabayashi's advice and go back. It truly is too dangerous here." Sonoko's expression was conflicted, yet she resolutely replied, "No, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Why Destined Prince is waiting for me here. I cannot flee now." Seeing Sonoko's stubbornness, Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. She hurriedly leaned toward Conan and whispered, "Shinichi, you must come up with a way to persuade Sonoko to return with us. We can't really stay here and take risks, can we?" Conan closed his eyes and gently shook his head. "It's futile. Ran, you should know Sonoko's character. Once she sets her mind on something, she won't rest until it's achieved. It would be better for us to stay close and keep an eye on her than to let her wander into danger alone. But don't worry, I've made safety preparations." Noticing Rant's lingering concern, Conan lightly patted his backpack, the implication clear. Seeing this, Rant finally let out a reluctant sigh of relief and then turned to Kagoro, saying, "Dad, let's stay with Sonoko. We can always return tomorrow night. After all, you've enjoyed quite a bit of their fine wine along the way." Conan, adopting an endearing tone, chimed in, "Yes, Uncle, you are the renowned detective Kagoro Mori. With you by our side, we are sure to return safely." Faced with the flattery from Conan and Ran, Kagoro soon relaxed entirely, striking a proud pose with his hands on his hips. "All right, let whatever fiends may come challenge me. I, Detective Kagoro Mori, am not one to be trifled with." Having made up his mind, Kagoro bowed slightly to Terabayashi. "Thank you very much for your warning, Detective Terabayashi. We will certainly exercise caution, and I hope you can solve the case swiftly so that the tourists can enjoy their time at the beach without worry." "Very well. I wish you all a pleasant time, Mori-senpai. But please, do take extra care and avoid wandering off alone." Seeing Kagoro and his companions resolute in their decision, Terabayashi had no recourse but to sincerely convey his advice and provide his contact information. He urged them to reach out if any issues arose, although he hoped they would not need to. Thus, Terabayashi watched as Kagoro and his companions departed before returning to his duties in plainclothes. The next day, the ocean. Gazing at the vast blue sea and the golden sands before her, Sonoko, donned in her swimwear, eagerly dashed into the water to immerse herself in the allure of nature. Naturally, Sonoko did not forget the purpose of her visit. Where? Oh, where is my destined prince? Pretending to swim, Sonoko's gaze frequently wandered over the nearby men, searching for a fated soulmate. Wow, so many beautiful ladies. Their figures are simply divine. Meanwhile, Kaguro, who had also entered the water, was not idle. If circumstances allowed, he would have been glued to the sight of the women in their refreshing swimwear. On a beach chair, Conan observed the nearly identical exaggerated expressions on Kaguro and Sonoko and could not help but voice his curiosity. Ran, have you never suspected that you might have been switched at birth? I feel like Sonoko and Uncle are kindred spirits, while you and Uncle seem to have nothing in common. Prompted by her childhood friend's question, Ran blushed slightly. I'm not really sure, but there's no way I was switched. Sonoko once told me she was born in a private hospital at home. That makes sense. Her background wouldn't allow her to be born in an ordinary hospital. Unlike the other women present, who wore simple, cool outfits, Ran was draped in a long towel, completely concealing her alluring figure. It was needless to say that this was a direct result of Conan's insistence. The reasoning behind it was straightforward. It was not jealousy. Not at all. Conan simply wished to prevent lewd men from approaching Ran to avoid any trouble. However, even with such precautions, some oblivious individuals still dared to approach. Hey, beautiful. Would you like to join me for lunch? My treat. Ran quickly declined. Thank you for the offer, but I'm here with friends, so I can't join you. I'm really sorry. If that's all right, you can invite them along. The more, the merrier. Faced with such a persistent nuisance, Ran found her responses inadequate. It was at this moment that Conan stepped in, releasing a portion of his intimidating aura, coupled with a fierce expression. Conan frightened off the man attempting to flirt, who promptly fled in panic. What was that about? Ran tilted her head in confusion, instinctively looking at Conan, who, in stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor, was now simply a cute little boy sipping his drink. I have no idea. Perhaps he suddenly remembered he left the gas on at home. Ran accepted this explanation without skepticism, nodding earnestly, yes, I hope nothing goes wrong. Relieved that his ruse had worked, Conan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. However, an overwhelming sense of turmoil immediately enveloped his heart. Should he divulge the truth to Xiaolan? Lowering his head, Conan took a deep gulp of his drink and glanced at Xiaolan's smiling face, only to hastily avert his gaze once more. Perhaps it would be best to remain silent. Revealing the truth would not change the reality of the situation and would only serve to worry Xiaolan. Having made this decision within himself, Conan continued to sip his drink, though his grip tightened unconsciously, causing the cup to develop some cracks. Meanwhile, in the shallow waters, Unz continued to swim gracefully like a mermaid, searching through the vast sea of people for her destined Prince Charming. Unz murmured softly, so many people. Who could possibly be the one meant for me? Just as she was scanning her surroundings, she suddenly collided with someone, causing her to fumble and nearly choke on the water. Are you all right? Just as Unz was about to plunge headfirst into the water, a hand pulled her back up. Thank you. Unz wiped the droplets from her eyes and was met with the sight of a handsome man with fair skin, causing her heart to race wildly. What? Upon seeing the man seated next to Unz, Conan and his companions exclaimed in astonishment, Oh dear, your reactions are quite exaggerated, aren't they? Mr. Dekai expressed his dissatisfaction, while Unz gazed at the man beside her with starry eyes. I think it's quite natural. Really, the man, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head before standing up to introduce himself. Hello, everyone. My name is Masahiro Dekai, just a small fellow who enjoys wandering the beach nearby. I look forward to your guidance. Seeing that the other party had introduced himself, Kaguro also stood up in response, and my name is Kaguro Muri, and this is my daughter Xiaolan. This child here is Conan, currently staying in my home. Hello. Both Conan and Xiaolan greeted in unison. Muri Kaguro, are you the famous sleeping Kaguro? Upon hearing Kaguro's introduction, Masahiro Dekai hurriedly confirmed. Ahem, I'm indeed the one and only sleeping Kaguro, Kaguro said with an air of confidence. Acknowledging his identity with grace, oh my, I never expected to meet you in person. It is truly an honor. After confirming Kaguro's true identity, Dekai quickly extended his hand for a firm handshake, showering the detective with praise that flowed like an unending river. leaving Kaguro momentarily disoriented with joy. "Ha, I didn't realize I'd become so famous. It's rather embarrassing." While the two engage in conversation, Xiaolan discreetly pulled Yuanzi aside, whispering, "Yuanzi, don't you think this is a bit hasty? We don't even know anything about him." "Don't worry, Xiaolan. There's no need for concern, we can take our time to get to know him. I'm sure Mr. Kai is not a bad person." In contrast to Xiaolan's cautiousness, the carefree Yuanzi felt no such reservations, as everything seemed to align perfectly with her earlier divination, save for the fact that the man was someone she recognized. However, Yuanzi brushed it off, considering that divination is often subject to slight inaccuracies. Being close enough was sufficient. Yes, the two groups formed their respective circles. Conan discreetly observed Kai, who was conversing with Kaguro. Perhaps it was his overactive imagination, but Conan felt an inexplicable sense about Kai. Even while engaged in conversation with Kaguro, Kai's gaze seemed to seek opportunities to glance at Yuanzi, albeit not in a way that appeared to be focused on her face. No, it couldn't be that anyone would take an interest in Yuanzi. All the men who approached her were invariably after the Suzuki family's wealth. Yet Yuanzi had yet to reveal her identity. So what could this mean? As someone who had been sparring verbally with Yuanzi for over a decade, Conan genuinely found it hard to believe that anyone would approach her without ulterior motives. Thus, regardless of Kai's intentions, he had become the focal point of Conan's suspicions. However, if Conan were to remove his biased lens, he would discover that Yuanzi was indeed quite stunning. The years of banter had merely obscured their perceptions of one another. "How fortunate it is to finally meet you, Detective Mori. Please allow me to treat you to a drink." After an enthusiastic handshake, Kai promptly made his way to a nearby beverage stall, returning shortly with several cups of cold drinks. "Please enjoy." "Oh dear, Mr. Kai, you are far too generous. It's our first meeting, and I feel embarrassed by such expense," Kaguro said apologetically while his actions betrayed him, as he eagerly picked up a cold drink and took a sip. Refreshing. Seeing Kaguro's unguarded demeanor, Xiaolan and Conan exchanged exasperated glances before also reaching for their drinks. Just as Conan was about to insert his straw, he noticed a faint handprint on the cup, as if it had been gripped by a hand dusted with white powder. Odd. There shouldn't be any white powder around here. Just then, a chilling scream pierced the air. Conan and his companions swiftly turned to see the beverage stall and nearby coconut trees collapsing, leaving unsuspecting tourists injured all around. "Xiaolan, call for an ambulance," Kaguro exclaimed, tossing his drink aside and rushing forward, followed closely by Conan. "Are you all right? Stay strong." Upon reaching the nearest injured person, Kaguro helped them up and inquired, noticing that the individual's head seemed to have been struck by something, blood pouring uncontrollably. "Help! Help! Over here, uncle!" Conan waved at Kaguro from beside the collapsed beverage stall, where more than a dozen tourists were trapped beneath heavy timber, some having already lost consciousness. "Damn it! What on earth is happening?" Kaguro hurried over, attempting to lift the wood, but despite his utmost effort, he could barely budge. "It's so heavy. Let me assist." Just as Kaguro was about to lose his grip, a pair of strong, dark arms appeared to support the timber. Kaguro and Conan turned to see a muscular young man with glasses who had appeared out of nowhere. With a simple motion, the young man effortlessly lifted nearly 100 pounds of wood. Freeing the trapped tourists, Xiaolan rushed over to report, "Dad, I called for an ambulance. IT will be here shortly." "Well done, Xiaolan." Upon hearing the help was on the way, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him. But then his peripheral vision caught sight of the area where a tree had snapped, noting that the break was unusually smooth and even, clearly indicating it had been severed intentionally. Could it be? A thought struck Conan as he quickly examined the other fallen trees, all revealing the same smooth, clean cuts. "Xiaolan, where did Yuanzi go?" At Conan's inquiry, Xiaolan spun around, realizing that Yuanzi and Kai, who had been near the beach chairs, were now nowhere to be seen. "I don't know. She was right here when I came over. How could she suddenly?" Before Xiaolan could finish her sentence, Conan dashed to the beach chair area, noticing a trace of white powder where Kai had been sitting, which emitted a faint scent of ophion. "This is bad. Yuanzi is in danger." In an instant, Conan understood everything. No wonder Kai had approached Yuanzi. It was all part of his scheme. "Damn it!" Gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath, Conan hastily grabbed the white ash resting on the chair and brought it to his nose. Inhaling deeply, this moment, the advantages of being the wolf Ofi Ino were unmistakable. In no time, Conan pinpointed the approximate location of the Tao Association and swiftly seized his backpack containing his belt, dashing towards his destination with utmost urgency. What on earth is going on with that child? Observing Conan sprinting away into the distance, the bespectacled young man with dark skin appeared somewhat perplexed, instinctively feeling compelled to pursue him for clarity. Ajing, come help quickly. There are still people trapped. I'm on my way. Realizing assistance was needed, Kayagaku had no choice but to turn back and lend a hand, as the wheels of fate turned ever so slightly once more. The scenery here is delightful, truly picturesque. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Unz? Dao Xie smiled as he slowly turned around, only to find Unz leaning against a large tree, her gaze filled with trepidation. Just moments prior, Unz had intended to join Ran in visiting the injured when she suddenly felt something dart into her nose, causing her body to become paralyzed and uncontrollable, subsequently being brought to this location by Dao Xie. Miss Unz, please don't blame me. You should blame your short brown hair instead. Just follow those girls obediently. At this moment, Dao Xie's expression had completely shifted from gentle to one of profound madness and cruelty. Upon hearing this, Unz finally understood that the man she had mistaken for her Prince Charming was, in fact, the mastermind behind the recent series of disappearances. Moreover, judging by Dao Xie's tone, it appeared that all the missing girls with brown hair had already met with misfortune. Unz wanted to flee, wanted to cry. However, her paralyzed body rendered her utterly immobile, leaving her to watch in despair as Dao Xie drew ever closer. Why? Why is this happening? This is not at all what was promised. I don't want to die. I've never even been in love. I want to go home. The more Unz contemplated, the more hopeless she felt, and eventually, the tears began to flow uncontrollably to I hate you. God, I absolutely loathe you. Bang. Ugh. Just as Dao Xie was about to stand before Unz, a stone suddenly fell from the sky, striking him squarely in the eye, causing him to stagger backward in pain. Unz, are you all right, kid? In the next moment, the breathless Conan arrived at Unz's side, appearing somewhat disheveled, panting heavily and even barefoot, a testament to his desperate sprint. Without pausing to catch his breath, Conan anxiously placed his hands on Unz's shoulders and asked, Unz, are you okay? Do you feel all right? Summoning what little strength she had left, Unz managed a slight nod. Upon seeing this, Conan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had arrived just in time. You wretched little brat, looking for death, are you? Clutching his bleeding left eye, Dao Xie glared furiously at the suddenly appearing Conan, and the next moment, his face transformed into the pattern of mushroom Ofi Ino. Indeed, it is Ofi Ino, with Dao Xie revealing his true nature. Conan's gaze sharpened instantly, in stark contrast to Conan's calm demeanor. Unz was utterly panicked, unable to fathom how she had encountered Ofi Ino once again. Hadn't it been said that trouble comes in threes? Do not fear. I am here. Unz was in a state of utter confusion. Conan spread his arms to shield her behind him, gazing at Conan's small frame. Unz found herself momentarily stunned, and suddenly, a vague memory surfaced in her mind. Oh, not fear. Hide behind me. Years ago, beneath a golden sunset, a youthful figure had stood protectively before her. Meanwhile, Conan remained oblivious to Unz's thoughts, fixated instead on devising a solution, while keeping an eye on mushroom Ofi Ino that I cannot transform before Unz. I must divert Ofi Ino's attention first. With this resolve, Conan commenced his verbal assault. I thought you were some formidable character, but it turns out you're merely a large mushroom, and a cowardly one at that. What did you say? Mushroom Ofi Ino's anger flared at these words, his shadow revealing Dao Xie's bare upper body. Excellent, he has fallen into my trap. Noticing that mushroom Ofi Ino was ensnared, Conan added fuel to the fire. Have I misspoken? Only daring to strike unsuspecting women? If you're not a coward, then who is? Even a red umbrella that lies flat after a meal is superior to you. As he concluded, Conan picked up another stone from the ground and hurled it. Once again, it struck mushroom Ofi Ino's face with unerring accuracy. You're asking for it. Provoked by Conan's taunts, Mushroom Ofi Ino charged furiously at him. Conan, however, dashed away into the nearby woods at the fastest pace possible. There was no denying that Conan's strategy had borne fruit. Mushroom Ofi Ino didn't spare Unz a single glance, pursuing Conan into the forest, where he swiftly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Unz, still in a state of paralysis, could do nothing but watch helplessly. "Kid, Conan, you must be all right." Meanwhile, deep within the forest, that should suffice. After confirming that he had reached the depths of the woods, Conan abruptly halted, retrieving the Fui's belt from his backpack. Just as he prepared to input commands into the Fui's phone, Mushroom Ofi Ino came charging at him, slamming him against a tree. Ugh! The impact against the tree trunk made Conan cry out in pain. "You little brat! If you have the guts, flaunt it!" With Conan pinned beneath the trunk, Mushroom Ofi Ino's shadow once again revealed Siet's bare upper body. "If you have any last words, feel free to share. You won't have any regrets on your way out." Conan, suppressing the pain in his back, lowered his head with a slight smirk. "Fool, do you think you're the only Ofi Ino here?" "Nanny?" Whoosh! Before Siet could react, Conan suddenly lifted his head, revealing the distinctive patterns of Ofi Ino on his face. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Conan transformed into Wolf Ofi Ino Ha. Without hesitation, he broke free from Mushroom Ofi Ino's grip and struck him across the face with a powerful claw, instantly leaving deep claw marks on Mushroom Ofi Ino's visage. The soul-splitting iron claw. "Ah! Ha!" Without affording Mushroom Ofi Ino a moment to respond, Wolf Ofi Ino unleashed a relentless barrage of claw strikes, leaving Mushroom Ofi Ino engulfed in sparks. Ultimately, with one final, forceful claw, Mushroom Ofi Ino was launched into the air like a rocket. "Wait, I have my reasons." As the battle reached this climax, Mushroom Ofi Ino realized he was no match and quickly raised his hands and surrendered. "It was that brown-haired woman who caused all this. She deceived me and took everything from me. Surely, you can understand." "Hypocrite." The shadow of Wolf Ofi Ino revealed Conan's bare upper body, as Conan coldly gazed down at the fallen Mushroom Ofi Ino. "No matter your reasons, they do not justify murder. Moreover, you dragged so many innocents into your schemes to fulfill your own desires, so you must pay the price." As Conan's shadow faded, the raised claw of Wolf Ofi Ino was poised to strike. Seeing the resolve to kill in his opponent's eyes, Mushroom Ofi Ino no longer pleaded futilely, instead releasing a cloud of spores toward Wolf Ofi Ino. Whoosh! Ugh! Wolf Ofi Ino quickly crossed his arms in defense, performing several backflips to evade the spore spray, while Mushroom Ofi Ino seized the opportunity to scramble to his feet and flee. Under the influence of an overwhelming survival instinct, he surprisingly sprinted a considerable distance in no time at all. Meanwhile, the spores in the air had already dispersed with the wind. Gazing at the retreating figure of Mushroom Ofi Ino, Wolf Ofi Ino let out a deep growl, and in the next instant, his legs transformed into those of a wolf. Wolf Ofi Ino was now in combat mode. Whoosh! A flash of silver streaked across. In the blink of an eye, Wolf Ofi Ino stood before Mushroom Ofi Ino. However, Mushroom Ofi Ino remained frozen in a running posture, and in the next heartbeat, his entire body ignited in azure flames, turning to ash. Turning to look at the ashes on the ground, Wolf Ofi Ino let out a heavy sigh, and then his body shimmered with white light before reverting to Conan. Finally, it was over. Though the pain was excruciating, he gently patted his back, the ache from the recent impact causing Conan to grimace involuntarily. Yet, this was not the time for rest. After retrieving the fallen Fui's phone and belt, placing them back in his backpack, Conan leisurely made his way out of the woods. Thus, this famed tourist destination returned to tranquility, allowing all visitors to enjoy their time without worry. Little did anyone know the astonishing truth that lay behind it all. So, it was once again that mysterious figure who appeared and vanquished the monster. Right? Yes, that's exactly it. You are entirely correct, Ayumi. At that moment, in the best hospital in Aizu, Conan, clad in a patient gown, sat on the bed recounting the carefully prepared explanation, while Ran and Ayumi listened attentively from their seats. However, Ayumi wore an expression of deep confusion regarding Conan's narrative. After all, it was indeed too coincidental. Every time Ofi Ino appeared, Foiz would inevitably follow, despite her inner doubts, with the seamless collaboration of Conan and Ran. Ayumi ultimately had to attribute her questions to mere coincidence. Noticing Ayumi's lingering uncertainty, Ran hastily changed the subject. By the way, Conan, how are you feeling now? Does your back still hurt? Conan smiled like a child and nodded. It doesn't hurt as much anymore. How about you, Ayumi? With a sense of pride, Ayumi replied. What else is there to say? I, a fortunate girl, am untouched by such trivial anesthetic powders. Yea, Ayumi is amazing. Conan clapped his hands in celebration, secretly relieved. After all, he had been worried that the spores from mushroom Ofi Ino might harm Ayumi. Thankfully, it was merely a temporary immobilizing anesthetic. Otherwise, Conan would have regretted his momentary carelessness for a lifetime. However, speaking of which, you certainly possess quite a bit of courage, daring to draw that monster away by yourself. That, I must say, I have a newfound respect for you. Remembering the scene from earlier, Ayumi's lips curled into a smile, and she instinctively gave Conan a playful slap on the back. Ouch! Ayumi exclaimed, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ren interjected, Conan, lie down and rest for a bit. I'll fetch a doctor, with Ayumi and Ran's assistance. Conan finally laid down on the bed to rest, while Ran summoned a doctor for a check-up. To be honest, Conan's injuries were quite severe. Cracks had formed in several vertebrae, and under normal circumstances, one might not only face death, but also a lifetime of paralysis. However, perhaps due to Conan's connection to Ofi Ino, his spinal injuries were healing at a barely perceptible rate. Unaware of this, the doctor could only marvel at Conan's good fortune. The situation isn't too grave. We'll provide some rehabilitation therapy shortly, and with some bed rest, he should be fine, the doctor assured. Thank you, doctor, for your diligent care, Ran said as she stood and bowed to the physician, before turning to Ayumi with gratitude. And thank you, Ayumi, did I truly apologize for causing you trouble. This won't inconvenience you, will it? Ayumi shrugged, arms crossed nonchalantly. Not at all. This room was prepared just in case, so it's not an abuse of power on my part. Besides, if that little brat hadn't risked his life to save me, I would have turned to ash by now. So, a hospital room is a trivial matter. Indeed, the hospital where Conan was currently staying was funded by the Suzuki conglomerate. Thanks to the orders from the young heiress, the hospital staff dared not delay. The best room, the finest medicine, and the most skilled doctors were all summoned to attend to Conan alone. Sigh, I don't think I'll ever go on vacation again. I keep encountering these troublesome situations. Conan lay on the bed, fatigue evident on his face, internally lamenting his misfortune. Grr! At that moment, a loud rumble from Conan's stomach echoed through the ward, and both Ran and Ayumi turned their gazes toward him, causing Conan to blush in embarrassment. Oh no, I didn't eat enough this morning, and now I've exhausted all my energy. Sensing Conan's discomfort, Ran quickly intervened. I'm suddenly feeling a bit hungry. I'll go buy something to eat. Ayumi, what would you like? Ayumi smiled and waved her hand. Just the usual. Whatever you eat. I'll have two. Our tastes are quite similar. While Ayumi could easily have any nearby five-star restaurant deliver food, she understood that Ran didn't want to owe her too much. For instance, when Ayumi suggested skiing together, Ran had promptly declined, citing her limited pocket money. Even when Ayumi offered to cover all expenses, it did not change Ran's mind. To preserve their friendship of over a decade without any rifts. Ayumi occasionally yielded to Ran's preferences, but only when it came to minor expenses. All right, I'll be back soon. Watching Ran exit the hospital room, Ayumi turned to Conan with a mischievous grin. What are you up to? Ayumi, startled by her sudden antics, Conan instinctively trembled. After all, having known each other for over a decade, he was well aware that Ayumi was not the delicate lady she might appear. She was full of strength. Little Conan, now it's just the two of us, Ayumi said with a wicked smile as she leaned closer to Conan that moment. Her face was mere inches from his, and Conan could even feel her warm breath against his skin. This was, after all, the first time since kindergarten that they had been this close. Come clean, little brat. Are you really the illegitimate child of Shinichi Kudo? Conan, observing Ayumi's exaggeratedly inquisitive expression, felt his worries were somewhat unfounded. After all, how could this nosy girl possibly uncover anything? Conan quickly adopted a childlike demeanor and pouted. Ayumi, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be Shinichi's illegitimate child? The ages don't even match up. Indeed, it was a valid point. After all, the little brat was in first grade, while Shinichi was 17, making the age difference quite significant. With this realization, Ayumi let out a long sigh of relief, then patted her chest, assuring herself that she need not worry about any generational discrepancies. What a strange woman. Observing Ayumi's series of bizarre actions, Conan couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, and suddenly a wave of intense fatigue washed over him, prompting an involuntary yawn. "Are you all right? Are you feeling sleepy?" Ayumi asked with concern. "Yeah, a bit," Conan admitted, rubbing his sleepy eyes. After all, he had just been through a fierce battle, and his energy had indeed been significantly depleted. Seeing that Conan was struggling to stay awake, Ayumi promptly pulled up the blanket and covered him, then gently removed his glasses. "If you're tired, you should rest well. After you wake up, you can eat something. That way, you'll recover faster." "Okay." With a feeble response, Conan soon closed his eyes, succumbing to the fatigue. Before long, a steady sound of snoring filled the air. How remarkably similar it is, supporting her head as she gazed at Conan's sleeping visage. The typically boisterous Sonoko was momentarily enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Memories from their kindergarten days flooded her mind, a time when time itself seemed to stand still. Woof woof! The ferocious barking of a large dog protruding from the gate struck terror into little Sonoko, causing her to plop down onto the ground in fright. Just then, an unexpected savior appeared. "Oh, not be afraid. It is merely a confined dog. Nothing to fear." With tear-filled eyes, Sonoko protested, "But it is truly terrifying. Hide behind me. I shall lead you past it." Thus, under the protective shadow of that reassuring figure, Sonoko managed to escape the alley unscathed. Having successfully extricated herself, Sonoko felt a twinge of embarrassment over her earlier display. Without a moment's thought for the tear streaks adorning her face, she planted her hands on her hips, adopting a fierce demeanor as she threatened. "We agreed you wouldn't tell Ran and the others. If you do, I shall never forgive you." All right, I promise not to speak of it." "No, words alone are insufficient. Let us seal this with a pinky swear. Should you break your promise, you shall henceforth be my pet dog." "You are ruthless." The other party displayed a rather exasperated expression, but nonetheless intertwined their pinky with Sonoko's. "Pinky swear, for 100 years, unchanging. Whoever breaks it shall be a little flower dog." The following day, the news of Sonoko's tearful encounter with the fierce dog spread throughout the Sakura class, prompting a furious Sonoko to procure a dog leash to ensnare her companion. Had it not been for the intervention of teachers and both parties' parents, one could only speculate how the situation might have escalated. As her reminiscence concluded, she muttered, "What a liar! Promises unkept." Despite the passage of time, Sonoko felt her cheeks puff up in indignation. Her gaze gradually fell upon Conan's sleeping face, and a playful smile crept on her lips that a little puppy might not be such a bad idea. After all, I'll only be 28 in 11 years, so time is on my side. After lying in bed for a full 2 days, Conan's spine had finally fully recovered. Although both Ran and Sonoko expressed their surprise, Conan merely smiled and explained that his naturally robust physique allowed for a swift recovery. Once Conan was fully healed, the group boarded the return flight. However, Kagoro appeared particularly reluctant, even clinging to the railing, expressing his unwavering resolve. "Beautiful women in lovely swimsuits. Delicious sake. I do not wish to leave. Let's stay a few more days." "No. Daddy, you must listen. We must go home. I refuse." Ultimately, under the influence of Conan's tranquilizer, Kagoro was unceremoniously dragged onto the return flight by Ran, bringing the matter to a close. 3 days later, Moon Shadow Island. What a rather unique name. Indeed, it sounds like an ideal spot for moon gazing. Gazing at the name in the travel brochure, Ran expressed her artistic sentiments, and Conan readily chimed in. Yet, in stark contrast to the joy of Conan and Ran, Kagoro stood at the bow of the boat with a face full of grievance, lamenting, "How could I, the renowned detective Kagoro Muri, be summoned to such a peculiar little place? What a bizarre client." Ran consoled him. "What is so bad about it? We can solve the case while also enjoying the local scenery. Besides, didn't you receive a generous reward of 500,000 yen? Conan leaned closer to Kagoro, sporting an adorably inquisitive expression. "Uncle, could I take a peek at the message from the client?" "Here you go, but be careful not to damage it." Kagoro, lost in thought, handed the message to Conan. The moment Conan received it, he eagerly opened it to read, "On the next full moon night on Moonshadow Island, shadows will once again vanish. Please investigate the cause." Signed, KG. The message was composed of letters cut from a newspaper, making it impossible to deduce the sender's age, gender, or any other details from the handwriting. Generally, such methods are reserved for threatening or extortion letters, as they minimize leads. The fact that the sender resorted to such a tactic suggested that this was far from a simple commission. KG Yasu, I'm eager to uncover your true identity. To think you would employ such a method to commission my uncle, A.T. This thought. Conan felt the detective's fervor begin to boil within him, and his glasses began to glint with determination. Observing this, Ran shook her head in exasperation. Goodness, Shinichi's detective obsession has flared up again. I wonder when he'll outgrow this habit. Approximately half an hour later, Conan and his companions finally arrived at Moonshadow Island. Without delay, they hurried to the residence center to inquire about KG Yasu, only to receive an utterly unexpected response. What did you say? KG Yasu has been dead for 12 years. The receptionist, looking alarmed, continued, Indeed, 12 years ago, after murdering his wife and daughter, he set fire to his home and sat in the piano room playing Clair de Lune until he was completely consumed by the flames. The trail of clues abruptly came to a halt, and the trio found themselves seated on a park bench, contemplating their thoughts. How dare someone toy with me? Who is behind this cruel prank? Seething with anger, Kagoro prepared to tear the message to shreds. However, at the last moment, Conan intervened. Uncle, wait. If this is merely a prank, wouldn't that be too absurd? After all, 500,000 is no small sum. Rand chimed in, Yes, Daddy. What if it was a friend of Mr. Asu who sent the commission but couldn't appear for some reason? After hearing the persuasive words of his two companions, Kagoro's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. How come you two are so in sync? It's as if you conspired together. Umph. Rand and Conan exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously broke into smiles. Kagoro, feeling an inexplicable urge to strangle the little rascal, suppressed the sudden impulse and mused, That does make sense. Let us explore this island for a while and see what clues we can uncover. All right, Conan and Rand agreed, and the three set off to investigate the island, inadvertently arriving at the community center. Hey, Kuroiwa, you scoundrel. Brothers, the situation is dire. Let us take down the village chief Kuroiwa. Kuroiwa, give us a straight answer. Do you agree or not? Kuroiwa, you're a worthless fisherman. How dare you flaunt your authority when you couldn't even become class president in school? The scene outside the community center was one of chaos, with hundreds of villagers gathered, brandishing placards in protest. The lively atmosphere could only be described as a vibrant display of collective fervor. Observing the commotion, Kagoro couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this place is quite lively. What kind of event is happening here? Conan, wearing a weary expression, replied, It's obvious this isn't any ordinary event. What kind of gathering would be so violent and filled with such foul language? Indeed, the language was rather unsavory, prompting Rand to cover Conan's ears as she crouched down, her serious yet adorable expression eliciting a chuckle from Conan. I'm already in high school. I'm not a child anymore. Hearing a few words, isn't a big deal, just then, an elderly protester suddenly turned pale, clutching his chest before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Someone has fainted. Quick, help him. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, the concerned trio rushed to the elderly man's side to assist him. Sir, are you all right? Kagoro exclaimed in alarm. Is there any medication available? However, in response to the inquiry, the elderly gentleman, who had fallen into a state of unconsciousness, displayed no reaction whatsoever. His complexion only grew increasingly pallid. Observing this, Kagoro swiftly called out to Ran, Ran, quickly call for an ambulance. He seems to be on the brink. All right, I'll do it right away. Ran hurriedly took out her phone, preparing to dial emergency services. There's no need to trouble yourselves. I'm a doctor. Huh. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Conan and his companions instinctively turned to see a young lady approaching them. I anticipated such an incident would occur, so I'd already made preparations in advance. Taking the elderly man from Kagoro's arms, the young lady retrieved a small bottle of medication from her pocket, poured out 2 pills, and placed them into the elderly man's mouth for him to swallow. In just a short while, the old man's complexion began to improve somewhat. Seeing this, the young lady instructed, "Could you please help move him to the shade over there? He has a history of heart disease, and the heat has caused him to suffer from heat stroke. He just needs to rest for a while." "No problem. Leave it to me." Without further ado, Kaguro lifted the elderly man onto his back, and soon thereafter, he carried him to the nearest shady spot to recuperate. Thank goodness. I almost thought something terrible was about to happen. Ran gently placed her hand on her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, and then bowed to the young lady in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, we truly would not have known what to do." The young lady smiled and replied, "It's nothing. A doctor's duty is to save those in need. However, judging by your accents, it seems you are not locals, are you?" "Yes, we are from Tokyo, and my name is Ran Muri. And this is my father, Kaguro Muri, while this child is Conan." Ran nodded in affirmation and proceeded with the introductions that, "Oh, so you are from Tokyo? What a coincidence. I was born in Tokyo as well. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner." The young lady cleared her throat and formally introduced herself. "My name is Narumi Ase, the only female physician on this island, and I hope to have your guidance." Kaguro smiled and nodded. "Hello, Dr. Ase, but speaking of which, what exactly is going on here? Why are so many people gathered?" While Dr. Ase sighed helplessly as she looked at the throngs of people outside the community center. "In a few days, it will be the village chief's election. The current chief, Kuroiwa, has proposed allowing factories to discharge contaminated water, which has greatly displeased the villagers. They are hoping to seize this opportunity to replace him. And this has been ongoing for nearly a week now. It's just a tedious election. No wonder it has become such a commotion." Upon grasping the situation, Kaguro felt somewhat bored, having seen his fair share of elections. For instance, just recently, there was an election in the United States, featuring a competition between a man in his 60s and another in his 80s, which was quite the spectacle. In contrast, the village chief election on Tsukikage Island seemed rather mundane. At that moment, Conan stepped forward and innocently asked, "By the way, Dr. Ase, do you know someone named Keijiaso? Keijiaso? I'm sorry, but I only returned to the island 2 years ago, so I'm not very familiar with certain matters." Dr. Ase gently shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. However, Conan noticed a fleeting glimmer in her eyes as she spoke. Although the movement was subtle and nearly imperceptible, it did not escape Conan's keen observation. What is going on? Could it be that Dr. Ase is hiding something? Filled with curiosity, Conan chose not to express his suspicions openly, silently marking Dr. Ase as a point of interest in his mind. Kaguro, oblivious to this exchange, was preoccupied, pondering over the note he held. What a headache! A person who died 12 years ago. Where on earth am I supposed to find someone who knew him back then? "Excuse me, the Keijius you mentioned. Is he the pianist who perished in the fire 12 years ago while playing Clair de Lune?" At this moment, Dr. Ase seemed to have recalled something, promptly speaking up. "If the Keijius you refer to is indeed the musician who died 12 years ago, I've heard that the current village chief, Kuroiwa, along with the candidate, Mr. Kawashima, grew up with him. If you seek them out, you should be able to gather some information." Kaguro was immediately elated. "Oh, that is wonderful. Finally, a lead. Could you tell me where I can find village chief Kuroiwa and the others? They are in the community center." Dr. Ase gestured toward the community center, which was still surrounded by a crowd, and continued explaining, "Today marks the 2nd anniversary of former village chief Kamima's passing, so a memorial service is being held there. If you wish to inquire about Keijiasu, perhaps I can facilitate an introduction, as I'm also on the guest list for the ceremony, and I conducted the autopsy on Kamima back then." "If that's the case, I cannot express my gratitude enough." Kaguro bowed repeatedly in thanks, completely unaware of the unusual glimmer that had flashed in Dr. Ase's eyes. Sometime later, at the community center. "What? You mean it was Keijiasu's signature that brought you here?" Upon learning of Kaguro's purpose for visiting, the current village chief, Koa, was visibly alarmed, his expression contorting in fear, while several attendees at the memorial service exhibited signs of panic at the revelation. Indeed, it was a person who identified themselves as Keijiasu who asked me to come here, seemingly wanting to entrust me with something. As Kaguro spoke, he produced the note, prompting Kuroiwa to snatch it from his hands. Upon seeing the postmark from Tsukikage Island, the village chief could no longer contain his outrage. You scoundrel! Was this scheme you're doing, Kawashima? How dare you employ such despicable tactics? Baka-Yuru! How dare you slander me? Why would I engage in such behavior? Kuroiwa's public outburst caught the attention of Kawashima, the candidate for the next village chief, who was instantly incensed and lunged at Kuroiwa, grabbing him by the collar. If you claim it was me, do you have any evidence? If not, be careful. I'll sue you for defamation. Kuroiwa let out a cold laugh. Do you think I'm unaware? You're merely relying on your wealth, masquerading under the guise of goodwill, distributing oil and eggs to the villagers on the island. In reality, you're just using such underhanded methods to buy votes. This sounds familiar. It seems like something that happened in my village when I was a child, delivering goods in the dead of night. Kawashima's expression darkened at this. Yet he retorted defiantly, "What's wrong with giving things away? At least I'm spending my own money. Unlike you, a shameless dog who allows factories to discharge pollutants, thus causing the fishermen on our island to lose their livelihoods. Fool, I have the endorsement of international experts. The wastewater being discharged is completely safe. It could even be consumed." Kawashima was outraged. "You shameless scoundrel. If you're so confident, why don't you drink it in front of everyone?" Kuroiwa was momentarily speechless, but soon gritted his teeth and replied, I want to drink it. If you dare me to, it would be too embarrassing. I'd use your pride as a doormat." The two men, both in their 50s, began to grapple fiercely, each refusing to relinquish their grip on the other's collar. "Stop. Please stop. You shouldn't be fighting like this. You want to kill anyone like this. If you're going to fight, do it in the dance studio." Fortunately, at a critical moment, their secretaries intervened to separate the two, preventing what could have been a disastrous scene. Having witnessed this spectacle, Ran remained in a daze for quite some time before finally leaning over to whisper in Conan's ear, "Shinichi, were they really childhood friends? They look more like enemies." Conan shrugged, his expression calm as he replied, "Who knows? In the face of absolute interests, false friendships are often fragile and can even turn into enmity. Many of my mother's former co-stars have become estranged over the years, all for the sake of gaining more screen time." After Xiaolon finished listening, she fell silent, her expression becoming particularly complex. Following this brief interlude, the memorial service for the late former village chief, Gue Shan, finally commenced. Conan and his two companions solemnly joined the assembly, standing alongside the other attendees in a respectful manner. Soon after, the high monk began reciting incantations for the deceased. On the first day, at the gates of the underworld, the spirit weeps endlessly. "O Buddha! O Tathagata! O dear mother! Why did you leave so early, my love? How could you abandon us like this?" As the monk continued his chants, the widow of the former village chief Gue Shan wept uncontrollably, her sorrowful visage evoking deep sympathy. "Alas, how heartless you are! You were away on business for 3 years and returned to find our 8-month-old son crying for you. How could you have the heart to leave us both? Is something amiss? Why does the portrait of the late Chief Gue Shan emanate a green glow? Never mind. Let us not interfere in others' family matters. Let the couple resolve their issues through dreams. Excuse me. I need to use the restroom." About half an hour into the ceremony, Chuan Dao excused himself under the pretext of a bathroom break, while He Yin seized the opportunity to mock him without hesitation. "It hasn't been long since you left for the restroom. With such poor stamina, you still wish to vie for the village chief position? You should visit a hospital for a checkup on your kidneys." "Umph," Chuan Dao disdainfully snorted in response, then slammed the door as he exited. Once Chuan Dao's footsteps faded away, He Yin turned his male secretary and ordered, "Go, fetch me a new diaper. This one is already saturated." The memorial service continued for another half hour, ultimately concluding with 3 bows from the attendees. Ding, ding, ding. However, just as tranquility returned, a piano melody suddenly resonated from all directions. This piece, famously known as Clair de Lune, was the very same piece played by Aso Kiichi during the Great Fire. What is happening? Who is playing the piano? This melody sounds familiar. Wait, there's indeed a piano in the community center. But Heian's secretary, Hirata, suddenly appeared alarmed, his countenance shifting to one of sheer terror. The village chief, noticing this, snapped, "Spit it out quickly. Stop dilly-dallying. It's infuriating." In the piano room of Aso Kiichi's community center lies the very piano he played at his final concert. "What did you say? The villagers of Jukiyama were instantly struck with shock. Where is that piano room? Tell me now. In contrast to the panicked villagers, the outsider, Kagoro, remained notably calm, promptly seizing Hirata's arm to inquire about the piano room's location. I'll lead you there right away. Startled by Kagoro, Hirata quickly regained his composure and guided Kagoro and his companions to the piano room, while the haunting melody continued to play, culminating abruptly at the end of the first movement. Crash! Kagoro forcefully swung open the piano room door, revealing a shocking sight. Chuan Dao, who had left to use the restroom, was now sprawled over the piano, drenched, his expression one of eternal rest. Cursed. It's the curse of Aso Kichi. He has returned. A despondent middle-aged man in the crowd let out a piercing scream upon seeing the scene, then fled without looking back. Xiaolan, call the police. Yes. Skillfully retrieving her phone, Xiaolan called the authorities. Approximately an hour later, Officer Megure arrived by boat with his team and commenced a series of procedures, including the examination of the body. After ensuring the corpse was secured in a body bag for the officers to carry away, Officer Megure addressed the gathered crowd, stating, "The deceased, named Chuan Dao Hideo, aged 57, died from being forcefully submerged in seawater, resulting in drowning. Our preliminary investigation indicates that the seawater responsible for Mr. Chuan's drowning came from the waters flowing outside the community center." After detailing the findings, Officer Megure's gaze settled on Kagoro, his tone tinged with exasperation. "By the way, Mori, why are you once again at the scene of the crime? How many times has it been now?" Taken aback by Officer Megure's implication, Kagoro sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Perhaps it is the fate of a detective to always appear at the scene of a crime. Honestly, it feels more like you're haunted by death itself. You should seek out a master to have a proper consultation. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Officer Megure then made his way toward the door of the piano room. "Let us take statement from the others first and see what clues we can uncover. Officer Megure, wait, I'll accompany you." Thus, Kagoro followed Officer Megure out of the piano room, shortly after they left. Conan and Xiaolan quietly entered. Xiaolan expressed her concern. "Shinichi, is it appropriate for us to enter the crime scene like this?" Conan smiled and revealed his equipment. "Don't worry, I've brought gloves and shoe covers. So we want you to stir the crime scene to, I see. Shinichi, you've really thought this through." "More or less." After donning the gloves and shoe covers, Xiaolan and Conan officially stepped into the piano room. Immediately, Conan's attention was drawn to the large piano, and he took a seat to examine it closely. Seeing Conan's actions, Xiaolan looked puzzled. "Shinichi, what are you doing?" Without responding immediately, Conan gently pressed a key, producing a beautiful note. This piano is not right. After pressing several keys, Conan's expression turned grave as he made his assessment. Xiaolan, momentarily confused, asked, "What is wrong?" "The notes sound perfectly accurate." Conan explained, "That is precisely why it's suspicious. This model of piano requires regular tuning that if it truly has been left untouched here for 12 years, the notes could not possibly sound this precise." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's eyes widened in realization. "So you mean someone has been secretly tuning this piano?" "Perhaps it's more than that." Conan jumped off the chair and began gently tapping around the piano. When he reached the bottom, a hollow sound reverberated, sharp and unsettling. "There's a hidden compartment." "Xiaolan, lend me a hand." "Okay." Xiaolan quickly knelt down beneath the piano, using all her strength to open the hidden compartment, while Conan reached inside and felt a grainy texture. "What is this?" Withdrawing his hand from the compartment, Conan discovered several white crystalline particles resembling salt. Bringing them to his nose, he inhaled sharply, a strong, pungent odor overwhelming him. "Cough. It's drugs." "Are you all right, Shinichi?" Seeing Conan begin to cough violently, Xiaolan hurriedly patted his back to help alleviate his discomfort. "What is going on?" At that moment, Dr. Seishi happened to pass by the piano room. Hearing the commotion, he rushed in to inquire. Upon seeing Dr. Seishi, Xiaolan instinctively spoke. "Dr. Seishi, you came just in time. This piano is so dusty, it's choking me." Before Xiaolan could finish her sentence, Conan swiftly grabbed her arm and in a childlike tone began to complain while quickly returning the contents of the hidden compartment. Though puzzled by Conan's actions, Xiaolan reflexively followed his lead. "Shinichi, you really shouldn't tamper with this piano that you're being quite disobedient." Conan feigned innocence. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaolon. I want to do it again. All right, Xiaolon, don't blame Conan too much. Children his age are naturally curious, so it's normal for them to act out. It is uncertain whether it is the remarkable synergy between Xiaolon and Conan or the naivety of Dr. Chengshi that leads to such a situation. Regardless, Dr. Chengshi harbors no suspicions and even defends Conan, speaking in his favor. After successfully navigating through the ordeal, Conan feigns nonchalance and inquires, by the way, Dr. Chengshi, haven't the police already gone to take statements? Is your session over? Dr. Chengshi smiles and clarifies. Not yet, as there are not enough officers from the police, and my turn is at the end of the line. I just stepped out to use the restroom, as long as I remain within the Civic Center during this time. It is fine that I see, Conan responds with an adorable smile, yet a subtle glimmer of shrewdness flickers within the slits of his narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, in the reception area of the Civic Center, a disheveled man, who had previously fled in a frenzy, passionately insists to Officer Muro, I am truly innocent. Please believe me. His agitation is so intense that 2 officers are compelled to restrain him. Officer Muro wipes the saliva from his face and patiently explains, Calm down, Mr. Nishimoto. This is merely a simple inquiry. If you are indeed innocent, we have no reason to trouble you. Understood, Nishimoto replies, bowing his head, his expression one of sheer trepidation as he clutches his thigh tightly. Once Nishimoto finally quiets down, Officer Muro begins his questioning. First, I would like to ask you, Mr. Nishimoto, why did you scream and flee upon discovering the body? Do you know something? A curse. It is the curse of Keiji Asu. 2 years ago, it was Kamiyama. Now, it is Kawashima. As Nishimoto mutters incessantly, as if possessed, the announcement system of the Civic Center suddenly blares to life, playing the familiar melody of Clair de Lune. Albeit this time, it is the second movement. What is happening? Who is playing this music? Officer Muro immediately rises and calls out. However, all present in the reception area exchange bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion and uncertainty. Upon hearing the sudden strains of Clair de Lune, Nishimoto's face contorts with terror, clutching his head as he mutters, A curse. Keiji Asu has returned. It is this very piece. How infuriating. Who is meddling with us? The irritable Kaguro cannot tolerate such antics. After inquiring about the location of the broadcasting room on the 2nd floor, he rushes upstairs with utmost urgency, arriving at the door of the broadcasting room shortly thereafter. Bang! Get out here! Kaguro bursts through the door with a furious shout. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he is momentarily taken aback. The current village head, Tatsuji Kuroa, lies lifeless on the control panel. A gleaming knife embedded in his back, blood splattered across the walls. Half a second later, Officer Muro arrives and secures the scene. The deceased, Tatsuji Kuroiwa, age 56, was the village head of Tsukikage Island, having succumbed to excessive blood loss from a stab wound to the carotid artery. After detailing the circumstances of the scene, Officer Muro, visibly distressed, taps his head in frustration. Right under our noses, another victim has appeared. This is an outright provocation against our police force. Officer Muro, look at this. The piano music must have been played by this. At this moment, Kaguro produces a tape recorder from a corner. Upon pressing the button, the second movement of Clair de Lune begins to play. With a serious expression, Kaguro reveals a note he found. Officer Muro, although I lack decisive evidence, I still feel this matter may be related to the individual who commissioned it. Upon noticing the name signed at the bottom, Officer Muro's brow furrows deeply. Keiji Asu? Who is this person? A man who perished 12 years prior. A musician who played Clair de Lune as he succumbed in a roaring inferno. Conan, with his hands in his pockets, slowly approaches the broadcasting room, followed closely by Xiaolon and Dr. Chengshi. You little brat, what are you doing in a place like this? Hurry and get away. Upon seeing Conan emerge unexpectedly, Kaguro quickly positions himself to shield the corpse of Kuroiwa behind him, barking a fierce command for Conan to leave. Facing the seemingly menacing Kaguro, Conan, unfazed, casually cradles his head with his hands and retorts. Uncle, don't you find this curious? Why does the murderer always play Clair de Lune after each murder, and why is it always played separately? Isn't that strange? Thud. Without hesitation, Kaguro delivers a hefty slap to Conan. What is so strange about it? Perhaps it's just the criminal-esque habit. Playing music after committing the act doesn't imply anything. Xiaolon, take this little brat away right now. This isn't a place for children. All right, Dad, don't be angry. I'll take Conan out right away. Understanding Kagoro's intentions for Conan's well-being, Xiaolon promptly lifts the dazed Conan, preparing to exit. Not good. Officer Muro. Something has happened. At that moment, a flustered officer rushes in. Breathless as he reports, Mr. Nishimoto has escaped. He attacked our officer and fled through the window. What did you say? The crowd gasps in shock, and Officer Muro immediately orders. What are you waiting for? Deploy all officers and commence a thorough search. We must find him, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Understood. Shinichi, are you still in pain? Please don't be angry with my father, all right? Outside on a bench in the civic center, Xiaolon gently strokes Conan's head while repeatedly apologizing, and Conan, of course, does not take it to heart. After all, Kagoro's punch lacks the force of a true adversary. Observing Xiaolon's remorseful expression, Conan smiles reassuringly. It's all right, Xiaolon. Don't dwell on it. I'm fine now. If you don't believe me, just take a look at my head. Indeed, upon confirming that the bump on Conan's head has vanished, Xiaolon finally breathes a sigh of relief and quickly retrieves the drink she purchased earlier from the convenience store, opening it and handing it to Conan. You must be thirsty, Shinichi. Have some drink and rest a bit. Thank you, Xiaolon. Expressing his gratitude with a smile, Conan refrains from accepting the drink from Xiaolon's hand, instead producing a new bottle from his shopping bag and offering it to her. Shinichi, what's this? Xiaolon, you haven't had anything to drink either. You must be thirsty now, so have some. Realizing Conan's gesture, Xiaolon's expression brightens as she smiles. Thank you, Shinichi. In the next moment, they exchanged drinks and began sipping from them. The flavor of the beverage is undeniably delightful, sweet enough to lift one's spirits. Xiaolon observes Conan, savoring the drink. She cannot help but notice that he appears far cuter than the Shinichi she once knew. Just as she is basking in this pleasant realization, a thought strikes her, and she quickly turns to Conan. By the way, Shinichi, I ran into an old police officer while buying drinks, and I learned some things from him. What did you find out? Setting his drink aside temporarily, Conan attentively listens to Xiaolon's revelations. The old officer mentioned that the late former village head, Kamiyama, current village head Kuroiwa, Mr. Kawashima, and the escaped Mr. Nishimoto all grew up together with Keiji Yasu, and when Keiji Yasu perished in the fire, it was these 4 who reported it. Upon hearing this, Conan's gaze sharpens considerably. 3 out of the 4 initial reporters have met with mysterious deaths. If this were merely coincidence, it would be utterly inexplicable. While pondering this, Conan continues, Xiaolon, did the old officer provide any other information? Let me think. Xiaolon rests her chin in thought for a moment before continuing. According to that officer, it seems Mr. Asu has a son. However, he fell gravely ill as a child and was sent to a hospital in the big city for treatment, and now no one knows his whereabouts. A son. Upon hearing this astonishing revelation, Conan was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, causing him to inadvertently crush the beverage in his hand, while a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Conan, Ran, so it is you two here. At that moment, Dr. Seishi happened to pass by, and upon spotting Conan and Ran seated on a bench, he instinctively waved to greet them. Dr. Seishi. Noticing the sudden appearance of Dr. Seishi, Conan hurriedly retrieved a bottle of drink from his shopping bag and jogged over to present it to him with both hands. Dr. Seishi, it is exceedingly hot today, so please have a drink to quench your thirst. Looking at the enthusiastic Conan before him, Dr. Seishi bent down with a smile and replied, Thank you, Conan, but I'm really not in the mood for a drink right now. Wah! At this remark, Conan's expression instantly shifted to one of profound disappointment, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if he were on the verge of a deluge. Please don't cry, Conan. I'm sorry. I am just so thirsty right now. Thank you for the drink. I won't refuse. Observing Conan's woeful demeanor, Dr. Seishi immediately felt a palpable sense of urgency and quickly accepted the beverage from Conan's hands. Taking large gulps, in no time, the entire can was emptied. After finishing, Dr. Seishi held up the now empty can before Conan, exclaiming, That was delightful. Thank you, Conan. Look, I've finished it all. Thank you, Dr. Seishi. Conan beamed, his face lighting up with a satisfied smile. Well, I must head to the clinic to work now, so I won't be able to play with you any longer. Goodbye. Gently patting Conan on the head, Dr. Seishi proceeded towards the clinic as he passed a trash bin. He crumpled the empty can and tossed it inside without a backward glance, completely oblivious to the fact that Conan's glasses had begun to glimmer in the moonlight behind him, in the stillness of the night. The villagers of Tsukikage Island maintained their traditional lifestyle, rarely venturing outside after dark, reserving all matters for daylight. Meanwhile, Officer Megure and Kagoro, having exhausted themselves from a day of exhaustive searching, were now completely worn out and unable to move. In summary, the island was nearly devoid of activity. However, exceptions always existed. The site of the former Maeda residence had been shrouded in rumors of the ghost of Kichi Maeda haunting the area since the devastating fire 12 years prior. Thus, no one dared to renovate it, leaving it in the state of ruin from that tragic event. At this juncture, Ken Nishimoto, who had escaped from the community center earlier that day, stumbled upon the ruins of the Maeda residence. Collapsing to his knees with a thud, followed by a flurry of desperate blows. Thud! Thud! I'm so sorry. Truly I am. I never intended to act in such a manner, but those three said if I didn't comply, they would burn me along with you. I don't want to die. Please spare me. As Ken Nishimoto repeatedly bowed and pleaded for forgiveness, a dark gun barrel slowly emerged from the bushes. In the next moment, a tranquilizer dart struck Ken Nishimoto in the rear. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a dizzying sensation, and in an instant he collapsed onto the ground, sound asleep, as Ken Nishimoto succumbed to unconsciousness. A small figure emerged from the underbrush, clutching a length of rope. Approaching Ken's side, the figure clenched their teeth tightly and prepared to tighten the noose around Ken's neck. I advise you to desist. Ken Nishimoto's life holds far greater value alive than dead. Upon hearing the sudden youthful voice, the figure's actions froze, paralyzed in place. I know you are not a cold-blooded criminal. Otherwise, you wouldn't have summoned your uncle from afar. Perhaps you, too, seek someone to stop you, right, Dr. Seishi? As the final word fell, the figure was illuminated as if under a spotlight, revealing Dr. Seishi's expression of alarm and shock. Dr. Seishi slowly turned to see Conan standing a short distance behind him. Hands tucked in his pockets. Conan, how did you? Rest assured, I have come alone. Let's have a proper discussion, shall we? Dr. Seishi, no, perhaps it is more fitting to address you by your original surname, Maeda. Upon hearing this, Dr. Seishi's previously startled expression transformed into one of heightened astonishment, causing him to take 2 steps back in disbelief. How do you know? It was due to that bottle of drink. You instinctively crushed it before discarding it. Such behavior is considered rather rude for a woman. Thus, it is a habit typically exhibited by man, as it reflects an innate display of strength, an unconscious action that cannot be deliberately concealed. Dr. Seishi, upon hearing this, revealed a bittersweet smile. Oh, that is how it is. I never imagined you would employ such a method to test me. Conan, just who are you? I am Edogawa Conan, a detective. Conan withdrew his hands from his pockets and introduced himself with a maturity that far surpassed his years. A little detective, how remarkable. Dr. Seishi let out a resigned chuckle before discarding the rope onto the ground. You are correct. I am indeed Kichi Maeda's son, Seishi Maeda. I was receiving treatment in a Kyoto hospital due to an illness when the tragedy befell my family. The catalyst for the incident was likely narcotics. I have examined the piano placed in the music room. Its underside has been intentionally hollowed out, suggesting it was used to evade customs inspections. Conan resumed his narration, hands reinserted into his pockets. In some countries, narcotics can be legally and cheaply sold. That I believe that the 4 individuals, including Mr. Nishimoto, solicited your father to perform abroad while secretly transporting drugs back for sale, resulting in substantial profits. However, when your father expressed his unwillingness to continue, it led to the inferno 12 years ago. Dr. Seishi turned to glance at the still unconscious Ken Nishimoto, his fists clenching tightly. Indeed, I disguised myself as a woman to uncover the truth of that tragic event. When I arrived on this island 2 years ago, I sought out the village chief, Kamayama. Upon realizing I was Kichi Maeda's son, he divulged everything in fear, only to succumb to a heart attack shortly thereafter, which ignited my murderous intentions. At this juncture, Dr. Seishi closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, his expression reflecting a complex turmoil that I never wished to kill. I have continually strived to dissuade myself from such actions. Yet, the thought of my parents and sister being mercilessly consumed by flames drives me to lose control. By the time I regained my senses, I was already confronted by the corpses of Kawashima and Conan's expression turned grave. Dr. Seishi, I understand you are a good person. The villagers on the island hold you in high regard for both your medical skills and character. So, I implore you to cease this course of action that if Mr. Nishimoto testifies, your family's case will be reopened and the truth will ultimately be revealed, allowing your family's souls to rest in peace. Very well, little detective. However, one must pay the price for their wrongdoings. That Dr. Seishi once again donned his signature gentle smile before abruptly turning and fleeing without a backward glance. And behind the Maeda residence lay a steep cliff. Father, mother, sister, I am returning home. Dr. Seishi quickened his pace towards the precipice, a liberated smile gracing his face, as if envisioning his family before him. Just as Dr. Seishi approached the edge of the cliff, Ran executed a backflip to land in front of him, delivering a punch directly to his diaphragm. Ugh! The intense pain from the blow caused Dr. Seishi to lose control of his body, collapsing into Ran's embrace. Shinichi, your deductions were indeed correct. Dr. Seishi truly intended to take his own life. Certainly, for his driving force has been the pursuit of truth and vengeance. Now that his objective has been achieved, it is entirely logical for him to act in such a manner. This moment. Conan slowly approached, while Ran gently laid the temporarily unresponsive Dr. Chungshur flat on the ground. Conan remarked, I apologize. Dr. Chungshur, the detective's duty is to uncover critical evidence to secure a conviction, not to use reasoning to compel a criminal to seek their own demise. Such conduct is unbecoming of a true detective. With a heavy sigh, Dr. Chungshur inhaled deeply and then closed his eyes, ceasing to resist. You've worked hard, little detective. Now, go fetch the police. Whatever charges may arise, I am willing to accept them. It would be best if I could reunite with my family. Is this really appropriate, Shinichi? Ran inquired, her tone laced with complexity as she gazed at Conan while on the return flight, looking at Dr. Chungshur standing by the shore. Conan turned to glance at Dr. Chungshur and then slowly replied, There's nothing inappropriate about it. I still cannot fathom the depths of despair that Maeda Kiichi must have felt back then. Besides, Dr. Chungshur is a skilled and good man. Allowing him to treat the villagers on the island as a form of atonement is far better than languishing in prison awaiting trial. In fact, just last night, Conan and his companions had brought Nishimoto-ken back for interrogation, only to discover that he was a drug addict, speaking incoherently and thus unable to serve as credible evidence. Consequently, the police were still unable to investigate the case from 12 years ago involving the Maeda family. However, it was indeed a fact that Nishimoto-ken had consumed illegal substances and a significant amount was found at his home, likely resulting in a life sentence or a suspended death sentence. Ultimately, Conan chose to conceal the truth, attributing the murder to Nishimoto-ken's drug-induced madness through a ruse involving Kagoro's slumbering state. After all, he had little to lose in terms of charges. Although Ran had no objections to Conan's actions, she always felt there was something amiss, as her upbringing instilled in her the belief that all evildoers must face justice. To this, Conan simply responded with a statement that rendered Ran speechless. When justice cannot be served, vengeance becomes the only form of justice. After a prolonged silence, Ran ultimately buried the truth of this case deep within her heart alongside Conan. For several consecutive days, peace reigned. There were no appearances of the elusive Ofeno, nor any heinous crimes such as murders or robberies. During this time, Kagoro only took on minor cases like locating lost pets or investigating infidelities. Everything seemed so tranquil and beautiful, except for Conan, who was the exception. Achoo! Achoo! Shinichi, don't move around. Let me check the temperature. 39.8 degrees. Shinichi, you have a high fever. Upon seeing the temperature displayed on the thermometer, Ran exclaimed in astonishment, while Conan's face flushed and he could not stop his nose from running. The once spirited young detective now resembled a sickly child. How could this happen? How could Ofeno catch a cold? This is simply unscientific. Observing Conan's lethargic demeanor, Ran hurriedly took an ice pack and placed it on his forehead to help lower his temperature. She then leaned closer to Conan and asked, Shinichi, is there anything you would like to eat? How about I make you a bowl of hot porridge? No, I just need to sleep for a while, he replied weakly. After uttering those words, Conan closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Rand sat beside him, holding his feverish hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Finally back, at that moment, Kaguro burst through the door, panting. Upon seeing Conan resting on the sofa, he quickly turned to Rand and inquired, "How is the little rascal doing?" "Conan has a high fever and just fell asleep," Rand explained. After hearing her words, Kaguro approached Conan and placed his hand on Conan's forehead to check his temperature. Upon feeling the heat radiating from him, Kaguro's expression grew grave. "It's quite hot. It seems he is not merely suffering from a mild cold." Rand, anxious, responded, "What should we do now? Should we go to the hospital?" Kaguro shook his head. "I just checked every hospital in Maharu, and they're all packed. If we take him now, he might catch something worse." After pondering for a moment, Kaguro instructed Rand, please retrieve some cold medicine from the first aid kit. And remember to have him eat something before taking the medication. Otherwise, it could make him feel worse. I'll see if I can get in touch with a doctor." "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." Without a moment's delay, Rand dashed into the kitchen to prepare porridge, while Kaguro took out his phone to seek help. "Officer Megier, it's Kogoro. Is there any medical personnel from our police department available? Even the forensic team is busy." "Then never mind. Sorry to bother you." "Einri, do you know any doctors? Conan is unwell. You might have a fever." "Hurry and take some medicine." Kaguro asked several people, but the responses were either busy or out of town, leaving him frustrated as he chain-smoked an entire pack. Although they had not managed to contact a doctor, Conan's temperature gradually decreased over time, which was a small consolation, 37.5 degrees. It has finally gone down a bit. Glancing at the thermometer, Rand let out a sigh of relief and then brought a bowl of hot porridge to Conan's lips, filling a spoonful of the warm concoction. Open wide. "I'm not a child." Noticing the playful expression on Rand's face, Conan felt as though he were being teased. Yet at that moment, he had no choice but to obediently open his mouth and swallow the porridge. "Good boy, keep going. You're relentless, Rand." Thus, it took a full 15 minutes for Conan to finish the bowl of porridge, and he finally regained some strength. Children can be such a hassle. They fall ill so easily. "You should practice karate with Rand later. It might help build your stamina." Seeing that Conan's condition had improved, Kaguro felt a weight lift from his heart, though he couldn't resist making a biting remark. "Knock, knock, knock." "Coming. Who is it?" Hearing a knock at the door, Rand hurried to open it, only to find a girl of similar age standing at the entrance of the office. "Excuse me, is this the Muri Detective Agency?" the girl asked, her strong Osaka accent apparent. Rand paused momentarily before responding, "Yes, this is the Muri Detective Agency. May I ask if you have a case to discuss?" "Not exactly, The girl leaned in to peek inside the office and then asked Rand, "Is there a boy with dark skin who resembles a high school student about my age?" Rand promptly shook her head that no. As of now, no one has come here for a case, upon hearing Rand's response. The girl's expression shifted to one of confusion. "That's strange. He set off before me. So why hasn't he arrived yet?" Noticing her dismay, Rand invited, "Are you perhaps meeting a friend here? If you don't mind, you can come in and rest for a while, though there's a child inside with a fever. I hope that's okay." The girl quickly waved her hands. No, it's perfectly fine. I'm the one intruding suddenly. I hope you won't be upset." Thus, the girl entered the office to rest for a bit. After serving her a cup of hot tea, Rand asked, "By the way, what should I call you?" "Oh, I'm Yamauka Keiho, but my friends just call me Keiho, so you can call me that too. Nice to meet you." After introducing herself, Keiho enthusiastically extended her hand toward Rand. Seeing this, Rand quickly shook Keiho's hand and introduced herself. "Hello, Keiho. My name is Muri Rand, but you can call me Rand." "All right, Rand, it must be said that the common topics of conversation among girls are abundant. Despite having only recently met, the two high school girls engage in conversation as if they were long-time close friends, almost as if they were introducing every ancestor in their family tree. Meanwhile, Conan and Kaguro seem to have a built-in invisibility cloak, completely overlooked by Heiji, and are in to be, by the way, Heiji, judging by your accent. You must be from Osaka. How did you and your friends decide to meet here at our office?" Upon hearing this, Heiji's face turned a shade of crimson as he bashfully admitted, "Well, actually, I came here secretly, not expecting to arrive first." Rand, bewildered, responded, came secretly. What does that mean? Just then, an out-of-breath voice interrupted the conversation. The group turned to see a young man with dark skin and a baseball cap, leaning against the doorframe, panting heavily. All right. Kudo Shinichi's woman lives here, right? Come out and meet me. Shinichi's woman? Is he talking about me? Ran's face flushed, and she pointed to herself, her mind momentarily unable to comprehend. However, this question was somewhat redundant. There are only 3 people at the Muri Detective Agency, and since Eri rarely visited, who else could he be referring to but Ran? Heiji, what on earth are you doing? Heiji exclaimed, surprised to see Heiji appear at the Muri Detective Agency. Heiji strode up to him with an intimidating presence and shouted, Why can't I come? What is your excuse for running off to Tokyo without even a word? If it weren't for Annie telling me, I'd have no idea where to find you. What a meddlesome ant. Thus, the handsome entrance Heiji had envisioned was ruthlessly crushed by Heiji, who then dragged him by the ear to the sofa in the office. Heiji, what is going on? You set off before me, yet I arrived first. Heiji, looking dejected, explained, Don't ask. The train I took encountered unexpected delays and stopped for several hours. After getting off, I followed the navigation, only to end up in a ditch. This outfit is brand new. TSK. That's karma for you. Who told you to sneak away from me? Heiji smirked with a look of schadenfreude. Watching the two bicker, Ran felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and inadvertently asked, Are you two childhood friends? The question caught both Heiji and Heiji off guard. Heiji quickly pressed down on Heiji, blushing as she explained, Well, our fathers both work at the Osaka Prefectural Police, so we've known each other since childhood. There's absolutely nothing inappropriate between us. Heiji seemed to want to say something, but his strength was no match for Heiji, who had trained in Aikido since childhood. After a considerable time, Heiji finally managed to break free from Heiji's grip. You idiot, Heiji, what nonsense are you spouting? How is that nonsense? Stop. Can you two please cease this? Seeing the two about to continue their verbal sparring, Kagoro hurriedly intervened, his expression dark as he directed a menacing gaze at Heiji. By the way, what did you mean when you said my daughter is that detective boy's woman? If you can't explain yourself, you might not leave my office. By this point, Kagoro's face had grown as dark as coal, his hands cracking ominously. Uncle, calm down that I got that information from your daughter's class group, where all the classmates refer to her as Kudo's wife, so I thought it was true, upon hearing such astonishing news. Ran's face turned as red as a boiling teapot. When she inadvertently glanced at Conan, steam seemed to rise from her head. Meanwhile, Conan was not faring any better. His once mature eyes had transformed into bewildered dots, and his temperature, which had just stabilized, was rising once again. What a headache. What's with this kid? Why is his face so flushed? Heiji noticed Conan's unusual state and began to inquire. Kagoro casually remarked, This little guy suddenly had a fever earlier. It seems his temperature has spiked again. A fever. What a coincidence. I just happen to have some effective medicine for colds. Heiji rummaged through his backpack and soon produced a bottle wrapped in old newspaper. Heiji then grabbed a cup from Kagoro's desk and poured a generous amount of clear liquid into it. Here, drink this, and you'll recover. Okay. Conan, still in a daze, took the cup without a second thought and gulped it down. The moment the liquid went down, he was hit with a spicy sensation in his throat, and his stomach felt as if it were ablaze. Conan, what's wrong? Seeing Conan curl up in pain, Ran quickly came to his side, cradling him. What did you give him? Kagoro picked up the cup that had fallen to the ground, sniffing it, and was instantly hit by a familiar scent, someone who had been drinking since adulthood. He quickly realized that Conan had just consumed high-proof liquor. Baka! You gave a child that stuff. Are you out of your mind? Heiji explained, Don't worry, it's an imported liquor called Baijiu that I heard that locals drink it when they're sick to alleviate symptoms. I spent quite a bit of my pocket money to buy this bottle, but it's still alcohol. Kids shouldn't drink that. Without a second thought, Heiji delivered a powerful punch that sent Heiji crashing to the ground. Then turned to bow apologetically to Rand, and I'm sorry. Rand, it's all my fault for not keeping an eye on him. I'll deal with him right away. After a brief apology, Heiji unleashed a flurry of well-deserved punches on Heiji, reminiscent of a masterfully executed noodle-cutting technique. Excuse me, is this the Muri Detective Agency? You Haven T turned it into a wrestling venue, have you? The group turned towards the voice to see a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious attire, deliberately concealing her face as if to avoid recognition. Seeing a potential client, Kagoro rushed to greet her. "I apologize for the commotion. I am the renowned Detective Muri Kagoro. How may I assist you?" "Ah, so you are Muri Kagoro. I've heard of your reputation. However, you don't quite match my expectations." Removing her sunglasses, the middle-aged woman revealed cold, piercing eyes before introducing herself. "My name is Tamura Keika, the wife of diplomat Tamura Shin. I have a very important commission to entrust to you, Detective Muri, and I hope you can assist me in resolving it. You will be generously compensated for your services. In summary, the purpose of this journey for Takamura Kojo is to request the famed Detective Kaguro Muri to investigate the fiancé of his nominal son, Takamura Kiyoshi. The term nominal is used because Takamura Kojo is married to a diplomat in a second marriage. Thus, Takamura Kiyoshi is not his biological offspring, rendering certain discussions rather delicate. However, when Kaguro inquires about the reasons for the investigation, Takamura Kojo explains that he finds his future daughter-in-law, Katsuki Yukiko, quite displeasing and harbors serious doubts regarding her character. Despite the fact that her background appears unblemished, Kaguro, well-versed in such investigative requests, finds himself reluctant to accept this particular case, as his household is currently in disarray and Conan is running a fever, leaving him with little inclination to engage in an investigation. Upon learning of Kagoro's hesitations, Takamura Kojo's solution is both straightforward and brusque, as he tosses 2 hefty stacks of cash from his handbag, stating that this is a deposit, with more to follow upon successful completion of the task, and that he need not worry about the child. As the Takamura family has a dedicated physician, that he inquires if they can set off immediately. "Really? Why must both of you accompany us?" On the drive to the Takamura residence, Kaguro cannot help but voices grievances to the cramped backseat occupants, Keiho and Heiji. The duo from Osaka promptly offers their respective explanations. Heiji asserts, as the foremost high school detective in Kansai, "I cannot afford to miss this case. I must be the first to solve it to prove my deductive prowess surpasses that of Shinichi Kudo." Keiho adds, "It's all because of Heiji that Conan has fallen ill like this, so at the very least, I should be allowed to help take care of him to alleviate my guilt." After much discussion, it becomes evident that both of their concerns still revolve around him. At this moment, the burning sensation within Conan's abdomen slightly subsides, yet he continues to feel lightheaded, with his vision blurred and double. Given his current state of confusion, Conan is cradled in Rant's arms, and this minor movement does not go unnoticed by her. She quickly reassures him, "Hang in there, new Conan. Once we arrive, the doctor will treat you, and you'll be better in no time. There's nothing to worry about." Although the images before him have become increasingly indistinct, Rant's expression of worry, which nearly brings her to tears, remains vividly clear to ease her concern. Conan musters a smile despite his discomfort in the front passenger seat. Takamura Kojo observes this exchange in the rearview mirror, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. The child is in such a state of illness, and yet the parents are nowhere to be found. Truly, they are unfit guardians. However, he acknowledges his lack of standing to cast judgment. After approximately 15 minutes, Kaguro finally arrives at the Takamura estate, which boasts a stylish 3-story Western-style house. It is evident that the Takamura diplomat is one who appreciates the finer things in life. "Follow me." Takamura Kojo is the first to open the door and step out, with Kaguro and the others closely trailing behind. Squeak. "Mom, are these your friends?" Just as Takamura Kojo is about to enter, the door swings open from within, revealing a young couple linked arm in arm. From the young man's address to Takamura Kojo, it is deduced that he is Takamura Kiyoshi, the diplomat's biological son and Takamura Kojo's stepson. As for the young woman, her identity is unmistakable. She is Katsuki Yukiko, the very fiancé Kaguro has been asked to investigate. Takamura Kojo responds in a tone devoid of emotion. "Indeed, an old friend I haven't seen in a while. Coincidentally, his family and friends are here as well, so I extended the invitation." After this brief response, his gaze turns icy as it lands on Katsuki Yukiko. "What are you doing here?" Noting the unfriendly demeanor of Takamura Kojo, Katsuki Yukiko feels somewhat flustered but manages to greet politely. "Hello, I merely wanted to pay you a visit, especially since this is the season for colds. I am in perfect health. You need not concern yourself with me. Before she can finish, Takamura Kojo impatiently interrupts her, leaving her at a loss for words at that moment. Her gaze inadvertently falls upon Conan, who is unconscious in Rant's embrace. This child feverish. Perhaps I should take him to a room for an examination. I received first prize during my studies at medical university and have diagnostic experience. As she speaks, Katsuki Yukiko reaches out to take Conan from Ran. However, Takamura Kojo swiftly seizes her hand and pushes her back. No need for you to meddle. I have already contacted a doctor. Your level as an intern is hardly sufficient to interfere that I will take this child to rest, and unless there is an emergency, you are not to disturb him. After this curt reprimand, Takamura Kojo strides ahead, leading the way. Katsuki Yukiko, feeling utterly wronged by the unprovoked chastisement, fights back tears that threaten to spill. Beside her, Takamura Kiyoshi, witnessing his fiancée ease distress, wraps her in his arms to comfort her, glaring fiercely at Takamura Kojo's retreating figure. What a pretentious stepmother. Next time I get the chance, I'll make sure to send you to the worst nursing home, where you can suffer endlessly. Entering the Takamura house, Kaguro feels a pang of regret at witnessing such a harmonious scene. Yet with the doctor still elusive, he can only grit his teeth and persevere. One by one, Kaguro and the others enter the Takamura residence, not forgetting to greet Takamura Kiyoshi and his fiancée. However, as Ran carries Conan inside, the previously unconscious boy suddenly opens his eyes wide. That scent, that feeling, it's ovener. Conan, what are you doing? Summoning every ounce of strength, Conan breaks free from Rant's embrace and bolts towards the second floor, following the intoxicating aroma of ovener. Soon, he halts before a door on the second floor. This is it. After confirming his destination, Conan tiptoes to open the door, when suddenly, bang! The door is flung open violently from within, sending Conan crashing against the wall, followed by a heavy thud on the floor. Clop, clop, clop. In a daze, Conan perceives hurried footsteps approaching, and he struggles to lift his head, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting down the corridor. Ovener! Conan struggles to rise, but the burning sensation in his abdomen intensifies, and the world around him begins to spin. Just then, he hears a sudden cry for help. Help me! Straining to look towards the source of the voice, Conan sees a plump middle-aged man sitting on the floor. Panic etched across his face, only to disintegrate into a pile of ashes the next moment. However, misfortune does not end there. A gust of wind sweeps through the open window of the study, scattering the ashes throughout the room until not a trace remains. Damn it! Witnessing this, Conan realizes he's been a moment too late, frustration boiling over as he pounds the floor with a fist. But in the next instant, his head is filled with a deafening buzz. The world around him plunges into darkness, and he succumbs to unconsciousness. The missing person is named Takamura Isamu, aged 54, and is a diplomat by profession. After conducting a preliminary investigation, Officer Megier turns to Kaguro and his group and inquires, "So, you came here searching for Conan, only to discover that the Takamura diplomat, who should have been in his study, has vanished, correct?" Kaguro nods in affirmation. "Indeed, Officer Megier. May I ask if the Takamura diplomat is typically found in his study at this hour?" Takamura Kiyoshi confirms, "Yes, my father usually listens to music in his study at this time. It is common knowledge among the family." At this point, Kaguro hastily adds, "By the way, we thought we heard someone calling for help as we made our way up. I believe that was the voice of the Takamura diplomat." Inspector Muguru held his head in his hands, exclaiming, "How peculiar! Based on the information we currently possess, the diplomat from Dazhuang must weigh at least over 200 pounds. What means did the perpetrator employ to abduct him in such a brief span of time? If that child were conscious at this moment, he might provide some valuable clues." That Dawang's wife, Gong Jiang, lowered her head with a complex expression, her hands tightly clenched together. Inspector Muguru continued, "By the way, how is Conan faring? If all goes well, he may hold the key to solving this case." Kaguro replied, "He still has a high fever. The doctor summoned by Mrs. Dazhuang is currently assisting with the diagnosis. Ran and Heiji are in the room looking after him. Let's allow that little rascal to rest. I'm quite adept at solving cases." That moment, Heiji Hattori confidently stepped forward, turning the brim of his baseball cap backward, seeing a young man with dark skin suddenly appear. Inspector Muguru was momentarily taken aback. This foreign friend speaks Mandarin quite fluently. How long have you been an immigrant? Heiji immediately erupted in anger, yelling at Inspector Muguru as if a cartoon character had come to life. What do you mean, foreign friend? I'm undeniably Asian. My dark skin is a genetic trait from my father. Can you not see clearly before you speak? Ah, my apologies, Inspector Muguru stammered, feeling embarrassed. It's fine. You're not the first to think so. I've grown accustomed to it. Heiji took a deep breath to calm himself and introduced, I am Heiji Hattori, a somewhat renowned high school detective from the Kansai region. Therefore, I would like to assist in this investigation. Inspector Muguru hesitated. Is that really necessary? We have the police and Brother Kagoro present. Ahem. Inspector, you may not know this, but my father is Hattori Heizo, the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police. I possess considerable experience in solving cases and will not be a burden. Oh, in that case, you may join us. Surprised by this young man's impressive background, Inspector Muguru reluctantly agreed to his participation. Meanwhile, in another room, cough, cough, Conan lay weakly on the bed, coughing, his pajamas completely soaked with sweat. While the doctor assessed him with a stethoscope, observing Conan's discomfort, Rand anxiously asked, Doctor, is Conan going to be all right? Removing the stethoscope, the doctor replied gravely, his fever is quite severe. I will prescribe some cephalosporins to see if it helps. If not, we will have to contact the hospital for further diagnosis. Rand nodded repeatedly. Understood. After receiving the prescribed medication from the doctor, Rand and Heiji worked together to administer it to Conan. After a while, Conan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Rand exclaimed with delight, Conan, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts? I'm so thirsty, Conan hoarsely managed to say, that I'll get you some water right away. Hang in there, Conan. I'll be back shortly. Heiji rushed out of the room to fetch water. Once Heiji left, Conan suddenly raised his hand and tightly grasped Rand's arm. Rand, there's an ophiocordyceps in this house. He is the murderer, and everyone is in danger. What? Rand became flustered and quickly asked, What should we do now, Shinichi? Don't panic, Rand. Quickly go home and bring my backpack back. The belt is inside it. Hurry. Conan coughed violently as he spoke, his condition worsening. Seeing Conan in such a weakened state, Rand felt torn but ultimately decided to act. I understand, Shinichi. You rest well? I will return as swiftly as possible. After placing Conan back on the bed and covering him with a blanket, Rand dashed out of the room. Just as she exited the Dajwang residence and was about to sprint away, the roar of an engine suddenly filled the air. Veering. Huh. Rand instinctively turned towards the sound and saw the motorcycle form of the Kamen rider Foiz racing toward her, with a bag containing the Foiz belt resting on the seat. Kamen rider Foiz? With a screech, the motorcycle came to a halt in front of Rand, the tremendous inertia causing the bag to fly into her arms. Thank you. Grasping the bag, Rand momentarily stood in shock before expressing her gratitude. Veering. The motorcycle responded with a roaring engine. Seeing the motorcycle form of Kamen rider Foiz before her, a flicker of hope ignited within Rand. She hurriedly approached and earnestly implored, Could you please help? Shinichi is too weak to continue fighting. Can you think of a way? You can understand what I'm saying, right? In response to Rand's plea, the motorcycle's headlights flickered a few times before slowly reversing to park in a corner by the door. Perhaps it understood. Although Rand felt uncertain, she had no time to dwell on it. She clutched the bag containing the belt and re-entered the Dajwang residence. After Rand left, the motorcycle suddenly emitted a series of electronic beeping sounds, and the headlights began to glow faintly red. Meanwhile, in the Dajwang study, all members of the Dajwang family had gathered. Elder Dajwang Riko, eldest son Dajwang Gishan, matriarch Dajwang Gongjiang, butler Koike Fumio, and Dajwang Gishan's fiancée, Katsuragi Sachiko, were all aware that the diplomat from Dajwang would be listening to music in the study, making them natural suspects in the eyes of the police. After surveying the faces of the Dajwang family, Inspector Muguru spoke. I would like to ask everyone where you were and what you were doing at the time of the incident. Please cooperate with our investigation. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that one of us is the criminal? Is there a misunderstanding, sir? How could I possibly harm my father? Although I have performed dissections in medical school, I would never hurt anyone. Inspector Muguru's request for cooperation ignited a fierce protest from the Dajwang family. However, it was not as intense for Elder Dajwang Riko, who remained relatively calm. This was not due to a lack of concern, but rather because, what? Eggs are on sale at the supermarket. Whose are they? I'll go buy some right away. Officer Takagi interjected, Elder, it's not about eggs being on sale. We want you to assist us in the investigation. Tea? Would you like some tea, sir? I have plenty of tea here. Takagi, exasperated, leaned closer to Elder Zhuang Riko and insisted, Sir, we do not want tea. We need your assistance in the investigation. Elder Zhuang Riko finally understood. Oh, I see. Takagi sighed in relief, but the next moment, Elder Zhuang Riko grabbed his arm and began leading him away. You young people don't understand. However you like to brew it is up to you. Go get tea leaves from me. Not tea, sir? Hey! Officer Takagi wanted to protest, but feared accidentally harming the elder, so he was merely dragged along. In the aftermath, Officer Takagi received bags of Longjing tea and a Hong Pao, which had been treasured by Elder Zhuang for many years as a small consolation prize. Inspector Muguru remarked, This elder is already 82 years old, suffering from poor eyesight and hearing, and with a limp. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to commit a crime. Inspector Muguru nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let's exclude the elder from our list of suspects. After experiencing this brief interlude, the interrogation resumed. With each member of the Demura family, from the lady of the house, Demura Koji, to the butler, Koike Bunzhun, being questioned. Meanwhile, as the police conducted their inquiries, Hattori Heiji, resembling a police dog on the scent, meticulously scoured the area for clues. It struck him as peculiar that there was so much dust in this study. Logically, this should be one of the most thoroughly cleaned spaces. The pervasive dust left Hattori puzzled, though he didn't dwell on it too much, attributing the situation to either the servant's negligence or the weather conditions. After a thorough search, Hattori rose and glanced at the Demura family, who were still undergoing interrogation, a confident smile gracing his lips. Kudo Shinichi, it seems I'm the one to emerge victorious in this reasoning contest. Tea that moment. In the room, achoo. Conan, are you all right? Is it a bit chilly? Noticing Conan sneezing, Ayumi quickly pulled out 2 tissues to help him wipe his nose, while Ran hurriedly offered him a cup of hot water to warm him up, simultaneously retrieving the thermometer tucked under Conan's arm. His temperature had reached 37 degrees. It was finally on the decline. Upon seeing the reading, Ran let out a sigh of relief and gently stroked Conan's head. You've worked hard, Conan. Wishing you a swift recovery. Thanks. Conan managed a weak smile, just as he was about to say something further when a sudden, sharp pain struck his heart. Ugh! Conan, what's wrong? Due to their proximity, Ran easily noticed Conan's distress and quickly inquired. Ran, gritting his teeth to endure the searing pain in his heart, Conan grasped Ran's arm and whispered in her ear, Take Ayumi outside. I need to be alone for a bit. Hurry. Okay. Though puzzled by Conan's request, Ran quickly stood up and found an excuse to lead Ayumi out as the door closed behind them. Conan could no longer withstand the excruciating pain radiating from his heart, his body curling up like a shrimp. It hurts. It feels like my heart is about to burst. Am I going to die? Conan clenched his fists tightly, his body tensing to its limit, seemingly attempting to confront the agony in this manner. While Conan was engaged in this life-and-death struggle with his pain, he remained oblivious to the tear forming in the back of his pajamas. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Demura residence, butler Kake Bunzhun emerged carrying a large bag of garbage. With the servants absent, it fell upon him, the head servant, to handle such tasks. How diligent of you. Koike, to personally take out the trash, Hattori remarked, leaning against the wall, a smirk playing on his lips it's just the detective brother. What can I say? With the other servants off duty, I have to take care of these chores myself. After all, we can't leave garbage lying around overnight. Koike removed his gloves, his face adorned with a friendly smile as he explained to Hattori. Observing the amiable demeanor of Koike, Hattori chuckled lightly before raising his voice. Indeed, your timing is quite impeccable. If the servants were present, it would surely disrupt your plans regarding the disappearance of the Demura diplomat. At this, Koike's expression darkened significantly. However, he quickly regained his smile, explaining, What are you talking about? Detective, how could I possibly be the culprit in this case? Surely, you must be mistaken. Humph. Although I'm still unclear about your motives, you are the only one in this household with the opportunity to commit the crime. Hattori began to unfold his reasoning. Mrs. Demura entered with us, and both Demura Takeyoshi and Miss Katsuragi Yukiko were at the entrance, leaving them without the time to commit the crime that as for the elderly Demura Yoshimitsu. His physical condition does not permit him to do so. Therefore, the only one with the means to perpetrate this crime is you, Koike. As Hattori's words sank in, Koike's face turned a ghastly shade. Witnessing this reaction, Hattori was convinced of the accuracy of his deduction and continued, I suspect your original plan involved abducting the Demura diplomat and hiding him away. But unexpectedly, a little boy appeared at the study door, forcing you to hide the diplomat and then attack the child to escape. Now, I urge you to confess the whereabouts of the Demura diplomat so that the police may consider leniency in your sentencing. Koike's lips curled into a disdainful smile in response to Hattori's persuasion. Where is he? Why, he is all over the place. I had no time to hide that big fatso. Hattori's brow furrowed at this remark. What do you mean by that? You were asking where that scoundrel Demura went, weren't you? I'll take you to find him. With that, Koike's face suddenly bore the distinctive markings of a monstrous creature, transforming into a grotesque form. Nanny, seeing Koike metamorphose into a monster, startled even the usually composed Hattori, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't think you can frighten me with mere tricks. Hattori scanned the surroundings and spotted a steel pipe leaning against the wall. Take this. Hattori seized the pipe and, drawing on years of kendo training, charged at the grotesque figure. Thwack! The steel pipe struck the creature's head, yet it bent without seeming to affect the beast at all. Thud! Ugh! The creature retaliated, swatting the pipe aside with ease before delivering a punch that sent Hattori sprawling. Demura-kun is a complete scoundrel. He pretends to be harmless and benevolent while secretly engaging in all manner of disgraceful deeds. After knocking Hattori down, the creature's shadow morphed into a spectral image of Koike's bare upper body, his face twisting with palpable rage. I could have been a diplomat, but that scoundrel Demura framed me, leading to my disgrace and expulsion from school. I ended up homeless while he played the part of the good guy, making me his butler. If he hadn't let it slip while drunk last time, I would still be unaware of how long he had deceived me. As he recounted his grievances, the creature approached Hattori, looming over him. Since you wish to meddle, I shall allow you to experience the same fate as Demura-kun. With that, the creature extended its hands toward Hattori. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the creature was about to strike, 3 laser beams shot forth, striking the creature and forcing it back. Buzz, buzz. As the creature stumbled, a powerful roar of an engine echoed through the night, and the mechanical Pegasus drifted in, transforming into its robotic form at lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Without a word, the mechanical Pegasus unleashed a flurry of punches on the creature, sending sparks flying before delivering a final blow that sent it hurtling away. What is this thing? Hattori struggled to rise, staring in disbelief at the mechanical Pegasus before him, incredulous that a motorcycle had transformed into a robot. Foolish imbecile. Why did you send him flying? At that moment, a breathless and weakened voice echoed through the air. Hattori Heiji instinctively turned to look, only to see Fui staggering out of the darkness, leaning against the wall for support. Initially bewildered, Hattori Heiji was now a whirlwind of questions. Who are you? A super cop? A future warrior? You need not inquire. Simply pretend nothing has transpired. With that, Fui switched his explosive gun for the Fui's phone, reattaching it to his belt. He then approached the machine Pegasus. Placing his hand upon its chest, in the next instant, the machine Pegasus transformed back into a motorcycle, autonomous driving, tracking target. After mounting and positioning himself, Fui's issued a succinct command. Almost simultaneously, the machine Pegasus responded, speeding towards the direction where the giant cockroach-like creature, Ophiuchus, had been sent flying. How intriguing. It appears the situation is becoming rather entertaining. Watching Fui's speed away, Hattori Heiji, recovering from shock, felt not fear, but a surge of excitement. Perhaps this was the essence of a detective, forever pursuing the unknown truth like an intrepid adventurer. With a swift motion, he flipped the brim of his baseball cap to the back and took off running. Meanwhile, 800 meters away, the battered Ophiuchus struggled to crawl out of the pit. Just as he attempted to catch his breath, the roar of the machine Pegasus's engine echoed once more. Before long, the machine Pegasus, with Fui's aboard, arrived near Ophiuchus. Who are you? Why are you opposing me? Enough with the chatter. I am pressed for time. Responded to Afiyuka's furious inquiry. Fuiz did not lift his gaze as he donned the Fuiz camera on his right hand, inputting commands into it before pressing the enter key. Ready. Exceed charge. After completing the energy charge, Fuiz slumped weakly onto the seat of the machine Pegasus. Then, with a breathless taunt, beckoned Afiyuka with a flick of his finger. Come here, you seek death. Feeling immensely insulted, Afiyuka was instantly engulfed in rage, his skin releasing a foul odor that made the surrounding air unbearable. In the next moment, the stench-ridden Afiyuka charged at Fuiz like a wild dog unleashed. As the distance between them dwindled, Fuiz mustered his strength to stand, adopting a fighting stance. Just as Afiyuka was a mere step away, Fuiz skillfully dodged the attack and thrust the Fuiz camera into Afiyuka's abdomen. Bang! A gentle breeze swept by, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. That moment, Hattori Heiji, with his superhuman physique, arrived just in time to witness the confrontation between Fuiz and Afiyuka. The W is happening. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hattori Heiji stared in disbelief at the battlefield, only to behold a sight he would never forget. Afiyuka's entire body ignited in a blue flame, and in the next instant, he was reduced to ashes amidst a chorus of agonizing screams. After vanquishing Afiyuka, Fuiz took a deep breath to steady himself, then removed the camera from his hand, reattaching it to his belt. Seeing the situation finally clear, Hattori Heiji rushed to Fuiz's side, inquiring eagerly, "Who are you? What just happened?" At the sound of the voice behind him, Fuiz swiftly turned, his red aura glowing ominously in the night. Even though Hattori Heiji had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a wave of tension wash over him. Just as Hattori Heiji was on high alert, Fuiz stumbled and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. "Hey, are you all right?" The sudden turn of events caught Hattori Heiji off guard, but instinct drove him to assist Fuiz. "What is that smell?" "Ugh, it's like a latrine that hasn't been cleaned in over 20 years. It's making me nauseous." That moment, beams of flashlight illuminated the area, accompanied by the voices of Officer Megier and his team, evidently drawn by the commotion of the battle. "Machine Pegasus, conceal yourself." Veering, with Fuiz's command, the machine Pegasus accelerated and vanished without a trace. "Do not speak until I explain everything later," he instructed Hattori Heiji before removing his transformation device. "Officer Megier, what brings you here?" "Hattori, and who is this person you're helping?" Just then, Officer Megier and his team arrived, their flashlights directed at the figure Hattori was supporting. "Officer Megier, it truly saddens me that you don't remember me after such a brief separation." That voice, hearing the familiar tone, Officer Megier and the others were momentarily stunned as the mysterious figure slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome yet slightly weakened face. "Kudo Shinichi." Upon recognizing the figure before her, Ram let out a shriek. Hattori Heiji, supporting Kudo Shinichi, donned a mask of shock. "Is that really you, Shinichi? How did you end up here?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Ran dashed forward to support Shinichi, her heart aching at the sight of his pale and frail visage. "Ran, there's no need to worry," Shinichi said with a forced smile, attempting to reassure her. "I'm not sure what transpired, but it seems I've reverted to my original form for the time being. How long I can maintain this, however, is uncertain." While Shinichi and Ran exchanged hushed words, the others observed the sudden appearance of Shinichi with curiosity. So he is Kudo Shinichi. Truly, his looks can overshadow any flaws. It seems I must find a way to help Heiji with his complexion. Perhaps it will enhance his appeal further. What on earth happened to you? You disappeared without a trace for so long, and now you reappear out of nowhere. Seeing his precious daughter so close to Kudo Shinichi, Muri Kagoro's face turned as dark as coal. However, Ran turned to chastise him, her expression displeased. "Dad, why are you shouting so loudly? What if you scare Shinichi?" Kagoro, infuriated and grinding his teeth, had no choice but to take his frustration out on Takagi beside him. "Takagi, what did I do to deserve this?" "Officer Megier, but on another note. Why are you here, Kudo? Is there some trouble?" "No, it's just that Conan sent me a message saying you might be in trouble, and since I was nearby, I thought I'd come help." After a brief explanation, Shinichi glanced at Hattori Heiji beside him, saying, But what surprised me was that the moment I arrived, I saw this dark-skinned detective being attacked by the perpetrator of this incident. We only managed to drive him away together before you arrived. Am I correct? Indeed, that is accurate. I was just attacked by the butler Koike Fumio, and he admitted to having killed the diplomat Tamura. Despite still being dazed from the series of events, Hattori Heiji quickly followed Shinichi's lead. Officer Megure gasped, "What? Where did he run off to? I will gather my team to pursue him." "Wait, Officer Megure, before we locate the true culprit. May I resolve another case?" Officer Megure was taken aback. Another case? What other case could there be? While Officer Megure wore a befuddled expression, Kudo Shinichi, with the assistance of Ran, managed to stand beside a large tree. He then turned to the family of Damu and inquired, "May I ask who currently possesses a photograph of Mrs. Damu from her younger days?" "I believe I do," replied Damu Takayoshi a couple of days ago. "My father mentioned wanting to use it for their wedding anniversary, so I developed a copy." Having swiftly emerged from the grief of losing his father, Damu Takayoshi began to rummage through a stack of photographs and soon found one that met the request. Handing it to Kudo Shinichi. "What do you need this for?" Damu Takayoshi asked, but Kudo Shinichi did not directly respond to the question. Instead, he called out, "Everyone, please come over and take a close look at this photograph. Observe Mrs. Damu in her youth." The request left the onlookers puzzled. Nevertheless, they gradually gathered around Kudo Shinichi, intently examining the youthful Mrs. Damu depicted in the photo. The woman in the photograph appeared almost entirely different from her present self. She wore an elegant smile and exuded a refined beauty that could make one's heart flutter with just a glance. Hattori scrutinized the photo for quite some time, but, despite the strain on her eyes, failed to discern anything remarkable. "It's quite normal. Just an ordinary photograph." "Wait, this looks somewhat familiar." Kagoro, with his extraordinary sensitivity towards women, seemed to have caught on to something that he swiftly snatched the photograph and brought it before Yukiko. Continuously switching his gaze between the photo and her face, they looked strikingly similar, as if carved from the same mold. Indeed, the youthful Mrs. Damu and the present Yukiko bore an uncanny resemblance, especially when smiling. With a striking 90 similarity, Kudo Shinichi remarked, "Mrs. Damu, the story has unfolded to this point, and I believe it would be more appropriate for you to speak. However, if you prefer, I am willing to assist." "No need to trouble yourself. Thank you," Mrs. Damu replied, her expression complex as she lowered her head, her fists clenching tightly that of course they would resemble each other. "For Yukiko is my biological daughter." "Nanny." The astonishing revelation sent a shockwave through the crowd, eliciting a cacophony of gasps, with Damu Takayoshi's scream being the loudest. After all, the transformation from stepmother to mother-in-law was beyond belief. What was initially thought to be an exaggeration turned out to be a stark reality. "Yukiko is the daughter of my late husband, Yamashiro." Yamashiro and Damu were colleagues in the same diplomatic department. One day, Yamashiro was reported for misconduct and imprisoned, where he tragically fell ill and passed away. At that time, Damu approached me, expressing his desire to live together. He even divorced his first wife for me, which truly moved me. After entrusting Yukiko to Yamashiro's relatives, I married Damu and have lived with him ever since. "Mom," Yukiko said softly as she stepped closer to Mrs. Damu, gazing at the face before her that mirrored her own youth. That a rare smile broke across the wrinkled face of Mrs. Damu, and she took her daughter's hand. "I am sorry, Yukiko, for the hardships you've endured all these years. I have indeed been an inadequate mother." "Yes, Mom, please give your instructions," for Damu Takayoshi, referring to his stepmother and mother-in-law with such familiarity, was no small feat. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he would inevitably call her mom regardless, and there would be no more worries about which family to visit during the holidays. "Takayoshi, I know you are a good child. I entrust Yukiko to you. Please do not become a neglectful man like your father." Damu Takayoshi promptly assured her, "Rest assured, Mom, I will treat Yukiko well, and together we will take care of you." "Very well," Mrs. Damu said, looking at the two young individuals before her with a satisfied smile, as the scene unfolded in joyous harmony. Officer Megure and the others offered warm applause. Once the clapping subsided, Officer Megure turned to Kudo Shinichi with anticipation. "What a delightful conclusion, Kudo! So, can we now proceed to apprehend the culprit?" "That way," Kudo Shinichi replied without lifting his head, casually pointing in a direction to eye in the next moment. Kagoro and all the police officers dashed off at breakneck speed. The criminal shall not escape. All wrongdoing will be brought to justice. Surrender obediently. Cough, cough. After Officer Megier and the others departed, Kudo Shinichi was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Collapsing to the ground. Shinichi, are you all right? Seeing Shinichi's condition worsen, Ran hurriedly embraced him, gently patting his back to offer relief. Cough, cough. I'm fine, just a bit. Cough. As Kudo Shinichi struggled to suppress his cough, Mrs. Damu approached with concern, asking, do you require assistance? I have a doctor at home who can treat you. Thank you for your kindness, but this is nothing serious, he replied, taking a deep breath to momentarily quell the cough. He then leaned closer to Mrs. Damu and whispered, if I'm not mistaken, your late husband, Yamashiro, was framed by Damu Shin, leading to his demise in prison, correct? Were you not planning to seek vengeance today? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Damu paused momentarily before nodding gently. In truth, I invited Detective Mori today to clear my name, but it seems I was a step too late. Cough, cough. In that case, let us consider this matter as though it never occurred. Living in the present is paramount, for you still have much to accomplish and many debts of time to repay. Mrs. Damu nodded in understanding that I see. Thank you, cough. All right, please return home for now. I have a few matters to attend to. Despite her lingering worries for Kudo Shinichi, Mrs. Damu ultimately complied and led her family away. Hattori Heiji, by the way, Hayoko, could you please fetch something for me? The charm you gave me last time, I think I accidentally left in the study. What? Heiji, how could you misplace such an important item there? Hayoko exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration before hurriedly running towards the Damu household. As Hayoko's figure faded from view, Hattori Heiji turned to Ran and said, I will take Shinichi to the nearest hospital for a diagnosis and return shortly. No sooner had he spoken than he helped Kudo Shinichi to his feet and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Ran quickly grasped Kudo Shinichi's other arm. There's no need to trouble yourself. I've already contacted a doctor. I will take Shinichi to the hospital myself. As a girl, it's inconvenient for you. So let two capable men handle this. Really, it's unnecessary. Just as Ran and Hattori Heiji were engaged in a tug-of-war over Kudo Shinichi, the weakened Kudo Shinichi managed to speak up. It's too late. There's no time. With those final words, Kudo Shinichi's body suddenly emitted a puff of white smoke, and, in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, he transformed back into Conan. Hattori Heiji was left utterly dumbfounded at the sight of the unconscious Conan on the floor. But the next moment, he was met with a punch from Ran. Honestly, Kudo, your woman is rather violent, Hattori Heiji exclaimed. If I hadn't clarified, I might have ended up worse off. In the room, Hattori Heiji, now a mess, was replacing the tissues in his nose, while the trash bin overflowed with bloodied tissues, a testament to the ferocity of Ran's strike. Hearing Hattori Heiji's remark about Ran, the bettered Conan turned crimson and muttered, Stop talking nonsense. Ran isn't my woman yet. Indeed. When will the two of you hold your wedding? She's your woman now, isn't she? Ignoring Conan's flushed face, Hattori Heiji teased with a mischievous grin. Taking quite some time before getting back on track. So, what you're saying is that a mysterious organization transformed into children using an unknown drug, and then someone delivered a belt that allows you to transform, ultimately sending you to battle creatures known as Ophion, correct? Conan nodded. That's exactly it. Hattori scratched his head in confusion. Seriously, it sounds just like something out of a science fiction novel. How did you end up in such a predicament? Haha, I wish I knew. Conan sighed helplessly while gazing at the ceiling. Nevertheless, this thing is truly remarkable. Opening Conan's backpack that contained the Fui's belt, Hattori examined it closely, and after a while, flashed a charming smile at the bettered Conan. Kudo, how about we discuss this? It's rather inconvenient for you to handle these as a child. Why not let me take your place? I'm a master who has won multiple kendo championships. And I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Oh, facing Hattori's hidden motives, Conan revealed a devilish grin. Sure, then why don't you give it a try right now? All right, I won't hold back, Kudo. The naive Hattori didn't think much of it and proceeded to transform according to Conan's instructions. 555 netter transform. Striking a rather cool pose, Hattori swiftly inserted the foe's phone into the belt, with predictable results. Error bang. Without any surprises, Hattori was sent crashing against the wall by the belt. Kudo, you tricked me. You fool. It's your own greed that got you. How could it be so easy to transform? You should have thought it through. Dusting himself off after rising from the ground, Hattori picked up the foe's belt, muttering, "How can I transform then? I can't possibly turn into a child like you, can I? It's not that complicated. You just need to transform into an O-fine.0. Just transform into an..." Hattori began to process it, but then froze in place, staring in disbelief at the bedridden Conan. Kudo, indeed, I am also an O-fine. Without any concealment, Conan boldly confessed his greatest secret. The atmosphere in the hospital room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. And upon seeing Hattori's shocked expression, Conan smirked teasingly. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "A little, but not too much, as I feel you must be an oddity, right?" Conan inquired curiously. "What makes you think so?" "Intuition, emph." Hearing Hattori's answer, Conan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, and Hattori almost simultaneously smiled. The mutual understanding between the two detectives reached its zenith at that moment. By the way, Hattori, please keep my matters confidential." Hattori smiled and made an okay gesture. "No problem. I'm the renowned tight-lipped prince of Osaka. I'll definitely keep this under wraps. Thank you." Conan nodded lightly to express his gratitude, but then quickly added, "Also, please keep my identity as an O-fine secret. Even from Ran." Hattori looked a bit puzzled. "Why? You told her about becoming a child, so what is the big deal about revealing this?" Conan shook his head gently, his expression serious. "You don't understand. If Ran finds out, she will definitely worry, and I don't want to burden her with unnecessary concerns. Some matters I can bear alone." Hattori silently sat beside the hospital bed and then gave Conan a light flick on the forehead. "Fool! Carrying all this alone will wear you out. So let me, the high school detective from Osaka, join you. If you ever have the chance to visit Osaka, I'll be sure to treat you well." After saying that, Hattori extended his left hand toward Conan. "I look forward to working with you, Kudo Shinichi, and little Edogawa Conan." Likewise, without hesitation, Conan reached out a small hand and shook hands with Hattori. "Speaking of which, Kudo, when did you start suspecting that Mrs. Takamura is the biological mother of Miss Katsuki?" "It was when Miss Katsuki initially wanted to take me away. Mrs. Takamura's action of holding Miss Katsuki's hand rather than pushing it away indicates a protective instinct, suggesting that Mrs. Takamura was worried about Miss Katsuki being influenced by me. I see. The high school detective Kudo Shinichi truly lives up to his reputation. This time, I concede in our reasoning contest." "Fool, reasoning has no winners or losers in this world. The truth always remains singular." After a heartfelt exchange, the two young detectives formed a deep friendship and acknowledged each other as deductive abilities, believing they would become inseparable brothers in the future. In contrast to the camaraderie between the two boys, the friendship between Ran and Hyuka blossomed due to their many commonalities, such as their seemingly gentle demeanor, yet possessing immense strength, and their constant worry over a certain great detective. "On the way back, Shinichi, don't you think your actions are a bit inappropriate? What if that guy Hattori Heiji discovers your identity and accidentally leaks it?" Observing Ran's worried expression, Conan smiled reassuringly. "Ran, you needn't worry. Hattori is trustworthy, and besides, his family has some connections in the Osaka Prefectural Police, so he might even help us uncover that mysterious organization. That's true." Seeing Conan's confident demeanor, Ran decisively chose not to dwell on that issue any longer, and then shifted the conversation. "By the way, Hyuka promised me that if we ever go to Osaka, she will personally host us. I'm quite curious about what delights Osaka has to offer." Conan pondered for a moment before responding. "In Osaka, takoyaki and Osaka Castle are quite famous. If we have the chance, let us ask Hattori and the others to guide us around." In contrast to the cheerful banter between Ran and Conan, Kagoro, who walked ahead, appeared visibly unenthused, his expression resembling that of someone suffering from constipation. "Damn that little detective. He comes back wanting to steal my daughter, and that despicable criminal. How could they run off so quickly? I've searched for nearly a day, and still Haven T found them. It's utterly infuriating." While grumbling and complaining, Kagoro finally returned to the office. Just as he was about to pull out his keys to open the door, he was stunned by the sight before him. It seemed as though the office door had suffered a battering ram attack, lying flat on the ground like a carpet. Kagoro ran, quickly call the police. Our office has been robbed. No, it's been raided by a grand thief. The door has been dismantled. Upon hearing Kagoro's wail, Ran and Conan, who were just arriving at the bottom of the stairs, stopped in their tracks. Conan then glanced at the Mecha Pegasus parked in the garage, seemingly coming to a realization. Ran, didn't you mention that the backpack was delivered by Mecha Pegasus? Yes, Ran nodded somewhat dazedly, as if grasping how Mecha Pegasus managed to retrieve the backpack from the room without a key. After a moment of silence, Conan gently tapped Ran's arm, advising, "Let us get a new key made from Mecha Pegasus for the office. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome to break down the door if anything happens." "Understood. I'll take care of it shortly." Yes, Conan and Rand deliberated over the arrangement for the office door replacement. The motorized steed in the shed began to sway gently at its front, its intentions unclear. Fortunately, the motorized steed exhibited a degree of caution, merely dismantling the door without damaging any furniture or other belongings. Otherwise, Kagoro would surely have erupted in outrage. After considerable effort, the door issue was finally resolved, but as night fell and rest beckoned, Ran found herself tossing and turning in bed. "Shinichi, how on earth did you revert to your original self?" Conan rose, resting his chin on his hand in deep contemplation, before abruptly snapping his fingers in realization. Could it be due to that bottle of white liquor? I only began to feel unusual after consuming it. Upon hearing this, Rand's sleepiness vanished in an instant as she sprang upright, brimming with excitement. "Does that mean if you drink enough, Shinichi, you can completely return to your former self?" Conan, however, could not provide a definitive answer to Rand's speculation, only offering a vague reply. "There may be a possibility, but the odds are..." Yet before he could finish, Rand leaped barefoot from the bed and soon returned with a bottle of white liquor in hand. "Come on, Shinichi, drink up and see if it works." Without waiting for Conan's response, she promptly poured a generous glass and presented it to him. Seeing no reason to refuse, Conan accepted the glass and tilted it back. Gulping it down, "Wow, that's fiery." Rand asked eagerly, "So, how does it feel?" Any urge to revert? Conan's cheeks flushed as he replied, "Not really, but burp. I think I'm feeling a bit tipsy." "Already, Shinichi, don't get drunk just yet. Let me fetch some peanuts as a snack." Eating while drinking should help mitigate the intoxication, right? Thus, that evening, Conan consumed an entire bottle of white liquor along with a plate of peanuts. However, apart from the hangover that left him dizzy, he experienced little else. The next day, a perplexed Rand, accompanied by the inebriated Conan and the remaining bottle of white liquor, sought out Professor Agasa to explain the situation. After exhausting all methods save for dissection, Professor Agasa ultimately provided Rand with a definitive answer. It seems that a tolerance has developed. Much like the body forms antibodies after recovering from an illness, the substances within Shinichi have developed a resistance to this liquor, rendering it ineffective now. Rand expressed her disappointment. "How could this be? I thought Shinichi would finally return to his original form." Professor Agasa reassured her, "Do not be too disheartened, Rand. This is at least a discovery. Once I thoroughly analyze the components of this liquor, I might be able to concoct an antidote to restore Shinichi." "Very well. Then I leave everything in your capable hands, Professor Agasa." Burp. "Ha, I'm Sherlock Holmes." Conan, still groggy from the alcohol, pointed skyward with one hand while sporting a goofy grin. At the dismissal time of Titan Elementary, "Conan, have you taken up dancing recently? Why do you walk so oddly?" Observing Conan swaying as if practicing a graceful dance, Ayumi approached with curiosity. Conan, however, looked particularly pale. "Dance? No, I'm merely suffering from a hangover. The chance to revert back to my original self has slipped away." While internally lamenting, Conan forced a smile and explained something like that I saw an interesting dance on television yesterday. And I'm just trying to imitate it. I see. Innocent Ayumi accepted his explanation without suspicion, nodding in complete trust. After a moment, Jinta and Mitsuhiko hurried out of the school building, and so the four of them set off home together. "Conan, little rascal, over here." Just as they stepped out of the school gate, a luxurious stretch limousine screeched to a halt in front of them. In the next moment, Sonoko poked her head out of the window, grinning broadly and waving to Conan. "Sonoko, what brings you here?" "Of course, I'm here to find you, little rascal. Why else would I come? After exiting the vehicle, Sonoko playfully tousled Conan's hair, turning it into a disheveled mess. Then turned to assess the other 3 children. Are they your friends? Yes, we're just on our way home. While responding casually, Conan helplessly attempted to fix his unruly hairstyle. Honestly, we're all grown-ups now. Why act like children with such pranks? Sorry, little rascal, but you have to come with me first. That we'll talk about going home later. Without waiting for Conan to react, Sonoko firmly took his hand and led him to the car. Conan was bewildered. Wait, Sonoko, at least let me call Ran. No need. She and the others have already arrived. I came specifically pick you up, so hop in. With that, Sonoko hoisted Conan into the car and climbed in beside him. And the limousine sped away from Teat Ann Elementary. Yes, they watched the car disappear into the distance. The 3 children stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Mitsuhiko remarked, I think I've seen that kind of car in a magazine. It's the style used in Hollywood to transport big stars, worth at least $2 million. Jenna gasped. $2 million? How many bowls of eel rice could that buy? Ayumi pouted, slightly displeased. Honestly, Conan has no resistance to older, mature women. He was so easily whisked away. Meanwhile, inside the car, sorry, little rascal, I had initially planned to pick you up via helicopter, but I feared it would cause too much commotion, so I had to settle for the car. While apologizing, Sonoko retrieved a bottle of grape juice from the car's mini fridge, opened it, and handed it to Conan. Thank you. Accepting the grape juice with both hands, Conan began to examine the car's interior. Though he was not an automotive expert, he had seen similar stretch limousines. Given that his mother was once a top-tier celebrity, he estimated the minimum price to be around $3 million, but considering the Suzuki family's wealth, this vehicle was likely even more expensive. Sonoko, this car must be quite expensive, right? Sonoko shrugged nonchalantly. It's not too bad. It's just around $8 million. Haha. I knew it. Truly, the extravagant Suzuki family. Conan's mouth twitched as he took a sip of the grape juice, instantly enjoying the refreshing sweetness. While savoring the juice, he curiously inquired, Sonoko, what exactly is going on? Why did you call me over? Well, the situation is somewhat serious. The IT seems our Suzuki family is being targeted by a notorious thief, and they even issued a warning beforehand. The moment she mentioned this, Sonoko's expression turned grave. A thief? Conan was momentarily taken aback. It was not surprising that the Suzuki family was being targeted, given their stature. But the real question was how they could avoid such attention. However, the Suzuki family security team was no joke. Most members had military backgrounds, some even having served in foreign legions and seen combat. As for their equipment, machine guns, submachine guns, almost every individual was armed, and they had plenty of heavy artillery, tanks, and armed helicopters. With such an arsenal, even Li Yunlong would think twice before attempting a heist. In summary, attempting to steal from the Suzuki family would be akin to trying to occupy Paris before France surrendered. Sonoko continued, Yes, I believe he's known as Phantom Thief 1412. Apparently, he's a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, according to several eyewitnesses, he doesn't resemble a typical thief at all. Instead, he appears as a gentleman who descends from the night, and no one has seen his face to this day. That I'm so curious about what his handsome visage looks like. Barely maintaining her seriousness for 3 seconds, Sonoko inevitably devolved into a fit of infatuation. Upon hearing the name of this phantom thief, Conan fell into deep thought. Had he heard that name before? When had it been? Little rascal, what are you thinking about? Are you perhaps feeling jealous? Huh? Conan was momentarily taken aback by the comment, looking up to find Sonoko giggling behind her hand. You impish little rascal. You certainly possess a certain charm. Since we still have some time before we reach our destination, why not indulge in some delightful activities? What are you planning to do, Yuan Tian? Upon seeing Yuan Tian's mischievous grin, Conan was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Having grown up together as childhood friends, he was all too aware of Yuan Tian's capricious nature. Had it not been for his swift escape during the kindergarten leash incident, he would have faced dire consequences. Fear not, little rascal, for I shan't harm you, provided you cooperate willingly. And no sooner had she spoken than Yuan Tian pounced like a famished tiger. Yamit! Conan's anguished cries echoed through the heavens. Half an hour later, the vehicle gradually approached the Jewelry Museum, where Kagoro and Ran were indeed awaiting their arrival. Hello, Ran, Yuan Tian greeted as she descended from the car, prompting Ran to hasten over in response. Thank you, Yuan Tian, for taking the trouble to bring Conan along. But why are you so sweaty? Did you not arrive by car? While this little rascal was quite unruly, but ultimately Yuan Tian, triumphed. Wah! As Yuan Tian erupted in laughter, Ran tilted her head in confusion. But the next moment, understanding dawned upon her. Hearing Conan's voice, Ran instinctively looked towards the sound, only to see a doll-like princess emerging from the sea. In that instant, Ran began to doubt her own vision. Are you Conan? The doll-like princess nodded with a woeful expression, then produced a tissue to wipe away the whitening powder from her face, finally revealing Conan's true visage. Ran, I have suffered greatly on this journey. Recalling the tribulations endured during the 30-minute drive, Conan felt a wave of despair. He, a proud boy, had been dressed as a girl, and it was not merely a change of attire. Who could explain why there was a wardrobe in the car? Observing Conan, now transformed into a princess, Ran stifled a laugh. No, it was a feeling of pity as she knelt down and gently patted Conan's head in consolation, then turned to Yuan Tian with a hint of complaint. Yuan Tian, isn't this a bit excessive? Conan is a boy. How can you treat him like a mere doll? Yuan Tian muttered softly. I didn't intend to, but the moment I laid eyes on his face, I couldn't restrain myself. It would have been a waste not to do something to this. Ran shook her head in disbelief, realizing that even with Shinichi Kudo transformed into a child, these two playful adversaries would continue their antics unabated. In the next moment, Ran produced her phone, positioning herself and Conan in front of the camera. Conan, baffled, asked Ran, "What are you doing?" "Oh, Conan, please don't misunderstand. I merely find you quite adorable like this and wanted to capture the moment." Snap, snap. The sound of the camera clicked incessantly like a machine gun. Leave some room for me. Yuan Tian could not miss such a splendid opportunity, quickly forming a peace sign and squeezing into the frame. Joining Ran and reveling in the delightful backdrop of Princess Conan, blissfully ignoring Conan's exasperated expression. What a calamity! Conan's internal roar echoed in his mind. Finally, after nearly exhausting the phone's memory, Ran and Yuan Tian reluctantly released Conan, allowing him to change back into his original attire. As he changed, Conan quickly surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the once ordinary jewelry museum had been transformed into what resembled a military fortress. Not only were tanks and armored vehicles stationed ominously in the open, but even the sky was filled with armed helicopters circling overhead, and astonishingly, trenches and barbed wire adorned the ground. One might easily mistake it for preparations for war. Yuan Tian, isn't this a bit exaggerated? It feels as though we are on the brink of battle. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tian promptly assumed a serious stance, hands on her hips. Not exaggerated at all. After all, this jewelry exhibition features our Suzuki family's treasured heirloom. If anything were to go awry, my father would undoubtedly commit seppuku in an instant. Conan tilted his head in confusion. Heirloom. The Dark Star, the world's largest black pearl. Ever since my great-grandfather acquired it. Our family's fortunes have soared over 3 generations. Just as Conan's bewilderment was voiced, an elegant voice resonated through the air. Turning towards the sound, Conan beheld a gracefully dressed noblewoman approaching. Upon seeing her, Yuan Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "Mother, what brings you here?" Indeed, the noblewoman was none other than Yuan Tian's mother, Tomoko Suzuki, that I came to personally inspect the preparations. After all, our family's heirloom must not encounter any mishaps. Tomoko Suzuki quickly scanned the museum's exterior arrangements, then gestured towards a nearby open space. Set up 3 anti-aircraft guns there to prevent Phantom Thief 1412 from escaping with a glider. Understood. In the next moment, over a dozen armed security personnel began deploying the anti-aircraft guns. As they worked, Tomoko turned to Ran with an elegant smile. "I apologize, Ran, for not having the chance to properly host you. However, given the importance of our family's heirloom, I hope you can understand." Afterward, she slightly bowed to Ran in apology. Ran quickly replied, "Aunt, you're too kind. There's no need to worry about me. I hope my presence doesn't cause any inconvenience." "Ha! You are still as considerate as ever. No wonder Yintian's friendship with you has endured through the years." A faint smile graced Tomoko's lips as her gaze shifted to Conan. "You are the one currently living with Ran, Edogawa Conan. Correct? Yuan Tian has mentioned you." "Hello, Aunt." Tomoko Suzuki slowly crouched down, scrutinizing Conan with keen interest. After a moment, she remarked, "You truly resemble that child from the Kudo family. If it weren't for the age difference, I would suspect you were Shinichi Kudo's illegitimate child." Given his remarkable charm with the opposite sex, was that a compliment or an insult? Faced with Tomoko's words, Conan could only respond with an innocent smile, hoping to evade further scrutiny. Fortunately, Tomoko did not press on. "All right, let Yuan-tan guide you around this vicinity. Just remember not to disrupt those who are hard at work." "Understood." Conan and the others complied obediently before turning to leave. By the way, Yuan-tan, the son of the World Bank president, is turning 18 soon and has invited us. Please find a time to attend. Sorry, Mom. I'm quite busy lately. You and Dad can go without me. Goodbye. Understanding her mother's implication, Yuan-tan swiftly fabricated an excuse to decline, then seized Ran and Conan, sprinting away at breakneck speed. In no time, they had vanished without a trace. Tomoko Suzuki shook her head in exasperation. She constantly talks about finding her Prince Charming, yet when the moment arrives, she flees faster than anyone else. And she actually believes in fortune-telling. Tomoko let out a resigned sigh typical of a mother. Meanwhile, in a corner, "Phew, I'm exhausted. Hiding here should keep me safe, right?" Panting like a wild dog after their escape. Yuan-tan gasped for breath, while Ran and Conan, though less carefree, were also panting heavily. "Yuan-tan, why did you run so fast?" "I almost tripped." "I'm sorry, Ran, but I had no choice. If I didn't run fast enough, my mother would surely make me meet those wealthy young heirs for matchmaking. And I absolutely do not want that." After a considerable period, their breathing finally steadied, and Conan suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Yuan-tan, didn't you mention that Phantom Thief 1412 left a notice? Could you let me see what it says?" "All right, take a look at it, but I suspect you may not comprehend it. The writing here resembles a code. Even my father and the others do not understand its meaning." Yuenzi rummaged through her pocket and soon retrieved a crumpled letter, which she handed to Conan. As the moonlight separated the two, I heard the renowned name of the Night Star, and I ventured forth to claim it, drawn by the wave's invitation. After perusing the cryptic information on the invitation, Conan fell into deep contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts. Noticing Conan's furrowed brow, Xiaolan and Yuenzi exchanged a glance, then, in unison, took hold of one of Conan's hands and led him outside. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiaolan suggested. "Conan, let's wander around. Perhaps we might stumble upon something." Yuenzi added, Yes, I'll take you to see the treasured heirloom of the Suzuki family, the Night Star Pearl. It will surely open your eyes." "You little rascal." Thus, Conan was compelled to explore the entire museum, where he also beheld the Suzuki family's cherished heirloom, the Night Star Pearl, roughly the size of an adult's half palm. It appeared dark, but radiated a brilliant sheen. At 12:28 a.m. on the rooftop of the Cupido City Hotel, Conan gently pushed open the iron door, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a radar. "Excellent. If my deductions are correct, this is indeed the place where Phantom Thief 1412 is expected to appear." Just then, Conan's phone suddenly rang, prompting him to hastily retrieve it from his pocket and put it to his ear. "Hello, Dr. Shinichi, I've gathered all the information regarding Phantom Thief 1412 as you requested. Even your father's notes contain references to him." Conan was taken aback. "Even Dad's notes mention him?" "Indeed. According to your father's notes, this Phantom Thief 1412 first appeared in Paris 18 years ago. However, he vanished without a trace for the next decade. Yet, today, 8 years later, he has resurfaced, and his activities are confined within our nation's borders." Conan frowned slightly. The earliest record of his appearance was 18 years ago, which means Phantom Thief 1412 must be rather seasoned. Agasa continued. "Moreover, there are numerous descriptions of Phantom Thief 1412, likened to the Lupin of the Heisei era or the Magician under the moonlight. However, the moniker your father coined for him is the most widely recognized." Conan quickly inquired, "What moniker?" Your father became quite fascinated with this Phantom Thief 1412, who toys with police forces worldwide as if they were mere children. Finding the number 1412 too cumbersome, he simplified it to Kid. Kid? Indeed. Hence, everyone refers to Phantom Thief 1412 by another name. Just as Conan was intently listening to Dr. Agasa's revelations, a rustling sound of clothing swept by the wind caught his attention, that he swiftly turned, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. A figure clad in a white top hat and a flowing white cloak, a man exuding an elegance so near perfection, seemed to descend from the heavens, half kneeling upon the rooftop. As if announcing the commencement of a performance under the moonlight, Phantom Thief Kid. Unbeknownst to Dr. Agasa on the other end of the line, he read out the name of Kudo Shinichi as the alias of Phantom Thief 1412. Gazing at the moonlit magician before him, Conan felt an unusual pressure, a sensation he had not experienced even during his initial encounter with albeit. Little brother, why are you still here at such a late hour? Don't your family worry. Phantom Thief Kid's voice was surprisingly soft and gentle, almost magical, capable of stirring one's soul, as if he possessed complete control over the situation. Phantom Thief Kid then approached with an elegantly light step. Seizing this opportunity, Conan began to scrutinize the true visage of Phantom Thief Kid. With no extraneous movements, the monocle and backlighting perfectly obscured his features. However, Phantom Thief Kid appeared youthful, perhaps in his 30s or even his 20s. After forming a rough judgment of Phantom Thief Kid in his mind, Conan swiftly switched his foe's phone to explosive gun mode and raised it, pulling the trigger into the air. Whoosh, bang, the laser beam shot into the sky, instantly bursting forth like fireworks. The patrolling police forces were immediately captivated by the spectacle. Officer Nakazawa, unidentified fireworks have appeared above the Kudo City Hotel. Shall we initiate a search? Of course, this must be the work of Phantom Thief Kid. Quickly, everyone mobilized to apprehend him. Understood. After issuing the command, Officer Nakazawa swiftly took the driver's seat of the police car, determination ablaze in his eyes. That wretched kid, I shall capture you today and unveil your true identity to the world. With that resolve, Officer Nakazawa slammed his foot down on the accelerator, racing toward the Kudo City Hotel. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the hotel, Conan stood in confrontation with Phantom Thief Kid. A slight smile curved Conan's lips. I've been waiting for you. Phantom Thief K, in the face of this unexpected turn of events. Phantom Thief Kid displayed no hint of panic, maintaining his calm demeanor. It appears you have come to welcome me, little brother. I did not expect you to decipher the code I left. You must not be an ordinary child. May I ask your name? I am Edogawa Conan. A detective. Oh, a detective. Phantom Thief Kid mused softly upon hearing Conan's brief introduction, then lightly clapped his hands. Little detective, you are indeed remarkable, at least compared to those self-satisfied adults. Your intellect far surpasses theirs. Therefore, I must concede that you are truly impressive. After saying this, Phantom Thief Kid elegantly performed a bow. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Conan felt a surge of frustration. Aren't you going to do anything? If you remain here, I believe the police will soon surround this place, and you will have nowhere to escape. Thank you for your concern, little detective, but a skilled magician never fears an abundance of audience members. It is time for the spectators to take their seats. Nanny, as Conan gazed at him in confusion. Phantom Thief Kid conjured a walkie-talkie from his cloak, cleared his throat, and brought it to his mouth. This is Officer Tamaki. Phantom Thief Kid is currently on the rooftop of the Kudo City Hotel. All police helicopters immediately proceed to the target airspace for containment. Upon witnessing Phantom Thief Kid's actions, Conan's expression shifted dramatically, for Phantom Thief Kid had the uncanny ability to mimic others' voices without any tools, flawlessly and without flaw. What is the matter, little brother? You appear quite astonished. After stowing the walkie-talkie, Phantom Thief Kid shielded his body with his cloak, a faint smile gracing his lips. There is nothing to be surprised about. There is nothing a magician cannot accomplish. Furthermore, let me share another thought. If a thief is an artist skilled in the art of treasure stealing and rich in creativity, then a detective is merely a critic nitpicking behind the thief. What did you say? Hearing Phantom Thief Kid demean his proud profession ignited a fire within Conan. His face even began to faintly exhibit the patterns of Alpha Inua. Clatter. We have located Phantom Thief Kid. In that critical moment, several police helicopters began to circle above the hotel, beams of searchlights locking onto Phantom Thief K. IT resembled a theatrical spotlight, enhancing the protagonist's presence. Don't move. Phantom Thief Kid. As the helicopter locked onto the elusive Phantom Thief Kid, Officer Nakamori, accompanied by his team, rushed to the rooftop. In an instant, over a dozen handguns were aimed at the Phantom Thief, faced with the ominous barrels. The Phantom Thief maintained an air of calm and composure, cheerfully waving at Officer Nakamori, who stood at the forefront. "Ah, Officer Nakamori, it has been quite a while." Officer Nakamori retorted with irritation. "Humph. Enough with the pleasantries. Phantom Thief Kid, you are now completely surrounded by the police. You shall not escape with the Dark Star. Rest assured, I had no intention of claiming the Dark Star today," he replied. "What? Did I not mention at the beginning of the invitation that April 1st is—" Of course, April Fool's Day? No sooner had he spoken than a glider unfolded behind him. Seeing this, Officer Nakamori urgently called out to his subordinates, "Quick, apprehend him! Do not let the Phantom Thief escape." Yes, just as the officers prepared to swarm and subdue the Phantom Thief, he unexpectedly hurled a small iron ball from his pocket. Whoosh! In the next moment, the iron ball exploded with a blinding light and a cloud of smoke, causing everyone present to instinctively shield their eyes. Approximately 5 seconds later, as the light and smoke dissipated, they opened their eyes only to find the Phantom Thief had vanished without a trace. What happened? Where did the Phantom Thief go? He can't have gone far. "Quick, search! Headquarters requesting backup. Please send more officers." As the police commenced a thorough search, Conan sought to utilize his keen sense of smell to track the Phantom Thief. However, the lingering pungent gas in the air forced him to abandon this idea. Damn it, he managed to slip away. Conan, filled with frustration, struck the wall fiercely, causing it to crack in a spiderweb pattern. The next day, "Hey, Shinichi, did you encounter the Phantom Thief Kid last night? Indeed, that guy is nothing short of an arrogant egotist. His words infuriate me." Recalling the experience of being outwitted the previous night, Conan felt a surge of anger and plopped down in Kagoro's office chair, throwing darts to vent his emotions. Noticing Conan's irritated demeanor, Ran refrained from asking why he didn't transform into foes to catch the Phantom Thief. After all, if the Phantom Thief were to expose Conan afterwards, it would mean that even if the Phantom Thief were to be released in the end, Conan would have to spend decades in the lab first, of course. Conan had at most 20 years of life left. By the way, Shinichi, why didn't you call me to join you? If I had been there, perhaps I could have helped you capture the Phantom Thief. Conan shook his head gravely. It would have been futile. Though he is detestable, he possesses considerable skills. From the very beginning, Officer Nakamori and the others were played like fools by him. Moreover, Conan paused, glancing at Ran with a teasing smile. It was already past midnight, and you were sleeping like a pig. I called you for ages, but you didn't wake up, so I had no choice but to go alone. Is that so? Ran's face turned awkward, and she lowered her head, mumbling, I'm not a pig. You are Shinichi. Your whole family are pigs. Humph. Conan responded playfully with a pig-like snort, which made Ran stifle a laugh. Ring, ring, at that moment. Ran's phone suddenly rang. Hurriedly, she took out her phone and answered, Hello, it's Sonoko. What is happening on your end? The Phantom Thief Kid has sent another invitation. On April 19th, the Ise Shalabeth will set sail from Yokohama port. And I intend to secure that genuine Dark Star Pearl aboard. Signed, Phantom Thief Kid. What an arrogant fellow. He plans to make another appearance. After carefully reviewing the invitation, a knowing smile crept across Conan's lips. Reminiscent of a game of wits between Holmes and Professor Moriarty, both sides poised for action. As Conan perused the invitation, Ran, puzzled, asked Sonoko, since we already know the Phantom Thief will come again, why not just cancel the voyage? After all, the ship belongs to your family, right? Sonoko sighed in exasperation. My father and I think so, but my mother disagrees. She says canceling the voyage would mean the Suzuki conglomerate is surrendering to the Phantom Thief. So even if it risks the Dark Star, we must compete with him. Your mother is indeed a remarkable woman. Yes, at home, my mother has the final say, especially since my father is utterly devoted to her. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was April 19th, the day of the Ise Shalabeth's departure. The distinguished guests invited by the Suzuki family boarded the ship one after another, and Conan, along with his companions, was notably on the guest list. Is this a joke? Such a level of scrutiny is child's play for the Phantom Thief. We must immediately halt this voyage. Officer Nakamori, the attendees of this voyage are prominent figures in society. We cannot act recklessly. Besides, if we forcefully interrupt it, it would be a significant loss of face for us. What are you talking about? Do you intend to suffer for the sake of pride? As officers Nakamori and Chaki bickered over the voyage, Tomoko Suzuki, dressed elegantly in evening attire, approached them. You two need not worry. I have devised an infallible plan for this voyage. Upon hearing Tomoko's confident declaration, the arguing officers turned to her, only to see a knowing smile gracing her lips. Isn't the phantom thief after the Dark Star? Very well, if he can locate it within the 3 hours at sea. He may have it, but he must find it first. Meanwhile, inside the Shalabeth, the invited guests were either enjoying gourmet cuisine while engaging in lively discussions or exchanging business cards to forge connections. Without exception, the guests held considerable status in society. What a magnificent Wagyu steak! Let us indulge. Among the guests, Kagoro stood out as the most peculiar, as while others feigned dining as a pretext for their schemes. He was genuinely focused on relishing the food. Like a creature starved in a previous life, Kagoro devoured every edible morsel within his sight. Observing her father's unrefined behavior, Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dad, could you please be more discreet? Everyone is watching us. Let them watch. We eat our fill, and it doesn't affect them, and no need to sacrifice our appetites for others, after downing a glass of red wine. Kagoro piled a plate of delicacies onto Ran's plate. Eat up, Ran. These are exquisite, highly nutritious. Let me get you some more. Dad, wait a moment. Ran attempted to pull Kagoro back, but his speed was astonishing, and he vanished among the crowd of guests in the blink of an eye. Nearby, Conan observed this scene, his expression a mix of disbelief and amusement, thinking, how should I even describe my uncle? Hello there, young lad. Hearing someone call him, Conan instinctively turned to see a middle-aged man with a shiny forehead smiling at him. Conan blinked innocently and replied in a sweet voice, Excuse me, is there something you need? Young man, do you enjoy acting? I am currently adapting a manga into an animated series, Death God Elementary Student, and you resemble the character I envisioned. If you are willing, you could play the lead role. Acting, upon realizing the man's intentions, Conan was instantly reminded of the nightmarish training he endured at the hands of Yukiko. But I'm just a child and don't understand acting. Goodbye, sir. Without a hint of hesitation, Conan dashed away with all his might, quickly disappearing from sight. Alas, young friend, do reconsider. The production of this animated series will take a considerable amount of time. You could use this as a stepping stone into the entertainment industry. However, despite the fervent calls of the middle-aged man, Conan remained resolute. Leaving him with nothing but a resigned sigh, it appears the original plan to pursue the anime route must proceed. I hope the production team will not make drastic alterations to my work. Aoyama, why are you standing there in a daze? Come over here. If you keep dawdling, be careful that Nan will send you home to kneel on a washboard. Upon hearing his companion's call, the middle-aged man, named Aoyama, quickly waved and jogged over. I'm here. Let's speak calmly. There's no need to resort to kneeling on a washboard. Haha. His companions erupted into laughter, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. By the way, Aoyama, it has been confirmed that Nan will be responsible for voicing the protagonist. You can rest easy now, right? Upon hearing this, Aoyama nodded vigorously, expressing his delight. Yes. As long as we have Nan on board, the protagonist is certainly in good hands. However, a crucial character is about to appear, and I am concerned. Fear not, I understand your requirements, and I have already brought someone along. Ms. Hayashihara, could you please step forward? Yes, in the next moment, a gentle and warm-featured woman approached Aoyama and introduced herself. My name is Emi Hayashihara. I look forward to working with you. Meanwhile, having successfully escaped from Aoyama, Conan's stomach suddenly growled. Thus, he ordered a steaming bowl of noodles to enjoy, but the instant the noodles touched his tongue, Conan let out a horrified scream. It's so hot. While fanning his tongue, Conan donned a mask of agony. Little brat, it seems you too are feeling the burn, just as Conan was fanning his tongue to cool it down. A handsome young man approached him, offering a cup of water, which alleviated Conan's suffering. Arigato. Let me teach you. When eating such hot food, you should do it this way. The handsome young man took another cup of water, poured it into the bowl, and soaked the noodles for a moment before retrieving them. Just a quick dip in cold water will do. Although the flavor may be somewhat diluted, at least it won't burn your tongue. Thank you, big brother. With a charmingly obedient demeanor, Conan accepted the noodles and promptly expressed his gratitude. Kin, come over here. We've finally found something suitable for you to eat. Wang's Eye steamed buns. Seiji, you annoying brat. That was intentional. Wasn't it? Why not just call me Handa directly? Hearing his companion's address, Handa feigned displeasure, but his eyes betrayed a glimmer of delight. I'm off, little brat. Be careful while eating. Goodbye. Conan waved farewell to Handa, who then linked arms with a kind-looking young man. Come on, Seiji, to celebrate your full recovery. Let's have a good meal and strive to collaborate on the next project. Sounds good. Let's aim to have Kohei continue as the beach guardian in the next production. Absolutely, no objections there. Thus, after a few minor incidents, an hour into the voyage of the Sorry Beth, the elegantly dressed Tomoko Suzuki appeared under the spotlight. Welcome, everyone, to this sailing event on behalf of the Suzuki Corporation. I extend my sincerest gratitude to all our friends present. Like a queen gracing her realm, Tomoko Suzuki delivered a grand opening speech, prompting a round of enthusiastic applause from the guests. The old saying goes, wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. Yet in the face of the Suzuki Corporation, this adage loses its validity. From Shiro Suzuki's grandfather laying the foundation for wealth to today's Suzuki Corporation. A formidable commercial titan, even heads of state must show deference to the Suzuki family. This success is undoubtedly intertwined with the family's values and teachings, with Sonoko serving as a living testament. As the daughter of a business magnate, Sonoko does not embody the typical traits of a spoiled rich child. She lacks any vices and is only known for her fondness for delicious food and handsome men. Rather than relying on wealth to impose her will, she stands as a paragon of virtue among affluent youth. Moreover, not only Sonoko, but nearly all members of the Suzuki family have received rigorous education. Ensuring they learn how to be decent individuals before graduating to IT is precisely due to such family values that the Suzuki family has flourished to its current scale, showing no signs of waning momentum. Gazing at the multitude of guests from the podium, Tomoko Suzuki maintained an elegant yet warm smile, raising her glass in a toast to all present. Thank you, dear friends, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this event. May the Suzuki family maintain a stable friendship with all of you in the days to come. Cheers to tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, Tomoko Suzuki tilted her head back and downed the wine in her glass, prompting all the guests to follow suit and drink theirs as well. Sonoko, your mother was so impressive just now. She truly resembled a queen. Sonoko proudly puffed out her chest. What more needs to be said? Just look at who her daughter is. Hee, but you lack even half of Tomoko's presence, don't you think? Conan silently scoffed himself. I believe everyone here is already aware that the infamous thief, Kaito Kuroba, has set his sights on my family's heirloom, the Dark Star, and has audaciously left a letter of challenge indicating his intention to steal it during this sailing event. Therefore, I have prepared a gift for this gentleman thief. Tomoko paused momentarily before smiling as she revealed an exquisite small gift box. I trust each of you received this gift box upon boarding. Now, please open it. As Tomoko's words resonated through the air. The guests eagerly opened the gift boxes they had received, and a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. It's the Dark Star. I have it too. What's going on? Seeing the guests whispering in shock, Tomoko Suzuki picked up the microphone and spoke. Isn't the gentleman thief known as the famed jewel thief? If that is the case, I would like to see how this magician of the moonlight can discern the real Dark Star among hundreds of replicas. Of course, the genuine Dark Star is currently with a lady who suits it perfectly. Though her identity must remain confidential for now, as the last words left her lips, Tomoko donned a pair of luxurious silk gloves and retrieved the Dark Star from the gift box. Adorning on her chest, the guests, in turn, mimicked her, adorning themselves with the replicas of the Dark Star. After donning the Dark Star, Ran expressed her confusion. Sonoko, is this truly just a replica? Why do I feel like it's a real pearl? Because it's a genuine pearl. My mother acquired several pearl farming bases and selected pearls identical in size to the Dark Star to create this piece. Ran was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the extravagant lengths the wealthy would go to for such a thing. Just as Ran was left speechless, Conan also opened his gift box, and upon seeing the gleaming Dark Star within, he promptly closed the box again. Sonoko, puzzled by Conan's actions, asked, Little brat, what are you doing? Why not wear it? You might just have the real Dark Star in your hands. Sonoko, do you know where I can find the list of attendees for this event? Instead of answering Sonoko's question, Conan directly turned the tables and posed his own. Sonoko, somewhat baffled, replied, I have it on my phone. What do you need it for? Conan extended his hand to request. Let me see it. No way, unless you call me the beautiful and charming Sonoko. Conan. Ultimately, Conan endured humiliation and fulfilled Sonoko's request, thereby obtaining the guest list from Sonoko, who was laughing uncontrollably. After spending approximately 5 minutes reviewing the information of all the attendees for the event, Conan's lips curved into a slight smile. IT was now confirmed. The true Dark Star was indeed there. Clang, clang, clang. Just then, several Dark Stars suddenly fell to the ground, rolling to the feet of a few fortunate guests. Whose Dark Stars had fallen? The lucky guests, without a second thought, bent down to pick up the Dark Stars at their feet. However, the moment their hands made contact, the Dark Stars released a thick cloud of smoke. Cough, cough! What is happening? A terrorist attack? Run! Faced with the sudden billowing smoke, the guests immediately erupted into chaos, desperately trying to flee through the exit. Everyone stay calm. Do not panic. This is merely a trick by the Phantom Thief Kid. In response to the throng of fleeing guests, Officer Nakamori immediately ordered all officers to secure the entrance, ensuring that not a single person escaped. He was well aware of the Phantom Thief Kid's methods. Such a stunt could only be executed by him. That moment. Caught in the commotion, Tomoko Suzuki, who was toasting with the guests, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Mrs. Suzuki, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you, Officer Chaki. Officer Chaki, responsible for patrolling the venue, hurried over to help her up, followed closely by Ran and her companions who rushed over. Upon reaching her mother, Sonoko, somewhat surprised, asked, Mom, where did your Dark Star go? Startled by Sonoko's sudden question, Tomoko hurriedly touched her chest, only to find the Dark Star gem, which had been there, was missing. In an instant, Tomoko let out a piercing scream. Kid, the Phantom Thief Kid has stolen my Dark Star. That was the genuine Dark Star? What? The Phantom Thief Kid succeeded. Hearing Tomoko's scream, Officer Nakamori momentarily froze, and the guests seized the opportunity to trample over him, making their escape from the venue. Ouch! Officer Nakamori. Are you all right? A few officers rushed over to help the shoe-printed Officer Nakamori to his feet, then attempted to wipe off the marks on his uniform, grabbing 2 officers who were trying to clean his shoes. Officer Nakamori bellowed, What are you doing? Hurry and bring back the ones who escaped. The Phantom Thief Kid is surely among them. Yes, the officers, not daring to delay, dashed out to retrieve the fleeing guests, while Officer Chaki also hurriedly pursued them. Meanwhile, inside the venue, Tomoko Suzuki sat her chair, her face etched with worry. What should I do? I can't believe the Phantom Thief Kid actually succeeded. How am I going to explain this? Seeing her distress, Sonoko quickly reassured her mom. Don't panic just yet. Perhaps there is still a way to be. By the way, where did Ran and Conan go? Sonoko looked around, only to discover that Conan and Ran had inexplicably vanished on the deck. Officer Chaki was continuously surveying the surroundings, and upon confirming he was alone, he removed the Dark Star he wore around his neck and held it up to the moon. Under the moonlight, the deep-colored Dark Star emitted a faint glow, albeit quite dim. Officer Chaki was in such high spirits, enjoying the moonlit view. Hearing a sudden sound, Officer Chaki quickly turned around, only to find Conan had appeared behind him, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a glimmer of light. Oh, it's you, young lad. I'm not here for moon gazing. I was just a bit tired and wanted to take a break, but I didn't expect you to catch me. Officer Chaki smiled in response, then approached Conan and handed the Dark Star to him. Please thank Mrs. Suzuki on behalf of all the officers, but such a precious gem like this pearl doesn't really suit us police officers. So, please return it to Mrs. Suzuki for me. After conveying this, Officer Chaki stood up to leave. The Phantom Thief Kid, as rumored, would return stolen jewels in unexpectedly creative ways. I never imagined I would have the honor of witnessing it firsthand. As these words left his lips, Officer Chaki, who was about to walk away, suddenly halted and glanced back, seeing Conan mimicking his earlier action, holding the Dark Star up to the moon. What do you mean by that? Young boy, are you suggesting that this Dark Star pearl is genuine? That's impossible. Upon hearing this, Conan let out a cold laugh. If it weren't genuine, how could it possibly be in your possession? Ran, a gust of wind whooshed by, and in the next moment, Ran executed a high side kick toward Officer Chaki. Faced with the aggressive Ran, Officer Chaki's expression changed dramatically. He quickly leaped back to create distance from Ran. Don't move. Just as Officer Chaki landed, Conan's youthful yet remarkably mature voice rang out from behind him, followed by a sensation akin to a gun being pressed against his back. I asked at the dangerous toy from last time? You really have some nerve, young detective. What if you accidentally injure this beautiful lady in front of me? Realizing his predicament, Officer Chaki refrained from any rash movements. Instead, he cooperatively raised his hands and began to emit a voice that echoed the magnetic charm of the Phantom Thief Kid. Conan smirked slightly and explained, "Don't worry. I've adjusted the output frequency in advance. IT will only cause you some minor injuries and won't harm anyone else. After all, while you're annoying, you're not truly a heinous criminal. So I won't go too far." The Phantom Thief Kid tilted his head slightly. "Thank you for your mercy, young detective. If the opportunity arises, I will return this favor, and no need for that. Right now, your greatest reward to me would be to simply go to prison." As soon as these words left his lips, Conan gestured to Ran, who nodded in understanding and approached the Phantom Thief Kid. Conan said, "I've long heard that the Phantom Thief Kid's disguise skills are extraordinary. No one has seen your true face in the past 18 years. Now, let us see what kind of magician you are under the moonlight." As Conan finished his last word, Ran immediately reached for the disguise mask on the Phantom Thief Kid's face. "However, is it really all right to proceed like this? Don't you too worry about what has happened to the real Officer Chaki." At these words, Ran's hand froze mid-motion, and Conan hurriedly asked, "What have you done to Officer Chaki?" "Oh, it's nothing. That I merely left him alone with the most terrifying creature on Earth, right here on this ship, so you two should hurry and find him." Just as the last word fell, several small black balls suddenly appeared between the Phantom Thief Kid's fingers, and then he squeezed hard. A thick cloud of smoke erupted instantly. Cough, cough. Ran and Conan were immediately engulfed in a fit of intense coughing. When the smoke finally cleared, the Phantom Thief Kid had predictably vanished without a trace. "Damn it, he got away again." Conan angrily clenched his fist. "Ran, let us hurry and find Officer Chaki. I wonder what the most terrifying creature on Earth he mentioned could possibly be." Seeing Ran's worried expression, Conan reassured her, "Don't worry, Ran. This ship isn't that big. If we search carefully, we will definitely find Officer Chaki." Ran nodded repeatedly. "All right, let us get moving." Later, with Conan's exceptional sense of smell, they finally found Officer Chaki in the kitchen pantry, sound asleep, hugging a tuna taller than himself. "Hey, the most terrifying creature on Earth? Is it really just this?" Conan, having dragged the tuna from Officer Chamuki's grasp, couldn't help but reveal a half-moon smile as he silently ridiculed the little thief. What a wretched scoundrel. Indeed, not a single truth escapes his lips. What kind of monstrous creature is this? Meanwhile, in the ocean, the elusive Phantom Thief Kid had shed all his gear and was now swimming in the sea. "Gah, this seawater is unbearably cold. My limbs feel utterly immobilized. Kaido, here I come. Terai-san, I'm right here." A speedboat surged through the waves, piloted by the elderly Terai Kanosuke, who promptly pulled the Phantom Thief Kid, or rather, Kuroba Kaido, aboard the vessel, presenting him with a dry towel. "Young master, please use this. The midnight sea is indeed frigid, and one must be cautious to avoid catching a cold." "Thank you, Terai." Accepting the towel, Kaido began to dry himself while Terai inquired about his haul. "How was your bounty this time?" "Young master, don't mention it. It was merely a rather ordinary vintage black pearl, nothing resembling the fabled Pandora's gem. All that effort wasted." As he wiped himself down, Kaido grumbled about the trials he had endured recently. Once he donned fresh attire, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Saribeth in the next moment. A curious smile reminiscent of Shinichi Kudo appeared on Kaido's face. "To think I would be left in such a state. I shall remember you, little detective. Next time, I will ensure you witness the true prowess of Phantom Thief Kid." Just as Kaido made this silent vow, a 3-pound fish leapt from the water, landing squarely in his hands, its dark, lifeless eyes locking onto his. Instantly, Kaido's expression soured dramatically. "A fish? Ah, quick, set sail. Hurry, do not panic, young master. With me, Taraike no Suk here, no fish can harm you. Thus amidst the frantic cries of the elder and the youth, the small yacht became lively on the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, aboard the Sorry Beth, after confirming Officer Chimuki's safety, Conan and Ran returned to the venue, returning the genuine Dark Star to Suzuki Tomoko. Upon recovering the treasured heirloom, Tomoko's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Ran. Thanks to you, our family treasure was not snatched away by that detestable thief. No. Andy, you misunderstand. The credit primarily goes to Conan. He discerned that Officer Chimuki was disguised as Phantom Thief Kid. I merely assisted him. Conan, upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Tomoko's elegant features as she crouched beside Conan, inquiring, Conan, how did you know that Phantom Thief Kid had disguised himself as Officer Chimuki? Could you share with Annie the reason? Conan smiled and replied, It's quite simple, Annie Tomoko. The Dark Star you wears the genuine article, which is why I've been keeping an eye on you. When Officer Chimuki helped you up, the Dark Star vanished. Thus, I realized it was Phantom Thief Kid in disguise. That Tomoko's confusion deepened. How could you know that I was wearing the genuine Dark Star? Everyone present was adorned with the replicas I had meticulously crafted. Why did you not suspect their authenticity? Because those pearls were simply too radiant, and their luster can only endure for a few decades. Therefore, the genuine Dark Star must be somewhat dull. Moreover, Annie Tomoko, you inadvertently revealed the truth yourself. The truth? When did I say that? A subtle smile graced Conan's lips as he replied, hands tucked into his pockets. The pearl symbolizes femininity and the moon. Hence, the Dark Star must belong to a woman associated with the moon. Among all the female guests present, only your name, Annie Tomoko, contains the character for moon. Additionally, I believe you would be reluctant to entrust such a precious heirloom to another. After hearing Conan's flawless reasoning, Tomoko's expression was filled with profound astonishment. She could not fathom that this seemingly charming young boy possessed such insight. Noticing Conan lost in his deductions, Ran hastily signaled him. Upon realizing, Conan quickly attempted to divert. Well, actually, I learned all this from a TV show. I never expected it would come in handy. How marvelous. Witnessing Conan's innocent smile akin to that of an ordinary child, Tomoko's lips curled into a knowing smile. Regardless, thank you, Conan. Thanks to you, the Suzuki family's heirloom is safe. I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. But it is late now. You should rest. Yes, grateful to be excused. Conan readily responded with a childlike tone. Ayoi, let me escort you both to your rooms for some rest. We can address any matters once we dock tomorrow. Just as Yayoi was about to lead Conan and ran away, Tomoko suddenly interjected, Yayoi, please stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Dada. All right. Yayoi was momentarily taken aback, but soon complied. Thus, Conan and Ran followed the server to rest, leaving only Yayoi and her mother in the venue. Yayoi looked perplexed and asked, Mom, what is it you wish to discuss? Tomoko crossed her arms and, after a moment's pause, began, Yayoi, regarding your previous thoughts, I have come to agree. Really? Yayoi exclaimed with delight, quickly embracing her mother with affection. Thank you, Mom. I knew you would understand me. But why the sudden change of heart? Didn't you say I was being childish? Indeed, in comparison to you, I seem much more mature. Mom, am I not your biological child? Yayoi placed her hands on her hips, feigning indignation. All right. My daughter is the smartest and most beautiful. Truly, the perfect little princess. Seeing Yayoi's discontent, Tomoko comforted her as one would a child. After a moment, she became serious, saying, But Yayoi, have you truly thought this through? 11 years is not a short span. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Yayoi replied earnestly, No need to worry, Mom, but I've made my decision. I won't regret it. I'm willing to wait for 11 years. Understanding her daughter's temperament, Tomoko sighed. Well, if that is your wish, I shall not say more. Just be sure to maintain your boundaries. Also, you must adjust your habits. Do not constantly gaze at handsome young men, lest that little one becomes jealous. Yayoi expressed disbelief. Really? That little rascal seems quite mature. He shouldn't mind such trivial matters. Oh, Yayoi, you are still too young. As the saying goes, a man remains a boy at heart until death. Even your father, who is quite laid back, once did something quite ridiculous in his youth. I need not mention the current little rascal. What did Dad do back then? Can you tell me? Yayu's curiosity piqued. Tomoko's eyes reflected a hint of exasperation as she began to recount. Your father and I were childhood friends. Back in elementary school, a boy kept pestering me, and your father, furious, skipped school to confront the principal, demanding a classroom be reserved solely for us. When your grandfather found out, your father was in quite the predicament. Reflecting on her youthful days, Tomoko's face brightened with joy, seeing her mother so happy. Yayoi couldn't help but sigh with envy. Ah, love between childhood friends is beautiful. Too bad I don't have that. It's not that you don't. It's that you failed to seize the moment. Your current feelings stem from a desire to rectify past regrets. Mom, I'm off. Goodbye. Without the slightest hesitation, the guardians swiftly vanished from the venue, leaving Suzuki Tomoko all alone. Sigh. When will this child ever mature? Suzuki Tomoko sighed deeply. The following morning, shortly after 7, the Celibes completed its voyage and docked. As the esteemed guardian of the Dark Star, Tomoko did not hesitate to bestow a staggering 1 billion yen upon Conan. Of course, this sum was entrusted to the guardians, Kagoro and Ran, with Ran primarily overseeing it. After all, allowing Kagoro to manage funds is akin to placing Sun Wukong in the elixir room of the Supreme Old Man, a truly perilous endeavor. Nevertheless, Kagoro was still grinning from ear to ear, internally praising Conan as the reincarnation of a little fortune god. He seemed to be the type who could effortlessly have money fall from the heavens while simply walking along. However, Conan was rather indifferent to the 1 billion yen. He was not a greedy individual devoid of limits. In comparison to that insignificant amount, he was far more concerned about another pressing matter: Professor Agasa's residence. Professor, have you made any progress? Just in time. Shinichi, my research on the Offenoin factor within your body has finally advanced. Upon Conan's entrance, the already weary-eyed Professor Agasa hurriedly stood to welcome him, simultaneously presenting the results of his recent research. However, upon seeing the professor's findings, Conan's expression froze in disbelief. Doctor, what is the meaning of this photograph of you bathing? Staring at the picture of a jubilant Professor Agasa, enjoying a bubble bath. Conan voiced his utter confusion. Oh dear. My apologies, that was accidentally mixed in. What a blunder. Realizing his foolish mistake, Professor Agasa's face turned crimson as he quickly snatched the photo away. Hey, why would you take a picture while bathing? Conan internally criticized Professor Agasa's peculiar habits, then began perusing the research results, which immediately caused him to furrow his brow. Professor, are you certain there are no issues with this data? Professor Agasa nodded lightly. Absolutely certain. I analyzed the blood sample extracted from you last time, and after much effort, I managed to isolate the Offenoin factor. The results indicate that Offenoin is, in essence, a form of evolution. Evolution? Yes, the Offenoin factor can combine with the cells of a select few individuals, thereby allowing humans to evolve into Offenoins and gain immense power. However, the intensity of this evolution far exceeds the limits of what the human body can endure, and each transformation consumes a certain degree of the Offenoin factor. Once the factor is completely depleted, the individual will turn to ashes. After hearing Professor Agasa's explanation, Conan's gaze became grave as he looked at his hands. Perhaps one day, he too might end up as ashes like those Offenoins he had previously defeated. Well, at least I'll save on cremation fees. I just need to be ready with an urn, lest the wind carry me away, Conan mused, trying to find a silver lining to comfort himself. Hearing the self-deprecating tone in Conan's voice, Professor Agasa felt a twinge of discomfort within. However, he could not show it at that moment. Instead, he donned a warm smile and reassured him, "Don't be so downcast. Shinichi, that we still have plenty of time ahead of us, and I am confident we will find a solution in the future. For now, why don't you try out this new machine I created? It can detect the quantity of Offenoin factor within your body." Thank you for your hard work, Professor. Obediently following Professor Agasa to the laboratory, Conan lay down on a large machine resembling an MRI scanner, removing his shoes to undergo the examination. After approximately 3 minutes, the test concluded successfully. Professor Agasa joyfully proclaimed, "The results are in, Shinichi. They show that your Offenoin factor is quite abundant. You have at least 20 years without any issues." That's good to hear, and I hope to dismantle this mysterious organization within those 20 years and resolve the chaos caused by the Offenoins. That way, even if the worst comes to pass, I won't have any regrets. After hopping off the machine and stretching his limbs, Conan waved goodbye to Professor Gasa. I'll be on my way. Doctor, do I need to go to the bank with Ran and Uncle to deposit some money? Please feel free to reach out if anything comes up. Oh, right, Shinichi. There's one more thing. What is it? Seeing Professor Agasa still had something to say, Conan turned back. Professor Agasa spoke earnestly. Shinichi, based on my current understanding of the Offenoin factor, it seems that Offenoins can assimilate ordinary people through certain means. However, the probability of awakening as an Offenoin is exceedingly low. Additionally, if the Offenoin factor is extracted and injected into deceased bodies through special methods, it appears to grant new life to the dead. However, I have only just begun researching this aspect, assimilation and resurrection. As Professor Agasa's words sank in, Conan's mind instantly recalled those who had been attacked by the Offenoins, all of whom turned to ashes without exception. Clearly, their luck had been exceedingly poor. None had successfully been assimilated. If that's the case, could it be that I was attacked by an Offenoin at some point? I understand, Doctor. Rest assured, I will not misuse this power. If I were to do something like that, I would no longer be worthy of being a detective. Although Conan felt some confusion, he did not dwell on it. He waved goodbye to Professor Agasa once more and departed. Watching Conan's retreating figure, Professor Agasa's gaze was filled with complexity, for he had yet to reveal one crucial discovery. The Offenoin factor within Conan did not seem to be a product of assimilation. Rather, it appeared to be self-generated within his body, with the condition that the host must be in a state of death. That I hope my research hasn't encountered another error. Otherwise, how on earth will I explain this to Shinichi? Professor Agasa silently prayed that the situation was not as dire as it appeared, then turned back to continue his investigation into the Offenoin factor. If a detective's duty is to uncover the perpetrator based on discovered clues, then a scientist's duty is to relentlessly explore, unveiling and proving the truths hidden beneath layers of fog. The truth is always singular. At the Mihua First People's Bank. Ah, so you are the esteemed client. Please take a seat. Upon learning that Conan and his companions were the owners of the 10 billion yen, the bank staff dared not show any negligence, with even the president personally pouring tea. Such treatment was likely unprecedented, even for VIPs. Thus, Kagoro's vanity was once again satisfied, his face nearly contorting with glee. Ah, President, you are too kind. A mere 10 billion is no challenge for me. The illustrious detective Kagoro Muri. Ha ha ha. Uncle, could you please be mindful of your image? This is truly embarrassing. Feeling somewhat helpless, Conan silently criticized Kagoro. Then, feeling bored, he found an excuse to wander around the bank. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a familiar face and waved in greeting. Sister Yami, so it's your turn to be on duty today? Oh, Conan, it's you. Upon hearing Conan's call, the receptionist Hiroda Yami immediately broke into a warm smile and stood to greet him. It's been a while since I've seen you. Conan, how have you been? Very well. Thank you for your concern. Sister Yami, did in truth. Conan and Hiroda Yami could barely be considered acquaintances, as he and Ran had frequently encountered her during their visits to the bank, where she had been their attentive and cheerful host. Consequently, they had exchanged pleasantries over time. Observing the friendly countenance of Hiroda Yami, Conan couldn't help but smile back and suggested, "By the way, Sister Yami, Uncle is about to deposit a substantial amount of money here, so why not take charge of his reception? This way, you should be able to earn a commission as well. Depositing 10 billion. How much commission could that possibly yield? If only there were a kind soul to help me calculate. My math skills are lacking. Thank you, Conan, but my shift is about to end, and I'm quite hungry now. So let's leave this good deed to the other colleagues." With a polite smile, Hiroda Masami graciously declined Conan's kind offer, subsequently retrieving a sign indicating the suspension of office operations and placing it on the counter. In the next moment, she rose and walked toward the exit. It was quite astonishing to witness her nonchalance. She was willing to forego such a significant opportunity, a stark contrast to her uncle. Although Conan felt a hint of surprise at Hiroda Masami's actions, he chose to respect her decision. After all, everyone harbors distinct aspirations, and it would be unreasonable to forcibly drag someone back to work. Meanwhile, Kogoro was still engaged in an endless conversation with the bank president, which was becoming unbearable for Conan. Xiaolon, shall we step out for a bite to eat? It seems my uncle could talk for quite a while longer. True, Xiaolon replied. I feel a bit hungry as well. Thus, the two of them tacitly decided to leave Kogoro behind in the bank to continue his boasting, and they departed together, with her hands clasped behind her back. Xiaolon turned to Conan with a beaming smile and said, By the way, Shinichi, I would love some teriyaki chicken rice. What about you? After pondering for a moment, Conan replied, I don't have a particular craving, so I'll just have a bowl of teriyaki chicken rice as well. Great. They say the second dish is half price. We might even save a bit. Just as Xiaolon and Conan were passing by the bank parking lot, a sudden sharp clatter of metal caught Conan's attention. What was that noise? It seemed to have originated from the parking lot. Confirming the direction of the sound, Conan hurriedly dashed into the bank's parking area and cautiously leaned against the wall to peek inside. There, he observed two masked gunmen standing watch on either side of an armored vehicle that a security guard clad in a transport uniform was busy unloading an aluminum case filled with cash. While in a nearby corner, two security personnel lay unconscious on the ground, their life status uncertain. Robbers targeting an armored car. I never expected to encounter such a situation here. At that moment, Xiaolon arrived just in time. Upon witnessing the armed assailants attempting to rob the armored vehicle, her pupils widened in astonishment. However, her initial shock quickly subsided. This wasn't due to a lack of concern. Rather, after experiencing the return to childhood with her childhood friend and transforming into a masked hero, coupled with witnessing the actions of the villainous Ofanino multiple times, Xiaolon had developed a calm demeanor even in the face of two petty robbers, without waiting for Conan to give instructions. Xiaolon proactively suggested, Shinichi, should I call the police now? Yes, Conan replied. After receiving his nod of approval, Xiaolon immediately reached for her phone to make the call. However, just then, an intrusive telemarketing call interrupted her. Good news, good news. Clearance sale happening now. Oh no. The sudden call startled Xiaolon. Although she swiftly ended the conversation, the robbers were unlikely to remain patient and compliant. Bang! One of the gunmen shoved the security guard to the ground, and both masked criminals swiftly jumped into a pre-prepared Wuling Hongguang, speeding away in an instant. Help! There's a robbery in broad daylight. Only at this point did the security guard dare to shout for assistance. Xiaolon, keep calling the police. I'll chase after them. After securing the Fui's belt, Conan swiftly took out the Fui's phone and commanded Kido Tenma, prepare for action. After succinctly issuing his command, Conan turned to the direction the robbers had fled. 555 enter. Let us see who has faster transformation. With the final word uttered, Conan swiftly inserted the Fui's phone into the belt slot. Standby complete. Meanwhile, at the street corner, Officer Yumi of the Traffic Enforcement Division was monitoring for any speeding vehicles. However, in the tranquil Miho town, instances of speeding were exceedingly rare, leaving Officer Yumi with little to do. Yawn, another mundane day. What should I do when my shift changes? Just as she pondered this, a Wuling Hongguang suddenly zipped past her. The speed detection device in her hand instantly registered an absurdly high number. Nanny. Finally, some action. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the speeding vehicle, Officer Yumi momentarily froze before her excitement became palpable. All right, let this officer bring you to justice. Veering. Just as Officer Yumi's spirit soared, Conan's Kido Tenma sped past her, creating a gust of wind that slightly lifted her police skirt. Ta-da! She hastily dropped the speed detection device and pressed her hands down on her skirt to prevent any embarrassing moments from occurring. Thank goodness I'm wearing white today. It would have been so awkward if someone saw. With her heart still racing, Officer Yumi glared in the direction that Kido Tenma had sped off. How dare you? To come here in pairs. I will ensure you spend at least 10 days to a month in jail. Quickly entering her patrol car, Officer Yumi activated the police lights and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Simultaneously shouting through the car's loudspeaker, "This is Officer Miyamoto Yumi of the Traffic Enforcement Division. The vehicles ahead, please stop immediately for inspection. Otherwise, you will face the consequences." However, in reality, Officer Yumi had not seen anything. She merely hoped that her loud voice would compel the offenders to stop voluntarily, but her plan was destined to fail. Meanwhile, powered by the tremendous strength of Kido Tenma, Conan finally spotted the Wuling Hongguang driven by the two criminals. All right, Let's catch up. As the distance between Conan and the robbers dwindled, a hand suddenly emerged from the driver's side, brandishing a handgun, followed by a series of American-style gunshots. However, perhaps due to the robber's focus on driving, the accuracy was lacking. Only 2 bullets struck Kido Tenma, while the others went astray. Yet, this was enough to ignite a fire of rage within Conan. Unbelievable. Not only do they refuse to surrender, but they dare to retaliate against me. Grab your weapon, 106 Center. Pulling out the Foi's phone from his belt and switching it to explosive gun mode, Conan fired at the Wuling Hongguang. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 laser beams shot forth, 2 striking the rear lights while 1 hit the left rear tire. Under normal circumstances, this would leave no option but to stop. However, the Wuling Hongguang defied Conan's expectations. Despite 1 tire being damaged, the vehicle not only maintained its speed but accelerated, racing through a drainage ditch and onto a railway track just as a train was about to pass. Damn it! You want to escape. Although perplexed by the situation, Conan was determined not to let them get away. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, intending to break through the blockade. Hey, come chase me. Over here, just as Conan prepared to charge through, he caught sight of 2 children playing nearby on the tracks, completely oblivious to the approaching train. Veering. Acting on instinct, Conan swiftly turned onto the tracks to pull the 2 children to safety. Moments later, a train thundered past, leaving no trace of its presence at that moment. The 2 children remained momentarily stunned. However, upon seeing the technologically advanced Fois, their expressions transformed into pure exhilaration. So cool. So cool. Instantly forgetting their near miss. The 2 children began to touch Fiza's exterior armor with awe. Conan could only helplessly lift the 2 unfortunate kids off Kido Tenma, turning his gaze back to the train that was still passing. Conan had no choice but to acknowledge that he had lost track of the robbers. If this pursuit continues, allowing too many people to witness my current state could potentially lead to countless troubles. The motorcycle ahead remains stationary. This is Officer Yumi Kamamoto from the Traffic Enforcement Division. Please cooperate with the inspection. At that moment, Officer Yumi, driving her mini patrol car, happened to approach swiftly. Observing this, Conan unhesitatingly accelerated. Unwilling to engage with the police at this moment, at least not under these circumstances. Thus, propelled by the formidable power of the motorcycle, Officer Yumi's patrol car was utterly unable to keep pace, even as it ran out of fuel in its futile chase. How infuriating! This is utterly maddening. I've run out of gas. I'm definitely going to have my salary docked when I return. Gazing at the now empty fuel gauge, Officer Yumi, in a fit of rage, began to bang her head against the steering wheel, only ceasing when a sizable bump formed on her otherwise smooth forehead. Ouch! Woe is me! Cradling her forehead, Officer Yumi, feeling both exasperated and wronged, burst into tears. What? The amount stolen is a staggering 1 billion. Mr. Muri, you need not worry. The 10 billion that was stolen is the cash reserve transfer today from our main branch to other branches. Your funds won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Kagoro let out a sigh of relief. Ah, that SA relief. I was nearly convinced that 10 billion had just vanished. As Kagoro rejoiced at the news that his 10 billion was safe, Officer Megier was questioning the guard, Arai, who had assisted the criminals in moving the cash to AT that moment. I was about to contact my colleagues to move the money when suddenly a bullet shattered the window and struck the bag of coins. The assailants warned me that if I did not comply, I would have to seek companionship with 2 colleagues. That I was utterly terrified, so I did as they instructed. Thank you very much for the information provided. After a brief inquiry, Officer Megier turned to Takagi and asked, So, Takagi, what is the condition of the 2 guards? Takagi replied, Yes, according to the medical personnel, both guards sustained blunt force trauma to the back of their heads, resulting in unconsciousness. However, their lives are not in danger, and they should regain consciousness soon. Good, as long as they are safe. But speaking of which, why is Conan here as well? Looking at Conan, who was wearing an adorable smile, Officer Megier's expression was filled with exasperation. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that Conan had an uncanny knack for appearing whenever a case was unfolding. It was as if his presence heralded the onset of a new mystery. Never mind. I'll find a master later to see if you've been cursed by something unclean. Now, Conan, can you tell us the license plate number of the vehicle driven by the criminals? All right, Conan promptly provided the license plate number, while subtly scrutinizing the garderai nearby, his eyes glinting with suspicion. From the moment I heard the commotion to the time I rushed over, merely a dozen seconds had elapsed. At that time, Mr. Arai had already begun to transport the cash boxes, remaining remarkably calm, completely unlike someone under duress. Thus, he certainly wasn't telling the truth. Although he sensed something amiss with Arai, Conan chose not to voice it directly. After all, even if Arai was indeed part of the criminal gang, he was likely just a minor accomplice. Acting rashly would only serve to alert the real culprits. Miss Ayami, could you please explain why you left your post during working hours? I sincerely apologize, Supervisor. I noticed it was nearly noon, so I went out for lunch. Do you think this is an appropriate time? While everyone is busy, you decide to go out for a meal? Do you have no regard for this collective? I am truly sorry. This moment. Ayami Hirota was being berated by her fierce supervisor. However, in the face of the reprimand, Ayami merely bowed repeatedly in apology, her demeanor almost indifferent. Witnessing this scene, Conan felt an inexplicable sensation stir within him. Though he could not articulate what fell off, perhaps it was a possibility worth considering. Just then, Chiba rushed in, breathless, to deliver some good news. Officer Magyar, we found it. The vehicle used by the criminals during their escape has been located on the banks of the Defen River. Excellent. Everyone, move out immediately, with the police cars racing at full speed. They soon arrived at the riverbank, where the Wuling Hongguang stood immobile, even with its doors left ajar. Conan, Ran, could you both confirm if this was indeed the vehicle driven by the assailants? Yes, this is the vehicle. After a brief examination, both Ran and Conan affirmed the identification, with Conan particularly certain, as he had left a mark on it previously. Officer Magyar, the entire vehicle has been thoroughly cleaned, and no fingerprints or similar evidence were recovered. However, we discovered these items, likely left behind by the assailants. The officer in charge of the investigation saluted before producing 2 evidence bags, one of which contained the mask and gloves worn by the criminals. Although these items were recovered, fingerprints could not be extracted, rendering them of little use. Officer Magyar nodded in disappointment. Indeed, if they had left fingerprints, it is unlikely they would have carelessly discarded such evidence. Ah, Officer Magyar, it seems there is something peculiar inside the mask. At that moment, Conan exclaimed exaggeratedly, pointing to the mask in Officer Magyar's hand. Something strange? Prompted by Conan's remark, Officer Magyar quickly examined the mask. Discovering a pink mark resembling a lip print within it, could this be an inadvertent trace left by the assailants? Show me. Hey, Conan! Startled, Conan snatched the evidence bag containing the mask from Officer Magyar's hand. Opening it for a closer inspection, no, this certainly is not a trace left behind by the criminals. Just as Conan reached a conclusion about the mask, Kagoro dropped down from above, striking Conan on the head. Ouch! How could you little brat, carelessly handle such crucial evidence? What if it jeopardizes the case? Seizing the evidence bag from Conan, Kagoro tossed him into Rant's arms, returning the bag to Officer Magyar while repeatedly apologizing. I truly apologize, Officer Magyar. This child's curiosity is simply overwhelming, and he often engages in such reckless behavior. I will certainly reinforce his education when I return home, and I hope you can forgive us. No worries, no worries. It's perfectly normal for a child to be curious. Kagoro, there's no need to be so harsh. What if Conan gets hurt? After all, he's just a child. Officer Magyar, with his good-natured temperament, was not easily angered and instead sought to reassure Kagoro. As Kagoro and Officer Magyar engaged in conversation, they failed to notice the glint of light in Conan's eyes, nor did they see the reflection of white light from his glasses. Later that night, around 8 o'clock, all right, Officer Magyar, I understand. Thank you. After mimicking Kagoro's voice with his voice-changing necktie and acquiring Ayami Hirota's address from Officer Magyar, Conan silently left the office, embarking on his journey while methodically organizing his thoughts. Garderai must undoubtedly be an accomplice of the criminals. However, while Miss Ayami Hirota appears somewhat suspicious, the lip print within the mask is distinctly odd. Not only is there no trace of the typical scent of women's cosmetics, but the position of the lip print is far too low, almost at the chin, clearly indicating it was intentionally imprinted. Could it be a setup, as he meticulously analyzed all the suspicious aspects of the robbery case in his mind? Conan made his way toward Ime Hirota's apartment when suddenly, bang, bang, three distinctly muffled gunshots pierced the silence. Though barely audible in the stillness of the surroundings and given Conan's acute sensitivity, they echoed ominously. Gunshots. Could it be? Conan hastened to the entrance of the alley from whence the gunfire emanated. Peering cautiously into the darkness within, to his dismay, he discovered that the guard Angie lay lifeless on the ground, having succumbed to a Mozambique shooting technique. Before Angie's unblinking form, Vodka was smugly cleaning his silenced pistol, clad in a black hat, sunglasses, and a dark uniform, an attire strikingly similar to that of Tequila. Could he also be a member of that enigmatic organization? Just as Conan was reeling from Vodka's appearance, the latter unexpectedly removed his hat and bowed slightly before Angie's corpse. My apologies, brother, but the order is to leave your body behind. Thus, I must resolve this with a bullet. Please make your passage as peaceful as possible. After this brief farewell, Vodka swiftly turned and took his place in the driver's seat of a Porsche, accelerating away with a flourish. Damn it. Upon witnessing Vodka's departure, Conan promptly retrieved his foe's phone to summon the motorcycle, fastening his belt in preparation for the transformation process. 555 enter standby. Transform, red photon blood energy, surge from the belt, enveloping Conan in its glowed eye in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a flash of red light. Conan transformed into Kamen Rider Foes. The roar of a powerful engine echoed as the motorcycle arrived at Conan's side. Ready for action. After a customary warm-up shake of his hands, Conan leapt onto the motorcycle, twisting the throttle to its limit. Meanwhile, Vodka continued driving, reporting to Jin over the phone. Brother, the target here has been dealt with. I have yet to hear from Vermouth. However, I am confident she will accomplish her task. Well done, Vodka. If Vermouth inquires, simply remain silent. Keep this matter confidential for now. Understood, brother. Just as Vodka prepared to end the call and drive civilly, he caught sight of Conan, transformed into Foes, racing towards him in the rearview mirror. His composure shattered, he quickly reported to Jin, Brother, it's Foes. Foes is chasing me. I found him. Nanny. Jin's typically unflappable demeanor faltered momentarily in surprise before he regained his composure. Do not engage him directly. Find a way to stall for time, that I will arrive shortly. Understood. As Vodka complied, the two approached the bridge over the Defen River. Conan, on the motorcycle, pulled up beside the driver's window and raised the Foes phone. Now switched to explosive gun mode. Bang, bang, bang. The window shattered under Conan's rapid-fire assault, prompting Vodka to jerk the steering wheel in an attempt to ram Conan. In response, Conan executed an emergency brake, skidding behind the Porsche, which subsequently crashed into the bridge's railing. Crash. Following the violent impact, the Porsche crumpled, and Vodka remained inside, oblivious to his surroundings. Conan dismounted the motorcycle, drawing the Foes blade in his right hand while gripping the explosive Foes phone in his left, adopting a stance that allowed for both close and range combat as he advanced cautiously. Crash. Just as Conan reached the halfway point, Vodka sprang from the nearly wrecked Porsche, his face adorned with the markings of the bull Ophiuchus. Why does the Foes belt belong to you? Who are you? Are you in league with those invaders? Vodka's furious inquiry met with Conan's cool response, modulated through the voice-altering tie he had prepared. This question is one I shall return to you. What exactly is your organization, and what schemes do you harbor? Die. Ignoring Conan's question, Bull Ophiuchus charged forth with deadly intent, to which Conan unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger in retaliation. Bang, bang, bang. Undeterred by the barrage of laser beams, Bull Ophiuchus used his massive fists as shields, completely disregarding the assault. Ha! Realizing that ranged attacks were ineffective, Conan swiftly switched the explosive gun back to the Foes phone, inserting it into the belt before leaping over the head of Bull Ophiuchus, narrowly avoiding the lethal charge. Ha! Upon landing, Conan immediately sprinted behind Bull Ophiuchus, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes with the Foes blade. Clang! Clang! Ugh! Under the onslaught, sparks erupted from Bull Ophiuchus's back, eliciting a furious roar, only for the massive fist to swing back and collide with Conan. Conan was sent flying, crashing against the bridge railing, the Foes blade slipping from his grasp. Damn it, this brute is incredibly strong. After knocking Conan aside, Bull Ophiuchus let out a triumphant roar before charging once more. As Bull Ophiuchus barreled toward him like a freight train, Conan gritted his teeth against the pain radiating from within and swiftly donned the Fui's camera on his right hand, inserting the Fui's indicator into the device with lightning speed before pressing the enter key. Ready. Exceed charge. Just as Conan completed the charging process, Bull Ophiuchus was nearly upon him, his colossal fist descending like meteorites. With unprecedented speed, Conan's right fist, now equipped with the Fui's camera, met the enormous fists of Bull Ophiuchus in a dramatic collision. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending Bull Ophiuchus flying backward, crashing onto the bridge and creating a crater lined with spiderweb-like cracks. Ugh. Bull Ophiuchus groaned weakly, moments before he was forcibly reverted to Vodka's form. The earlier attack could have easily claimed Vodka's life, but his prideful fists had absorbed a significant portion of the force. Despite this, Vodka was left severely injured. Conan, clutching his chest and trembling, rose unsteadily, retrieving the fallen Fui's blade. He then approached Vodka, raising the blade to his throat. You have lost. Confronted by Conan's imposing stance, Vodka's eyes revealed not a hint of fear, but rather a smug smile. Humph. The one who will not win is you. My brother is on his way, and soon your demise will be at hand. Your brother? Who is he? Speak quickly. Conan pressed urgently, sensing the potential for valuable information. In response, Vodka declared defiantly, Humph. Even under torture, I would not reveal that my brother's code name is Jin, the strongest and most ruthless member of our organization. Conan. Very well. Then elaborate on your so-called brother Jin's capabilities. Vodka's expression shifted to one of shock. How do you know my brother's code name is Jin? Could there truly be a traitor among us? Or do you possess the ability to read minds? As Conan regarded Vodka's astonishment, he found himself uncertain whether the man was genuinely naive or feigning ignorance. Just as he pondered how to continue the interrogation, a sudden sharp sound sliced through the air behind him. Bang! Unprepared, Conan felt an explosion of sparks erupt from his back. The opponent's assault was as fierce as a tempest, swiftly forcing Conan against the railing of the bridge. It was only at this moment that Conan caught a glimpse of the assailant's true identity, an individual wielding a sharp sword, unmistakably exhibiting feminine features. Known as Lobster Ophi Ino. Upon witnessing the appearance of Lobster Ophi Ino, the prostrate Vodka's face lit up with evident delight. You arrived just in time. Absinthe, quickly, seize this individual. My brother will arrive shortly. At that point, we shall claim our victory. Lobster Ophi Ino offered no response to this, instead charging forward with her sword aimed at the injured Conan. Her speed was astonishing, leaving Conan no time to react. Thus, he gritted his teeth and gripped the Fui's blade with both hands to block the attack. However, he found himself overpowered by the force of her sword, ultimately kneeling on the ground as he struggled to hold his ground. Shoot me, find an opportunity to escape. Hearing the familiar voice near him, Conan hesitated to look up at Lobster Ophi Ino. Could it be? Hurry. If you delay any longer, you won't be able to escape. Noticing the urgency in her tone, Conan clenched his teeth, retrieved the Fui's phone, and switched it to explosive gun mode, then pulled the trigger towards Lobster Ophi Ino. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ugh. Struck by the blows, Lobster Ophi Ino stumbled backward. Yet in that instant of retreat, her sword grazed Conan's chest plate, and the tremendous force knocked him off the bridge and into the raging Defen River, where he vanished almost instantaneously, just as Conan plunged into the water. The mechanized Pegasus leaped into the river without hesitation. Standing at the edge of the bridge, peering down at the relentless flow of the Defen River, Lobster Ophi Ino let out a heavy sigh, then transformed back into vermouth. Are you all right? Vodka? You aren't about to pledge loyalty to the organization so soon, are you? The moniker of the chameleon, which was not without merit. Vermouth swiftly regained her composure and began to tease Vodka in her characteristic mocking tone. Completely oblivious to being played, Vodka struggled to his feet, beaming in gratitude toward Vermouth. I truly appreciate your timely intervention. Absinthe. By the way, you have dealt with that racer, right? Vermouth smiled alluringly, playing with her silky golden hair with her fingertip. Of course, I perfectly pierced his heart. He didn't even have time to comprehend what happened before he reported to Hell. Just as expected of Absinthe. Truly formidable as always. Tap, tap. Just as Vodka began to shower her with compliments. A sudden, powerful sound of footsteps echoed, prompting both Vodka and Vermouth to turn towards the source. There stood Jin, cigarette in mouth, approaching with an air of menace, each step resembling a crushing weight upon one's heart. "Where is he?" Without any preamble, Jin cut straight to the chase. Vodka felt a wave of unease wash over him. Lowering his head, unsure how to explain to Jin, "If you mean Foyes, I just let him fall into the river. He might very well be swept into the Pacific Ocean by now." Vermouth interjected bluntly, revealing no intentions of concealing the truth. Upon hearing this, Jin's brow furrowed instantly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Locking onto Vodka, "Why did you not detain him? I explicitly instructed you to do so. I am sorry, brother, but that fellow was quite capable. If it weren't for Absinthe's timely assistance, I fear I would have." "So you were the one who let him fall? Why was he not captured alive?" Before Vodka could finish, Jin's attention shifted to Vermouth, his chilling scrutiny unwavering. "I certainly understand that capturing him alive holds greater value. But a cornered rabbit is not easily provoked." I inadvertently took a significant bite, leaving little room for capturing him alive. Vermouth retorted coolly, this moment. Vodka hastily added, "Brother, I witnessed it all. Absinthe was indeed ambushed by that individual. And he even knew your code name. Clearly, there is a spy within our organization." Nanny, upon hearing the word spy, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Jin's eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura that felt suffocating. Even the typically carefree Vermouth showed a hint of deep-seated apprehension. "Humph. No matter how high a bug may jump, it remains a bug. Let him live a little longer. It is time to cleanse our ranks. Starting with that woman tomorrow." After issuing his cold command, Jin turned to leave. However, upon noticing his nearly wrecked Porsche, he paused momentarily before retrieving a grenade from his pocket and hurling it. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion. The valuable Porsche was engulfed in flames, ultimately reduced to a heap of wreckage. Nothing related to the organization must leak. It must be thoroughly cleansed. Vodka. "What are your orders, brother? I give you 3 days to return with an identical vehicle. Otherwise, bear the consequences." "Understood." After ensuring all suspicious traces were eradicated, the trio from the syndicate finally withdrew from the bridge. As they departed, Vermouth cast a seemingly casual glance at the surging Fen River. "May you find peace, my dear Silver Bullet." Meanwhile, downstream in the Fen River, plop. With the assistance of the mechanized Pegasus, Conan, having been forcibly returned to his normal state, finally made it ashore. This moment. The little detective was in quite a disheveled state, drenched and gasping for breath as he lay on the ground. "Who? I survived! Veering vroom!" The front lights of the mechanized Pegasus flashed as the engine roared. Seemingly assessing Conan's condition, struggling to muster a smile, Conan nodded. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Thank you. Mechanized Pegasus, who-s there?" Suddenly, a puzzled female voice resonated from the shore, followed by the faint sound of flashlight and hurried footsteps. Fearing that the mechanized Pegasus might be discovered, Conan exerted his last bit of strength to command, "Hide! Quickly!" Veering, obediently complying with Conan's orders, the mechanized Pegasus swiftly concealed itself in the shadows. Meanwhile, the utterly fatigued Conan collapsed onto the ground, having endured a grueling battle and a prolonged soaking in the river. Even Ophi Ino's physical prowess was beginning to wane. "Conan, is that you?" Hearing that voice, Conan thought, wishing to lift his head to discern the identity of the speaker. But instead, the world around him spun violently before he succumbed to darkness. Ugh! After what felt like an eternity, Conan finally opened his eyes to find himself gazing at a monochromatic ceiling. Where am I? Struggling to sit up, he realized he was in a warmly decorated room. Furthermore, his previously soaked attire had been replaced with clean, fresh children's pajamas, and he was even tucked under a blanket. "Conan, you're finally awake." "You nearly scare me to death." Just as Conan's mind was clouded with confusion, the door to the room gently swung open, and Masami Hirota entered, carrying a cup of hot coffee. "Miss Hirota, what are you doing here?" "I was about to ask you the same. Last night, after I bought something from the convenience store on my way home, I found you on the riverbank. Tea truly frightened me, so I brought you home." Handing the steaming cup of coffee to Conan, Masami Hirota smiled as she explained the situation, and it was only then that Conan experienced a moment of realization, understanding why the voice had sounded somewhat familiar. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly became aware of his waist, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. "Excuse me, Miss Masami, have you seen my belt and my phone? They were gifts from my mother while she was abroad, and they are quite expensive. The belt and phone? Is this what you're referring to, Conan?" Masami Hirota stood up and walked to the balcony. Soon returning with Frieza's phone and belt in hand, "I'm not sure what these items are, but they certainly seem valuable that I wiped them down and left them out to dry, so they wouldn't get damaged by water." "Thank you, Sister Masami." Conan hurriedly took the belt and phone from her grasp, inspecting them for any damage. Finally, he let out a relieved breath. Fortunately, it appears that the transformation device is waterproof, by the way. "Conan, why were you lying by the riverbank all wet at such a late hour? Was something amiss?" "Hee, I spotted a little bunny while heading home, and, in my excitement, I accidentally fell into the river and nearly got swept away." As Conan feigned a look of lingering fear while recounting the tale, he even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Masami Hirota, seeing this, had no suspicions and gently patted Conan's head to soothe him. "It's all right, Conan. Just remember not to play by the river next time. It's quite dangerous." "Yes, I will remember," Conan replied obediently, nodding like a docile little creature. Masami then gently laid him down on the bed. "You should rest well for now, I'll step out to take care of some matters. How about I bring you back some delicious cake when I return?" "Thank you, Sister Masami, I will be good," Conan said, snuggling under the blanket. "Such a good boy." Masami Hirota beamed with an angelic smile before rising to leave, and as he watched her depart, the innocence in Conan's eyes swiftly vanished, replaced by mature resolve. Could it be that he was overthinking things? It seemed there was nothing too alarming. Just as he pondered whether his investigative direction was flawed, he inadvertently noticed a phone on the vanity nearby. Seemingly forgotten by Masami Hirota, the phone. Perhaps it might contain something of interest. Driven by curiosity, Conan descended from the bed and approached the vanity. Picking up the phone to his astonishment, he discovered that Masami Hirota's phone had no password. It was quite rare to encounter someone who didn't secure their device. After unlocking it, Conan promptly opened the email to peruse its contents. "That I have secured 1 billion. Please tell me the address." Upon reading that message, Conan's expression shifted to one of shock. He quickly continued scrolling. "That I hope you will honor our agreement and allow me and my sister to leave the organization after receiving the billion." "Why must you kill? This is not what we agreed upon." "Jin, you demon." The moment he saw the name Jin, Conan felt a jolt in his mind. He distinctly remembered the information revealed by Vodka yesterday. Could it be that Masami Hirota was also a member of this organization? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he continued to scroll, discovering one last message. "Abandoned factory in the Sanchome suburb. Noon, bring the billion with you." Noon. Conan glanced up at the clock on the wall, which read 11:45. This meant he had only 15 minutes left until the appointed time. This is bad. Miss Masami is in danger. Although Conan had yet to fully grasp the situation, he was certain that even if those individuals obtained the billion, the outcome would likely be murder to silence any witnesses. With that thought, Conan sprang into action, hastily fastening his belt without changing clothes, retrieving Frieza's phone to call his motorcycle, and initiating the transformation process. 555 Enter standby transformation. Upon transforming into Foes, Conan stretched his limbs and then leapt from the 6th-floor balcony. Thud! He crashed down to the ground, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the surface. As he perfectly landed, the motorcycle was just in position. Conan mounted it and immediately twisted the throttle to its limit. Speeding off at full throttle. "Sir, you are exceeding the speed limit. Please cooperate and exit the vehicle to pay the fine." "Thank you." "Bakiru, why do you say I'm speeding? Do you have any evidence?" "You filthy cop." At that moment, Officer Yumi was diligently performing her duties on the highway. Unfazed by the driver's frantic outrage, she calmly prepared the ticket and presented it to him. "Sir, not only were you speeding, but you also lack a license plate, have not fastened your seatbelt, and are driving in the wrong direction. Therefore, you must pay a fine, and your driver's license will be revoked. Scoundrel! Say that again if you dare." Upon hearing Officer Yumi's verdict, the driver erupted in fury, stepping out of the vehicle to threaten her. I'll give you a chance. Act like nothing happened and scram. Otherwise, you'll pay the price. Tisich, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Who are you trying to scare? Unperturbed by the threat, Officer Yumi took a combat stance. I'm on the top 10 in the Kyoto police combat competition if you wish to assault an officer. Go ahead and try. Then let us hit the road. The driver's expression darkened, and he soon manifested the Ophion pattern, transforming into Cactus Ophion. What the? Seeing a perfectly ordinary man morph into a monster. Officer Yumi was taken aback, quickly reaching for a radio to call for backup. Headquarters. This is Miyamoto Yumi, requesting assistance. However, Cactus Ophion would not allow Officer Yumi the chance to seek help, swiftly knocking the radio from her hand and sending her sprawling to the ground. Ouch, I gave you a chance, but you squandered it. So prepare to die. Cactus Ophion swung its arms vigorously, preparing to inject Ophion energy into Officer Yumi to turn her to ash. Veering. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed, causing both Cactus Ophion and Officer Yumi to instinctively turn their heads. There was Foes, riding his motorcycle at high speed. It's Ophion. Conan immediately locked his gaze on Cactus Ophion. Accelerating, he lifted the front of the motorcycle with all his might. Crash! The front wheel of the motorcycle collided with Cactus Ophion, sending it flying. It's you, the street racer from yesterday. Seeing Foes suddenly appear, Officer Yumi exclaimed in surprise. However, Conan paid her no mind, striding towards Cactus Ophion. Who are you? Cactus Ophion, now standing, roared angrily at Conan as he approached, and in the next moment, Conan unleashed a powerful punch. Wham! Ugh! Cactus Ophion stumbled backward from the blow, while Conan relentlessly pursued, delivering a flurry of punches. Crash! Crash! Damn it! Why did you have to show up now? I'm in a hurry. At this moment, Conan's heart was ablaze with indignation, causing him to unleash a much more forceful punch than usual. Meanwhile, Cactus Orphanok found himself utterly bereft of tears, bewildered as to how he had provoked this formidable individual into such a furious assault. Following a furious flurry of wild punches, Conan swiftly launched a horizontal kick, sending Cactus Orphanok flying through the air, shoulder to shoulder with the SUNAS. He delivered the kick. Conan deftly inserted the Foes memory card into the Foes driver, promptly affixing it to his right leg, while simultaneously activating the Foes phone at his waist and pressing the enter key. Ready, exceed charge. In the very next moment, Conan propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, executing a flying kick towards the still reeling Cactus Orphanok. The light on his right leg emitted a red conical pointer, locking onto the staggering figure of Cactus Orphanok. Deep red drill. Without any surprise, the deep red drill pierced through Cactus Orphanok's body, and the next heartbeat he collapsed helplessly to the ground, his form igniting in azure flames, eventually reducing to ashes that danced away on the breeze in a nearby safe zone. Miyamoto Yumi, who had witnessed the entirety of the battle, was filled with astonishment, so much so that she had to cover her mouth to stifle her instinctive gasps. After vanquishing Cactus Orphanok, Conan wasted no time and hurried towards his vehicle, the mobile Tenkai, intent on racing to the abandoned factory in Sandingmu. Stop right there, just as Conan was about to accelerate away. Miyamoto Yumi blew her whistle and stepped in front of him. What just happened? What was that monster, and what is your involvement? Also, you were speeding yesterday. Don't forget to pay the fine, faced with the steadfast refusal of the female officer to let him leave easily. Conan let out a deep sigh, then dismounted the vehicle to approach Miyamoto Yumi. Gazing up at the nearly 6-foot-tall Foes, Miyamoto Yumi felt a twinge of trepidation that you're not thinking of resorting to violence. Are you? Assaulting an officer is a crime. In a pre-adjusted voice modulation, Conan replied. I hope you can keep today's event confidential. It's for your safety to AS with the speeding. I apologize. You may issue me a ticket, and I will find an opportunity to settle the fine later. I'm in a hurry to save someone. All right. Taken aback by his cooperation, Miyamoto Yumi quickly filled out a ticket and handed it to Conan, who accepted it before swiftly turning to board the mobile Tenkai. By the way, when you mentioned saving someone, who is in danger? Do you need me to call for backup? Buzz, ignoring Miyamoto Yumi's offer of assistance. Conan pressed the accelerator, leaving only a receding silhouette behind him. Hey, I still don't know your name. I'm Officer Miyamoto Yumi. What a strange person. Watching Conan disappear from sight, Miyamoto Yumi kicked a small stone by the roadside in displeasure. Yumi, what is going on over there? What just happened? At that moment, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, calling urgently from headquarters. After a brief moment of contemplation, Miyamoto Yumi raised the device to her mouth. This is Miyamoto Yumi. Our patrol car experienced a sudden malfunction, but has been resolved now. Please rest assured, headquarters, over at the abandoned factory in Sandingmu, Hirota Ayami parked her car at the entrance. And upon surveying the dilapidated scene before her, a shroud of foreboding enveloped her heart, making even breathing feel unusually laborious. Stay calm. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Hirota Ayami took a deep breath to steady herself, then retrieved an already unlocked handgun from her handbag. The cold touch of the firearm offered her a modicum of composure, and she stepped through the factory doors. The factory, long abandoned, was nothing more than a hollow shell, where even the slightest exertion echoed ominously. Hirota Ayami scanned her surroundings. A chillingly indifferent voice suddenly pierced the air. Long time no see. Miss Hirota Ayami, or should I now refer to you by your true name? Mayano Akemi? Jin. Ayami swiftly turned to the source of the voice, where she found Vodka and Jin standing side by side, their faces twisted into cruel smiles, taking a silent breath to regain her composure. Mayano Akemi produced a key from her pocket that A.S. agreed. I prepared 1 billion yen. Now you must uphold your end of the bargain and allow me and my sister to leave the organization. Vodka scoffed at her words. Are you an idiot? Why would the organization care about a mere 1 billion yen? A pang of dread struck Mayano Akemi's heart, yet she maintained a facade of calm as she demanded. What do you mean? Are you implying you intend to break the agreement? Since the establishment of the organization, no one has ever left alive with its secrets. Only the dead may depart. Jin, you truly are faithless. Realizing she had been deceived, Mayano Akemi swiftly drew the prepared handgun, aiming it at Jin and Vodka. I anticipated you would never allow us to leave so easily, which is why I came prepared. Her finger poised on the trigger, she threatened Jin. If you do not let my sister and me leave today, we shall all perish together. Jin's lips curled into a dismissive smirk at the sight of Mayano Akemi's gun. Truly disposable outer members, thinking they can threaten me with such a T-A-Y, and oh wonder you entertained thoughts of escaping the organization with Sherry. Confused, Mayano Akemi queried. What do you mean? Humph, it is necessary for the police to discover your corpse, and for Sherry to see your final moments. Thus, I shall send you on your way using traditional methods. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin vanished like a specter. Meanwhile, Vodka had drawn a compact submachine gun from seemingly nowhere. Farewell. Tat 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 tat. 2 kilometers away. Gunshots? This can't be good. I need to move faster. With the assistance of the Foy's armor's equipment, Conan distinctly heard the barrage of gunfire, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened ominously, as if rain were imminent. At last, propelled by the mobile Tenkai's full-speed dash, Conan arrived at the designated abandoned factory. Upon spotting the vehicles parked outside, his unease intensified. Quickly switching the Foy's phone to explosion mode and drawing the Foy's blade, Conan dashed into the factory. Akemi, barely 2 steps inside, the sight of Mayano Akemi sprawled in a pool of blood struck him like a thunderbolt. At that moment, Conan's mind went blank, and he rushed forward to cradle her in his arms. Akemi, please wake up. As she struggled to open her eyes, Mayano Akemi was met with the sight of Foy's holding her. Confusion flooding her beautiful gaze. It's me. Conan pressed the end button to deactivate his transformation, revealing his true identity hidden beneath the guise of Kamen Rider. Conan, cough cough. Akemi, do not speak. Conserve your strength. I will call an ambulance right now. In a flurry of panic, Conan fumbled to dial the emergency number. However, Akemi Mayano, with her blood-stained hands, grasped Conan's arm. No, you don't need this, she insisted, forcing herself to hand the key to Conan, before weakly whispering in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible. The money is in the safe at the Mihua station. Take it to the police. And I'm sorry, I can't buy you that cake. Conan, in a state of urgency, pleaded, Please, Miss Akemi, conserve your strength and don't speak. I'll use the mobile horse to take you to the hospital. Observing Conan's anxious expression, Akemi Mayano mustered a reassuring smile. Actually, my name is not Hirota, Akemi my true name is, before she could finish. Her eyes fluttered shut, and the hand that clutched Conan's arm fell limply to the ground. Miss Akemi, Conan exclaimed, unable to comprehend that the woman he had always seen smiling, the kind-hearted older sister who faced the world with a bright demeanor, had drawn her last breath in his embrace. Boom! The somber sky rumbled with thunder, and in the next moment, torrential rain began to pour, seemingly mourning Akemi Mayano's departure. The dilapidated factory ceiling offered no refuge from the deluge, as Conan and Akemi's lifeless body were mercilessly engulfed by the rain. Miss Akemi. Conan gazed down at her, tears mingling with the relentless rain, making it difficult to discern how much was truly his sorrow and how much was the falling water. Jin, clutching Akemi's corpse tightly, Conan gritted his teeth and roared towards the heavens, his cries echoing like thunder. In the throes of his anguish, Conan uncontrollably transformed back into Wolf Offenor, his roar resounding through the skies. Following Conan's call, the police and medical personnel arrived to take away Akemi Mayano's body, while also recovering the stolen 1 billion yen cash from the safe at Mihua Station. Ultimately, the police concluded that the bank employee Hirota Akemi had colluded with criminals to rob the cash truck. And after murdering her accomplices, she had taken her own life out of guilt, as he watched Akemi's body being loaded into the ambulance. Conan's fists clenched tightly. At 11:30, Professor Agasa, stifling yawns, decided to call a day. Having concluded a long day of experiments, he stretched lazily and left the lab to return to his room for some rest. Bang! Bang! Just as Professor Agasa reached the living room, a sudden, powerful banging at the door startled him. Before he could ascertain who would visit at such a late hour, the door was smashed to pieces. Professor Agasa jumped back in shock. What is going on, Professor? At that moment, Conan, transformed into Wolf Offenor, strode in, carrying the lifeless body of Akemi Mayano. Shinichi. What s? Let us discuss this later. Professor, didn't you say that by injecting the Offenor factor into a body through special means, we could bestow new life upon the deceased? Let us start now. Gently laying Akemi's body on the couch, Wolf Offenor then reverted back to Conan. Looking at Akemi's pale form on the couch, and seeing Conan's complex expression, Professor Agasa felt as if the Mediterranean had expanded atop his head. What on earth is happening? Shinichi, you must explain. After nearly 10 minutes of Conan's explanation, Professor Agasa finally grasped the situation, albeit with difficulty. It turned out that the robbery perpetrator, Hirota Akemi, was indeed a member of a mysterious organization. However, she had sought to escape with her sister, which led to her untimely demise. Yes, although I rushed over as quickly as possible, I still arrived too late. Staring at Akemi's pale corpse, Conan clenched his fists tightly before turning to Professor Agasa and bowing deeply. Please, Professor, extract the Offenor factor from me to save her. Shinichi, Professor Agasa's expression became complicated as he looked at Conan's serious demeanor. After a long pause, he spoke. Do you understand what this entails? The Offenor factor is currently the foundation supporting your life. If you lose too much, your lifespan could be significantly shortened. Conan nodded earnestly that I understand, but I would rather die 2 years earlier than spend the rest of my life in regret. I must save her. Seeing that Conan had made up his mind, Professor Agasa realized that no amount of persuasion would change his resolve, and thus he reluctantly nodded. Very well. Bring her into the lab. I will handle the rest. Thank you, Professor. An hour later. How is it, Professor? What is Miss Akemi's current condition? Professor Agasa stared intently at the data on his computer before reporting. The cells within her body have begun to metabolize anew, and the signs of decay have altogether vanished. Brain activity is also resuming. However, both heart rate and pulse remain significantly below normal levels. It seems she is still in a transitional phase. It will take time for her to awaken, and further observation is necessary. After reporting the current findings, Professor Agasa turned to the pale-faced Conan on the examination table, expressing his concern. Shinichi, you should take a proper rest now. Although the required Offenor factor was much less than anticipated, it still poses considerable harm to you. Apologies, Professor, but I'll just borrow your space for a moment, Conan said, exhausted, as he stifled a yawn, preparing to close his eyes and recuperate. However, he suddenly jolted awake. Wait, I need to cover Miss Akemi with a blanket. The winds have been strong at night, and I don't want her to catch a cold. As the last words left his mouth, the fatigued Conan could no longer hold on and slumped into slumber while still seated. Could you at least cover yourself before worrying about others? Professor Agasa sighed in exasperation as he shook his head, then gently lifted Conan and carried him to his own room for rest. Meanwhile, Akemi Mayano, who was in a recovery phase, could not be moved carelessly. Professor Agasa did his utmost to lay a mattress on the examination table and, following Conan's instructions, prepared a blanket and pillow for Akemi. After completing these tasks, it was nearly 3 a.m. I'm so tired. Time for sleep. Having lived a life of solitude for most of his years, Professor Agasa's home boasted only a single bed, which was now occupied by Conan. Thus, the nearly 300-pound professor had to squeeze onto the sofa for the night. If only I had bought a larger sofa back then. This is far too cramped. For several consecutive days, it seemed as if Mihua had caught the attention of the rain god, with rain falling almost daily, much to the complaint of housewives, especially those with young children, for whom damp bed linens had nowhere to dry and had to be left inside the house to mold. Yet, despite the downpours, Conan unwaveringly visited Professor Agasa's house daily to check on Akemi Mayano's condition. Although her vital signs had stabilized somewhat, her heart rate and pulse remained below normal, leaving them uncertain as to when she would awaken once more. I am heading to Professor Agasa's to play video games. I'll be back later. Conan, wait! It's still raining outside. Rand had intended to call Conan back, but his speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Looking up at the continuous drizzle outside, Kagoro resumed watching the horse racing broadcast, expressing his thoughts aloud. That kid really has perseverance. He'd rather brave the rain than stay home. Even more diligent than I was with marbles, and to this point, Kagoro paused, then suggested to Rand, Rand, why don't we buy that kid a gaming console? It's not good for him to be out in the rain every day. What if something happens? I'll think about it. Rand picked up a mop, pretending to clean, yet her eyes revealed a deep complexity and seriousness. Kagoro, unaware of Conan's true identity, retained a relatively calm mindset. However, Xiaolan is aware that Conan's true identity is Shinichi Kudo, and she also understands that he has no genuine interest in video games. Thus, there must be some hidden circumstances. Shinichi, what exactly are you concealing from me? Meanwhile, on the other side, Conan is heading towards Dr. Agasa's house with an umbrella in hand. Gazing at the ominous clouds above, he lets out a resigned sigh. I hope Miss Yamei awakens soon. Otherwise, what will happen? Just as Conan is nearing Dr. Agasa's home, he suddenly spots a white lab coat lying at his doorstep, with a pair of small feet peeking out from underneath it, indicating that it likely belongs to a child. What is going on? Conan exclaims, rushing over and cradling the figure in his arms as he calls out, Hey, are you all right? Wake up! As he speaks, Conan instinctively glances at the person's face and is taken aback by the sight. It is a girl who has succumbed to unconsciousness, clad only in the white lab coat. What draws Conan's attention even more is that the girl possesses short, coffee-colored hair, gazing at her slumbering visage. A peculiar expression crosses Conan's face. Such beauty, Sherry, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose the organization. How foolish. Both you and your sister are utterly naive before deciding how to deal with you. Reflect on your actions here. You must take good care of yourself. It would be best if you found a boyfriend willing to protect you. Then I would feel at ease, sister, feeling as though she is engulfed in an unsettling darkness. Mayano Shiho exerts all her strength to escape this abyss. Yet no matter which direction she runs, she remains ensnared within the shadows. No, I can't do this. Ultimately, despair overwhelms Mayano Shiho, and she collapses to the ground, prepared to allow the darkness to consume her. However, at that moment, a brilliant light pierces through the darkness, and a small boy radiating a gentle glow appears before her. Who are you? Just as Mayano Shiho is about to inquire about his identity, the boy seizes her hand and dashes toward the source of the light with incredible speed. She is taken aback by the boy's strength, unable to respond as she is pulled along. The moment the light envelopes her, she experiences an unprecedented sense of relief. As they draw closer to the light, Mayano Shiho clearly sees two grand doors within it, when the boy brings her before the doors. They swing open, and she feels completely surrounded by the radiant glow. When she opens her eyes again, Mayano Shiho finds herself staring at a pristine white ceiling, feeling a warm blanket draped over her. Where am I? Shinichi. What is the story behind this girl? Where did you find her? I'm not quite sure. I found her collapsed on my doorstep, clad only in this lab coat. She seems to have a fever from being caught in the rain. Upon hearing the conversation, Mayano Shiho turns her head to see Conan and Dr. Agasa examining the white lab coat she wore when she escaped. Shinichi? Could it be him? Cough, cough. Just as Mayano Shiho begins to suspect the answer. A sweet sensation fills her throat, leading to an uncontrollable coughing fit. Are you all right? Hearing her cough, Conan quickly sets aside the lab coat and rushes to her side to support her, then retrieves a cup of warm water from the table, blowing on it lightly before offering it to her. Drink some water. Be careful. It's hot. Thank you. Cough, cough. Mayano Shiho attempts to reach for the cup, but another wave of intense coughing overcomes her. Observing this, Conan gently allows her to lean on his shoulder while cautiously feeding her the water. Take your time. Don't burn yourself. After considerable effort, Conan finally manages to get all the warm water into Mayano Shiho's mouth. How are you feeling now? Do you feel any better? Mayano Shiho wiped her mouth with her hand. Yes, thank you. Kudo Shinichi. You're welcome. But Conan suddenly realizes how she addressed him, his expression turning markedly astonished. It seems my suspicion was correct. After taking APTX 4869, you did not perish but, like me, reverted to childhood. However, I never imagined we would meet under such circumstances. Upon hearing Mayano Shiho's words, Conan's expression turns grave. Who exactly are you? Mayano Shiho lightly brushes her hair back, revealing a knowing smile. Sherry, that is my code name within the organization, or you may call me by my real name, Mayano Shiho, the drug that transformed you into a child. APDX 4869 is my creation. Oh, it was you. Conan gasps in shock, immediately distancing himself from Mayano Shiho, his eyes filled with suspicion. What is your true intention? Did your accomplices send you to scout? Oh dear, do you think I'm insane? If I were truly sent by the organization, do you think there would be no action taken by now? Though somewhat perplexed, Conan cannot deny the validity of her statement. After all, based on the organization's modus operandi. If they had confirmed that Shinichi Kudo was still alive, there would be no need for reconnaissance. They would simply send a few agents to unleash havoc. With this thought, Conan relaxes slightly, yet his gaze remains vigilant upon Mayano Shiho. So, what exactly is your purpose? Why did you collapse on my doorstep? Mayano Shiho rests her hands on her knees and calmly explains, it's quite simple that I have defected from the organization and currently have no place to hide. Thus, I took a chance and came here to find you, certain that the high school detective Kudo Shinichi is still alive. Conan is taken aback. What? Defected? Yes, the organization recklessly administered APDX 4869, which was still in the experimental phase, to test subjects, and I found it utterly repugnant. However, my resolve to defect solidified when they killed my sister. Your sister? Indeed, to oppose the organization's actions, I unilaterally halted the drug research, resulting in my confinement in a small room within a laboratory. Perhaps I would have been executed before receiving formal orders from the organization. Therefore, I ingested the APTX 4869 I carried with me, opting for self-termination, only to find that my body shrank instead. Consequently, I managed to escape from the refuse. The rest, you already know. Upon hearing this, Conan feels a sudden pang in his heart. He recalls that Yame had mentioned her motive for stealing 10 billion yen was to ensure her escape with her sister from the organization. He wonders how Yame's sister is faring now, hoping she is safe and sound. After a silent prayer, Conan's watchful gaze shifts back to Mayano Shiho, though it is no longer filled with hostility. I am curious, how did you know I was alive? And how many people in your organization are aware of this? In response to Conan's inquiry, Mayano Shiho closes her eyes, smiling gently as she tilts her head. You may not realize this, but I led 2 search teams to your home to ascertain whether Kudo Shinichi was truly dead. The first time, we found nothing and returned empty-handed. However, during the second search, I made an unexpected discovery. All of your childhood clothing was missing, and in conjunction with the earlier incident where a mouse that had ingested APTX 4869 reverted to its juvenile form, I deduced that Kudo Shinichi must have transformed back into a child and is hiding somewhere. Hearing this, Conan is utterly astonished. He never imagined that his sanctuary had been compromised without his knowledge. In the next moment, Conan's gaze shifted to the figure of Dr. Agasa behind him. Doctor, with a hint of shame. Dr. Agasa lowered his head and explained, I'm sorry, Shinichi, I've been engrossed in research at the lab for quite some time and didn't pay much attention. It's all right, Doctor. In fact, this may turn out to be quite beneficial. Conan thought, as he could never harbor any ill will toward Dr. Agasa. He felt rather fortunate that the doctor had not discovered the intruders searching his home. After all, Dr. Agasa lacked professional training, and the likelihood of being detected by those individuals was exceedingly high. Thus, this was indeed the best outcome. Observing Conan's reaction, Shiho Miyano revealed a knowing smile and continued, However, you need not worry, as I find you quite intriguing. Therefore, I have marked you as confirmed deceased on the list. But if the organization continues to misuse APTX 4869, who knows how many more cases like ours may arise. Upon saying this, Shiho's face displayed a mature woman's alluring smile, as she rested her chin on her delicate hand, gazing intently at Conan. Now, I am curious to hear your plans. Do you wish to expel me? Or do you have something else in mind? What will it be? Will you banish this troublesome figure from your midst? High school detective Shinichi Kudo. Surely, I am a vexing and perilous presence for you, and you have no reason to permit me to linger by your side. Not necessarily. Having you here may be the best choice for me, Conan replied, his hands tucked into his pockets, revealing a resigned expression. Currently, the organization remains unaware that both of us have reverted to childhood. Should you wander outside and attract their attention, it would only be a matter of time before my exposure occurs. Therefore, I need you to stay, even if it means resorting to confinement. Shiho was slightly taken aback by his words. But soon a teasing smile graced her lips. Oh, you are surprisingly domineering. Aren't you? Thank you. High school detective Shinichi Kudo. Ignoring her jest, Conan turned to Dr. Agasa, saying, Although I feel a bit guilty, could you prepare a room for her stay? After all, you're the only one I can fully trust right now. Dr. Agasa nodded with a smile. Of course, that's no problem. However, since this young lady is transformed into her current state, her previous name can no longer suffice. How about we give her a new name? That seems necessary. You have no objections, do you? Conan inquired, turning his gaze toward Shiho. Shiho shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you please. It's just a name, and I have no preference. Wait, I have an idea, Dr. Agasa exclaimed, clapping his hands. How about combining the names of the female detectives, Cotilia Gray and Vita Wazinski, to create AI Hybra? It sounds both charming and endearing in a way. Shiho rejected immediately. The name does not suit me at all, and I can't even bring myself to say it. Conan sighed in exasperation. You are quite troublesome, you know. You said you would accept anything, yet here you are reneging. That is a different matter altogether. While I cannot accept AI, I can tolerate the sound of I. Shiho pondered for a moment, and when her gaze fell upon Conan, a subtle smile graced her lips. Let us go with AI Hybrid. That will be my new name. Conan appeared perplexed. What kind of taste is that? Using as in sorrow for your name. You hardly seem like a regular girl. Mind your own business. Is there a law against having a name with character? Besides, I believe it suits me best, given that my life has been a tragic tale filled with sorrow. Shiho, now known as AI Hybera, remained resolute in her decision, leaving Conan speechless. Whatever, it's your name, not mine, he finally conceded, frustrated to the point of stomping his foot in defeat. Witnessing Conan's exasperation, a triumphant smile emerged on AI's face as she crossed her arms and said, Now, let us discuss serious matters. Conan, puzzled, asked, What serious matters? I recall escaping while draped only in a lab coat. Yet I now find myself clad in a neat set of children's clothing. I must inquire as to who changed my clothes. At this, silence fell upon the room. It was Shinichi. He was the one who did it. Just as Conan pondered how to delicately explain the situation, Dr. Agasa hastily threw him under the bus. Shinichi instructed me to purchase children's clothes, clean you up, and change your outfit. All of that was his doing, entirely unrelated to me. Conan was taken aback, never expecting Dr. Agasa to betray him so swiftly, especially since he had genuinely believed that AI was merely an ordinary child at the time. I see, AI remarked, crossing her arms and regarding Conan with a queenly demeanor. Hentai. Pervert. Hey. With such a title thrust upon him. Conan's face flushed crimson, but he could only jump around anxiously. After all, from a certain perspective, it seemed somewhat accurate. 20 minutes later, Dr. Agasa drove his beetle, carrying Conan and AI, down the highway. Say, AI, are you sure this is the right direction? AI nodded confidently. Absolutely. The organization's drug research facility has been located here for almost a year. I could recognize it with my eyes closed that I never expected it to be set up in such a bustling area. I assumed you would opt for a remote wilderness instead, Conan mused, gazing out at the shops and pedestrians rushing by, a sense of dread creeping into his heart, along with a deeper understanding of the mysterious organization's power. AI retorted sharply, Are you an idiot? Setting up an important research facility in the wilderness would not only attract unwanted attention, but also disrupt the daily lives of the staff, as long as the confidentiality measures are sufficiently robust. There is no need to worry about being discovered, even in a busy district. Right, you make valid points, Conan conceded, but could you shift over a little? I'm about to be squeezed out. I have no space to move. If you find it cramped, why not sit in the back? No way. Who knows what tricks you might pull? For safety's sake, I need to keep an eye on you to scoot over. Who are you calling big-bottomed? How did you interpret that? I merely said you had a large backside. You think I can't tell the difference? That is basically the same meaning. You hentai, I am not, in the passenger seat. Conan and AI were embroiled in a heated dispute over their seating arrangements, while Dr. Agasa, driving, observed with an amused smile that he had been a long time since he had seen Shinichi so lively. Perhaps actually referred to Eri, and thus, amidst their bickering, Dr. Agasa drew ever closer to the mysterious organization's drug research facility. However, just then, a multitude of ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks appeared ahead. Attention, all drivers. Please detour. This road has been blocked and is temporarily inaccessible. Excuse me, Dr. Agasa said, slowing down beside the officer directing traffic. Could you please explain what happened up ahead? Why has the road been suddenly closed? The officer replied, I apologize, sir. There has been a fire at the pharmaceutical company ahead, and for safety reasons, we had no choice but to close the road temporarily. We appreciate your understanding. A fire. At this revelation, both Dr. Agasa and Conan were taken aback. It appeared that the organization had discovered AI's absence and had set the fire to eliminate any evidence. What is wrong with this little girl? Why is she trembling so much? Conan and Dr. Agasa turned their heads to see Shiho curled up, trembling with fear. Her face was etched with sheer terror, completely devoid of the spirited demeanor she had displayed while bantering with Conan moments ago. Upon noticing her distress, Conan hurriedly enveloped Shiho in his embrace, adopting the innocent expression of a child as he urged, Grandpa, it seems my sister is about to burst. We should take another route home quickly. If we delay any longer, I fear she might have an accident. You're right. Let's take a different way home. Goodbye, Mr. Policeman. Dr. Agasa promptly echoed Conan's sentiment, bidding farewell to the officer before steering the vehicle onto an alternate path. However, no sooner had they turned a corner than Dr. Agasa abruptly turned off the engine. Hey, are you all right? Gently patting Shiho, who lay in his arms, Conan asked with concern, let's move quickly. Shiho's eyes were filled with profound dread as she clutched Conan's collar tightly and insisted. We must hurry. The organization might still be searching for me. We need to get back fast. Calm down, Hibara, calm down. Seeing Shiho in a state of panic, Conan seized her shoulders and raised his voice. Don't be afraid. Those guys shouldn't know you've turned into a child. They're uncertain about your whereabouts, which is why they set fire to the pharmaceutical research facility. You need not fear. But, rest assured, I'm here. Removing his glasses and placing them on Shiho's face, Conan gently reassured her, glasses can alter one's appearance. Even superheroes wear them to conceal their true identities. You need not worry about your identity being exposed. Feeling Conan's gesture, Shiho was momentarily taken aback, then teased, Oh, so without your glasses, you're a superhero, right? Just without the ability to fly, with a slight smile and a tilt of his head in response. Conan turned to Dr. Agasa and instructed, Doctor, just in case, please find a coat to cover Hibara and have her lie down in the back seat. Don't let her come out. Then turn off the engine and pretend to rest. That way, we want to arouse suspicion that I'll go check on the situation at the pharmaceutical company and return shortly. Dr. Agasa nodded. Understood, Shinichi, be careful. Okay. After signaling, Conan swiftly exited the vehicle, racing toward the burning pharmaceutical company. Following Conan's earlier instructions, Dr. Agasa began to act. After covering Shiho with his own coat in the back seat, he slightly reclined the chair to feign sleep, yet his gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, the atmosphere was eerily silent, an unsettling quiet that heightened the tension. Beneath the coat, Shiho was so tense that her body was rigid. Sister, recalling the photograph Jin had shown her, a profound anguish surged within Shiho, rendering her surroundings somewhat blurred. This oppressive atmosphere persisted for nearly 15 minutes until the sound of the car door opening broke the silence. That I'm back. Upon hearing Conan's reassuring voice, Shiho cautiously peered out from beneath the coat, relieved to find Conan had returned to the passenger's seat. Only then did her anxiety dissipate. She removed the coat and handed him her glasses, inquiring, "How was it? What's the situation?" After receiving the glasses, Conan relayed the information he had gathered. The fire broke out approximately 20 minutes ago. The firefighters said there were ignition points in nearly every room, clearly indicative of arson. Furthermore, neither the police nor the firefighters found any employees. As if they had vanished before the fire erupted, Shiho's expression turned grave. Arson to destroy all evidence. That is indeed the kind of thing they would do. Conan, leaning back in his seat, appeared somewhat despondent. Yes, I had hoped to rush in and retrieve the data on that drug, but alas, we were a step too late, allowing them to escape. Dr. Agasa consoled him. Don't be disheartened, Shinichi. We can seek another opportunity next time. With a weary nod, Conan reluctantly accepted Dr. Agasa's comfort. If you seek detailed information on APDX 4869, there may be alternative avenues. Just as Conan decided to head home, Shiho, seated in the back, suddenly spoke up, igniting Conan's interest. Are you serious? Yes, Shiho nodded gently and explained, my sister once sent me a disk containing her travel photos that I viewed it on the Research Institute's computer before sending it back. However, I later discovered that a disk containing information about APDX 4869 was missing. In other words, you inadvertently sent the disk containing the drug information to your sister. That's an unexpected turn of events the organization could never have anticipated. Faced with this sudden piece of good news, a smile returned to Conan's face, his glasses even reflecting a glimmer of light. Observing Conan's expression, Shiho couldn't help but smile as well, crossing her arms and continuing, indeed, but after my sister was murdered by the organization. Her apartment was demolished almost immediately, and everything inside was certainly cleared out, so we must find another route. What route? My sister mentioned that the professor who helped her transfer the photos to the disk was a university professor named Masaki Hirota from Nanyang University, though I'm unsure of his home address. Leave this matter to me. Dr. Agasa resolutely accepted the task, promptly picking up his phone to make calls. Hello, this is Dr. Agasa. Could you please provide me with the contact information and home address of Professor Masaki Hirota from Nanyang University? Thank you. Utilizing his connections, Dr. Agasa quickly acquired the necessary information and began to reach out to Professor Hirota. A while later, what? A disk containing travel photos. May I ask who you are? Dr. Agasa hastily covered the phone's receiver and quietly inquired of Shiho. Shiho, what is your sister's name? Akemi Mayano. All right, I'm a friend of Akemi Mayano. She mentioned that you were responsible for the disc containing her travel photos, so I'd like to inquire if you happen to have any extra backups. Oh, so you're a friend of Akemi, yes. I no longer have the previous travel discs, but I did keep one peculiar disc from her collection out of curiosity. That disc, upon hearing the voice on the other end, Conan's expression grew serious, and he quickly gestured to Dr. Agasa. Understanding immediately, Dr. Agasa continued, Yes, that should be the disc. Akemi mentioned she had searched for it for a long time, that I apologize for the intrusion, but would it be convenient for us to come by and retrieve that disc? Professor Hirota readily agreed. Of course, if you're available now, please come over. I have no plans for the day, and it would be lovely to have your company for tea. Thank you so much. We'll be right there. After ending the call, Dr. Agasa turned to Conan and Shiho, nodding. It appears that the disc Shiho accidentally sent is indeed in Professor Hirota's possession. We must hurry. If the organization discovers such an important disc is with him. His entire family could be in grave danger. As he conveyed the severity of the situation, Shiho squeezed from the back seat to the front passenger seat, causing Conan to collide with the car door. "Conan, what are you doing? Get back there." "No way. I refuse to sit alone in the back. Being in the passenger seat makes me feel safe." Ignoring Conan's protests, Shiho firmly secured herself and Conan with the seatbelt, then nodded towards Dr. Agasa. "Let us set off, Doctor. The sooner we obtain the disc, the more advantageous the situation will be for us." "Understood," Dr. Agasa replied. Not daring to delay, he promptly ignited the engine, shifted gears, and accelerated out of the parking space. "Hey, can you give me a little room? Your spacious rear end is really taking up space." To utter such words in front of girl. Hentai. Pervert. Rogue. After nearly 40 minutes of reckless driving, Dr. Agasa and his companions finally arrived at Professor Hirota Masaki's residence. "We're finally here, but I'm suffocating." As soon as the beetle came to a halt, Conan eagerly leapt out of the car, stretching his sore limbs, with a series of cracking sound from his joints. Conan felt a significant portion of his fatigue dissipate and couldn't help but complain to Shiho, who was also exiting the vehicle. "You've really gone too far. Haven to you, with so much space in the back. Why did you insist on squeezing into the front passenger seat?" Shiho retorted without hesitation. "I already told you, I prefer the front seat over being isolated in the back. The view and lighting are much better. And why should you lecher, not sit in the back? You." Conan was so infuriated he felt like smashing his head against a wall. He never expected his illustrious reputation would come to this. Just as Conan's face turned beet red, Dr. Agasa timely intervened to halt their bickering. All right, Shinichi, Shiho, stop arguing. Our immediate priority is to retrieve the disc from Professor Hirota. You can quarrel later, that's true. Let us hurry to get the disc." Shiho agreed, placing her hands on her hips as she strode towards Professor Hirota's door, leaving Conan fuming in place. This girl is truly insufferable, making it seem as if all the blame lies with me. Observing Conan throwing a childish tantrum, Dr. Agasa could only offer gentle advice. "Calm down. Shinichi, that a distinguished high school detective shouldn't be quarreling with an ordinary girl. Try to be a bit more open-minded." Can she even be considered an ordinary girl?" Conan remarked sarcastically, glancing at Shiho's retreating figure. That moment, Shiho reached the door of Professor Hirota's residence and was about to tiptoe to press the doorbell when suddenly, a young man clambered out from a window nearby, colliding directly with her as he landed. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Shiho then noticed the stack of discs clutched in the young man's arms, which were stained with a hint of blood. The disc! Oh no! After a brief moment of shock, the young man suddenly lunged forward, seizing Shiho and sprinting outside. Conan and Dr. Agasa, caught off guard as they were about to rush in to rescue Shiho, were knocked aside. In the next instant, the man had forcibly bundled Shiho into a car parked at the roadside. "Hibara! Shiho!" Just as Conan and Dr. Agasa intended to dash forward to save her, the young man slammed on the accelerator and sped away. "What is happening? Have those organization members tracked us down? Doctor, call the police. I'll bring Hibara back," Conan exclaimed, swiftly unbuttoning his jacket to reveal the foe's belt he had preemptively donned for emergencies. He then sprinted in the direction the car had fled, pulling out his foe's phone to transform. .555 enter standby. Transform. After completing the transformation, Conan became foe's, and just then, the mobile horse appeared at his side. "Veering! Ha!" Conan leaped onto the mobile horse and twisted the throttle to its maximum. Meanwhile, as the young man drove anxiously, Shiho, though uncertain of his identity, was convinced he was not a member of the organization. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed her to witness him. Stealing a calm glance at the driver, Shiho's attention shifted to the stack of discs. Among them was one containing detailed information about the APDX 4869 drug and a list of its investors. Unbeknownst to the young man, she subtly reached out to grab the discs. However, the young man, noticing her movement, pulled out a screwdriver and threatened her fiercely. "Keep your hands away from those discs, or I'll kill you. I've already killed Professor Hirota. I don't care about taking another life." Recognizing the volatility of the situation, Shiho understood that she must not provoke him further, so she silently withdrew her hand. The young man, upon seeing her compliance, hastily put the screwdriver away and continued driving nervously, mumbling to himself, What should I do? I can't believe I killed Professor Hirota. Should I turn myself in? My future will be ruined. Veering. Just as the young man was spiraling into panic, a powerful engine roared, and Freeze, having transformed, arrived beside the car. Freeze, but I thought the belt was lost, Shiho gasped in astonishment. Her pupils dilating as she recognized Freeze's presence. Conan, observing the driver, immediately switched the Freeze phone to explosive gun mode, aiming at the car window. However, when he noticed Shiho in the passenger seat, he ultimately decided to revert the explosive gun back to the Freeze phone and inserted it into the belt. He then slowed down, creating distance from the car, before accelerating suddenly to pull up beside Shiho's window. Hibara, seatbelt. Fasten your seatbelt. Edogawa. Upon hearing Conan's voice, Shiho's shock intensified. Nevertheless, she quickly pulled the seatbelt across her and secured it. Seeing this, Conan nodded and then executed a nitrogen boost, propelling himself in front of the car. He halted 1,000 meters ahead and dismounted the mobile horse. What is he planning to do? The young man's expression shifted to one of heightened fear as he incessantly pressed the horn, urging Conan to move aside. However, upon witnessing Conan's actions, Shiho immediately understood his intention and curled up in a brace for impact. This fool. Watching the closing distance of the vehicle, Conan stretched his arms and legs to loosen up, then lowered his body slightly to gather strength, before launching forward like a released arrow. Madman. Yes, a madman. The young man, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to slam on the brakes and swerve, but the proximity left him no opportunity. In the next instant, Conan, transformed into Foes, collided with the car. Crash. Conan pressed his hands firmly against the car's hood, exerting every ounce of strength to counter the vehicle's momentum. However, despite his efforts, he was unable to prevent his backward slide, his feet even sparking against the pavement. In Foes' basic form, his punching power is only 2.5 tons, which is not particularly strong. As for the car, it fared no better. The tremendous force of the collision shattered the windshield, and the airbags deployed in the chaos of their hurried entry. The young man had neglected to fasten his seatbelt, leading him to collide headfirst into the airbag, rendering him unconscious as his foot slipped off the accelerator. Ultimately, with Conan's full exertion, the out-of-control vehicle